My name is Lin Xiao. One moment I was at my computer finishing a flight simulation, and the next, I woke up in a cold, dark dungeon. The air smelled like mold and old blood. I quickly realized I wasn't at home anymore. I had crossed into another world and become a. I tried to call out to a system in my mind, hoping for some magical help. The system responded, but it wasn't very helpful at first. It gave me a strange, eagle-eye ability and told me I had an unactivated S-level talent for swordsmanship. I was frustrated because I had no weapons, no clothes, and no way to escape. I felt hopeless and slumped onto the stone floor, worried about my future and how slaves are usually treated in stories. Suddenly, I heard footsteps and voices outside my cell. A trader was talking to someone he called, "Your Highness." I realized a princess had arrived to pick out servants. I tried to stand up to see if this was my chance to escape, but I was so hungry and weak that I fainted and hit the floor. This noise caught the attention of the seventh princess, Victoria Calvia. She came to my cage and looked at me. Unlike the other slaves who were scared, she saw something different in me. Even though I was pale and messy, she decided to buy me. She reached through the bars, touched my face, and asked if I wanted to go with her. I was dazed by her beauty and the scent of her perfume, so I just nodded. The trader quickly finished the paperwork, and I was no longer a. I was taken to get a good meal and clean clothes. For the first time, I looked in a mirror and saw my face looking healthy again. Afterward, I joined the princess in her carriage as we headed toward the royal palace. I watched the magical world outside the window, feeling a mix of curiosity and nerves about my new life as a royal guard. I learned that the woman who saved me was Victoria Calvia, the seventh princess of the kingdom. She is a brilliant mage and a professor, which explains why she seemed so powerful and calm. I eventually understood the dangerous situation she was in and why she ended up at the market looking for someone like me. A few days before we met, she was attacked by assassins while traveling in her carriage. She didn't even break a sweat. She used her ice magic to freeze them instantly. She knew right away that the attack was a trick. Her royal brothers were likely fighting for power and trying to frame each other by using her as a target. Because she is a genius and highly respected, any harm to her would cause a huge political scandal. When she met with the king to discuss the attack, he wanted her to take new guards from the royal guard. However, the princess is smart and realizes that the royal guard is full of spies working for her brothers. She refused his offer because she wanted to stay out of their power struggles and keep her life private. To satisfy her father while keeping herself safe from spies, she decided to find servants who had no connection to the palace politics. By choosing me from the dungeon, she gained a guard who owed her everything and had no secret ties to her brothers. This explains why she wasn't looking for the strongest warrior, but rather someone she could trust to be a neutral presence in her life. Little did she know, she had actually picked someone with a hidden talent for swordsmanship. I found myself in a dark, damp dungeon filled with people who had lost everything. Most were farmers or debtors who looked broken and weak. I knew that in this place, I was just another piece of property. When I heard the words, "Her Highness," I realized this might be my only chance to escape. I tried to stand up quickly to get her attention, but I was so hungry and exhausted that the world spun around me. I collapsed onto the hard stone floor with a loud thud. The noise worked. The princess stopped and walked toward my cage. The trader was furious, thinking I was just a troublemaker playing tricks. He even raised his whip to hit me, but the princess stopped him with a single word. She looked at me closely, noticing that I didn't have the same hopeless expression as the others. Despite my messy hair and torn clothes, she saw something different in me. The trader tried to talk her out of it, calling me a loss-making because I wasn't strong enough for heavy labor. He was worried I wouldn't even survive the trip. But the princess ignored his warnings. She stepped right up to the bars and lifted my chin with her hand. Her touch was warm, and she smelled like a light fragrance. Looking into her beautiful blue eyes, I felt my heart race. I was still dizzy, but when she asked if I wanted to go with her, I could only nod. She promised the trader that she would take full responsibility for whatever happened to me. The trader was relieved to finally get rid of me, and I was just relieved to be leaving that cage. I didn't know what my future held as a servant to a princess, but I knew it had to be better than dying in that hole. After receiving my new identity papers, the princess had her maid, Alan, take me for a meal. I was so hungry, I finished 5 bowls of soup. Next, I was given clean, comfortable clothes that made me look like a completely different person. Back in the carriage, I watched the princess study a magic book while I marveled at the magical city outside. When we arrived at the Grand Palace, I was handed over to a bearded captain for training. He seemed unimpressed by my delicate appearance, but he assigned me to patrol the princess's area. The next morning, the captain demonstrated the Royal Guard's standard sword style. Thanks to my eagle eye and S-level talent, I memorized every move instantly. When I told the captain I had already learned it, he didn't believe me and even joked about eating a tree if I was telling the truth. I picked up a wooden sword, and it felt like an extension of my own body. I performed the entire style perfectly, leaving everyone in shock. To save his pride, the captain challenged me to a duel. At first, I was clumsy and made many mistakes, but I learned with every second that passed. My talent corrected my movements, and my sharp eyes helped me predict his attacks. Soon, I was actually pushing the veteran captain back. To avoid losing to a beginner, the captain secretly used a wind spell to increase his speed and knock me down. I didn't realize he had cheated with magic. I just thought I wasn't fast enough. Even though I lost the match, the captain was deeply shaken by my genius. He quickly sent me to rest so he wouldn't have to fight me again. I felt a little frustrated about the loss, but I was excited to realize just how much potential I truly had in this new world. The squad leader waved his hand, telling Lin Xiu to go rest. But before he could finish speaking, he noticed the young man still standing there, staring straight at the locust tree by the training field. He frowned slightly and asked in a puzzled tone, "Why aren't you leaving? You said you wanted to bite the tree, right?" Lin Xiu pointed seriously at the tree, which was as thick as a bowl. The squad leader's mouth twitched hard. This kid might be talented in swordsmanship, but when it comes to social skills, he's clearly lacking. Noticing the twitch at the corner of the squad leader's mouth, Lin Xiu realized that the man's earlier words were probably just an expression of frustration. Still, he had asked because he was new to this world and didn't fully understand how things worked here. What if, by some chance, trees really were edible in this world? After all, if there were beast folk, maybe eating trees wasn't that strange. Realizing his mistake, Lin Xiu wisely closed his mouth, stepped back a few paces, and pretended to watch the new recruits train. Seeing this, the squad leader let out a quiet sigh of relief, then turned to the others with a stern face. "I'll demonstrate the move again in slow motion. Watch carefully this time." Lin Xiu hesitated, then quietly raised his hand. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clear. "Didn't you say you'd only show it once?" The training ground fell silent. Every recruit turned to look at Lin Xiu, then quickly glanced at the squad leader. The squad leader's face darkened visibly. He took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling twice, before shouting through gritted teeth, "Guard trainee Lin Xiu." "Here." Lin Xiu stood up straight and answered loudly. "Good." The squad leader's voice was tight with frustration. "From now on, keep your mouth shut. Unless I give permission, you are not allowed to speak." And just like that, our poor, socially awkward Lin Xiu was officially silenced. Pouting slightly, Lin Xiu obediently walked to the corner of the training field and stopped disturbing the others. With nothing else to do, he thought of his system again and silently said, "Open the status panel." A line of pale blue text instantly appeared before his eyes. Compared to the empty panel he had when he first traveled through time, Lin Xiu now had an extra skill, swordsmanship, beginner. His eyes lit up with interest, and he asked in his mind, "System, can you check other people's stats?" After getting a response, Lin Xiu focused his attention on the soldier captain who was demonstrating sword techniques in slow motion. "Wow, his magic power is more than 10 times mine," Lin Xiu thought in surprise. So the captain was a first-rank knight. No wonder the fight earlier had been so tough. Without his eagle eye and S-rank talent, he would have lost badly. Meanwhile, after training ended, the captain, Arlen, went straight to the guard headquarters and reported everything about Lin Xiu in detail. "My lord, this young man named Lin Xiu is definitely a genius." As the report spread upward through the ranks, the news quickly reached Victoria Doing, the king, within a few days. During this time, Lin Xiu spent all his free hours practicing swordsmanship besides his daily training, and his skills improved rapidly. That morning, Calvia stood as usual on one side of the royal hall with the ministers and princes, waiting for the king to arrive. Moments later, King Doing sat on his gilded throne, his gaze sweeping across the hall before resting on Calvia. He spoke casually. "I heard you recently recruited a talented guard?" "A talented guard?" Calvia was taken aback, frowning in confusion. She had only hired a guard to satisfy her father and hadn't paid attention after sending him to the training camp. How could a genius suddenly appear? Although the royal guard camp was nominally managed by the princes and princesses, it was actually under the king's direct control. Any important information about the guards was reported to him first. So while Calvia, who had bought Lin Xiu herself, was still unaware, the king of Victoria already knew. Calvia looked up at her father on the throne and asked with some puzzlement, "May I ask who father is referring to?" "Lin Xiu." Doing said 2 words, his eyes filled with curiosity. "I heard he learned the royal standard sword technique after seeing it only once, and could even fight evenly with a first-rank knight. He's quite a promising talent." At that moment, Lin Xiu had just woken up in his dormitory. He was still rubbing his eyes and yawning, his hair messy, and a piece of bread hanging from his mouth. Suddenly, an old soldier ran over in a hurry and patted his shoulder. "Lin Xiu, get ready quickly. His Majesty the King has summoned you." "What?" The bread almost fell from Lin Xiu's mouth. His eyes widened in shock. "The king wants to see me? Why? I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" He thought hard. Other than talking a bit too much during training, he hadn't done anything unusual. Why would the king suddenly want to see him? Could it be because he stopped the sergeant from chewing on a tree, and someone held a grudge and reported him? Lin Xiu clutched the edge of his clothes nervously. He couldn't understand why someone like him, a man who had just escaped slavery, with a magic level of only 107, no money, no power, and no influence, would attract the king's attention. But even with little thought, he knew that if he dared to refuse, he might not only lose his position as a guard, but could be thrown back into the dungeon, or worse, lose his life. As an old saying from Huaxia goes, a wise man knows when to adapt. So in the end, Lin Xiu decided to act wisely and followed the royal attendant toward the palace hall. The stone path was cold and hard under his feet. On both sides stood guards in shining silver armor, their eyes as sharp and cold as ice. Meanwhile, inside the grand palace hall, the conversation continued. Calvia looked up at her father on the throne, her tone calm and steady. "Father, please speak directly." She knew her father too well. He would never mention an insignificant guard without a reason. There must be something behind it. Doing smiled slightly, his fingers tapping the golden patterns on the throne. "It's like this. Such a talented person, I wish to bring him into my personal shadow guard unit for training. But," Doing paused, "since he was brought here by you, I thought I should ask for your opinion first." Across all of Victoria, only Calvia, the young woman who became a 4th-rank Grand Mage before turning 20, could make the king speak so politely. Calvia then understood that her father had come to ask for someone. "In that case, father, please do as you wish," Calvia said casually, clearly not taking the matter seriously. Hearing this, Dunger's eyes showed a trace of satisfaction. To him, Calvia's indifferent attitude, neither agreeing nor refusing, was as good as consent. He cleared his throat and said, "Since that's the case, I shall call him here and ask for his opinion." Because Calvia had shown she didn't mind, Dunger could now summon Lin Xiu directly. However, it wouldn't look good to simply order Lin Xiu to come, as that might make it seem like he was forcing his daughter's guard away. As a king, reputation mattered. So Dunger decided to invite Lin Xiu and ask if he wished to join the royal shadow guards. If Lin Xiu agreed, it wouldn't seem like the king was taking him by force. In Dunger's mind, the outcome was almost certain. After all, who could refuse an emperor's invitation? Before long, Lin Xiu followed a palace attendant into the grand hall. The moment he stepped inside, dozens of eyes turned toward him, making him feel uneasy. It reminded him of being called to the front of the class in his previous life, with everyone watching. Though he was usually talkative with friends, once he stood before a crowd, he would suddenly become shy and awkward. The hall was tall and vast, with golden pillars reaching the ceiling and a polished floor that reflected every figure. On both sides stood officials, nobles, and princes, each with a different expression, some disdainful, some curious, some indifferent. No one dared to speak, though, since everyone knew the king was likely planning to recruit this young man into the shadow guards. And to insult a shadow guard was to insult the king himself. Standing in the center of the hall, Lin Xiu had no idea what to say or do. Then Dunger's voice came from the throne, firm yet persuasive. "Citizen of Victoria, are you willing to become the blade in my hand?" Huh. Lin Xiu froze for a moment, his mind still blank. He instinctively looked around the grand hall, and his gaze finally stopped on Calvia in the corner. Among all the people present, she was the only one he knew. As a fourth-rank great mage, Calvia's senses were extremely sharp. Almost the moment Lin Xiu turned his head, she looked up and met his eyes precisely. "Calvia, why is this silly boy looking at me?" For a brief moment, confusion flashed in Calvia's eyes, but she quickly returned to her usual calm expression. Lin Xiu also came to his senses. He and Calvia had only met twice and barely spoken a few words. After thinking for a long time, and under the gaze of all the officials and princes in the hall, he straightened his neck and spoke in a clear but quiet voice that no one expected. Can I refuse?" The moment Lin Xiu's words fell, the hall went completely silent. A second later, a sharp laugh broke the stillness. "Low-born people will always be low-born," sneered the third princess, Victoria Lina, as she adjusted her jewel-covered gown and looked at Lin Xiu with disdain. "Not only do you lack manners, but you actually think a bit of talent makes you important? You dare to refuse His Majesty's invitation? How foolish." Before she could finish, a bright blue light suddenly flared above the hall. A magic circle, as large as a basketball court, appeared in midair. As the runes spun, a wave of icy air swept through the hall, freezing even the air itself. Then, a massive ice spear, even larger than the circle, burst out from the formation, tearing through the golden roof tiles of the palace and crashing straight toward Lina. A faint blue glow lingered on Calvia's fingertips. She didn't even lift her head, still turning the pages of her magic book, but the cold aura around her was sharper than the ice itself. If Lin Xiu refused the king's offer, that meant he still belonged to her in name. Lina's public insult toward him was, in truth, an insult to her. When had anyone ever dared to criticize someone under Calvia's protection? Protective magic, Amber Shield. Dunge reacted the instant he sensed Calvia's magic, and a warm golden light flared in his palm. A translucent amber shield instantly spread over most of the area where the third princess stood. A loud crash followed. A huge icicle broke through the palace ceiling, leaving a gaping hole as tiles and stones rained down. It struck the amber shield with great force. The icicle shattered at once, turning into a storm of hail that clattered across the grand hall. Officials and princes with magical training quickly cast small shields around themselves, the hail ringing sharply against them. But the civil officials, who had no combat skills, were not so lucky. They hunched over, covering their heads as hailstones struck their foreheads and shoulders. The pain made them wince, yet none dared to complain. After all, one side was the king, and the other was the princess. No one could afford to offend either. Dunge lowered his shield and frowned at Calvia. "She's your sister." "My sister?" Calvia finally lifted her head, a cold smile curling at her lips. "Perhaps." With that, she lost interest in everyone, stepped back into a corner, turned a page of her book, and sank once more into her world of magic, as if she hadn't just destroyed the palace roof. Dunge looked at her stubborn expression and sighed inwardly. His daughter was too gifted and too distant. Even the Magic Academy protected her, leaving him, the king, with little choice but to let things go. He rubbed his aching forehead, sighed deeply, and waved his hand. "Enough. Let's move on." The court session continues. The hall grew solemn again, but Lin Xiu stood frozen, completely confused. He was facing a serious problem. Where was he supposed to stand? He looked around. The officials stood neatly according to rank, and the princes and princesses had their own places. Only he, dressed in a guard's uniform, stood awkwardly in the center of the hall, looking completely out of place. He had only recently arrived in this world and knew nothing about its customs. He was, in every sense, a newcomer who didn't even know where to stand. So, while everyone's attention was on the king and the reports, Lin Xiu quietly tiptoed toward Calvia. moving little by little. After all, she was the only person he knew here. Being closer to her made him feel a bit safer. Before long, he had moved to a spot just behind Calvia, where he could clearly see the book in her hands. Calvia noticed the movement and glanced at him lightly. Her icy blue eyes showed no emotion before returning to the pages of her book. Lin Xiu secretly peeked and saw that the book in her hands was the same one he had seen in the carriage that day, Advanced Magic Revelation. It seemed that during this time, Her Highness the Princess still hadn't finished reading it. Standing beside Calvia, Lin Xiu finally felt a bit of belonging and safety, which gave him the courage to look around at the commotion. The ceiling of the palace hall had a huge hole, and sunlight streamed through it, casting broken patterns of light on the floor. Pieces of tiles and ice shards were scattered everywhere. He instantly realized that his earlier fight with Captain Arlen was nothing compared to this. It was like child's play. Lin Xiu quickly called out to the system, wanting to check the stats of the two powerful figures. How? How much? 13.8 million? Lin Xiu's eyes widened. System, are you sure your data isn't wrong? He swallowed hard, looking at the king's 13.8 million, then at his own 107. The difference was like heaven and earth. He then turned to Calvia and silently called the system again. 8.73 million. Lin Xiu gasped, his heart pounding fast. Combining this with Arlen's 1,356, a first-tier knight, and his own 107, he roughly figured out the world's power scale. An ordinary person's magic power was around 100. The first tier started at 1,000, the second at 10,000, the third at 100,000, the fourth at 1 million, and the fifth at 10 million, and so on. By that calculation, he wasn't even at the beginner level. His combat power was basically nothing. The rest of the morning meeting felt even more exhausting to Lin Xiu than staying up all night working on a project in his previous life. The officials kept repeating things like Border Barrier Energy Report, Magic Crystal Mine Quota Plan, and Third-Tier Beast Migration Control Policy. It all sounded like endless essays to him. He recognized every word, but somehow, when they were put together, he couldn't understand a thing. That was truly something to think about. Standing behind Calvia, his head kept nodding, and he almost dozed off on the spot. The officials before him wore brightly colored court robes, their mouths opening and closing as they spoke, making him feel sleepy. If he weren't afraid of catching the attention of the king or one of the princes or princesses again, he would have found a corner to take a nap right there. When King Dunge finally announced the end of the court session, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. He immediately straightened his back and followed closely behind Calvia, afraid of losing her in the crowd. After all, she was the only person he knew in this grand hall. They walked out of the palace hall and along a path paved with blue stone. Cherry blossom trees lined both sides, their petals scattered across the ground. When the wind blew, petals drifted through the air like soft pink snow. After walking for a while, Calvia noticed the person trailing behind her. She stopped, turned around, and asked calmly, "Why are you following me?" Lin Xiu blinked in confusion. Can't I follow you? He thought it was only natural to follow her. After all, she was the one who had chosen him from the dungeon. Since the king hadn't taken him away, who else was he supposed to follow? Calvia looked into his clear, innocent eyes and sighed softly. She had assumed that when her father, the king, personally asked for him, Lin Xiu would accept the offer without hesitation. After all, it was a rare honor that many would dream of. But to her surprise, he had foolishly refused. That meant, at least for now, he still belonged to her, and she couldn't just ignore him. However, since even her father had acknowledged his talent, sending him back to the guard unit would be a waste. During the court meeting, he had clearly shown that he didn't understand the basic rules or even common terms used by the officials. It was obvious he lacked basic knowledge and manners. So, his training couldn't just be about swordsmanship. He also needed lessons in etiquette and general knowledge. Calvia frowned slightly, rubbing the sleeve of her magic robe as she thought. Finally, she came up with an idea. Fortunately, Lin Xiu's background as a former made his ignorance seem natural. If he had been a noble acting this clueless, people would have started to suspect something. "Come on," Calvia said, turning to walk ahead again. "I'll take you somewhere." Lin Xiu followed behind Calvia, finding her behavior quite strange. Just a moment ago, she had asked why he was following her. and now she was the one telling him to come along. But since he was never good at thinking too much, that empty-headed feeling actually made him comfortable. So he didn't bother to question it, and simply followed her quietly. They walked all the way to the Royal Academy of Magic, passing through a courtyard filled with magical plants, and finally stopped in front of a vine-covered tower, the dean's office. Calvia pushed the door open and spoke directly, without any polite words. "Dean Mells, please help this guy with his admission." The dean, a man wearing round glasses, looked surprised for a moment, then smiled and handed over a parchment form. "Of course. Professor Calvia, please fill in his basic information." Calvia took the quill pen and quickly filled out the form before handing it back. When Dean Mells looked down at it, his frown deepened. On the form, aside from the name Lin Xiao, there were only the words former. The rest, place of origin, family, and past experience, were all blank. "Professor Calvia," Mells said gently but firmly, adjusting his glasses, "I must tell you that this admission request might be a bit complicated. Our academy welcomes anyone with a kind heart, but his information is far too incomplete. To ensure the safety of all students and prevent dark magic groups from sneaking in, the standard review process takes 1 year. This isn't meant to make things difficult for you, but as the dean, I must be responsible for everyone here." Calvia understood the rule, but waiting a whole year? She didn't have that kind of patience. After a brief pause, she said, "Then I'll use one of my 3 special recommendation slots to admit him." "Are you sure?" Dean Mells asked, raising his glasses in surprise. Each professor at the Royal Academy of Magic had 3 personal recommendation slots. Students admitted this way could skip all review procedures and study directly under the professor, essentially becoming their apprentice. "Yes," Calvia replied firmly. Seeing her determination, Dean Mells said no more. He picked up his seal and stamped the form with a bright red mark. "In that case, the admission is complete. I asked someone to take him to get his school uniform and admission badge." As soon as she finished speaking, a young teaching assistant wearing the academy uniform walked in. Before leaving with the assistant, Lin Xiao glanced back at Calvia. Seeing her talking with the dean, he scratched his head helplessly and followed the assistant to collect his uniform. After getting his uniform, Lin Xiao quickly put it on. The assistant then led him toward the teaching building. Their classroom was on the 2nd floor by the window. As they reached the door, they could already hear the teacher's voice from inside. The assistant knocked, then pushed the door open with a creak. The room instantly fell silent. Dozens of eyes turned toward the door. Some students looked curious, some were studying him carefully, and a few girls whispered to each other, their eyes filled with interest. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment," the assistant said with a smile, raising his hand slightly. "Let me introduce a new classmate." He stepped aside, signaling Lin Xiao to come in. "Go ahead, introduce yourself." Standing at the door, Lin Xiao felt nervous under so many gazes. He swallowed hard and said clearly, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Xiao." Then he stopped, unsure what else to say. While he was introducing himself, the assistant walked to the podium and quietly spoke with the teacher, probably explaining Lin Xiao's situation. The teacher looked up, and Lin Xiao finally saw his face clearly. He was young and handsome, wearing thin gold-rimmed glasses. His golden hair was tied neatly behind him, and his calm, gentle manner made him look like one of those popular young professors from Lin Xiao's previous life. After the assistant finished speaking, he quietly closed the door and left. Lin Xiao still stood there, not knowing what to do. The teacher walked over, patted his shoulder, and said kindly, "All right, Lin Xiao, choose any seat you like." Relieved, Lin Xiao quickly scanned the room and chose a seat in the back corner by the window. It was next to the wall, a spot where he wouldn't easily be noticed by the teacher or classmates, perfect for quietly studying his system when he had time. He hurried over, sat down, and pretended to listen attentively to the lesson. When he sat down, the teacher returned to the podium and smiled at the class. "Most of you already know me, but since we have a new student today, I'll introduce myself again." As he spoke, he raised his hand and opened his palm. A golden magic circle, about the size of his hand, appeared in the air. The runes on it glowed softly as they moved across his palm. Then, golden letters appeared on the blackboard out of thin air, forming a smooth line of writing that slowly became a name, Wen'erdi. "My name is Wen'erdi, but you can call me Mr. One," he said, lowering his hand. The magic circle and the golden letters vanished at the same time. I'll be teaching you history and origins of magic on the continent. After introducing himself, Mr. Wen adjusted his glasses and smiled apologetically. Now, where were we? I seem to have lost track. Teacher, you were talking about Emperor III's magic war. A girl with twin ponytails quickly raised her hand and said in a clear voice. All right. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Wen said with a nod of approval before continuing. At that time, Hydra, with his rare dual-element magic talent, possessed incredible power. He quickly conquered half the continent, founded the Galar Empire, and crowned himself Emperor III. At first, Lin Xiu listened with excitement, his eyes wide open. But as the lecture went on, the unfamiliar names of places, people, and magic schools began to sound like a lullaby. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Terms like Forbidden Magic Contract, Continental Alliance Pact, and Emperor III's War of Destruction all blurred together. His head buzzed in confusion. After about 20 minutes, his excitement completely faded. Struggling to stay awake, Lin Xiu decided to check on his system instead. System, when are you going to give me a mission? The system's voice sounded puzzled, as if saying, what are you talking about? Huh, you mean there aren't any missions? Lin Xiu was surprised. Like challenging a senior student or completing a magic experiment to earn rewards. The system replied confidently. Lin Xiu froze. Well, that actually made sense. In novels, systems never really explained why they gave the main character missions. Come to think of it, the system didn't seem to gain anything from helping the host grow stronger. But he still wasn't satisfied. Wait, if I don't do missions, how can I get stronger? I can't just rely on training by myself, right? The system's voice carried a hint of, are you serious? Lin Xiu, train by myself? I already have a system, and you still want me to train on my own? Then what's the point of having you as my golden cheat? System, don't tell me you took my resources for yourself, and now you're pretending there's nothing left, just to make me work harder? Lin Xiu asked suspiciously. After all, the system had always sounded a bit smug and teasing. The system's voice suddenly rose in pitch. After hearing what it said, Lin Xiu insisted that as his golden cheat, the system couldn't just sit back and do nothing. But the system explained that it could only act as support, helping its host become stronger. It couldn't simply give him power directly, because strength gained that way would be unstable and unskilled. After a long argument between the two, the system finally gave in and added a sign-in feature. In short, Lin Xiu could now check in every day to receive magic points or items. The setting sun painted the stone buildings of the Royal Magic Academy in warm golden light, and the air carried the faint fragrance of magical plants. A clear, ringing sound of a magic bell echoed across the campus. Lin Xiu stretched lazily, rubbing his slightly heavy head. Finally, class was over. If it had gone on any longer, he would have fallen asleep. He had heard from his classmates that the academy didn't have evening classes, which meant he was completely free now, enjoying the most relaxed time since he had arrived in this world. Curious, Lin Xiu began wandering around the academy. He first explored the classroom area. The first-year students used regular classrooms, while the senior students had large lecture halls. Next were the dorms and cafeteria. The dorms were for 4 people, but not in the same room. Each student had a small private bedroom with a shared living room outside. That was where Lin Xiu would be staying soon. As for the cafeteria, well, it was simply the place to eat. Maybe that last part could be deleted. Everyone knows what a cafeteria is for. Professors like Calvia, on the other hand, each had their own private villa on the west side of the academy. After exploring the buildings, Lin Xiu went to the square and the park. In the center of the square stood a tall statue of an old man wearing a robe and holding a staff. The stone tablet at the base was engraved with the words, Founding Dean, Edmund. Finally, Lin Xiu arrived at the training area. On one side was the magic training ground, where several students were practicing small fireballs and water arrows. On the other side was the swordsmanship field. After walking around almost the entire academy, Lin Xiu finally had a basic impression of the place, though it still felt unfamiliar and distant. When people are in a completely new environment, they naturally look for something familiar. Lin Xiu was no exception. Without realizing it, he wandered around and somehow ended up in front of Professor Calvia's office. He raised his hand, ready to knock, but stopped halfway. Wait, why am I looking for her? Lin Xiu frowned, feeling uncertain. He just wanted to talk to someone he knew, to ease the feeling of unfamiliarity. But if he really knocked, what would he say? He couldn't just stand there, wait for Calvia to ask, "Do you need something?" and then reply, "No, nothing." Just imagining that made him feel embarrassed. It reminded him of a time in his previous life when he impulsively knocked on a teacher's office door. When the teacher asked what he wanted, he froze and said, "Nothing," before awkwardly leaving. And Calvia wasn't the type to smooth things over with a smile. She was cold and distant. If he did that now, the atmosphere would be even more awkward. She might even give him a puzzled look. Lin Xiu sighed quietly. After all, they had only met twice. She was a princess and a professor, while he was someone she had rescued from a dungeon. Even though he was now her student, they barely knew each other. Thinking this, he slowly lowered his hand and decided to go to the cafeteria instead. He hadn't eaten dinner yet, and maybe food would help him forget this strange impulse. But just as he turned around, before he could take a step, a cool and familiar voice came from behind him. "What are you doing here?" Lin Xiu froze in shock, his body stiffening as his heart skipped a beat. "Oh no, I've been caught." He slowly turned around and met Calvia's bright blue eyes. His cheeks grew warm, and for a moment, he didn't know how to explain his sneaky behavior. Calvia looked at Lin Xiu, who couldn't say a word for a long time. A faint trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She sighed softly and raised her right hand. A pale blue light glowed at her fingertips, forming a delicate magic circle in her palm. With a gentle wave of her wrist, 5 colorful runes appeared on the office door, weaving together into a glowing net. The runes flickered twice, then faded away with a soft hum. The lock clicked lightly, as if some invisible barrier had been lifted. "Sai, come in first," she said, lowering her hand and pushing open the door. Her tone carried a hint of indulgence, as though she couldn't really blame him. "Oh, okay." Lin Xiu quickly followed her inside. As soon as he stepped into the office, he was taken aback by what he saw. The room wasn't very large. In one corner stood a soft chair covered with white fox fur, beside a carved wooden table. On the table lay several open magic scrolls and a crystal bottle giving off a faint white mist. The rest of the space was filled with tall bookshelves reaching all the way to the ceiling, packed tightly with magic books. The spines were printed with all kinds of titles: Ancient Argo's Magic Records, Beta Elemental Chant Codex, Comprehensive Analysis of Abyssal Runes, Advanced Ice Spells Collection. Clearly, none of them were things Lin Xiu could understand. The air carried a faint scent of ink mixed with the cool fragrance of magical herbs, much like Calvia's own presence. Calvia walked straight to the soft chair and sat down. She casually picked up a magic book with an icy blue cover and turned a page with her fingertip, still lost in her own world. "Are you getting used to life at the academy?" she asked without looking up, her tone calm and even. "Why, yes, I'm getting used to it," Lin Xiu replied, standing awkwardly, unsure what to do with his hands. His eyes wandered to the bookshelves. "The classrooms and dorms are all great." "Good," Calvia answered simply and said no more. The office fell into an awkward silence, broken only by the soft rustle of turning pages. Lin Xiu could feel the awkwardness in the air and thought he should find something to say to break the silence. After thinking hard for a while, he finally remembered the door from earlier and asked curiously, "That door just now, what was that about?" Calvia replied instantly, her eyes still on the book. "Oh, I just don't like being disturbed, so I put a little magic on the door. It blocks all sound from outside." She paused, then added casually but with a hint of warning, "If someone tries to open it without my permission, they'll be sent flying." "Oh, that's amazing." Lin Xiu quickly nodded in agreement. But just as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang. The office door was kicked open from the outside, slamming against the wall. Dean Mel stood at the doorway with a delicate wooden box in his hands, smiling cheerfully. "Professor Calvia, it's time to eat. I asked the cafeteria to keep your meal warm." The room fell silent again. It was awkward. After all, she had just said anyone forcing the door open would be blasted away, and now someone had kicked it open. Calvia slowly looked up, closed her book, and gave Mel's a speechless stare. "Dean Mels, how many times have I told you not to kick my office door?" Mels's smile faltered. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Well, It's just that your door has a soundproof spell. I knocked 3 times, but you didn't answer. His smile looked a bit forced. After all, who kicks a door just because they feel awkward? Calvia gritted her teeth slightly. Then why don't you guess why I put those spells there in the first place? She had added soundproofing and protection spells so she could study magic in peace without being disturbed. Yet this rude man had kicked the door open anyway. That was more than a little impolite. Mel's didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled, walked in, and placed the lunchbox on the table. His tone carried a mix of helplessness and concern. It's because a certain genius magician gets so absorbed in her research that she forgets to eat. Calvia pressed her lips together and replied, Dean Mells, you should know that at our level, eating is no longer something essential for life. Mel sighed, his tone softening. I know, but you should still go out sometimes. Staying locked in this small room all the time. From a dean's point of view, that's not very good. Calvia was silent for a moment, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the cover of her magic book. She said softly, I understand. It was hard to tell whether she truly meant it or was just being polite. Mel's looked at her, then at Lin Xiao, who stood quietly at the side, not daring to make a sound. Realizing he was intruding, Mel's waved his hand. Then I'll leave you and your young student to your work. After saying that, he gave Lin Xiao another glance before turning to close the door gently. The office fell silent once more. Although Calvia had said I understand, she didn't move at all. The lunchbox Dean Mells had left on the desk was still giving off a faint warmth, but she didn't even glance at it. Lin Xiao stood nearby, about to say something, when his stomach suddenly growled loudly. The sound was especially clear in the quiet office. Only then did he remember that he had spent the whole afternoon walking around the academy and hadn't eaten dinner yet. Calvia's eyes never left the page, but she had clearly heard the sound. She said calmly, if you're hungry, go ahead and eat that. This doesn't seem right, Lin Xiao said, waving his hand awkwardly. Calvia didn't respond. Lin Xiao swallowed, looked at Calvia's focused profile, then at the steaming lunchbox. Well, then I won't hold back. In the end, he picked up the lunchbox, found a small stool near the bookshelf, and began to eat. After finishing, he sat quietly for another couple of minutes, hands on his knees like a well-behaved student. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that staying in the office was a bit uncomfortable. Calvia kept reading silently, and he felt like an unnecessary decoration in the room. Your Highness, I'll take my leave now. I don't want to disturb your reading, Lin Xiao said softly as he stood up. Calvia didn't even look up, just gave a quiet hum in response. Lin Xiao quickly tiptoed toward the door. As soon as he opened it, the system's teasing voice echoed in his mind. What do you mean by that? Lin Xiao argued silently. The princess insisted on giving it to me. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't just waste food, right? The system replied with a long string of dots. Seeing that, Lin Xiao felt a little embarrassed. It was true. He had barely said a few words after entering the office. Yet he had eaten the princess's dinner and then left right away. That did seem a bit rude. No, I should bring Her Highness another meal, Lin Xiao decided firmly and turned toward the cafeteria. But after taking just 2 steps, he froze. The system's voice questioned him again. Lin Xiao fell silent. Right, money. He had arrived in this world as a, later joined the guards, and had only just entered the academy. He hadn't even seen the local currency, let alone owned any. System, I haven't done today's check-in yet, right? Hurry, let's do it. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up as he pinned his hopes on the newly unlocked check-in feature. Please, give me some gold coins. Just a little would be fine. Why not gold coins? Lin Xiao almost jumped up. What am I supposed to do with magic points? What I need right now is money. The system's tone was annoyingly smug. I can barely afford food, and you expect me to train? Lin Xiao sighed helplessly. The system's rewards were random, and there was nothing he could do about it. After thinking for a while, Lin Xiao suddenly came up with a quick way to earn his first bit of money. 30 minutes later. Dean, you wouldn't want your academy's talented magic professor to go hungry, would you? Lin Xiao said as he stood in the dean's office, the same place Calvia had brought him when he first enrolled. Dean Mells listened to the whole story. Something about Lin Xiao's words sounded a little odd, though he couldn't quite tell what it was. Still, he ended up giving Lin Xiao some money. Thank you, Dean. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened as he took the heavy pouch of coins. But just as he was about to leave, Mel suddenly asked, by the way, Didn't the princess give you any basic living expenses when she sent you here? The hidden meaning was, why did you come to me for money? Lin Xiao was caught off guard. His smile froze, and he quickly laughed awkwardly. Ahaha, the weather's really nice today. You must be busy, director, so I won't bother you. I'll get going now. Before Mel's could respond, he turned and ran off. Mel's watched him flee, then glanced at the darkening sky outside the window and scratched his head. The weather is nice, but did that kid just avoid my question? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, holding a pouch of coins, ran all the way to the cafeteria. There were still quite a few students eating. He hurried to the counter and pointed at the most generous meal set. Auntie, I'll have a lunchbox just like that one. The cafeteria lady quickly packed a meal and handed it to him. That'll be 3 gold coins, student. Lin Xiao paid, took the steaming lunchbox, and happily headed toward the princess's office again. Lin Xiao, carrying the hot lunchbox, ran back to Professor Calvia's office door. He raised his hand and knocked 3 times. Not too hard, not too soft, just enough to make a clear sound. But after waiting a while, there was no response from inside. It was so quiet it felt like no one was there. Didn't hear me? Lin Xiao muttered, then knocked 3 more times, louder this time. Still, there was no sound at all, not even the rustle of turning pages. Then he remembered, the door had a soundproofing spell. Knocking was useless, and it was also magically locked, so he couldn't open it normally. Lin Xiao frowned. The lunchbox in his hand was still hot. He couldn't just take it back, could he? Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind. Director Mel's had kicked a door open earlier. Lin Xiao looked at the doorknob, feeling tempted. He didn't dare to kick the princess's door, but maybe pulling it a bit would be fine. He glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then gripped the handle tightly and pulled back with all his strength. Bang! The sound was even louder than when the director had kicked the door. The magic circle on the door suddenly lit up with a blinding red light, followed by an invisible blast that exploded outward. Lin Xiao was thrown into the air like a kite with its string cut, tracing a graceful arc before falling. Inside the office, Calvia was reading a magic book when she sensed a surge of magic and heard an explosion outside. Frowning, she set the book down, walked to the window, and lifted the curtain to look out. She saw Lin Xiao floating helplessly in the air like a rag doll, his face filled with shock. A vein twitched on Calvia's forehead, and only one thought crossed her mind. Is he an idiot? She had told him just an hour ago that forcing the door open would trigger an explosion. And now, so soon after, he had gone and tested it himself? Fortunately, the explosion spell was only meant to scare people, not harm them, so Lin Xiao wasn't actually injured. After all, no one at the academy was foolish enough to really try breaking in. The teachers knew her rules, and the students didn't dare disobey a professor. When knocking failed because of the soundproofing spell, they would simply leave. Only Mel's, that mischievous old man, ever dared to kick the door open, relying on his 5th-tier strength. In short, Calvia never thought her explosion spell would actually be used one day. Today truly surprised her. As Lin Xiao watched the ground rushing closer, he thought miserably that if he hit it, he'd be covered in bruises from head to toe. "Oh no, system, help me!" he cried out. Just as he was about to crash, he suddenly felt his body lighten. A gentle breeze caught him, as if an invisible hand had reached out to hold him, slowly lowering him to the ground. When his feet finally touched down safely, Lin Xiao was still dazed. Then he met Calvia's icy blue eyes, which were filled with disbelief. "Are you an idiot?" she asked flatly. Lin Xiao scratched his head awkwardly, stammering, Well, Calvia sighed softly. She had lost count of how many times she'd sighed today. Turning around, she pushed open the office door and said impatiently, "Come in." Quickly, Lin Xiao carried his lunchbox and entered, standing properly in front of the desk like a student called to the teacher's office after making a mistake, which he indeed had just done. Calvia sat back in her soft chair, speaking calmly. "Tell me, what are you here for this time?" Lin Xiao hurriedly handed over the lunchbox, speaking cautiously. I thought it might be not very good to eat your food, so I brought you another one, still warm." Calvia glanced at the lunchbox and said lightly, "If you understood a bit about the basics of realm knowledge, you wouldn't think I would feel hungry." "Huh? What's realm knowledge?" Lin Xiao blurted out instinctively. Although he had overheard her conversation with Dean Mel's earlier and vaguely knew that her realm might not require eating, His curiosity made him ask first. Calvia didn't answer him. She turned her gaze back to the magic book in her hand, and with her other hand, picked up a slender, icy blue magic wand from the table, waving it gently. With a humming sound, a book with a brown cover on the bookshelf suddenly floated out on its own, arcing through the air and landing steadily in Lin Xiu's hands. Looking down, Lin Xiu saw the title on the spine, Basic Theories of Magic Power and Realm, with some small magical symbols he couldn't understand printed on the cover. "Read it yourself." Calvia's voice came from behind the pages. Having just been scolded by Calvia, Lin Xiu didn't dare to speak and could only obediently hold the book, find a small corner stool, and start reading carefully. Calvia returned to her soft chair, continuing to look through her ice magic book. "Huh? Okay." Lin Xiu hurriedly caught the feather pen, which was smooth wooden, with deep blue ink on the tip and a faint ink smell. The office fell silent again. Only the rustling of pages and the occasional swoosh of Lin Xiu's pen across the paper could be heard. Fortunately, the book was about basic realm knowledge, not complicated magic theories, so it was easy to understand. For example, the relationship between magic power and realm, the basic abilities of high-level experts, and so on, are common knowledge in this world. The questions later are very simple, all based on common sense. For example, a mage has a magic power of 1380. What level of mage is he? So, Lin Xiu sat with a book, answering questions, occasionally glancing at Carvia. They stayed together in the office until evening. Outside, the sunset gradually faded, and the sky turned orange-red. The light in the office slowly dimmed. Carvia waved her hand, and the magic wall lamp on the wall automatically turned on, giving off a soft, warm glow. She finished the last magic question, closed the book, and turned to look at Lin Xiu in the corner. She realized he had already fallen asleep on the desk, his head tilted on his arm, with the book titled Basic Knowledge of Magic Power and Realm pressed under his hand. Carvia stood up and gently took the book from his hand. She opened it and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Most of the book had been read, and all the questions afterward had been answered. "Not bad," Carvia said softly, rarely praising him. Of course, this wasn't because she thought Lin Xiu was particularly smart. Since it was a book of common knowledge, any child who could read at age 7 could understand most of it after a quick glance. This praise was mainly for Lin Xiu's persistence in reading more than half the book and completing all the questions. Although Carvia was a genius and liked reading, she knew that sitting and reading a book for a long time could be very boring. She picked up her light blue magic wand, waved it gently, and a soft white blanket floated down from the storage shelf, slowly covering Lin Xiu. The blanket was engraved with a magic circle she drew herself long ago. One was the dust stain array, which would never get dirty and didn't need washing. Another was the constant temperature array, which could automatically adjust the temperature, making the wearer always feel warm and comfortable. However, she never used this blanket herself. After all, as a 4th-level Grand Mage, her body was already able to adapt to extreme environments. Cold and heat made no difference to her, so she naturally didn't need a blanket. Calvia looked at Lin Xiu sleeping peacefully and softly said a word. A gentle, almost unnoticed smile appeared in her eyes. Then she turned, picked up her magic book, gently closed the office door, and returned to the professor's villa on the west side of the academy. The next morning, just before dawn, Calvia arrived at her office as usual. She pushed open the door and saw Lin Xiu still sleeping on the desk, his head buried in his arms, deeply asleep. Calvia didn't disturb him. She walked straight to a soft chair, sat down, and continued reading her magic book. It wasn't until the sun was halfway up that Lin Xiu slowly woke up. He rubbed his eyes, groggily lifted his head, and immediately saw Calvia sitting nearby. "Huh? Princess, did you stay up all night?" "No," Calvia said calmly without lifting her head. "I just woke up earlier than you." "Oh, I see." Lin Xiu scratched his head and looked at the magic clock on the wall. "Oh no, Princess, I have to go to class. I'm going to be late." Calvia responded softly. She watched him hurriedly leave, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth, then quickly returning to calm. Lin Xiu ran all the way and finally rushed into the classroom before the bell rang, finding a seat in the back row. Soon, an old man with a white goat beard entered the classroom. Students, today we will discuss the core of magic theory, element manipulation, and the design of magic circles. The goat-bearded teacher cleared his throat. His voice was hoarse but loud. Magic, in essence, is about using your own magic power as a guide, manipulating the free-floating elements in the air, and then manifesting them in specific magic circle patterns. He kept repeating words like element affinity, magic power guidance efficiency, and magic circle rune arrangement. Each word was difficult and complicated, making Lin Xiu's head buzz. Why does he recognize every word but can't understand the sentences when they are put together? After a moment, Lin Xiu zzz. During the lecture, the teacher with the goat beard had already noticed the new student sitting in the back. At first, he thought that since Professor Calvia personally recommended this student, he should give some face and pretend not to notice, continuing with the lesson. Now, how do we accurately draw a magic circle? This involves another key skill, chanting. Different spells require different incantations, and the accuracy of the chant directly affects the power of the magic. Lin Xiu, zzz. Professor Goatbeard's temple suddenly twitched with a vein. He took a deep breath, picked up a piece of magic chalk on the desk, and drew a complex red rune on the blackboard. Next, I will demonstrate the chanting for the fireball spell. Watch carefully. He cleared his throat, gathered his breath, and slowly recited the spell. Phi Omega Topsilon Iot Nu Mu Pi Lambda Alpha. As he finished the incantation, a fist-sized red magic circle instantly appeared in his palm. The runes shimmered, and a fireball about the size of a basketball suddenly burst out. Lin Xiu zzz. The vein on Professor Goatbeard's temple immediately doubled, and his face darkened. He stared at Lin Xiu for 3 seconds, then suddenly extinguished the fireball in his palm. He grabbed a white piece of chalk from the desk, swung his wrist, and the chalk flew like the wind, accurately hitting Lin Xiu's forehead. With a soft smack, Lin Xiu was jolted awake. He blinked, confused about what had just happened, and before he could understand, he heard Professor Goatbeard's angry voice. "Student, if you fall asleep again in my class, you'll have to leave." A moment later, Lin Xiu was standing outside the classroom, still muttering to himself. "Didn't you say I could leave if I fell asleep? Why am I being kicked out now?" Meanwhile, in the advanced magic classroom on the other side, Calvia had just finished her lesson. She was teaching high-level ice magic applications, with clear explanations and practical demonstrations. The class was so engaging that she finished all her material before the time was up. Calvia packed up her magic scrolls, declined a few students' questions, and headed straight to her office. She was walking slowly. When she passed by Lin Xiu's classroom, she immediately saw him leaning against the wall. "Why are you outside the classroom?" Calvia stopped, her tone calm, but with a hint of subtle curiosity. "Well, Lin Xiu was caught red-handed and couldn't say a complete sentence. Calvia looked at his hesitant expression and probably understood what was going on. She didn't ask more and turned around to open the classroom door and go inside. The goat-bearded teacher was about to continue the lesson. When he saw Calvia come in, he paused briefly, quickly put on a polite smile, and asked, "Professor Calvia, what brings you here?" "It's nothing." Calvia glanced around the classroom and finally focused on the teacher. "I was passing by and saw my student outside, so I came to check on him." The teacher's smile froze for a moment. Then he sighed and briefly explained that Lin Xiu had been sleeping during class. "I see." Calvia nodded calmly. "Sorry for the trouble. I will handle this." No, Professor Calvia, you're too kind." The teacher hurriedly waved his hands. He didn't dare offend this young and talented 4th-level Grand Mage. Kids sometimes zone out. It's normal. Calvia didn't say anything more. She turned and left the classroom. As she passed the door, she told Lin Xiu, "Come to my office after class this afternoon." After that, she didn't look at Lin Xiu's reaction and headed straight to her office, leaving Lin Xiu standing there, feeling anxious and uneasy inside. The afternoon sun was especially blinding. The stone ground of the playground was heated and hot. Lin Xiu stood with other students in the designated area, listening to the night teacher's lecture from the podium. He had something on his mind, but felt strangely unnervous. It was like the last day of summer vacation in his previous life, knowing he hadn't done his homework, yet the next day he would be called to the teacher's office. Still, that night he stayed up late scrolling on his phone. Anxiety was there, but he knew he had to relax. Now he was the same. He knew he would be scolded by Calvia after class, but watching classmates swing wooden swords on the field, his nervousness was pushed down by the thought, might as well have some fun first. After all, if I'm going to be scolded this afternoon, why not play a little longer? Yes, Lin Xiao convinced himself. Hello, everyone. I am your practical training teacher for this lesson, Ryan. The man on the high platform spoke loudly, dressed in silver-gray knight armor with the emblem of the Honor Knights on his shoulder. He carried a shiny longsword at his waist. Sorry for the delay in teaching due to a mission with the knights a few days ago. Lin Xiao quietly used the system to scan. Most of the Knight Captain Ryan's lessons focused on the knights' beliefs, from their origins to duties and code of conduct. Listening to it made Lin Xiao feel sleepy. He only started to pay attention when the lesson was almost over. May you always follow the path of humility, honesty, bravery, justice, mercy, sacrifice, loyalty, and honor, said Knight Captain Ryan. He finished with a proper knight's salute, graceful and serious. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly. Isn't this just the 8 virtues of knights he heard about in his past life? Just with 2 words changed. Basically, it's something the ruling class uses to control people, especially sacrifice and loyalty. The more he thought about it, the more suspicious he became. If the king ever ordered you to risk your life, would you really rush forward without hesitation? This isn't virtue, it's pure foolishness. Anyway, Lin Xiao probably won't become someone who sacrifices their life for others. Maybe? Alright, now you are free to practice basic sword skills or spar with each other. If you have questions, feel free to come find me, announced the Knight Captain Ryan. He then walked to the shade of a tree at the edge of the training ground, leaning against the trunk to rest. Lin Xiao followed the crowd to the practice area. He casually picked up a wooden sword, its handle smooth and well-balanced. The moment he held the sword, he felt a little excited. It's been a long time since he last touched a sword. The last time was in a sparring match with Sergeant Alan. But after a few swings, slashes, thrusts, blocks, and parries, all basic moves, all the same old routines, the novelty quickly wore off. After all, Lin Xiao now has S-rank swordsmanship talent. These basic skills are already second nature to him. Practicing them again won't make much difference. So he simply put down the wooden sword and walked to a corner of the field under an old locust tree. He leapt up, grabbed a branch, and sat steadily on a fork of the tree, swinging his legs and watching the students below practice with interest. System, scan the levels of these people, Lin Xiao mentally commanded. Lin Xiao quickly focused his gaze on a young boy dressed in black training clothes among the crowd. The boy's sword practice was fast and fierce, and several classmates nearby dared not approach. Using the system scan, it confirmed that he was the one with the highest magic power level. Lin Xiao curled his lips, glanced at the classmate with the highest magic power, then yawned. Suddenly, he remembered he hadn't signed in today, so. System, sign in. As the system's prompt sounded, a faint breeze appeared around Lin Xiao. His aura gently vibrated, causing the hem of his school uniform to lift slightly before falling back down. This small movement was noticeable in the quiet practice area. The students practicing swordsmanship stopped their actions and looked over, their eyes eventually settling on Lin Xiao, who was swinging his legs on a tree. Being stared at by dozens of eyes made Lin Xiao feel a bit uncomfortable. After all, everyone else was focused on their training, and he was just hiding in a tree, idling. But Lin Xiao knew who he was. He only felt awkward for a second and quickly convinced himself. What's there to fear? Most of the class are at the beginner level, and I've already broken through to the next level. They should be jealous of me. Yes, that's right. They're looking at me with envy. Thinking this, Lin Xiao straightened his back and regained his mysterious confidence. He even smiled at the classmates looking up at him, feeling at ease as he continued to relax and daydream. The students below watched Lin Xiao suddenly become confident. They looked at each other, confused. Lin Xiao didn't care what they thought. Leaning against the tree trunk, he started to let his mind wander. What will she say when I visit her office this afternoon? Will she make me recite magic facts 100 times like my teacher in my past life? Or make me practice swordsmanship until midnight? But honestly, that blanket she gave me was really comfortable. Maybe it's because it's the princess's blanket, so it smells like her? How could I think that? That's so weird. But on the other hand, I wish I could get another one. Yes, I should ask her about it this afternoon. The afternoon combat class ended with the bell ringing. Lin Xiao immediately jumped down from the tree and brushed the dust off his school uniform. He felt a little nervous inside as he slowly walked toward Calvia's office. When he reached the door, he instinctively raised his hand to knock, but the door suddenly opened with a squeak, revealing the familiar bookshelves and soft chairs inside. It turns out that Calvia had already entered his information into the system when she called Lin Xiao to her office that morning. Mostly, it was because the talented professor was worried that a careless student might cause an explosion again. "Your Highness, I am here," Lin Xiao said softly as he entered the office, closing the door behind him. He saw Calvia sitting in a soft chair, flipping through a book. "Sit first," Calvia said without looking up, her fingertips still on the page, her tone calm and even. Lin Xiao obediently sat on a small stool in the corner. She didn't scold me right away? Could this be the calm before the storm? Before he could think more, a blue-covered book flew toward him and landed precisely in his arms. He looked down and saw the title, Basic Magic Theory. The pages were filled with neat notes, written clearly and precisely. "Read the book first. It has my notes and explanations. If you don't understand something, mark it." Calvia finally looked up and fixed her gaze on him. "I asked the teacher about the class this morning. It's normal if you don't understand. Since you haven't studied magic theory before, it's best to start from the beginning." Lin Xiao was surprised. She not only didn't scold him, but also gave him a book with notes. He felt a warm feeling inside and quickly nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness." He opened the book, and Calvia's notes were simple and easy to understand, breaking down complex theories clearly. Soon, Lin Xiao understood the core of magic. In fact, magic is essentially about creating a magic circle through chanting, which manipulates the elements in the air. If there aren't enough elements, one uses their own magic power. Basically, it's a combination of key power raw materials. Half an hour passed quickly. Calvia closed the book and looked at him. "Finished reading?" "Yes, I think I understand now." Lin Xiao nodded, feeling a little proud, thinking magic wasn't so hard. "Then I'll ask you a few questions." Calvia raised her chin. "What is the main purpose of a magic circle?" "Gather elemental energy and release magic," Lin Xiao blurted out. "How do you form a magic circle?" "By chanting spells and guiding your own magic power." These were very basic questions, and Lin Xiao answered easily. Just as he thought, magic is nothing special. Carvia suddenly stood up, walked over to him, and opened her palm. "Good, you understand the theory. Now let's practice. I'll teach you the simplest lighting spell to get familiar with the process." She took a deep breath, parted her lips slightly, and recited a smooth foreign word. "Phiomegatopsiloniotnu." In the next second, a small, golden magic circle appeared in her palm. As the runes moved, a bright but gentle white light spread out instantly, illuminating the entire office like daytime, even revealing dust in the bookshelf gaps clearly. "This is the chant for the lighting spell. Try it." Carvia withdrew her magic power, and the magic circle and white light disappeared, signaling him to try. "Huh? Me?" Lin Xiao was completely stunned, eyes wide open. Just recite that string of words." He had only paid attention to the pronunciation and hadn't remembered the complicated words at all. This was totally different from what he expected. Isn't understanding the theory enough to cast the spell? Why do I have to recite a foreign language? This thing is like English from my past life, and as a poor student, I can't handle it. Lin Xiao once again felt the pain of being a bad student in his previous life. He couldn't even learn the simplest English, let alone this more complex magic chant. Carvia frowned. "Shouldn't this basic magic be something you can master after just one look?" He struggled to ask. "Your Highness, may I ask you a question?" "Carvia, go ahead," Lin Xiao asked. "Do you think there's a fool in the world who can't do magic at all?" Carvia immediately retorted, "Impossible. No matter how stupid someone is, they should still be able to learn the alpha chant." Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. The words his princess said sounded exactly like what a certain ancestor in his past life once said. No matter how stupid someone is, can't they learn calculus? In the end, Carvia demonstrated again. Lin Xiao listened carefully and finally understood what the princess was saying. He forced himself to remember the pronunciation just now, stumbling over the words. Phiomegatopsiloniotnu. His speech was unclear, almost biting his tongue. As expected, nothing happened in the office. No light appeared at all. Reciting spells alone doesn't work, Calvia said patiently, not annoyed. You need to use your inner magic, follow the rhythm of the chant, send out your magic, and communicate with the light elements in the air. While speaking, she suddenly remembered that Lin Xiao was just an ordinary person before, probably lacking enough magic power. She reached out and gently held his wrist. Her fingertips were cool and soft, with a faint minty scent. The moment she touched his skin, Lin Xiao's heart skipped a beat for no reason. Use my magic first, Calvia was about to say, guided. But as soon as the magic flowed from her fingertips into Lin Xiao's body, she suddenly stopped. A hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. You are already at the first level? Lin Xiao felt a bit uncomfortable being held, his cheeks slightly hot. He quickly nodded. Yes. Good. Calvia withdrew her hand. Her tone remained calm, but the soft feeling on her fingertips made Lin Xiao feel a ripple in his heart. Since you have reached the first level, you can practice on your own now. Looking at his wrist, still faintly warm from her touch, Lin Xiao suddenly felt a strong wave of regret. If only he had known the princess would hold his hand, he should have signed in later today. But magic still needs practice. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, stared at his palm, and silently recited the spell pronunciation Calvia taught him. Magic flowed along his meridians into his palm, a gentle warm current. He quickly started to chant along. As soon as he finished, his palm lit up with a faint golden glow. A small magic circle began to form, with runes twisting and flowing unevenly. Lin Xiao's heart leapt. It worked, but in the next second, bang! The faint golden magic circle suddenly shattered, followed by a small explosion. Sparks scattered everywhere, carrying a tiny gust of wind that blew his hair messier. His palm also tingled slightly. A faint white smoke drifted in the office. Lin Xiao froze in place, staring at his empty hand, looking confused. Lin Xiao, what just happened? Calvia sat in a soft chair, holding a magic book open to a certain page, with a slight twitch at the corner of her eye. She was silent for a few seconds, her expression showing a complex mix of feelings that was hard to describe. Having lived for nearly 20 years, this was the first time she saw someone practicing the most basic lighting spell and causing the magic circle to explode. She put down the book and pointed to Lin Xiao's palm. Your spell is wrong. Huh? Did I get it wrong? Lin Xiao scratched his head. He knew his pronunciation wasn't very accurate. This was similar to how he learned English in his past life. If he couldn't pronounce a word correctly, he would write a note below it, like, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, written as, thank you, with a phonetic note, thank you, with a note. The downside of this method was that the pronunciation was not standard, and he didn't understand the original meaning of the word. Of course, this was just an example. It didn't mean Lin Xiao didn't know what thank you meant. But magic spells require precise syllable resonance and understanding of their meaning. Missing a sound or changing a tone could cause the magic circle's runes to become chaotic. Lin Xiao's phonetic annotations for the spell were off by a huge margin, like forcing something that didn't belong here to fit and twisting it hard. It was no wonder it exploded. Calvia repeated the instructions several times, and Lin Xiao tried again and again. Without exception, they all ended in explosions. Well, now please call me Lindala. Art is just explosions, Lin Xiao. Calvia said nothing, only silently watching him, her calm gaze now showing a faint. In the next few hours, the office seemed to turn into an explosion site, with continuous loud bangs. Every time Lin Xiao chanted, either the magic circle would explode as soon as it appeared, or it would collapse after shining for 2 seconds, then spark some fire, burning his sleeves slightly black. A faint smell of burnt air filled the room. Lin Xiao's hair was standing up in several tufts from the blasts, and he had a bit of dust on his face, looking like a small coal that had just crawled out of a chimney. But he kept trying bravely, rubbing his numb palms and muttering, one more time, determined to succeed. From evening until dark, and into the quiet night, the moon outside had risen high, while the magical wall lamps in the office still cast a gentle glow. Calvia leaned back in her soft chair, her originally cold face now filled with a big look of confusion. She propped her chin and watched Lin Xiu repeatedly up the magic circle into sparks, full of question marks in her mind. How can someone fail to learn even basic lighting magic? Is it because their elemental affinity is 0? But even with low affinity, at most they can't release magic, not repeatedly cause explosions. Calvia frowned with her small, delicate brows, her icy blue eyes full of confusion. She couldn't help but rub her temples. She had studied many complex high-level spells and deciphered numerous ancient magic patterns, but she had never been this confused before. Is this young man truly gifted in causing explosions, or does he have some kind of magic immunity? Lin Xiu kept trying hard, muttering spells under his breath. Bang! Another explosion sounded, sparks flying to his nose, making him inhale sharply from the heat. Calvia watched his nose turn red and saw him stubbornly keep trying, her confusion deepening. How is he doing this? In the following days, every afternoon right after class, Lin Xiu would run to Calvia's office on time. Not because he loved learning magic so much, but because he was afraid the princess herself would come out to find him. But magic seemed to be against him. His progress was almost 0, and explosions happened every time. The banging sounds in the office became a daily background noise. At first, Calvia would look up and frown, but later she could calmly flip through her advanced magic books, ignoring Lin Xiu's magic explosions. When the blasts were too strong, she would raise her hand to shield the bookshelf, preventing the books from falling. Lin Xiu got used to it. After each explosion, he would rub his tingling palms, wipe the dust off his face, and keep muttering the spell with phonetic annotations. This time, it must be right. Then, in the next second, another sharp bang sounded. His hair was blown up even more, and the scorch marks on his cuffs layered one over the other. During this time, Lin Xiu's days were quite comfortable. The cafeteria provided enough food, and the princess occasionally sent magical potions to help him recover. The nutrition he had lost when he was a servant was finally made up. He was visibly growing taller, from being half a head shorter than Calvia to now standing in front of her, able to look her in the eyes. Lin Xiu had previously privately asked the system, "Can I still grow taller?" Lin Xiu nodded, having worried about his height for a long time. That afternoon, after finishing his daily training with the princess, he left her office planning to go to the cafeteria for dinner. Suddenly, a shadow blocked his way. Here, bang bang bang, refers to an explosion. It was Hager Mel, dressed in his signature black uniform, with a silver badge of the discipline committee pinned to his chest. He frowned, followed by a few students who were watching the scene. Lin Xiu, Mel's voice was urgent and angry. "I challenge you." Lin Xiu was surprised, chewing on a snack and looking confused. "Huh? A challenge?" He swallowed his snack, scratched his head, and asked, "Can I refuse?" The reason why Mel challenged Lin Xiu was simple. Because after class, Lin Xiu would go to Calvia for extra lessons. The magic teacher knew it was unrealistic to keep up with half the courses, especially since Calvia personally taught him. If Lin Xiu fell asleep in class, the teacher wouldn't care. As a discipline committee member, Mel couldn't stand to see Lin Xiu like this. It was almost an insult to the word knight. In recent days, Lin Xiu's magic power had increased to 6,707, placing him in the middle tier among first-level students. But fighting was troublesome. He thought, instead of wasting time fencing with a bunch of rich kids, he could go see his princess. Your honor as a knight." Mel was trembling with anger after hearing Lin Xiu's refusal. Mel always held himself to the standard of a proper knight. To him, a qualified knight should uphold his honor and not refuse challenges from others. Honor? What honor? Honor doesn't fill your stomach, Lin Xiu said indifferently. He thought those aspiring to be knights were all a bit too rigid, especially this discipline officer. I. Hager was speechless after hearing that. His face turned red, and he couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time. Finally, he pulled out a rolled-up sheepskin scroll and threw it hard into Lin Xiu's arms. Then, furious, he turned and walked away. The hem of his black uniform fluttered straight behind him. The students watching the scene also started discussing, their eyes filled with anticipation, as if they were eager to see a good show. Lin Xiu picked up the challenge letter from the ground and unfolded it. It was written neatly, showing the time, place of the duel, and Hegel's signature. He looked at the letter, frowning. This was trouble now. Canceling plans was never good. And being challenged in front of so many people. If he refused, the training ground would be crowded tomorrow, and rumors might spread that Lin Xiu was afraid to fight. Thinking of this, Lin Xiu sighed. Well, there was no way now. The challenge letter had been delivered directly to him, and he was at least a first-level knight. Being challenged by someone of the same level, backing down would be too embarrassing. But if he went, he was supposed to go to Carvia's office tomorrow afternoon for extra lessons. Even if the lessons might cause trouble, he couldn't just cancel on the princess. Forget it. I'll tell the princess tomorrow that I won't attend the extra lessons. First, I need to deal with this problem. In the afternoon combat class, after the Knight Commander Rhine announced free activity, Lin Xiu didn't climb a tree to relax like usual. Instead, he headed straight to the corner of the training ground. Hegel Muir was holding a wooden sword, repeatedly stabbing at a wooden target. His movements were fast and fierce, sweat dripping down his forehead and cheeks. Hey, Hegel, Lin Xiu approached and patted his shoulder. Hegel Muir suddenly stopped, turned around, and his brow furrowed even more. His eyes were full of alertness and impatience. What do you want? His heart sank. An ominous feeling grew stronger. Yesterday, Lin Xiu clearly wanted to refuse the challenge. Now he was here again. Could it be that he was going to officially decline the challenge letter? Nothing much. I just want to ask you, Lin Xiu said straightforwardly. Why do you insist on fighting me? Hegel Muir took a deep breath, as if he had been waiting for this moment. He started listing all the things Lin Xiu did in class, sleeping, slacking off, and so on. After listening, Lin Xiu was silent for 3 seconds, with no expression on his face. After a long pause, he finally managed to ask, Do you live by the sea? Huh? Hegel Muir was stunned, not expecting the question. You're so nosy, Lin Xiu said with a shrug, giving a precise and sharp comeback. You. Hegel Muir's face instantly turned bright red, from his cheeks all the way to his ears. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, ignoring the playful system, and immediately left. Hegel Muir, flushed and embarrassed, watched him go. Then, Lin Xiu ran straight to Calvia's office. He knew that Her Highness Princess often finished her classes early and returned to her office. He needed to inform her before her afternoon tutoring, so she wouldn't be disappointed. He pushed open the office door, which was empty. Sunlight streamed through the window, shining on the soft chair, and the white fox fur cushion glowed gently. Lin Xiu's eyes immediately caught the soft chair. Every time he came for tutoring, he could only sit on a small wooden stool. Although the stool had a magic circle to help relieve tiredness, watching Calvia reading comfortably on the soft chair made him think that chair must be much more comfortable. Maybe he should try it. As long as he left before the princess returned, it would be fine. This idea popped into his mind, and Lin Xiu sat down. Most students had tried sitting in the teacher's chair when the teacher wasn't around. The soft chair felt even more comfortable than he expected. The fox fur cushion was soft and warm, and the curve of the backrest fit perfectly against his back. Lin Xiu sank into it, and his fatigue instantly disappeared. He stretched lazily and couldn't help but sway a little. But in the next second, with a creak, the office door opened. Calvia entered, holding an unfinished magic book. In that instant, when their eyes met, Lin Xiu was still stretching, frozen in the soft chair, his smile stiffening on his face. Calvia also stopped, her icy blue eyes fixed on him. Her expression was emotionless, but it made Lin Xiu feel a shiver run down his spine. The office suddenly fell silent, only the cawing of crows overhead breaking the quiet. Your Highness, you're back. Lin Xiu forced a nervous laugh, slowly and quietly moving off the chair, trying to break the awkwardness. Calvia sat down beside the soft chair, placing the magic book on the table and speaking calmly. What is it? Lin Xiu didn't dare to look at her. He lowered his head and told her everything about Hager Mork challenging him to a duel in the afternoon, so he couldn't come for tutoring. He finished with, I just wanted to inform you, so you wouldn't wait for me. Calvia replied with a single word, flipping through her magic book, her gaze fixed on the pages. Neither of them mentioned what had just happened. They tacitly skipped over the topic, letting it go. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned and looked up at her. "Your Highness, are you not going to keep me?" Calvia didn't lift her head and spoke calmly. "Why keep you? Even if I did, you wouldn't understand. It's better if the office is quiet for a while today." Lin Xiao's mouth twitched harshly. "So, does Her Highness assume that I will definitely explode while practicing magic?" Lin Xiao felt it was necessary to prove his worth as a first-level knight, but now wasn't the time. The class was about to end, and he had to go to the training ground for a duel. The setting sun dyed the training ground's blue stone floor a warm orange. The evening glow slanted across the scene, stretching long shadows on the ground. Lin Xiao walked through the light and shadow. The corner of his school uniform was gently blown by the wind. Behind him, many students had gathered, curious, standing at the edge of the training ground, watching the two people in the center. Hager Mel was already standing in the middle of the field, dressed in a black uniform that made him look tall and straight. He placed his right hand over his chest, standing very upright. The silver badge of the discipline committee on his chest shimmered coldly in the sunset. "I, Hager Mel, Knight of the Hager family, officially challenge you." His voice was loud, cutting through the whispers of the onlookers, carrying the pride and seriousness typical of a knight. Lin Xiao imitated him, placing his hand over his chest. His posture wasn't perfect, even a bit casual, but it showed a natural confidence. He looked up at Hager, smiled slightly, and spoke clearly enough for everyone to hear. "I, Lin Xiao, the most proud student of Calvia, accept your challenge." Near the classroom building window beside the training ground, Calvia and Mel's leaned on the railing, looking down at the scene below. Mel's lowered his voice, worried about disturbing the confrontation. "Our genius professor actually came out of his office. That's quite rare." He thought Calvia would normally stay in her office reading magic books and wouldn't pay attention to such petty student fights. Calvia's gaze fell on the figure below, who had grown taller since he first arrived. Her icy blue eyes were calm, but a faint smile played on her lips. "After all, he's my first student. I have to watch." Mel's raised an eyebrow, a smile growing in his eyes. "Who do you think will win, Professor?" "Lin Xiao," Calvia replied without hesitation, showing clear confidence. "Really so sure?" Mel's asked with interest, rubbing his hands together. "How about a bet? 200 magic crystals?" "Sure," Calvia said calmly, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. At that moment, Lin Xiao's self-introduction from downstairs reached their ears. Mel's looked at Calvia with a teasing smile, eyes full of amusement. "Your proudest student?" Calvia glanced at him and replied coldly, "Not exactly." Seeing Mel still watching her with a look that clearly meant he was enjoying the show, she added with rare frustration in her voice, "He declared himself." Calvia was actually quite surprised inside, but she also smirked because etiquette and shame are things created by their royal family. As a royal herself, she had been well-versed in all kinds of manners since childhood and knew the rules of self-introduction before a knight's duel. Before a duel, the introduction usually mentions either the family or the faction the knight belongs to. The goal is to spread the name of the family or faction through the spectators' words, increasing their fame and the dueler's own recognition. Back then, because information spread slowly, nobles created this etiquette to make their families more famous and powerful. Later, with the spread of magic communication, this etiquette became more about showing loyalty to a particular person or group. However, Lin Xiao didn't mention being a commoner or the Victoria royal family. Instead, he mentioned her, Victoria Calvia. In Lin Xiao's mind, he suddenly heard the system's shocked voice. He confidently retorted in his mind, "What are you talking about? What do you mean? The princess is my only student now, so I must be the most proud." He was too lazy to argue with the system. He looked up at Hager across from him, his smile a bit more restrained. Hager, holding a wooden sword, clenched his hand tighter as he listened to the other's introduction. Then he turned and drew a wooden sword from the weapon rack, charging at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao shrugged and also grabbed a wooden sword from the nearby rack. He weighed it in his hand, feeling just right. Lin Xiao's eyes are sharp like an eagle's. His eagle eyes are fully open, and he can see every tiny movement, the strength changes in his grip, and even his breathing rhythm, all clearly captured. Almost as Mo was about to step forward and swing his wooden sword toward Lin Xiu's left shoulder, Lin Xiu predicted the entire attack path. He quickly rotated his wrist, blocking with his wooden sword. Bang! The two swords clashed, making a loud, dull sound. Using the force of Mo's attack, Lin Xiu suddenly pressed down and then pushed upward with his wrist. Congratulations to Lin Xiu for executing a powerful strike. A force traveled through the wooden sword, making Mo feel numb in his hand. He momentarily loosened his grip and was shaken back 2 steps, freezing in place for a moment. A bright light flashed in Lin Xiu's eyes. Without hesitation, he pushed off the ground, his body like an arrow, with the wooden sword whistling as he aimed straight at Mo's waist. Mo reacted very quickly. Just after stiffening, he started chanting rapidly, his words flowing fast and continuous. Almost at the moment Lin Xiu's sword was about to reach him, a golden magic circle lit up beneath his feet. As the runes spun, a semi-transparent golden shield appeared out of nowhere, firmly blocking in front of Mo. Clang! The wooden sword hit the shield, producing a clear, ringing sound. Lin Xiu had anticipated this attack and quickly changed his move. He turned his strike into A, then shifted his steps swiftly. Using the shield's rebound, he moved like a ghost behind Mo and stabbed again at his back. This time, Mo was prepared. He spun around quickly, raising his sword to block, and the swords clashed again with a ringing sound. The first exchange had made Mo look more serious. His eyes became very focused, and he swung his wooden sword more fiercely, fighting back and forth with Lin Xiu. The sounds of clashing swords echoed loudly on the training ground, making it hard to tell who was winning. Lin Xiu knew clearly that the difference between him and Mo was mainly in magic. His own magic skills were very basic, mainly just an explosion spell, which was not very useful here. So his only tactic was to stay close and fight without giving Mo a chance to chant magic. Whenever Mo opened his mouth to chant, Lin Xiu would suddenly increase his strength, smashing his wooden sword hard against Mo's sword. The powerful impact would disrupt Mo's chanting rhythm, making the words get stuck in his throat, and the magic couldn't be cast. Mo was feeling very frustrated. He clearly knew multiple types of magic, but he was being trapped by Lin Xiu with no room to use his powers. Even more surprising was that Lin Xiu's sword skills were actually better than his, and he was improving quickly with each fight. Usually, this kid either sleeps or zones out in class and hasn't practiced swordsmanship much. How can he be so strong? Is he cheating? Thinking quickly, Mo's eyes flicked, and he deliberately led Lin Xiu toward the edge of the training ground. His steps looked random, but each one was guiding the direction, slowly moving Lin Xiu outside the field. Lin Xiu immediately sensed something was wrong, but he had no choice but to follow. If he let Mo create distance and cast his magic with full chanting time, his hard-earned advantage could be lost instantly, or he might even fall behind. The two fought near the edge of the field. Suddenly, Mo jumped back sharply and flew out of the arena. He maintained his balance in midair, with his toes just about to land. According to the dual rules of the academy, this did not count as losing. Lin Xiu watched him jump out and frowned. He didn't dare chase after him because stepping outside the white line meant automatic defeat. Mo, still in the air, kept chanting. This time, his words were faster and more urgent than before. A light blue wind magic circle appeared beneath his feet. A gentle wind lifted his body, and he was instantly blown back to the center of the field, creating space between him and Lin Xiu. Without hesitation, Lin Xiu rushed toward Mo, thinking he had to get close again before Mo cast his magic. Mo saw Lin Xiu charging and could only continue using wind magic. Since he had already used wind magic before, his magic power was still somewhat tied to the wind element. Switching to other elements would cause a delay. Switching magic types causes a cooldown, and if Lin Xiu took advantage of that to get closer again, he might his cover. But wind magic had little attack power. If Lin Xiu charged through the fierce wind, he could also be in trouble. So Mo thought of a second-level wind magic, a hurricane. As the last syllable fell, Mo became the eye of the storm. A furious hurricane suddenly swept out, swirling winds and howling sounds lifting dust and leaves around him, forming a visible 360-degree wall of wind. Lin Xiu was suddenly pushed back by the force of the hurricane. He quickly stuck his wooden sword into the ground, using it for support to steady himself. His school uniform fluttered loudly in the wind, and his hair was blown into disarray, making it hard to keep his eyes open. Above the classroom building, Miles squinted at the scene below and stroked his chin. He said, "I see now. That boy doesn't seem to know magic, but he has a very high talent for swordsmanship. Unfortunately, the gap has widened, giving Hager a chance to cast magic. From the looks of it, Hager is going to win." Calvia didn't reply. She just kept her eyes fixed on the figure in the field and calmly said, "The outcome is decided." Miles was surprised and looked down in the same direction. On the field, Lin Xiao knew he couldn't wait any longer. If Ma continued to cast magic one after another, and he couldn't get close, he would definitely lose. So he had to seize the last chance before the hurricane dissipated and end the fight. Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes, making his gaze sharper. His eagle-eye skill was pushed to the limit. Then, the swirling wind in the air became crystal clear in his eyes. He could see exactly where the strongest whirlpools of wind were and where the weaker air currents were, all at a glance. He took a deep breath, suddenly pulled out his wooden sword, and moved unpredictably, shifting back and forth in the raging hurricane. Strangely, each step he took was exactly on the weakest part of the wind. His body moved like a ghost through the wind walls, faster than before. With the help of the slight air currents, he pushed himself even faster toward Ma. The hurricane's wind gradually weakened. Ma was about to chant his next spell when he suddenly sensed a dark shadow rushing toward him. He instinctively looked up, only to see Lin Xiao standing in front of him, his wooden sword steady on his neck, the tip only inches from his skin. Ma froze completely. In the blinding storm, he hadn't seen clearly how Lin Xiao had rushed over. Moreover, casting a second-level spell had drained most of his magic power. Even if he managed to block this sword now, he would be unable to fight effectively once he was close to his opponent. He looked at the wooden sword on his neck, then at Lin Xiao's sharp eyes. After a few seconds of silence, he slowly lowered his sword, his voice tinged with reluctance, but also calm. "I lost." As Hager Mel finished speaking, the Knight Commander of Rhine stepped into the center of the arena. His silver knight armor shone in the sunset, and he looked serious. "I, as a witness to this duel, officially declare, the winner is Lin Xiao." As soon as he finished, the students watching erupted into cheers and chatter. The Knight Commander of Rhine raised his hand to quiet the crowd and continued, "According to Knight duel rules, now the winner can ask the loser for a reasonable request. The loser must swear on their honor as a knight and not break their promise." Everyone's eyes focused on Lin Xiao, full of curiosity and expectation. Hager Mel was the young master of the Hager family, a powerful family. He could ask for anything, rare magic crystals, sharp swords, or even ask the Hager family for a favor. But Lin Xiao looked indifferent. He stared at Hager Mel and said plainly, "It's nothing complicated. Just don't interfere with my affairs in the future." The students were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xiao to win and only asked for such a simple request. Hager Mel frowned and fell silent. He looked at Lin Xiao, his eyes conflicted. A knight's honor meant he had to keep his promise, but the scope of not interfering with anything was too broad. What if Lin Xiao later committed murder or arson, or became a dark, fallen knight? Would he just watch silently? "I can't do that," Mel said firmly. Lin Xiao was surprised for a moment, thinking to himself that this guy was really stubborn. "All right, then let's change it. As long as what I do doesn't affect others or cause harm, you just don't interfere, okay?" Mel hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He placed his hand over his chest and saluted. "I swear on the honor of the Hager family, as long as what you do doesn't hurt others or go against justice, I will not interfere." The duel was settled. Lin Xiao didn't stay long. He waved to the students watching and headed straight to Calvia's office. He pushed open the door and saw Calvia sitting in a comfortable chair reading a book. When he entered, she casually picked up a silver ring from the desk and threw it to him. "Continue." Lin Xiao hurriedly caught it. The ring was cold, with fine patterns carved on it, looking quite ordinary. "Your Highness, what is this?" "A magic device," Calvia replied without looking up, turning another page of her book. "Huh." Lin Xiao held the ring closer, confused. "What's a magic device?" Calvia ignored his silly question, pulled another book from the shelf, and tossed it into his arms. Thud. Introduction to Magic Devices. Holding the book, Lin Xiu understood that Her Highness wanted him to read it himself. Sigh, reading again. Couldn't she just explain it directly? But he didn't dare to ask, so he opened the book and started reading. After only 2 pages, he couldn't help but speak again. Your Highness, aren't we practicing magic? Why are we learning about magic devices now? Calvia finally put down her magic book and looked up. Her icy blue eyes calmly met his, without saying a word. Though she said nothing, it felt as if she had said everything. That silent gaze made Lin Xiu uneasy. His face grew warm, and he quickly turned his head, scratching it awkwardly. He could almost read the meaning in her eyes. You really don't know why we're not practicing magic? Lin Xiu wasn't truly slow. He just found magic chanting painfully difficult. It was just like how, in his previous life, he could never learn English no matter how hard he tried. He sighed, picked up Introduction to Magic Devices, and flipped through a few more pages. Soon he understood. Simply put, it meant carving a magic circle onto an ordinary object to give it magical properties. Any object with such properties was called a magic device. For example, the blanket Calvia had given him before and the academy uniform. Both had magic circles for cleanliness and temperature control, so they were also magic devices. Your Highness, I've finished reading. Lin Xiu closed the book. This was much easier than chanting spells. He understood it after just one read. Good. You understand now? Calvia asked, still not looking up. Her fingers tapped lightly on the desk, and a blue magic crystal, the size of a pigeon egg, appeared in her palm. Yes, I understand, Lin Xiu replied. Very well. Calvia finally stood up and walked to the open space in the middle of the room. She gently applied pressure with her fingertips, and with a cracking sound, the magic crystal in her hand was ground into powder. The powder swirled in her palm. Next, I will show you how to do it in practice. As she finished speaking, a smooth wind spell flowed from her mouth, more complex than the lighting spell she taught earlier, with stronger magical energy. While she continued chanting, the magic crystal powder suddenly floated into the air. It spun quickly, gathered, and gradually formed a light blue magic circle. The runes glowed, and you could see the wind element jumping inside. Watch carefully. Calvia waved her hand, and the magic circle made of crystal powder seemed to come alive, flying straight toward a nearby wooden chair. It merged into the chair with a swish. A faint blue light flashed across the chair's surface, then it returned to normal. Next, Calvia thought for a moment, and the ordinary wooden chair slowly floated into the air, steady and about half a meter above the ground, gently swaying with her hand gestures. The core of a magic device is to keep the magic circle permanently sealed inside an object. Calvia withdrew her magic, and the chair gently landed. She turned to Lin Xiu and explained calmly, the magic circle we create out of thin air relies on free-moving elements in the air, so it dissipates after use. But magic crystals contain their own magic power. When used to build a magic circle, it becomes physical, so it can be embedded into objects without fading. That's why magic crystals are essential for making magic devices. Lin Xiu nodded repeatedly, but his eyes grew wider and wider. Using magic crystals to build magic circles. Doesn't that mean he still has to chant spells first? The thought of chanting made Lin Xiu instinctively shrink his neck. The previous failure with the lighting spell flashed in his mind, and he felt a twinge of fear, his voice trembling slightly. Your Highness, this magic circle construction. Calvia shot him a glance, as if she had already seen through his thoughts. She said calmly, Don't worry, I don't expect you to make a magic device. I just want to show you so you understand the basic principle, so you won't be unfamiliar with magic devices in the future. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched, feeling complicated. He was relieved, but also a bit embarrassed. After all, being told directly by the princess that she didn't expect him to make a magic device. He felt a little awkward. Could it be that he really has no magical talent and is just a muggle? The system suddenly chimed in to add, Go away. Lin Xiu responded inwardly with a sharp remark, then refocused on the silver ring in his hand. Your Highness, what exactly is this ring for? Calvia sat back in her soft chair, picked up her magic book, and spoke calmly. It contains 2 magic arrays, one for space magic and another connecting to the Federation Financial Association's sub-magic array. Basically, it's a storage ring and my secondary card. Just now, during the duel below, Mel's and Calvia accidentally revealed that Lin Xiu was looking for her to get gold coins. So, Calvia decided to give her secondary card account to Lin Xiu. After all, as Victoria's 7th princess and a college professor, she wasn't short of money. It's a bit embarrassing for her to ask her students or subordinates for money from the dean. Lin Xiu, holding the silver ring, slowly walked back to the student dormitory. When he pushed open the door, moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cold white glow over the room. The living room of the 4-person dorm was empty now. The other 3 roommates were probably still training at the practice field. He was the first to return, feeling full of confusion. He lay down in his small bedroom, limbs spread out, unconsciously rubbing the ring in his palm, staring at the wood grain on the ceiling in a daze. He had just opened his storage ring, which contained 200 magic crystals. Of course, Lin Xiu knew what these crystals meant. 1 magic crystal equals 100 gold coins, 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin equals 100 copper coins. Usually, magic crystals are not exchanged for gold coins directly because of their special properties. If they are exchanged, it's often at a higher rate, like 150 or 200 gold coins per crystal. The prices fluctuate, just like how in his previous life, gold was worth more or less at different times. But 100 gold coins was definitely the base price. Lin Xiu was confused for 2 reasons. First, what should he do with these magic crystals? Use them to make magic devices? Well, he didn't have that talent. Exchange them for gold coins? That would be a bad deal. Sigh. If only he could transfer the magic power from the crystals into his own body, he thought. Suddenly, he remembered he might have a special advantage. A sneaky system voice echoed in his mind. Stop wasting time. Lin Xiu rolled his eyes inwardly. I'm asking you, can you transfer the magic power from the magic crystal directly into my body? The system's voice carried a hint of pride. Lin Xiu thought for a moment and decided to keep 100 crystals as backup while exchanging the rest. He then activated his mind, and 100 magic crystals instantly turned into tiny glimmers of light, slipping into his ring, then flowing along his palm into his meridians. A warm current swept through his body instantly. The magic in his meridians surged like high tide, and his limbs felt very comfortable and warm. His body felt lighter, and even the fatigue from practicing swordsmanship disappeared. Lin Xiu clenched his fist, clearly feeling a stronger power inside him. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, like the Uchiha. With these eyes, no, with this strength, I'm no longer afraid of anything. But his happiness didn't last long. A feeling of emptiness and confusion returned. He remembered when he left Princess Carvia's office. She said he didn't need to come back for extra lessons anymore. Because the princess was a mage, and someone like Lin Xiu, who had no magical talent at all and could only practice swordsmanship and become a knight, she couldn't teach. So, after finishing the basic theory and common knowledge about magic, there was no reason for her to keep him in her office. Lin Xiu pressed his head into the pillow, feeling upset inside. Unconsciously, he had been with Carvia for a month. Every afternoon after class, he would go to her office to listen to her explain theories, watch her flip through magic books. Even if he practiced magic and made a mess of himself, she only frowned occasionally and never scolded him seriously. Now, suddenly saying he didn't need to go anymore, he felt a bit uncomfortable. Also, Carvia was cold and distant. Besides classes, she mostly stayed in her office or laboratory and probably wouldn't seek him out. And him? He wasn't her direct subordinate, nor a close friend. Besides tutoring, he really had no good reason to bother her. It felt like when he had a new homeroom teacher in school. He used to be watched closely by the old teacher every day. It was annoying, but now that he had a new teacher, even if they were in the same school, they probably only exchanged greetings occasionally. What differs from his previous life is that the class teacher was replaced back then, and it was no big deal. But now, just thinking that he and Calvia might become like classmates in his past life, only exchanging greetings, makes him feel empty inside. Suddenly, the system's voice appears, with a teasing tone, as if watching a show. Go away. Lin Xiu's face flushes, and he instinctively says it, then quickly covers his mouth, afraid his roommate will hear. But the system's words have already been spoken, like a seed planted instantly in his mind. Crush? Maybe. That makes some sense. He can't help but think of Calvia. Her icy blue eyes are usually calm, But sometimes, when she casts magic, a hint of helplessness and sighs flicker in her gaze. Her hand is very soft. The last time she held his wrist to transfer magic, the cool touch still lingers on his skin. And when he's near her, he can always smell a faint scent, like icy mint mixed with ink, fresh and pleasant. The more he thinks about it, the hotter his face gets, and he even unconsciously imagines making eye contact with her, or even kissing her. He suddenly covers his face, peeking at the ceiling through his fingers, his heart pounding. Oh no, what am I thinking? He quickly shakes his head, trying to justify himself. No, this is normal, right? Any guy, when facing a beautiful girl, might think like this sometimes and blush, right? This isn't love, just pure admiration. But still, what if that little scenario was just him fooling himself? What if I really like the princess? Thinking this, he recalls the cheesy romance novels he read in his past life. In those stories, aren't the protagonists always like that? Liking someone but making excuses to avoid it, missing the chance, and then regretting it. Lin Xiao starts attacking his own thoughts, left brain versus right brain, elbowing each other. Finally, unable to think clearly, he gets annoyed, scratches his head, covers his pillow over it, and decides not to waste any more brain power. Sleep. Who cares about liking or not liking? Just go with the flow. Even if I really like the princess, she might not accept me. The carefree Lin Xiao falls into deep sleep. Colored stained glass filters the pure morning light, turning the marble floor of the church into bright patches of color. The air is filled with the scent of lilies and sandalwood, and the gentle sound of an echoes under the dome. Lin Xiao stands at the end of the red carpet, looking at Calvia in a pure white wedding dress nearby. Suddenly, he is stunned. Her dress has many layers, decorated with tiny lace that looks like ice crystals. As she walks, the dress gently sways, reflecting soft light. Her usually cold ice blue eyes now seem to have a gentle glow. Her cheeks are slightly red, making her look less distant and more gentle. She holds a bouquet of white roses and walks toward him step by step. Her dress brushes the red carpet silently, but it feels like it's stepping on his heart. Mr. Lin Xiao, do you agree to marry Victoria Calvia as your wife, to love and protect her forever, in health or sickness, in poverty or wealth? The elderly priest stands at the altar, speaking solemnly and kindly. Lin Xiao's mind goes blank. What am I doing here? Did I travel again? Is this the future? And I married a princess? But looking at Calvia's face so close, her eyes seem to reflect his image. He almost instinctively blurts out, I do. The priest turns to Calvia and repeats the vows. Princess Calvia, do you agree to marry Mr. Lin Xiao, to share joys and sorrows, and never leave each other? I do, she replies softly, her voice much gentler than usual, like a spring breeze rippling across a lake, creating tiny waves. Now, the couple, please exchange rings. Lin Xiao trembles as he takes a silver ring from the priest. The pattern on the ring looks similar to the storage ring Calvia gave him. He carefully slides the ring onto her ring finger. His fingertips touch her cool skin, and his heart beats faster. Just as they lean in to kiss, Calvia's face suddenly twists and blurs, transforming into a blue glow system screen. A big contemptuous face appears in the center, with silly-looking text, System? Lin Xiao suddenly snaps back to reality. The church, wedding dress, and Calvia instantly disappear, leaving only the familiar ceiling of his dorm. He suddenly jumped up, grabbed his school uniform in a hurry, and rushed out without even properly putting on his shoes. When he reached the classroom door, the bell just rang. Lin Xiao leaned on the doorframe, gasping for breath, feeling relieved that he wasn't late. He glanced into the classroom and quickly spotted Hager Mel sitting in the middle. Hager Mel was wearing a black uniform, with a serious face, looking down at his textbook. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. He walked straight over, sat down loudly next to Hager Mel, and deliberately squeezed closer to him. Hager Mel frowned and turned his head to look at him, showing impatience. Why are you sitting here? Lin Xiao ignored him, lying on the desk with his head tilted. Within 3 seconds, he started to snore softly, intentionally making his breathing loud. Hager Mel's eyebrows furrowed even more, and a vein on his forehead twitched. His fists clenched, turning white, and his face grew redder. This guy was definitely doing it on purpose. He stared at Lin Xiu tightly, chest rising and falling rapidly, struggling inside. Hold on. Hager Mel, you must endure. You are a proud knight of the Hager family. You promised. You can't break your word. Seeing him so uncomfortable, Lin Xiu secretly chuckled to himself. This kid keeps causing trouble and challenging him to a duel. Now he's feeling the pain. He didn't speak again, lying back on the desk and pretending to sleep, trying to make Hager Muir angry. Actually, he wasn't asleep at all. His mind was still replaying the morning's dream. Calvia in her wedding dress looked so beautiful, and those gentle eyes, completely different from usual. As he thought about it, his cheeks warmed quietly, and his eyelids grew heavier. Hager Muir watched Lin Xiu sleeping peacefully beside him, feeling very annoyed but helpless. He could only take a deep breath and force himself to focus on his textbook. But the sound of snoring kept ringing in his ears, and his brow remained furrowed. When goat-bearded teacher entered the classroom, still holding his magic textbook, Hager Muir suddenly raised his hand. He just couldn't take it anymore. Lin Xiu's snoring wasn't loud, but the way he ignored everything else, along with the occasional fishy smell, made him restless. Student, do you have a question? Goat-bearded teacher pushed up his thick glasses, sounding a bit resigned. Report to the teacher. I want to change seats. Hager Muir suddenly stood up, his voice filled with suppressed anger, staring fiercely at Lin Xiu, who was still sleeping. Lin Xiu, pretending to sleep, immediately opened one eye slightly when he heard this, then quickly raised his hand and said clearly, report to the teacher. I also want to change seats. Goat-bearded teacher was momentarily stunned, looking at these two students who had just finished a duel. He wondered, what are they up to now? But didn't ask further. He waved his hand and said, all right, you can switch seats. Hager Muir grabbed his backpack and turned to walk to the other side of the classroom, deliberately choosing a single empty seat, praying silently that Lin Xiu wouldn't follow. But as soon as he stood still, he felt footsteps behind him. Turning around, he saw Lin Xiu smiling gently, carrying his small bag, looking very obedient. Why haven't you chosen a seat yet? Hager Muir's voice trembled, his fists clenched with a creak. Lin Xiu looked serious, even slightly bowing, and spoke sincerely as if making a vow. I want to wait until you've finished choosing, then I'll pick. As a knight, humility is a basic virtue. I need to learn from you. Your knightship. Hager Muir's blood pressure shot up at these words, and his cheeks turned bright red like a ripe apple. He silently repeated in his mind, calm down, Hager Mel. You are a noble knight, and should not stoop to the level of a troublemaker. He did it on purpose. Don't fall for it. But even as he clenched the strap of his backpack, his hand couldn't help but tighten, his knuckles turning white. Sure enough, he plopped down into an empty seat. Lin Xiu, like a little shadow, immediately sat in the seat next to him, deliberately shifting his chair closer so he could smell the faint scent of herbs on him. Hager Mel took a deep breath. Just as he was about to raise his hand again, Lin Xiu spoke first, his tone gentle and considerate. If the knight keeps changing seats and causing trouble, won't that delay the teacher's lesson? The classmates are waiting to learn. We shouldn't waste everyone's time because of us. Then he suddenly clapped his hands together, resting them on his cheeks, tilting his head to the right, with bright eyes, and exaggeratedly stretched his tone. I guess the knight doesn't want to delay everyone's time either? He was deliberately imitating the sweet voice of a charming girl at the academy. With his relatively handsome face, it was almost overly sweet, yet it carried a teasing undertone. The system in his mind was frantically criticizing him, even adding a U sound effect. Shut up. Lin Xiu mentally snapped back, still maintaining that sweet expression, but his eyes gleamed with mischief as he stared intently at Hager Mel. Hager Mel froze completely, goosebumps rising all over his body. His cheeks flushed, so red they looked almost bloodied, and his breathing grew rapid. He clenched his teeth tightly, his anger boiling over. This kid was putting on a false act, calling him Sir Knight over and over, blatantly provoking his bottom line. But Lin Xiu was right. If he moved seats again, it would indeed disrupt the class. As a knight of the Hager family, he couldn't do something that disturbed the group. In the end, Hager Mel closed his eyes, trying to calm himself inwardly. Calm down, Hager Mel. Instead of letting him disturb the others, better to keep him close and watch over him. Though he convinced himself, his face was still burning hot. His hand, holding the textbook, trembled slightly, and his ears turned red as well, like a pufferfish about to explode from anger but feeling helpless. Lin Xiu watched his enduring and suffering look, secretly trying not to laugh. He leaned on the desk and, this time, truly fell asleep peacefully. With a dedicated knight by his side, protecting him, no one would bother him, and he could sleep peacefully. Lin Xiu slept deeply until the afternoon training session. He was awakened by Hagel Muo, who impatiently nudged him. He then went to the training ground for assembly. "Everyone, be quiet." The loud voice of Knight Commander Ryan rang out like thunder, instantly waking Lin Xiu from his sleep. Ryan was dressed in silver-gray knight armor, standing tall at the front of the team like a pine tree. "Today, I will teach you a necessary skill for all knights, Knight Aura." Before he finished speaking, Ryan suddenly released a hot red aura around him, spreading out like flames. Dust and leaves nearby were blown away instantly, forming a vacuum zone with a radius of 1 meter. The red aura shot straight into the sky, and the visible magic waves made the air tremble slightly. The students gasped in surprise. Night Aura is basically releasing your magic power to create a visible protective layer, Ryan explained slowly, using simple words. Think of your body as a big water tank, and magic as the water inside. Releasing the aura is like opening all the faucets, letting the water spray out continuously. This can speed up movement with the water flow and also wash away nearby debris, like magical attacks. He paused and looked at everyone. "Who wants to come up and try casting a spell for me?" I will." A boy wearing glasses immediately stepped forward. He was a first-level mage, forming a small fireball in his hand. "Teacher, I will use fireball." "Go ahead," Ryan smiled slightly. His red aura spread out again, slightly weaker than before, but still steady. The boy recited a short spell, and the fireball shot toward Ryan with a whoosh. But as it hit the red aura, it split into 2 streams, passing by Ryan's sides like water hitting a reef. "The key to this skill is the amount of magic power stored," Ryan said seriously, brushing dust off his hands. "I suggest everyone try it when you're close to breaking through to the 2nd level, because it consumes a lot, about 500 magic points per second." Watching Ryan demonstrate, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. Isn't this just a buff of magic power release? He quietly used his mind to check his panel, which showed a magic power value of 56,707. At a rate of 500 magic points per second, that means he could spray magic for 100 seconds. With just 1,000 magic points at the 1st level, he could only do it for 2 seconds. At the 2nd level, with 10,000 magic points, he could do it for 20 seconds. No wonder Ryan said to try to break through to the 2nd level quickly. But some impatient classmates didn't believe it. While Ryan was talking, they secretly tried to release their aura. They saw 3 students surrounded by faint, colorful glows. But within half a second, the glows disappeared. The 3 of them lost strength, fell straight to the ground, with their eyes closed and faces pale, clearly exhausted from using up their magic. "Hey, I told you not to rush," Ryan said helplessly, shaking his head. He went over, carried 2 students, and signaled a nearby student to help lift the 3rd. "Take them to the nurse's office. The rest of you, don't try blindly. First, try to feel the flow of magic inside your bodies." Seeing this, Lin Xiu felt eager to try. Anyway, he had plenty of magic power, so why not give it a shot? He took a deep breath, focused his mind as Ryan instructed, and slowly released his magic outward. Suddenly, a golden wave of energy burst from around him. It was lighter than Ryan's red aura, but very steady, like a flowing golden veil wrapping him. The leaves around him rustled in the wind. He could clearly feel his magic flowing on his skin, and his body felt lighter, more sensitive. Lin Xiu was happy. He tried to speed up, and with a gentle step, he instantly moved 2 meters forward, more than twice his usual speed. "Interesting," Lin Xiu grinned. With a thought, the golden aura quickly retracted. Ryan, who had just finished helping the fainted students, saw Lin Xiu's smooth control. His eyes brightened, and he nodded approvingly. "Good. Lin Xiu has grasped the basics. Everyone can learn from him. Start with short releases and gradually get used to the magic consumption." Lin Xiu felt a little shy being called out. Everyone else was worried about using up their magic, but he was playing around. He felt a bit proud. But soon, he regained his confidence and lifted his head. That's right, I am a genius. All right, that's all for today's theory and demonstration. The rest of the time is for free practice. Be careful, and no more students should faint. Ryan announced its disbandment, while he leaned against a tree trunk, occasionally glancing at Lin Xiu, clearly very interested in this talented and perceptive student. Lin Xiu leaned against an old locust tree, starting his daily daydream, his mind drifting far away. Sometimes he remembered the image of Carvaya in a wedding dress from his morning dream. Sometimes he wondered what would be served in the cafeteria tonight, and sometimes he became curious. Is this an alternate world? If it is, I wonder if there are legendary slimes, skeletons, and goblins here? Since crossing over, besides humans, I've only seen monsters like beast meat and orcs I encountered in the dungeon. I haven't seen such magical creatures before. Lin Xiu decided. One day he must find a chance to go outside the city and take a look. He was lost in thought, staring at the sky, when suddenly a pink shadow caught his eye. Next, a pink envelope with a faint floral scent was handed to him. In the middle of the envelope was a small red heart, with delicate lace patterns around the edges, full of a girlish charm. Lin Xiu, please accept this, a girl's voice, soft as a mosquito's buzz and trembling clearly said. Lin Xiu looked up and saw a girl with twin ponytails. Her cheeks were as red as ripe cherries, her eyes shy, clutching the envelope tightly with both hands. After saying this, the girl seemed to gather all her courage, shoved the envelope into Lin Xiu's hand, then turned and ran away. Her skirt fluttered as she moved faster than a rabbit, slipping into the crowd in the blink of an eye, leaving only a shy back view. Wow! The classmates around immediately burst into cheers. Lin Xiu was confessed to. That's Lillian from class 3, right? I didn't expect her to be so bold. Everyone's curious gazes fixed on Lin Xiu, making him feel uncomfortable all over. He froze in place, clutching the light, yet heavy envelope, his mind struggling to process. Did I just get confessed to? Before crossing over, I was single for over 20 years. After crossing, I was then a bodyguard, and even after entering the academy, I hardly interacted with girls. I never thought I'd receive a love letter, especially one so sweet and pink. Actually, this isn't surprising. During the previous duel with Hager Moore, his swordsmanship talent and quick reactions became well known. Plus, he has a gentle appearance, and after growing taller, he looks even more upright. Although he has a somewhat lazy personality and likes to slack off, he is genuine. Unlike Hager Moore, who always maintains a knightly attitude and is polite but distant, he seems more approachable. Many girls used to like Hager Moore for his looks and knightly demeanor. But after spending time with him, they felt that although he was polite and graceful, that politeness created a bit of distance. In contrast, Lin Xiu's personality made more girls remember him. You would think that receiving his first love letter would make Lin Xiu happy. However, when he looked at the pink envelope in his hand, he sighed deeply and said, "This is troublesome." He didn't really have feelings for the girl named Lillian and didn't want to waste her time. But rejecting her directly felt too harsh, especially since she had gathered her courage to confess. It would be awkward to turn her down face to face. Don't open it. Lin Xiu mentally scolded himself. Carefully, he put the letter into his storage ring. I don't want to agree, but it would be rude to open it. What's wrong? Am I saying something wrong? Lin Xiu frowned at the system's sound. His forehead veins bulged. Shut up. Then he watched Lillian run away and sighed, whispering to himself, sigh. I should find a good time tomorrow to explain things clearly to her. I don't want her to misunderstand for too long. The crowd's cheers hadn't stopped. Lin Xiu awkwardly waved his hand, quickly walking to a quiet corner. He leaned against a tree again, but this time, he wasn't lost in thought. Before he could say anything else, the girl suddenly lifted her head, a stubborn look in her eyes, and bravely said, "It's okay, classmate Lin Xiu. Although we haven't met before, it's not too late to get to know each other now. I can." No. Lin Xiu quickly waved his hands, thinking to himself that this girl was too persistent. He came today just to firmly refuse, or it would only cause more trouble later. In a moment of panic, he blurted out a small lie. Actually, I already like someone. Huh? Lillian's eyes widened instantly, and her disappointment flooded over her like a wave. Her voice dropped 8 tones. Classmate Lin Xiu already likes someone. Yeah, I guess so, Lin Xiao nodded, feeling a bit guilty, and his eyes unconsciously looked away. He didn't really like anyone. Then, may I ask who she is? Lillian bit her lip, her eyes still holding a flicker of hope. Well, after telling a lie, you usually have to tell more lies to cover it up. Lin Xiao was in this situation now. His heart skipped a beat, thinking, oh no, I didn't prepare for this question. He quickly thought of the women he knew. Except for Calvia, there didn't seem to be anyone else. He certainly couldn't say, the system, right? Get lost. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth. Stay far away from me. After saying this, Lin Xiao turned off the system. Really, he didn't know who had corrupted this private system. But in reality, hearing Lillian's question, Lin Xiao could only grit his teeth and vaguely reply, well, it's not convenient to say. We haven't confirmed anything yet. Is that so? Lillian's shoulders drooped, but she still wasn't giving up. She asked again, if I can't know her name, can I at least know what kind of person she is? Just a little bit. Seeing her pitiful look, Lin Xiao really couldn't refuse. He also understood that if he couldn't give a reasonable answer today, she probably wouldn't give up. And since he was just making things up on the spot, since he had just thought of the princess, it wouldn't hurt to describe her as Calvia. Better to go along for now. So, Lin Xiao cleared his throat, tried to organize his words, and spoke seriously, almost without realizing it. The person I like. She has a pair of clear, icy blue eyes like the sky. Usually, she looks cold and doesn't smile much, but she's actually very kind and really talented. She's a wonderful magician. At that moment, at the corner at the end of the garden, Calvia, who had finished class early, was walking toward the office. She wore a light blue magic robe and held a small golden magic device in her hand. It was originally used to record magic experiment data, but now it was glowing faintly. Hearing the familiar voice, she paused, quietly circled behind a vine-covered stone wall, and stayed silent. On this side of the wall, Lin Xiao was still talking about his feelings. On the other side, Calvia's lips curled up slightly, and a faint smile appeared in her icy blue eyes. She gently moved her fingertips, making the golden magic device glow a bit brighter, recording Lin Xiao's words word for word. When Lin Xiao finished speaking, she withdrew her gaze, turned around silently, and left without a trace, her skirt brushing past the grass. Lin Xiao didn't realize that his secret had been overheard by the person involved, and he was secretly proud of how well he had handled the confession crisis. A sneaky system voice rang in his mind. What's lying? System, what are you talking about? What lying? This is clearly called a kind lie. Lin Xiao often retorted to the system. Then he tidied up his clothes and headed to the cafeteria. When Lin Xiao carried a big plate of food and found a seat by the window, he kept a smile on his face. He picked up a rib but didn't eat it. Instead, he cleared his throat. Your Majesty, you don't know? Just now I discovered something amazing. The system sent a string of question marks. Cough, cough. Okay, be serious, Lin Xiao whispered in his mind. Actually, I just found out that when I used the princess as a shield earlier, I didn't get caught. The system was puzzled but intrigued. Think about it. Before, when I secretly slacked off or slept in class, I was always caught either on the spot or afterward, right? But this time I wasn't caught. Do you know what that means? Lin Xiao took a bite of the spare rib, satisfied, and squinted happily. He continued, actually, every time I do something bad before, the princess always catches me. I've started to wonder if I have some strange special trait. But this time, I used the princess as a shield, and I wasn't caught. That means I don't have that unlucky trait where I get caught 100% of the time, like being caught empty-handed with a sword. So all those times I got caught before were just bad luck. The system's tone was full of disdain. What do you mean, just that? Lin Xiao put down his chopsticks, looking serious. This is a big deal that affects my happiness at school in the future. He sighed and said, sigh? People just don't understand each other's joys and sorrows. You really don't get me. The system was silent. Should it tell the host that Princess Calvia was just a wall away and had recorded everything he said? It looked at Lin Xiao, still happy in his mind, and finally decided. Better not tell him. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Does the system also need to sleep? In the novels he read, systems seem to work all year round. Why does his system need sleep? Is it because it's too weak? You really are a low-level system. The system. Meanwhile, in Calvia's office, sunlight streamed through the window onto a light blue magic book. The air was filled with the scent of ink and faint herbal magic aroma. She sat in a soft chair, holding a small golden magic device. With a gentle tap, Lin Xiao's voice came clearly. "The person I like. She has a pair of clear ice blue eyes like the sky." Calvia paused, a faint smile flickering in her icy blue eyes, her lips curling up slightly. Although she's a bit clumsy, her taste isn't bad. Before the recording finished, she moved her finger again. The glow of the magic device suddenly went out, and the recording stopped abruptly. She casually placed the magic device on the table and picked up the magic book again. Her hand moved more slowly this time, and a hint of gentle warmth appeared in her cold eyes, subtle but noticeable. The office returned to quiet again, with only the rustling of turning pages and the occasional chirping of birds outside. Life was peaceful, as if that interesting recording was just a small, insignificant part of everyday life. A delicious smell from the cafeteria drifted over, making Lin Xiao walk a bit faster. Anyway, his princess's secondary card was with him, so he was thinking about whether to add an extra meal today. Suddenly, a calm voice called out behind him, stopping him. "Lin Xiao." He turned around and saw Rhine Knight Commander standing under a tree not far away. His silver-gray armor reflected the sunlight, shining coldly, and his posture was tall and firm like a pine tree. Over time, Lin Xiao had a good impression of this practical combat teacher. He wasn't as strict as the goat-bearded teacher, nor did he have the distant aura of Carvia. There seems to be another teacher who teaches history. What was his name again? Never mind, it's not important. Teacher Rhine. Lin Xiao paused, feeling curious. Why was he looking for him? Rhine stepped closer, his gaze fixed on him with a bit of scrutiny, but mostly admiration. "If I'm not mistaken, your magic energy fluctuations are very close to the threshold of the 3rd rank. You should be about to break through soon." "Yeah, pretty much." Lin Xiao felt a little proud but still asked, "What's up, teacher?" "It's nothing, just wanted to ask you." Rhine paused, his tone becoming more serious. "Have you decided what to do in the future? As your practical combat teacher, I suggest you follow the path of a knight." As soon as he said that, Lin Xiao immediately understood. After all, he was no longer a beginner in this world. He had been living here for almost 3 months now. In this world, reaching the 3rd rank was a crucial milestone for all cultivators. Before that, whether it was magic, swordsmanship, or various other skills, people could spend time learning and taking notes. Their magic reserves and cultivation depth weren't yet at the point where specialization was necessary. But once they broke through to the 3rd rank, the total amount of magic energy and the difficulty of cultivation would increase exponentially. At that point, there would be no extra energy to pursue multiple paths. So, at this 3rd rank milestone, one must decide on a main cultivation path. Continuing to study magic, reading magic books, mastering many spells, and increasing elemental affinity to become a magic-based cultural student. Or practicing swordsmanship daily, strengthening the body, and relying on personal magic power to become a knight sports student. The differences between the two are very clear. Magicians don't need to worry about physical training. They just focus on reading books, memorizing spells, and drawing magic circles. During battles, they only need to speak to activate the elements of nature. Knights, on the other hand, must practice swordsmanship every day and toughen their bodies. They use their magic power to boost their aura and attack strength, with low requirements for elemental affinity and spells. Lin Xiao remembers how he was blown to bits when practicing magic, and he can't help but smirk. Recently, he tried several times again, but each time, the magic circle exploded with a loud bang. Clearly, he is completely unsuitable for the cultural student path. "I also plan to become a knight," Lin Xiao said calmly, nodding. Rain smiled and looked more approving. "A wise choice. With your talent in swordsmanship and magic reserves, the knight path will be much smoother for you than becoming a magician." He paused and added, "When you officially break through to the 3rd level, come find me. I'll take you to register at the Knight Association, or you can do it yourself when you have time. I'll write you a recommendation letter." Lin Xiao remembered this and casually replied, "Okay, thank you, teacher." He knew that the main professions in this world are only 2, knights and magicians. These 2 professions are linked to 2 large, powerful associations. Besides that, There is an adventurer guild made up of various scattered professions. It's a mixed crowd, with all kinds of people. All cultivators reaching the third level must register with one of these three associations. Before the third level, everyone is exploring and unsure of their final path, so there's no rush to register. But at the third level, magic can cause great destruction. Just like in his previous life, when dangerous items needed to be registered, association registration is for regulation and to prevent powerful cultivators from acting recklessly. However, there are exceptions. For example, the Adventurer Guild has very low registration requirements. Not only first-level cultivators, but even ordinary people with no magic power can register as adventurers whenever they want. After all, most people who choose this path love freedom and dislike strict rules. It's very different from the strict association where knights and magicians must reach level 3 to register. Lin Xiu thought about this and couldn't help but look toward the cafeteria. His stomach was already growling loudly. Forget about the association registration. He'd eat first. After all, he didn't have the 2 million magic points like the princess, so he couldn't skip meals. Ryan watched him glance toward the cafeteria and waved his hand. Go ahead. I don't think I need anything from you right now. Okay. Lin Xiu responded and quickly headed toward the cafeteria. The smell of food in the cafeteria was stronger than usual, but it was mostly drowned out by a crowd of people. Lin Xiu stood at the end of the line, looking at the long, winding queue ahead, and his mouth twitched. Usually, waiting in line took no more than 10 minutes, but today it was almost 20, and the front was packed with so many heads he couldn't see the food window. System, is this just my imagination? Lin Xiu rubbed his growling stomach. Why does it feel like there are suddenly so many people in the cafeteria? Isn't that obvious? Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, too lazy to argue with the system. He turned to a boy beside him carrying a backpack and asked, Hey, do you know why there are so many people in the cafeteria today? Huh, you didn't know? The boy looked surprised and examined Lin Xiu from head to toe. You seem new here. Did you just transfer in recently? Lin Xiu nodded. It was true. He had been at the academy for less than 3 months, just a few days shy of 3 months. The boy explained enthusiastically, actually, every year around this time, the school organizes practical activities. Practicing means going to the outskirts of the monster forest or the suburbs of the city to observe monsters, practice combat skills, and improve real combat experience. And there are teachers watching the whole time, so it's very safe, like going on an outing. The upper year students have already finished their practice and returned. Now it's the middle year students' turn. Once they rest up, it'll be your turn, lower year students, he added, sounding a bit envious. But you're lucky because, as freshmen, your practice isn't led by your class teachers, but by college professors themselves. It's very safe. Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly thought of Calvia's icy blue eyes, then quickly shook his head. First, he needed to focus on eating. There's still plenty of time. As a dedicated eater, Lin Xiu believed he shouldn't be thinking about anything else while eating. After understanding the reason, Lin Xiu thanked the boy, but seeing the long line still waiting, his anxiety grew stronger. For several days, the cafeteria had been crowded with students, and the lines took twice as long. Many times, he couldn't get his favorite sweet and sour ribs, so he had to settle for cold bread. No way. If this keeps up, where's our pride as dedicated eaters? Lin Xiu muttered, biting his bread. Suddenly, a bright idea flashed in his mind like a genius. That afternoon, a pink note was posted on the college notice board. The handwriting was deliberately flamboyant, making it impossible to tell who wrote it. I've liked a girl classmate for a long time. I finally gathered the courage to ask her out after class today to meet at the playground. To let more people see my feelings, I will confess under the old locust tree on the playground. I kindly invite everyone to come and witness our story. Immediately, the notice drew a crowd of students, and their curiosity was sparked. Wow, a confession? Is it public? Who is it? No name or class written? Forget it. I'll go to the playground after class to check it out. Hager Moore also passed by the notice board, looking at the lively crowd with a frown. He glanced at the note, feeling something was off. This style, why does it look so familiar? But seeing the excited students around him, he shook his head. As a strict discipline officer committed to upholding knightly spirit, he decided to go to the playground to witness this romantic confession and maintain order. At mealtime in the afternoon, most students rushed to the playground, and the once crowded cafeteria suddenly became much emptier. Lin Xiu hid in a corner, watching the crowd's retreating figures, then chuckled and turned to run toward the cafeteria. Hager Moore watched Lin Xiu leave, feeling puzzled. Strange, given this kid's personality, it doesn't make sense he wouldn't want to see the excitement. Something was very wrong, extremely wrong. But he didn't think too much about it, because maintaining order at the scene was more important. Lin Xiu went to the cafeteria. There were almost no people in line at the window. The ants serving food looked at him and smiled, teasing him gently. "Young man, why are you here so early today? Aren't you going to the playground to watch the confession?" No, Andy. Just 2 servings of sweet and sour pork ribs, and a piece of flatbread." Lin Xiu looked at the full plate of hot food, feeling very happy. Inside the cafeteria, the system's disdainful voice sounded on time. "Are you joking?" Lin Xiu took a big bite of the ribs, which were tender, sweet, and tasty. "I'm just using my intelligence wisely." In the next few days, Lin Xiu kept using the same tricks. On the second day, he posted a notice saying, "Sorry, I had something urgent yesterday, but I will confess today." On the third day, he used the excuse that the girl is shy, so I will postpone again, and every day he tricked students into going to the playground, while he enjoyed the cafeteria food alone. Hager Moore ran on the playground for 3 days straight, each time returning disappointed and confused. His sense that something was wrong grew stronger. Until the 4th day, the students finally noticed. "Is this notice just a trick?" One sentence caused a burst of anger. Many students started criticizing loudly in front of the notice board. Seeing this, Lin Xiu posted another notice. "Sorry to deceive everyone. To make it up to you, I will apologize publicly on the playground after class tomorrow. I will definitely be there." The students were skeptical but curious and angry, so they rushed to the playground the next afternoon, planning to teach him a lesson. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu took the opportunity to rush into the cafeteria again, filling a plate with food and smiling happily. "I laugh at the older students for being less clever and the middle ones for being less wise." Meanwhile, in the college dean's office, Mers, as the dean, naturally knew everything happening in the college. He watched Lin Xiu's series of actions in the crystal ball and laughed loudly, slapping the table. "Ha! Carvia, your student is really a genius. Why not let me have him?" Carvia sat across from him, with a few black lines on his forehead, looking very serious. His face was as dark as a pot bottom, and his whole body seemed to have cooled several degrees. He didn't want to say a word. The notice about the practical activity arrived 2 days earlier than Lin Xiu expected. In the classroom, Teacher Mountain Goat pushed up his thick glasses and slowly announced that the lower grades would soon go to practice outside the monster forest. He emphasized safety rules and the meeting time. Lin Xiu heard this, but didn't pay much attention because he already knew. Meanwhile, in Calvia's office, sunlight shone through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the icy blue magic book. She pinched a golden magic device with her fingers, but hesitated to press the play button. Instead, her mind automatically replayed the voice she recorded that day. "She has eyes as blue as the sky." In the past, this office was always quiet, with only the sound of pages turning and dust falling, almost like traces could be seen. But since Lin Xiu came for tutoring, there were constant loud noises like bang and boom, along with his occasional muttering and even soft groans after casting magic. After he left, the office returned to its usual silence, but Calvia somehow felt like something was missing. She read with a distracted mind. Once people get used to lively environments, returning to silence makes the difference feel even sharper, like hearing only her own breathing in an empty room. Calvia sighed softly and closed her magic book. Forget it. Reading for too long can be tiring. Going out for a walk might be good. She left her office and chose a quiet path in the schoolyard. On both sides, purple flowers bloomed in the bushes, and glowing moss lined the stone path, creating a gentle light. The air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Calvia wandered aimlessly, her thoughts gradually drifting away until a soft, cute meow interrupted her. She stopped and looked back. Not far away, a small white cat sat by the bushes, its big round eyes fixed on her. It was the same cat that often came near her office to beg for food. Calvia knelt down and gently placed her fingers on the cat's head, her movements unusually gentle. Sorry, I didn't bring any food today. Before, Lin Xiao would always bring her extra lunch when he came for tutoring. Even though she repeatedly said she didn't need to eat at her level, he seemed not to understand and brought it every day without fail. Wasting food is not good, so all those warm meals eventually became snacks for this little cat. Because of this reason, the little cat gradually became familiar with Calvia. "Your Highness, what a coincidence." A familiar voice came from behind. Calvia paused her finger and turned around to see Lin walking over with a bright smile. The sunlight shone on his hair, giving it a soft golden glow. "Yes," Calvia replied, retracting her hand and standing up. Her tone was still calm, but after speaking, she felt it was too brief. She paused and added, "It is quite a coincidence." The air suddenly became quiet. Lin stood there, looking into Calvia's icy blue eyes, unsure of what to say. Calvia didn't speak again. Her gaze fell on the small cat nearby, and the scene fell into an awkward silence, with even the rustling of leaves in the wind sounding unusually clear. Lin looked at the system options that suddenly appeared in his mind and twitched his eye. What is this familiar visual novel feeling? Am I trying to win over the princess? Is this real? Lin took a deep breath. Leaving? That's impossible. It was hard enough to meet Calvia before practice, without anyone else bothering them. He didn't want to say too much, feeling it would be unfair to the card the princess had given him. Lin quickly looked around and focused on the small cat rubbing against Calvia's pants. He immediately found a topic. "Does your highness like cats?" "Not really," Calvia answered honestly. "Raising a cat requires cat litter, food, and time to care for it. She usually spends her time either in the laboratory or buried in magic books, so she has no extra energy to take care of such things." "Why is that?" Lin asked further, already guessing the answer. "Because raising cats is troublesome," Calvia said flatly. Lin looked at the increasingly absurd options and mentally blocked the system. Then he cleared his throat and looked at Calvia seriously. "Since your highness finds it troublesome, how about I help take care of the cat for you?" Calvia looked up at him after hearing this, her icy blue eyes showing a faint, almost unnoticeable, scrutiny. She stared at him quietly. Lin felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, but forced himself to stay calm. He stood straight and even blinked, trying to look obedient. After a few seconds, Calvia's lips suddenly curled into a very faint smile, like snow melting in spring, quickly gone, but enough to make Lin Xiao stand still in place. "Do as you like." These two simple words floated lightly, like a small stone tossed into a lake, creating ripples in Lin Xiao's heart. Before he could react, he saw Calvia turn around and walk toward the office, her skirt gently swaying, leaving behind a faint scent of icy orchid. Lower-level system, shut up. Wait, Lin Xiao suddenly realized, didn't I just block you? Lin Xiao. What's the problem? He asked, holding the small cat in his arms, poking its soft belly with his finger. Lin Xiao froze, a stiff smile on his face. He had never raised a cat before, so he could only guess based on his past life's knowledge. Cat food? Cat litter? Cat tray? That should be it, right? In his understanding, as long as the cat's food, shelter, and bathroom are prepared, the cat should survive. It's unlikely that cats from another world have wildly different habits from those on Earth, right? After a moment, Lin Xiao, holding the small cat, stood at the door of Calvia's office. He hesitated for a moment, but then pushed the door open and went inside. Calvia was looking down at a magic book. Hearing the noise, she looked up and her gaze fell on the small cat in his arms. She casually asked, "By the way, do you know how to raise a cat?" The same question as the system made Lin Xiao's heart skip a beat. He forced himself to answer, "I think. I kind of know. Why is that a question? And what do you mean by kind of?" Calvia put down her book, her icy blue eyes scrutinizing him, making Lin Xiao feel nervous. He quickly looked away and dared not meet her gaze. The small cat in his arms seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, obediently curling up and softly meowing. Calvia rubbed her temples and sighed helplessly. Sigh? Forget it. Let's go buy the supplies first. She originally thought that since Lin Xiao was eager to raise a cat, and she didn't have time herself, she might as well let him handle it. After all, he was fully responsible. But seeing how unreliable he looked, she was genuinely worried that if she handed the cat over to him, it might not survive more than a few days. Princess Xiao noticed the princess's lack of trust but since she was still with her, she didn't make a fuss and obediently nodded. Okay. After a moment, the two arrived at the school gate, where a black carriage with simple decorations but a luxurious feel was parked by the roadside. Calvia called out to the maid beside the carriage, Alan. Alan immediately stepped forward and respectfully said, Your Highness, the carriage is ready. Calvia nodded at Alan, then turned to Xiao Lin and said, Get in. Oh, are we taking the carriage? Xiao Lin, holding the kitten, was a bit surprised. He thought they were just going out to buy some things, and riding in a carriage seemed a bit too fancy. What else would we do? Calvia bent down and got into the carriage. Once inside, she took out a magic book and started reading without looking up. Norman City is so big. Do you want to walk everywhere? Xiao Lin blinked, then realized what she meant. Pet supply stores aren't as common as snack shops or clothing stores. There are probably only 2 or 3 in the whole city. The academy itself covers a large area, and walking around it would take over half an hour, not to mention the entire town. Walking everywhere would take a lot of time. Understanding this, Xiao Lin quickly got into the carriage, and Alan respectfully closed the door. Inside, the carriage was lined with soft carpets. By the window, there was a small table. Calvia sat there reading a book, sunlight shining through the window, softening her profile. Alan watched this scene, feeling very surprised. She had grown up with Calvia, so she knew very well what kind of person the princess was. Usually, when Xiao Lin asked questions like that, she would just reply with and wouldn't ask back, let alone take him shopping in a carriage. The carriage started moving slowly. At first, Xiao Lin sat properly, but soon he was distracted by the lively scenes outside the window. When he was first taken out of the dungeon by Calvia, they didn't know each other well, so he didn't dare to ask for anything. Now, he thought their relationship was pretty close, so he became bolder. Your Highness, can we stop for a moment? I want to buy something. Calvia didn't look up from her book and continued reading. She quickly jumped out of the car and soon returned with a string of sizzling, oily grilled squid. Not long after, she saw a small stall selling candies by the roadside. The colorful candies were stored in clear jars, shining with a soft glow. Your Highness, what is that? Magic candy. Calvia replied without looking up. Can I buy one? Go quickly and come back soon. Lin's eyes lit up. He hurriedly got out of the car and soon returned holding a jar of red magic candy. He opened a piece and put it in his mouth. It was sweet and warm, instantly dispelling the coolness inside the carriage. This magic candy could adjust body temperature. The red one was fire type, which could warm you up, and the blue one was ice type, which could cool you down. The fun of controlling body temperature with these candies made She feel very new and interesting. After all, what he read in stories and what he experienced firsthand were quite different. Calvia looked up and glanced at the candy jar in his hand, but said nothing, continuing to read her book. After a while, she saw a small stall selling colorful ice balls, about the size of a strawberry, packed in a delicate paper box. Your Highness, before he finished speaking, Calvia helplessly interrupted. Go quickly and come back soon. Okay. She hurriedly ran down and soon returned with a box of ice balls. He couldn't wait and opened a strawberry-flavored one, placing it in his mouth. The cool, sweet taste exploded on his tongue, and his eyes lit up instantly. Calvia was about to speak, thinking that stopping and walking around so often was a waste of time, but she interrupted her. Your Highness, this is delicious. Would you like to try one? Calvia hesitated, unsure whether to speak or stay silent. She could only helplessly say, I've told you many times, once I reach this level, I don't need to eat. Before she finished saying, eating, she quickly took advantage of her opening mouth and shoved a strawberry-flavored ice ball into it. Got it. Once I reach your level, I won't need to eat, right? She said as he put the remaining ice balls back into the box. But sometimes, eating isn't just about filling your stomach. We should enjoy good food. Caught off guard, Calvia was filled with the cool, sweet taste spreading across her tongue. Perhaps because she is an ice magic user and naturally has an affinity for ice elements, she feels that the ice ball tastes quite good. Her cheeks are slightly red. After all, she just said she didn't need to eat, but the next moment, she found it smelled really nice. As a princess, she feels a bit shy about this. Also, she notices that her little apprentice is becoming braver. Not only does he dare to interrupt her, but he also forcefully tries to feed her. How does it taste? Lin Xiu looks at her eagerly. Calvia chews the ice ball, swallows, clears her throat, and pretends to be calm as she says, not bad. So, I'll take this box first. Lin Xiu looks confused as she reaches out and takes the ice ball box from his hands. I only ate one. Calvia places the box on the table, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She feels very happy inside. This is your punishment for interrupting me and forcing me to eat. Lin Xiu looks at his empty hands and then at Calvia's confident expression, feeling a bit distressed. No way, Your Highness. How can a princess take things from her student? The small white cat in his arms seems to be defending him, meowing at Calvia. But she casually pats its head, and it instantly becomes obedient. Lin Xiu. Haha. Even this cat is a traitor. Alan, standing nearby, watches the interaction inside the carriage clearly. Her mouth is open wide enough to fit an egg, and her eyes are bulging. Is this really the same cold, proud princess who finds it troublesome to say more than a few words? Alan quickly closes her mouth and quietly turns her head, giving Lin Xiu a big thumbs up. The fact that the usually aloof princess has changed so much makes her think this kid is definitely a genius. Lin Xiu notices Alan's action, though he doesn't understand why she suddenly gives him a thumbs up. Out of politeness, he grins and also gives her a big thumbs up, showing his white teeth. Alan, why is he giving me a thumbs up? Bitter tea, very fancy transition effect. The carriage quickly arrived at the largest pet store in the city. A string of bells hung at the door. When they pushed it open, a light smell of dried grass and pet treats greeted them. Calvia carried the kitten inside and said to the shop owner, Sir, please get me a set of essential items for caring for a cat, and give it a vaccination. The shop owner was a kind middle-aged man. He immediately took the kitten and smiled, replying, No problem. Rest assured, Your Highness, I will make sure this little one is well taken care of. Calvia turned to look at Lin Xiu, who was following behind, and said, Since we've decided to keep it, let's give the cat a name. Should I choose it? Yes. Calvia nodded and leaned against a nearby shelf, waiting for his answer. Lin Xiu thought for a moment, and suddenly a story from his past flashed through his mind. He casually said, In that case, let's call it Lu Riyun. Lu Riyun? Calvia's eyelids twitched sharply, and her icy blue eyes showed disbelief. You mean, you're going to name a kitten Lu Riyun? Lin Xiu looked serious. Yeah, I think it sounds nice. Calvia took a deep breath and finally gave in, feeling it was pointless to argue with this kid and just accepting it. Fine, as long as you're happy. Since vaccinating and preparing things would take some time, Calvia suggested, let's go to the clothing store next door. She had already noticed that Lin Xiu only wore his school uniform at school, with no casual clothes for going out. After all, he was technically her apprentice and student. She couldn't let him go out still wearing his school uniform. Why go to the clothing store? Lin Xiu blurted out, immediately wishing he could slap himself. Isn't that obvious? Of course, to buy clothes. Sure enough, Lin Xiu quickly caught the puzzled look from Calvia, who looked at him like he was an idiot. He hurriedly cleared his throat and changed the subject. Ahem, let's go, Your Highness. We're heading to the clothing store, right? Calvia shot him a glance, but didn't expose his awkwardness and turned to leave the pet store. Not far from the next door, there is a beautifully decorated clothing store. Calvia found a seat by the window, picked up a magazine from the table, and said to Lin Xiu, Go ahead and choose what you like. Try them on, and I'll cover the cost. Lin Xiu entered the store and looked at the shelves full of clothes, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He was still not very used to the fashion here. Some clothes were too complicated with many layers, while others had too many decorations, making movement difficult. Compared to that, he preferred school uniforms. At least, the uniforms here didn't look like the prison uniforms from his past school. Boss, do you have any simple yet stylish clothes? Lin Xiu asked the shop owner. Of course, my friend. The owner's eyes lit up. He quickly picked out a set of clothes from the shelf. Look at this one, a black trench coat with a breathable shirt inside, and pants with a buckle at the waist that can hold a sword sheath. Simple and practical, and you'll look really cool in it. Lin Xiu took the clothes. They felt good, and the design was simple and neat. He went to the fitting room, changed, and looked at himself in the mirror. The black trench coat made his figure look even taller. The buckle at the waist was unique, and it really matched what he wanted. The shop owner followed behind, enthusiastically saying, "How do you like it, brother? We have 9 different styles like this. Want to try them all?" Lin Xiu politely waved his hand. No, no, I'll ask my friend's opinion first. Clothing stores naturally try to flatter customers to make a sale, so it was best to let Calvia see the clothes and give an honest opinion. Suddenly, when he put on this outfit, an idea popped into his mind. What if he tried dual-wielding swords? He walked over to Calvia, spun around, and asked, "Princess, what do you think of this look?" Calvia put down her magazine and looked up at him. The black trench coat made his features look sharper. The once mischievous boy now seemed more calm and capable. A faint, almost unnoticed, look of admiration flashed in her eyes, but she kept her expression neutral. Not bad. Next to them, Alan was already stunned by the scene, her mind racing with wild ideas. She was imagining the interaction between Lin Xiu and the princess all along the way. The princess's indulgence, the fact that the other person has the princess's secondary card, and now she is also buying clothes for him. Alan suddenly became clear-minded. It seemed like I saw a similar scene in a novel I had peeked at before. Suddenly, a wild guess came to mind. Could it be? No, no way. Alan quickly shook his head. The princess is so cold and distant. How could she like this guy? But then again, maybe it's not impossible. The princess is also at that age. Surely she has some physical needs? And Lin Xiu does look quite good. Maybe the princess prefers someone more mature? Alan thought she had figured out the truth. Summoning her courage, she walked over and patted Calvia on the shoulder. Calvia turned around, looking at her with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Alan lowered her voice, with a look that said, "I understand you. Even though you're at that age, some things should be kept in check. Taking care of your health is the most important." Calvia? She looked confused, not understanding what Alan was talking about. Seeing Calvia's puzzled look, Alan thought she was shy, so she leaned in and whispered in her ear, "Don't worry, Your Highness. I definitely won't tell anyone about your secret hobby of finding a companion." Calvia's forehead suddenly darkened with a few lines, and her temple veins twitched. "I think I should throw away all those strange comics and novels in your room." "No, Your Highness." Alan immediately clung to Calvia's leg, begging desperately. "Those are some of my few ways to relax. Without them, my days in the palace would be so boring." In this entertainment-starved fantasy world, those comics and novels Alan secretly bought from outside the palace were her few sources of comfort. Calvia looked at Alan, who was crying and clutching her leg, and finally sighed helplessly. Fine, fine, I won't throw away your books. Thank you, Your Highness." Alan immediately beamed with joy and quickly let go. Lin Xiu stood nearby, watching this scene clearly, deep in thought. So, begging the princess by holding her leg really works? I'll try that next time. At this moment, the pet shop owner came over carrying a small cat that had already been vaccinated and packed with supplies. "Your Highness, the little one is all taken care of, and the supplies are packed." Lin Xiu took the small cage with Lu Ruyan inside, looked at the curled-up white kitten inside, and quickly headed home. In Calvia's office, sunlight shone through the blinds onto scattered cat nest parts. Metal gears and wooden boards covered half the table. Lin Xiu held a thick instruction manual, patting his chest confidently. "Don't worry, Your Highness. With this manual, building a cat nest is easy." Calvia glanced at the manual in his hand and then at the pile of parts, saying nothing. The instructions were clear, step by step, so it shouldn't be a big problem if he followed them carefully. But after 30 minutes, the scene in the office made her fall silent. Lin Xiu was squatting on the floor in front of a roughly shaped cat nest, which looked more like a misshapen shell. The smooth curves were crooked, the side wooden boards weren't tightly fixed, and one corner was lifted. Behind him, there was a pile of unused screws and gears. This is probably what the manual shows." Lin Xiu compared the parts with the manual, looking serious. "The details are a bit different, but it shouldn't affect Lu Ruyan's living space." Calvia supported her forehead and sighed helplessly. She knew. Forget it. I'll do it." "Oh." Lin Xiu immediately stood up, ready to give her space, but he slipped and accidentally stepped on a gear rolling behind him. Then, he lost his balance, falling forward uncontrollably, landing squarely on Calvia. Their eyes met, so close they could see the fine dust on each other's eyelashes. Lin Xiu's heart pounded, His cheeks flushed instantly, and he became cautious with his breathing. Calvia's hair brushed against his chin, carrying a faint, icy mint scent. Her icy blue eyes showed no panic, only calmness as she looked at him. Just as this intimate moment happened, a loud bang echoed as Mers kicked open the office door, followed by a tall young man behind him. The young boy has eyebrows and eyes very similar to Calvia's, but his features are sharper, and his gaze is more lively. "Calvia, someone is looking for you." Mel's words suddenly stopped. His eyes widened in surprise. Then he decisively slammed the door shut, shouting through the door, "Keep going. Come to the director's office after you're done." The sound of the door closing broke the silence. Calvia slowly spoke, her tone still calm. "How long do you plan to keep pressuring me?" Sorry. Lin Xiu suddenly snapped out of his daze, scrambling to stand up, cheeks red with embarrassment, afraid to look at the princess. Calvia stood up, brushed dust off her skirt, pretending nothing had happened, then bent down to pick up the instruction manual and started assembling the device. "Pass me a Phillips screwdriver." "Oh, okay." Lin Xiu quickly found the screwdriver among the parts and handed it to her. Their fingertips accidentally touched, and both instinctively pulled back, making the atmosphere a little more tense. Calvia's skills were far better than Lin Xiu's. She followed the instructions carefully, assembling the parts efficiently, occasionally telling Lin Xiu to pass gears or wrenches. Lin Xiu watched her focused side profile, the sunlight shining on her hair, feeling strangely peaceful. His earlier nervousness gradually faded away. After half an hour, a delicate wooden cat bed was finally assembled, complete with a removable cushion and small window, just big enough for Lu Ruoyan to curl up inside. "Done." Calvia straightened up, stretched her arms, and looked at Lin Xiu. "Let's go. Come with me to the director's office." When they arrived at the director's office, Mel's was happily chatting with the young boy. Seeing them, Mel's raised an eyebrow and teased. "Oh, so you finished so quickly." Calvia ignored him and asked directly, "What do you want from me?" "Your brother, Carlo, came to see you." Mel's pointed to the boy beside him. "He said that in a few days, there will be a banquet for your third royal sister, and he wants you to return to the palace." Got it." Calvia nodded, her tone flat. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu saw that both the princess and the director were busy talking, so feeling bored, he decided to find someone to chat with. He approached Carlo. "I am Victoria Carlo, Calvia's younger brother, a second-level knight." Carlo patted his chest proudly. Lin Xiu quickly noticed something. "Wait, your sister is already a fourth-level grand mage, and you're only second level." "Oh, not everyone has my sister's incredible talent." Carlo pouted and argued stubbornly. "And you're only second level too." "Haha." "That's true." Lin Xiu scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. "He's different from you." Carlavia, who had been silent, suddenly interrupted, glancing at Carlo. "You started practicing magic when you were young, but he only recently began. Reaching second level is already very good for him. As a royal family member, Carlo had access to magic training from a young age." Carlo immediately looked upset. "Sister, why are you defending outsiders? Am I still your most beloved brother?" Hee. Carlavia rolled her eyes, clearly knowing her younger brother very well. Seeing his sister ignore him, Carlo moved closer to Lin Xiu and whispered gossip. "Hey, what exactly were you two doing in my sister's office just now?" If he said that, Lin Xiu wouldn't be bored anymore. He secretly glanced at Carlavia, who was talking to Mers. Good, the princess didn't notice anything. So Lin Xiu leaned close to Carlo's ear and seriously whispered, "Actually, your sister has liked me for a long time. Just now in the office, she was about to make a move on me. If you guys hadn't come, I would have been innocent." Before he finished, a cold aura suddenly enveloped Lin Xiu, turning him into a lifelike ice sculpture. Carlo was startled by this sudden scene and instinctively looked at Carlavia, nervously asking, "Sister," is what he said. "True, no. Then, ask too much, and you'll turn into an ice sculpture with him," Carlavia said calmly, but her eyes carried a warning. Carlo immediately shut his mouth wisely and secretly gave a sympathetic look to the ice sculpture of Lin Xiu. Next, Carlavia and Mers confirmed the banquet time and the details of the practice, then turned to leave. "Hey, you just going to leave like that? What about this ice sculpture?" Mels pointed at Lin Xiu on the display stand. But unfortunately, the two had already walked away, so his words couldn't reach the other person's ears. Mel circled the ice sculpture twice, then suddenly his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and said, "Got it." A moment later, Lin Xiu's ice sculpture was moved to the dean's office display table. Mels took a sip of coffee and admired the ice art. No poking, no pricking. The frozen Lin Xiu wanted to cry, but had no tears. The princess's ice magic was well controlled, enough to prevent him from being hurt, but still able to freeze him inside the ice. So now, he could clearly hear the sounds outside and feel the coldness of the ice, but he couldn't move. Sigh. If only the princess could hear what I say, I wouldn't be so mischievous. Regret hit him again. He was caught again. An hour later, the ice wrapping Lin Xiu finally started to melt slowly. Sparkling water droplets slid down the ice surface, forming a small puddle on the display stand. The first part to thaw was his head. The cold sensation faded away. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and hurriedly called out to Mels, who was leisurely drinking tea nearby. "Dean, I believe you're a 5th-level mage, right? Could you please help me melt this ice?" Mels put down his teacup, smiling as he looked at him with teasing eyes. "Oh, I can't do that." He waved his finger. "If I unfreeze you myself, little Carl will be angry." Lin Xiu's mouth twitched, but he had no choice. He could only continue to look miserable while waiting for the ice to melt. He tried moving his fingers, but the cold still hadn't fully gone away. Just then, the office door was gently pushed open. Hager Mo entered, dressed in a neat black uniform, with the badge of the discipline committee shining coldly on his chest. He was there to report the daily discipline situation to the dean. As soon as he saw Lin Xiu's head sticking out on the display stand, a quick flash of a smile crossed his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it, only letting out a very soft, "Heh." Lin Xiu's pointed ears immediately caught the sneer. He glared at him. "Did you just laugh?" "No," Hager Mo said seriously, with a respectful tone like a true knight. "As a proud knight, I would never mock others." But the mischievous glint in his eyes betrayed him. He looked like he was holding back a laugh. "I clearly heard you laugh. You must have heard wrong," Hagelmeier said calmly as he approached the dean's desk and handed over a report. "Maybe the sound of melting ice made you think you heard laughter?" "Really?" Lin Xiu frowned and looked at him with suspicion. As a discipline officer, Hagelmeier always prided himself on knightly honor. Normally, he wouldn't lie, but he just felt that the other person was laughing at him. If you ask why, maybe it's just a knight's instinct. Hagelmeier ignored him, finished his report, and turned to leave. Before walking away, he glanced back at Lin Xiu with a more obvious smile in his eyes. Lin Xiu was so angry he felt itchy, but he was trapped in ice and couldn't move. He could only watch him go helplessly. After more than half an hour, the ice finally melted completely. Lin Xiu staggered down from the display stand, stretched his stiff limbs, and hurt his joints. He rubbed his arms and legs, rolled his eyes at Mers, who was still watching, then turned and headed for the door. "Hey, come play again next time," Mers called out to Lin Xiu's back, pointing at the display stand. "I'll keep this spot just for you." Lin Xiu paused, a few black lines appearing on his forehead. He silently thought, not worth arguing with him, then quickened his pace and left the dean's office, heading to the cafeteria. But when he hurried to the cafeteria, he found the door was already closed. The window for serving food was dark, and a sign said, "Closed for today." Lin Xiu looked at the shut door and sighed deeply. He patted his hungry, flat stomach and remembered he had a task to feed the cat for Princess. So he turned toward Calvia's office. Lu Rian was still there. He couldn't let the kitten go hungry too, and the office was close to the school gate. After feeding the cat, he could buy some snacks outside to fill his stomach. He pushed open Calvia's office door. It was quiet inside. The sun was already setting, casting a warm glow through the window onto the desk. Lu Rian was curled up in a newly built cat bed, sleeping soundly. Lin Xiu's gaze instinctively swept across the room, then suddenly stopped. On the desk, there was a delicate food box, and it was still faintly steaming, clearly placed not long ago. Lin Xiu froze in place. "Isn't the princess usually not eating? Why is there a food box here?" "Are you here?" Calvia's voice came from the soft chair by the window. She was looking down at a magic book, not lifting her head, and her tone was calm. "Yes," Lin Xiu replied, still staring at the food box. "I left it for you." Calvia turned a page in her book, her voice steady, as if she was talking about a small, insignificant matter. A warm feeling suddenly filled Lin Xiu's heart. like a gentle wave washing over him, quickly dispelling the cold he felt. Then he opened the food box. The food inside was still steaming, all his favorite dishes. He looked at the food in the box, then at Calvia, who was reading seriously outside the window. His cheeks grew warm quietly. He always thought Calvia was just trying to teach him a lesson when she froze him, but he didn't realize she remembered he hadn't eaten and specially left food for him, and it was hot. Although the princess seemed cold on the outside, she actually cared about him. Thank you, Your Highness, Lin Xiu said shyly. Calvia didn't look up, just gave a soft, and paused while turning the pages. The sunset was just right. In the office, only the rustling of pages and Lin Xiu eating could be heard. Li Ruyan, meow meow meow. Does anyone remember that I haven't eaten yet? Hey. In the following days, Lin Xiu's school life returned to normal. Maybe because of what happened that afternoon in the dean's office. Whenever the class bell rang, he would find a chance to sit next to Hagermuir, deliberately teasing the knight's sensitive nerves. Hagermuir's hand holding the pen twitched with visible veins, but he always held back his anger. When the class ended, Lin Xiu would immediately become energetic again, rushing to the cafeteria to eat. After filling his stomach, he would carry cat food to Calvia's office. Li Ruyan had figured out his routine. Every time he pushed the door open, the little cat would jump out of its nest, rub against his pants, meow, and stare intently at the cat food bowl. Lin Xiu smiled as he poured cat food into the bowl. Watching Li Ruyan eat eagerly, he turned to Calvia, who was sitting in a soft chair reading a book. Your Highness, the weather is nice today. Would you like to take a walk on the playground? No, Calvia replied without looking up, flipping the pages with her fingertips. I still have magic experiments to record. Oh, Lin Xiu said cheerfully, not discouraged. He sat on a small bench nearby, petting the cat and chatting. By the way, Your Highness, today I found a new sweet cake in the cafeteria. Next time, I'll bring you a piece to try. And also, Calvia didn't answer but slowed down her reading a little, occasionally glancing at the scene of Lin Xiu playing with the cat. Her icy blue eyes seemed to be thinking about something. Unlike before, because the kitten now had its own cat food, the meals Lin Xiu brought wouldn't be fed to the cat by her. Instead, she would eat them slowly during her reading breaks. At first, she thought it was a waste, but gradually she got used to this warm, lively feeling. Days passed, and the low-level practice days were getting closer. That afternoon, Lin Xiu was teasing Li Ruyan with a cat toy. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he looked up and asked, Your Highness, the Beast Forest practice is coming soon. Do you know who the professor leading the team is? Calvia paused her reading and replied calmly, It's not me. Lin Xiu's smile instantly faded. His eyes lost their previous expectation, and he looked a little disappointed inside. Seeing him look so down, Calvia's lips twitched slightly, and a playful glint appeared in her eyes. Actually, I've already submitted a request to the dean to have the team leader changed to me. Really? Lin Xiu suddenly looked up, but when he met Calvia's teasing smile, he realized he had been tricked. His face turned bright red, and he quickly looked down, pretending to continue playing with the cat. Did I just get teased by the princess? Calvia watched Lin Xiu's awkwardness with a deeper smile. She decided not to tease him further and said calmly, All right, you don't need to take care of Li Ruyan these days. I will prepare its food and water. Hurry up and pack the things you need for the practice. Oh, okay. Lin Xiu nodded quickly and left the office cheerfully. Bitter tea, very advanced transition effect. The scene shifts back to 3 days earlier in the dean's office. Mears looks at the application form handed to him, raises an eyebrow, and speaks with a teasing tone. You want to lead the team? That's surprising. I asked you several times before to take students for practice, and you always refused. Why the sudden change now? Could it be because of your little disciple? Carvia picks up her coffee from the desk and takes a gentle sip, frowning slightly. The coffee is bitter and sour, really hard to drink. Faced with Mears's question, she admits honestly, Well, since he's my first disciple, I feel more at ease guiding him. All right, Mears says with a smile, waving his hand. Since you're so eager to lead, I'll notify Professor Phil to assign someone else. Thank you, Dean, Carvia says, setting down her coffee cup and getting ready to leave. As she reaches the door, she remembers the unpleasant coffee and turns back to add, By the way, if the dean doesn't know how to make coffee, you don't really need to make it yourself. Mears's smile instantly stiffens, and his eyelid twitches. Is she mocking his coffee? But he actually thought it was quite good. Watching Carvia's figure disappear, Mears mutters to himself, really doesn't know how to appreciate good things. It's quite tasty, after all. Mears takes a sip himself, but the next second, he spits it out. Carvia was right. Maybe he shouldn't make coffee anymore. But despite the teasing, he quickly picks up the crystal ball, contacts Professor Phil, and swaps the lower-grade practice leadership task to Carvia. After all, it's not easy to get this genius professor, who rarely participates in student activities, to take the initiative. Bitter tea, very advanced transition effect. Now, the scene shifts back to the present. The streets of Normanding City are bustling with activity. Magic lamps emit a gentle, warm glow. Shops along the street display colorful signs. Some sell snacks, others sell magic device parts, and some shout out to sell fresh magical beast meat. In short, the streets are lively, full of the warmth of everyday life. Lin Xiu walks along the street, hands in his pockets, thinking about what he needs to bring for the practice. Actually, this activity is just like going on a picnic somewhere else. Since it's a picnic outing, snacks must be prepared, or it will be very boring on the way. Yes, I also need to buy a few comic books to pass the time. Having made the decision, Lin Xiu directly rushes into a snack shop. He waves his hand and quickly puts all the snacks that look good on the shelves into his shopping basket. When paying, he takes out a storage ring given by Calvia, lightly taps it with his fingertip, and silently says, "Pay." Then, a faint glow flashes on the ring, and the screen shows that the payment was successful. Lin Xiu looks at the reduced balance in his account and suddenly has a strange thought. Why do I feel like I am being supported by a princess? The system's voice sounds at the right moment. Lin Xiu's eyes brighten. Oh, system, you finally speak human language. Lin Xiu. He normally disables the system, then carries the bulging bag of snacks and walks out of the shop. He turns around and enters a nearby magic comic store. This store is the most popular entertainment place in the city. The first floor sells comic books, the second floor has DVDs of Magic Stone-recorded TV shows, and the third floor is quite special. Rarely do students go up there. Entertainment options from another world are not many. Either recording videos with magic stones, similar to discs from the past, or paper comic books and books. Lin Xiu walks around the first floor and chooses a few very popular adventure comics. Knight's Contract and Daily Life of a Magical Girl are both very popular among classmates. Then he goes up to the second floor, where shelves are filled with shiny Magic Stone DVDs, with labels like Royal Secrets and Otherworldly Love. Lin Xiu casually picks two well-reviewed ones, thinking it might be nice to watch shows in the tent tonight. Finally, his gaze falls on the staircase leading to the third floor. At the staircase entrance hangs a small wooden sign that says, "No minors allowed." Lin Xiu raises an eyebrow. Minors are not allowed. He is familiar with this rule. Ignoring the risk, he continues to go up, planning to check out the third floor. The owner is a middle-aged man with a small beard. Seeing this, he quickly speaks. "This student, are you from the Royal Magic Academy?" He points to Lin Xiu's uniform. Minors are not allowed to go to the third floor to buy things. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up, and he immediately showed a slightly lecherous smile. "Boss, don't worry. I'm already an adult. Let me go up and take a look." The boss hesitated for a moment, but then moved aside. Lin Xiu quickly ran up to the third floor. As soon as he reached the top, he saw shelves filled with bold cover comics and DVDs. The art style was daring, and the titles were very suggestive. Definitely a different world's little warrior. There were titles like Time Stop Magic Revelation, The Use of Hypnosis Magic, and The NTR Story of the Minotaur Knight. Wow, so there are such interesting things, Lin Xiu said, picking up a book and flipping through it. He felt a bit excited, curious to compare the learning materials from this world with those from Earth. But just as he was about to pay, he suddenly remembered that he was using what seemed to be Calvia's secondary card. His hand froze instantly, and cold sweat broke out on his back. If Princess Calvia found out I used her money to buy this stuff, I might be in big trouble. I would definitely be in trouble. I might even be turned into an ice sculpture forever, completely frozen, with no way to thaw. He imagined Calvia's cold gaze and the room filled with icy air, quickly shoving the comics back onto the shelf. The boss watched his hurried movements with a puzzled look. This kid bought so many things, and he didn't seem short of money. Why did he go upstairs, pick something up, and then put it back? Lin Xiao sensed the boss's suspicion, scratched his head awkwardly, and explained, it's because the financial account isn't linked to my own. The boss suddenly understood and smiled knowingly. Got it. No problem, no problem. Lin Xiao forced a laugh, paid for the comics and DVDs, and quickly grabbed his things to leave. He looked at the snacks, comics, and DVDs in his hands, feeling satisfied. His entertainment supplies were now ready. All that was left was to wait for the princess to set out with him for a picnic outside the monster forest. Lin Xiao lay on his bed, staring at the wood grain on the ceiling, a faint hint of regret lingering at the corner of his mouth. The covers of the forbidden books on the third floor kept flashing through his mind. But thinking about the consequences of using Calvia's secondary card to pay made him shiver. However, as the protagonist, Lin Xiao wouldn't give up easily, so he kept thinking. With his current relationship with the princess, he wasn't yet at the point where he could spend her money freely on such things. But if in the future, the relationship becomes good enough to calmly read such materials together, maybe it could happen. No, that idea seems even more ridiculous. But thinking carefully about that scene, it feels kind of exciting. Just imagining Carvia's icy blue eyes staring at the book, with her ears turning red but trying to stay calm, makes Lin Xiao's lips curl up involuntarily. Nothing. Lin Xiao hurriedly pulls back his thoughts, his cheeks a little hot, and quickly covers his head with a blanket. Sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow. Amidst his wild thoughts, Lin Xiao drifts off to sleep. The next morning, as the sunlight just peeked through the window, Lin Xiao was awakened by the school's gathering horn. He carried a backpack full of snacks and comics, and followed the crowd onto a carriage heading to the outskirts of the city. The ride was bumpy, and the inside of the carriage was filled with excited chatter from students. Lin Xiao, however, pressed his face against the window, eager to see what the edge of the monster forest looked like. When the carriage stopped, Lin Xiao was the first to jump down and look around. The grasslands outside the city were lush green, and the distant woods looked dense and lively. The air was filled with the fresh scent of plants and soil. Everywhere on the grassland, strange monsters could be seen. Wild boars with two curved tusks munching on grass, and a few semi-transparent slimes slowly wriggling around, soft and jelly-like. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He quickly ran over and casually grabbed a light blue slime. This slime was about the size of a fist, soft, slippery, and cold. Before it could react, he lifted it into the air. Its round body was still trying to move forward, as if confused about why it suddenly couldn't move. When it realized it was being held up, it slowly turned its eyes to the back of its head. Yes, it really turned to the back of its head. Lin Xiao was stunned. He couldn't do that without moving his head, but the slime seemed to have done just that. The slime blinked its round eyes and stared at Lin Xiao for 5 seconds. With its intelligence comparable to a single-celled organism, it clearly couldn't understand what was happening, but it finally came to a conclusion. It must be that the human in front of it was stopping its progress. So, the slime angrily flailed around, wobbling left and right in the air, trying to hit Lin Xiao. But since it was being held, it couldn't reach, and its funny appearance made Lin Xiao laugh out loud. Don't be angry. Is it okay if I put you down? Lin Xiao thought this little creature was really cute, so he casually set it on the ground. But unexpectedly, as soon as the slime touched the ground, it immediately changed direction and crashed into Lin Xiao's heel. Its force was soft and ticklish, harmless and gentle. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. However, he was a person with morals and principles. He had initially provoked the slime himself, so he couldn't just kill it because it was annoying. So he let the slime bump into him and continued walking forward. But he never expected that the slime was a social creature and had a persistent spirit. Somehow, the signal from this slime spread out, and soon, more slimes gathered around him. Some stuck to his pants, some hung on his backpack, and others followed behind, occasionally bumping his heels. By the time Lin Xiao realized it, his body was covered with colorful slimes, and behind him, a trail of jelly-like creatures followed. Their soft feel and occasional bumps were not painful, but made his scalp tingle with irritation. Help! Your Highness, the princess. Lin Xiao couldn't take it anymore. Carrying his slime-covered body, he ran toward Carvia nearby. Carvia was sitting under a big tree, reading a book in the sunlight. The golden rays shone on her hair, making her look especially gentle. When she heard Lin Xiu's cry, she looked up. Seeing how he was covered in semi-transparent slimes, some wriggling on his shoulders, she couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. At this moment, Lin Xiu was covered with translucent slimes, some moving on his shoulders, looking like a mobile slime ornament. Are you captured by slimes? Carvia put down her book, teasing with a rare, playful tone, her eyes still holding a faint smile. Your Highness, please don't tease me. Lin Xiu looked miserable. Help me deal with this. I really can't handle these little guys anymore. That's easy. Carvia stood up, walked straight to Lin Xiu, and extended her slender finger. She pointed at the largest slime on his pants and pinched it with a snap. With a popping sound, the slime suddenly burst, spilling a light blue liquid that shimmered and scattered on the ground. The remaining slime froze instantly, sticking to Lin Xiu without moving, its big round eyes full of fear. This human is so cruel. In the next moment, all the slimes seemed frightened. They jumped off Lin Xiu's body and scattered into the grass, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiu opened his mouth in shock, staring at the leftover slime liquid on the ground. He looked surprised and asked, Did I just kill it? Didn't I tell you to read more books? Calvia glanced at him with a hint of helplessness. Lin Xiu looked at her with confusion, clearly not understanding what she meant. Don't worry, it's not dead, Calvia said, seeming to worry that he might not understand, and then explained, Slimes are very good at splitting and they eat trash. There are 3 sizes: large, medium, and small. When a large slime is hit and explodes, it splits into 4 medium slimes. Medium slimes split into 4 small ones. Small slimes, when hit and burst, turn into slime goo, which slowly gathers and becomes a new slime. As she finished speaking, the light blue slime goo on the ground started to wiggle and gather. Soon, it reformed into a tiny slime. It shyly looked at Calvia, then quickly dove into the grass and didn't come out again. Calvia looked at Lin Xiu with a scrutinizing gaze. You were taught all this in magic theory class. Didn't you listen? It was almost obvious she was implying he was sleeping during class. Embarrassed, Lin Xiu scratched his head and quickly changed the subject. Haha, the weather is really nice today. Look at this grass, so green. Calvia watched his clumsy attempt to change the topic, sighed helplessly, and shook her head. While Calvia lowered her head to read again, Lin Xiu quietly slipped away, afraid she would bring up his sleeping in class again. Then he took a bag of potato chips from his backpack. Remembering Calvia said slimes eat trash, he had an idea to experiment. He casually threw the empty chip bag onto the ground. A light green slime immediately bounced over. It had no mouth and wrapped its body around the bag, its soft, jelly-like texture completely covering it. The next moment, white bubbles appeared all over the plastic bag's surface, as if it was quickly breaking down. Soon, they disappeared completely inside the slime, leaving no trace. Lin Xiu widened his eyes and immediately started to think. If he kept a creature like this at home, he would never need to clean again. Plus, if it became popular, it could be a big business opportunity. While he was dreaming about the future, he suddenly heard heavy breathing behind him, along with the sound of hooves scraping the ground. He turned around and saw a strong wild boar standing nearby. Its 2 curved tusks gleamed coldly, and white steam puffed from its nostrils. One of its front legs was stomping the ground repeatedly, as if gathering strength. Lin Xiu's heart skipped a beat. That wild boar's tusks looked dangerous. If it charged at him, he might get hurt badly. But he quickly calmed down. He was now a 2nd-level knight with over 56,000 magic points. Dealing with such a low-level beast was easy for him. Just as the wild boar suddenly stomped and charged like a runaway chariot, Lin Xiu flipped his wrist. His sword, hanging at his waist, instantly unsheathed with a flash of cold light. He sidestepped to avoid the boar's attack, and then swung his sword precisely at its front leg. With a sharp splat, the boar's leg was cut off, and blood sprayed out. The boar lost its balance and knelt on the ground, its huge body sliding forward and kicking up a cloud of dust. Seizing the moment, Lin Xiu took a step forward and stabbed his sword directly into the boar's heart. The boar let out a loud, piercing squeal, twitched a few times, and soon stopped moving. Lin Xiu pulled out his sword, shook off the blood, and felt very pleased. Tonight, he could have a delicious meal. But just 2 seconds after feeling happy, he froze. He didn't have magic talent and couldn't use fire magic. How was he supposed to roast the boar without fire? Then his eyes lit up. He turned to look at Calvia not far away. His princess was a real 4th-level great mage. Fire magic was probably no problem for her. Quickly, Lin Xiu stored the boar's body into his magic ring and happily ran toward Calvia, smiling in a flattering way. "Princess, look what I caught. How about we have roasted boar tonight?" Calvia put down her coffee cup and looked at Lin Xiu's long sword, which was stained with blood. She suddenly smiled mysteriously and said, "Most low-level monsters live in groups. Since they are social, they must have a leader." She paused and added slyly, "If you kill a normal monster and don't handle the body properly, their leader might come after you for revenge." Lin Xiu was surprised. He mostly slept during class and didn't know much about these things. "So, hum." Calvia nodded and pointed behind him with a calm tone. "Your debt collector has arrived." Turning around, Lin Xiu saw a wild boar twice as big as the last one, standing there. It was muscular, with longer and thicker tusks, and its nostrils were steaming hot. Clearly, this was the wild boar leader Calvia mentioned. Lin Xiu quickly checked his system. Looking at the system information, he remained calm inside. He was already a 2nd-rank mage. Plus, with Calvia, a 4th-rank grand mage, nearby, even if he couldn't win, the princess wouldn't just watch him get hurt. Lin Xiu immediately drew his sword, prepared to fight, and kept a wary eye on the Boar King. From Calvia's relaxed attitude, it was clear she planned to watch and let Lin Xiu handle it himself. Sure enough, Calvia took out a small coffee set from her storage ring and slowly brewed coffee. The aroma quickly spread. She held her coffee cup, sat in a chair, and looked like she was enjoying the show. The young apprentice needed some practice. Anyway, with her watching nearby, nothing should go wrong. Seeing the Boar King rushing toward him with a strong wind, Lin Xiu didn't dare to be careless. As a 2nd-rank creature, this beast's brute strength was far beyond that of a human. He immediately released his magic. A golden knightly aura burst out, wrapping around his body like flowing gold fabric. The grass beneath his feet rippled from the force. Bang! The Boar King's sharp tusks slammed into Lin Xiu's iron sword, and the loud clash echoed painfully in the ears. Lin Xiu felt a huge force travel up his arm, making his wrist numb. He was pushed back forcefully, carving 2 deep grooves into the ground with his feet. "Since we're both 2nd rank, how come his strength is so much greater than mine?" Lin Xiu clenched his teeth and suddenly poured his magic power into his sword with great force. The sword instantly shone with a bright golden light, trembling slightly. Using the momentum from his magic surge, he twisted his wrist and sharply lifted the sword upward. Whoosh! A flash of gold light, and the wild Boar King was knocked back several steps by this sudden force. It snorted white steam from its nostrils and looked even more fierce. Lin Xiu shook his numb arm. Taking advantage of the moment when the opponent stabilized, he pushed off the ground and rushed forward like a fleeting shadow. But at this moment, the wild Boar King suddenly stomped its foot. Boom! The ground shook violently. 10 sharp soil spikes burst out from the earth, forming a circular barrier around the wild Boar King, protecting it firmly in the middle. The soil spikes glowed with a yellowish magic light, and their tips were so sharp they reflected light. A pig can even use magic. Lin Xiu quickly stepped back, narrowly avoiding the piercing soil spikes, and broke out in a cold sweat. He stared at the wild Boar King surrounded by the soil spikes, thinking to himself that this was troublesome. This beast actually had some tactics. If he jumped directly over, he wouldn't be able to use his momentum in midair. The wild Boar King would likely aim at his landing point and charge forward early. If he tried to cut through the soil spikes head-on, the opponent would probably seize the moment when his sword was just starting to weaken and launch a surprise attack. It would be great if he had a ranged skill. Lin Xiu circled around the soil spikes, watching the fierce eyes of the wild Boar King. Comparing it to his own simple attack, he couldn't help but complain silently in his mind. "System, give me a skill. You always let me down. Get lost." Lin Xiu cursed inwardly, only able to wait patiently. After all, beasts are beasts. No matter how high their battle intelligence, it can't match their wild nature. He didn't believe the wild boar king would stay hiding inside the soil spikes forever. Sure enough, in less than half a minute, the wild boar king couldn't hold back anymore. It let out a deafening roar, and the soil spikes around it instantly retracted into the ground. It then stomped the ground and charged at Lin Xiu again, faster than before, with sparks on its sharp teeth from the previous collision. Lin Xiu's eyes sharpened, and he made a quick decision in his mind. Better to attack than defend. Although they are both at the second level, he was confident he could hold his ground. But just like in the first encounter, he would be pushed back. His advantage was never brute strength but the sharpness of his sword and his precise judgment. With the support of his knightly aura, his senses were amplified many times. His eagle-eyed gaze fixed tightly on the tusks of the wild boar king. During the earlier collision, he noticed a tiny on the left tusk of the opponent. Now is the time. Lin Xiu no longer retreated. Instead, he charged straight at the wild boar king. The two collided instantly. Lin Xiu sidestepped to avoid the other's charge, flipped his wrist, and aimed his long sword precisely at the. A clear breaking sound rang out. The wild boar king's left tusk snapped and flew out with blood. Lin Xiu's sword kept moving forward. Using the momentum, he fiercely slashed at the area from the boar's neck to its belly, leaving a deep wound that showed the bone, and blood gushed out. The two narrowly missed each other, falling behind their opponent. Lin Xiu staggered 2 steps before stabilizing himself. His knightly aura blocked the aftershock of the boar's charge, but his iron sword suddenly broke from the middle. Ordinary iron swords couldn't withstand the collision with second-tier magic power and the tough hide of the wild boar king. Looking at the broken sword in his hand, Lin Xiu's heart sank. The wild boar king, having suffered a big loss, became completely enraged. It turned around and charged at Lin Xiu again, its remaining tusks gleaming coldly, and the fresh blood from its wound made it even more furious. At this critical moment, a cold aura suddenly spread out. Calvia put down his coffee cup, lightly tapped his fingertips, and a huge ice spike burst from the ground, carrying a chilling coldness. It precisely pierced through the wild boar king's chest. Thud, the wild boar king's charge abruptly stopped. It was impaled on the ice spike, like a candied hawthorn, and lost all breath. Calvia walked over to Lin Xiu, his gaze falling on the broken sword in his hand. His tone was calm. If you had a good sword, you would have already won. Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment and instinctively asked, which is the best sword in the world? His question was a bit random, with a dazed feeling after the fight, but also a hint of seriousness. I don't know. Calvia glanced at him, then slightly curled his lips into a faint smile. But if you want a sword worthy of a second-tier knight, maybe I can help you find one. Although Calvia didn't continue the conversation, the system could. Listening to the familiar conversation, Lin Xiu's heart moved. Could it be that? System, can you really get that sword? Lin Xiu suddenly became excited, rubbing his hands. Huh? Why? Aren't you the all-powerful system? Lin Xiu. He looked at the shrug emoji sent by the system in his mind and just wanted to find this broken system and give it a good punch. Calvia raised her hand and took out a small, icy blue magic device from her storage ring. It was about the size of a palm, with tiny ice patterns carved along the edge, feeling cold to the touch. She lightly tapped her fingertip, and the magic device glowed with a soft blue light. After a few seconds, Alan's voice came through. What's the matter, Your Highness? Alan's voice was respectful. You take my token to the royal treasury in the palace to get a sword and deliver it to the outskirts of the beast forest. Understood, Your Highness. Do you have any other instructions? No, that's all. Calvia ended the communication and casually put the magic device back into her pocket. Lin Xiu saw this, and his eyes lit up. Isn't this just his phone from his previous life? He leaned in and asked, Your Highness, this is, Calvia explained, just something I made out of boredom. It's a one-way communication device. If you want one, I can make one for you later. Lin Xiu finally understood. It wasn't a phone, just a walkie-talkie. Although they had similar functions, some walkie-talkies only allow communication between 2 units. Really? That's great. Lin Xiu was overjoyed. Even though it wasn't a phone, having a walkie-talkie was pretty good. Then their eyes fell on the corpse of the wild boar king nearby. Calvia asked, What do you plan to do with these 2 wild boars? Lin Xiu hesitated. He hadn't thought about what to do with them. But since the princess had spoken, he could only start thinking. He still had a normal wild boar in his storage ring. Together, they were quite large. He definitely couldn't eat them all, and selling materials to make money was too troublesome, cutting skin, meat, bones, and finding sales channels. He hated dealing with such complicated chores. Suddenly, an idea came to him. "Your Highness, please wait a moment." He quickly ran toward the camp, far ahead seeing Hager Moore and some classmates packing their belongings. Lin Xiu deliberately raised his voice and shouted, "Lao Mo, I want to eat fish." Hager Mo paused, turned his head, and glared at him angrily, grinding his teeth. "Don't call me Lao Mo, and what does wanting to eat fish have to do with me?" "Oh, my mistake." Lin Xiu patted his mouth. "Actually, I want to eat pork. That has nothing to do with me either. Come on, don't be so cold. The pork isn't just for me. Everyone will eat it together." Mo was about to turn and walk away, ignoring this guy, but when he heard the word, everyone, he stopped. As a discipline officer, he couldn't let the students miss out on group benefits. Seeing this, Lin Xiu quickly exaggerated the story about hunting wild boars and encountering the wild boar king, emphasizing how he fought bravely and was exhausted. "Anyway, that's what happened. Please inform everyone." Discipline officer, Lin Xiu deliberately lowered his voice at the end, gave a wink, and then made a single finger gesture from his head forward. Most cheeks instantly flushed with anger. Seeing this, Lin Xiu quickly ran away. He found it really fun to tease this discipline officer from time to time, especially when the other person could only grit his teeth and watch him. It felt so satisfying. Honestly, Mo was very efficient as a discipline officer. Within half an hour, all the students were gathered on an open space near the camp, and a bonfire was already set up. "Your person has been called. What do you want to do next?" Mo asked, walking up to Lin Xiu with a cold tone. Lin Xiu pretended to look confused, then pointed at him with a pained expression. "Mo, I hunted 2 big wild boars and did such a great job. I prepared the ingredients for everyone. Now I'm exhausted, and you still want me to handle it? Where's your sense of fairness as a knight? Really? Is anyone planning to enjoy the feast without lifting a finger?" Mo was speechless from being called out, and his face turned even redder. Lin Xiu's words hit the mark. He couldn't let the one who contributed do all the work and then just enjoy the benefits. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, I'll handle the ingredients." After that, he picked up his tools, walked to the wild boar's body, and began skillfully skinning, removing bones, and dividing the meat. Lin Xiuza relaxed nearby, happily directing the scene. His bossy attitude made Mo almost drop his knife in anger. Soon, the delicious roasted pork was ready. The fat dripped onto the campfire, sizzling loudly, filling the air with a wonderful smell. The students took turns getting their share of the meat. Mo specifically saved a pork rib for Lin Xiu. Lin Xiu took it, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Are you being so kind?" Even so, he took a big bite. When food is offered, he wouldn't waste it. But after chewing a few times, he frowned and spat it out, saying, "This is way too salty." Mo snorted coldly and turned away, feeling secretly pleased. Lin Xiu shook his head helplessly and decided to cook another piece himself. As for the overly salty pork rib, he casually threw it to a nearby slime. These little creatures don't have taste buds and aren't picky eaters. After dinner, it started to get dark. The students began setting up tents to sleep. Calvia watched Lin Xiu lying relaxed on the grass, looking at the stars, and frowned slightly. "You didn't forget to buy a tent, did you?" Lin Xiu's body stiffened instantly. His eyes looked into the distance, and he forced a laugh. "Haha, the weather is really nice today. Princess, let's watch the stars together tonight." Calvia, forget it. Just squeeze in with me tonight, Calvia said, looking at Lin Xiu's awkward expression and shaking her head helplessly. This. Lin Xiu's cheeks turned bright red. He didn't know where to put his hands. "Princess, this isn't good, right? Just the 2 of us in one tent." Thud. It was a loud sound, a good hit. With a crisp and loud sound, Calvia curled her finger and tapped Lin Xiu's forehead. "What are you thinking about? All that nonsense." Calvia rolled her eyes. "You sleep in the sleeping bag. I sleep inside the tent. Each on our own side. No bothering each other. Okay. Got it." Lin Xiu covered his forehead where he was hit, and his romantic thoughts instantly vanished. Sure enough, The princess was still the princess. He had just overthought things. Walking into the tent with Calvia, Lin Xiu finally noticed that the tent was much larger than a normal single-person tent. It was clearly a double tent. The top of the tent hung a small magic lamp, emitting a soft, warm light that illuminated the inside space. Additionally, he noticed that a spot on one side of the tent, which should have held something, was now empty. At the same time, Calvia was raising her hand to retract a folded wooden bookshelf into her storage ring. The bookshelf still held a few unfinished magic books. It turned out that the double tent was designed for 2 people, and the extra space was meant for the bookshelf. Now, Princess Calvia had folded it away to give Lin Xiu more room. Lin Xiu, what a perfect example of a strict inequality. Calvia sat inside the tent and took out a magic book, flipping through its pages. The rustling sound of the pages was especially clear in the quiet tent. Lin Xiu also obediently spread out his sleeping bag on the other side and lay down. But instead of closing his eyes immediately, he took out a comic book from his backpack and flipped through it casually. Now, only the gentle glow of the magic lamp, the sound of pages turning, and the steady breathing of the two created a warm and slightly intimate atmosphere. After flipping through a few pages, Lin Xiu's curiosity finally overcame the silence. He hesitated and asked, "Princess, may I ask you a question?" "Go ahead," Calvia said without looking up, her gaze still on the magic book. Her tone was calm, with no hint of impatience. "It's about when I fought the wild boar king earlier." Lin Xiu sat up, eyes full of curiosity. "Why can monsters also cast magic? And they don't even need to chant." The mechanism by which the wild boar king can cast magic without chanting made Lin Xiu quite envious. He never thought he would envy a pig one day, but he was genuinely still hopeful about magic. Calvia finally put down her book and turned to look at him. Monsters and humans have different magic systems. For example, the earth-type monsters like the wild boar king have pure earth element magic flowing through their bodies. They don't need to chant to build magic arrays like humans do to convert unattribute magic into elemental magic. Instead, they can directly manipulate the elements within their bodies. Just like how knights release magic to form an aura, it's essentially the direct use of magic. So, chanting isn't necessary. Lin Xiu understood roughly after hearing this. If human magic is like an unpowered battery, then elemental magic is like a machine that needs to be driven. Chanting is the wire that connects the two. Since monsters naturally have batteries and machines, they don't need wires. Humans have an advantage because they can use magic without relying on elements, Calvia said, flicking her fingers. Small fireballs, water droplets, lightning, wind blades, and ice shards appeared in her palms. The 5 elements flowed and shimmered with a faint glow. We can create magic circles by chanting, which draw on the elements in the air. Once skilled, we can even use multiple types of magic across different elements without chanting. Monsters can't do this. I see. Lin Xiu suddenly understood. Then he had a new idea. So, if we change the magic in our bodies from neutral to a single element, even though we can't use other magic, we could cast magic of that element directly without chanting. That's theoretically correct, Calvia said, watching his excited face with a faint smile. She paused deliberately, stretching her words. Some people have tried that before. Did they succeed? Lin Xiu asked eagerly, leaning forward with anticipation. Well, Calvia drew out the sound, lightly flicking her fingers over the book pages, a mischievous smile on her lips. I won't tell you. Since overhearing Lin Xiu's confession that day, she realized that teasing this slightly silly yet playful young apprentice brought a little fun to her otherwise dull and somewhat boring life. Your Highness, don't do that. Lin Xiu's face suddenly fell. You're halfway through your story, and you're deliberately teasing me. Ending a story at a crucial moment makes readers want to throw knives. He then called out, Your Highness, several more times and gently tugged at her sleeve. But Calvia only kept her lips pressed, a lingering smile on her face. She continued reading her magic book, ignoring Lin Xiu's protests. After a while, seeing that Calvia was determined not to tell him, Lin Xiu gave up and lay back into his sleeping bag, feeling disappointed. He secretly looked at Calvia's focused side profile. The soft glow of the magic lamp lit her hair, outlining her gentle features. The faint smile on her lips was like the first sunlight melting snow, warm and making his heart itch. The tent fell silent again, only the rustling of pages breaking the quiet. Calvia appeared to be reading seriously, but her eyes secretly glanced at Lin Xiao, who was watching her. Her reading slowed slightly as she noticed his gaze. The magic lamp inside the tent still emitted a soft glow. The air was filled with a faint ink scent and the fresh smell of grass from the boy. It was quiet and gentle, like an unfinished poem. As night deepened, the magic lamp in the tent continued to cast a warm, gentle light. Lin Xiao flipped through a comic, his eyelids starting to droop uncontrollably. He forced himself to look at Calvia, who was still reading with her head down. Her side profile looked especially peaceful in the lamp's glow. "Your Highness, aren't you going to sleep?" Lin Xiao yawned, his voice soft and a little sleepy. I'm not tired yet," Calvia replied without looking up, flipping a page with her fingertips. Her body was already close to level 5, and her energy was far beyond that of ordinary people. Staying up late to read was just a normal thing for her. "Oh, okay," Lin Xiao responded quietly, feeling a little disappointed inside. He had secretly hoped to see the princess change into pajamas, but it seemed that wouldn't happen. As someone from the modern world who often stayed up late, Lin Xiao wanted to keep talking with Calvia a little longer, maybe even see her in pajamas. But soon, exhaustion took over, and he fell into a deep sleep inside his sleeping bag, breathing steadily. He slept very peacefully. When Lin Xiao woke up again, the tent was already empty. The magic lamp had gone out at some point. Morning light seeped through the tent's gaps, casting mottled shadows on the ground. Lin Xiao rubbed his sleepy eyes, not knowing what time the princess had gone to bed or when she had woken up. He stretched lazily and stepped outside the tent. The morning air was especially fresh, carrying the scent of dew on the grass and trees. The sun had already risen, casting golden sunlight over the grass, warm and bright. Lin Xiao walked to the nearby river. The water was clear, reflecting the blue sky and the trees along the bank. He scooped up some cool water and splashed it on his face. The icy feeling instantly chased away his remaining sleepiness. As Lin Xiao looked up to wipe his face, he accidentally caught sight of his reflection in the lake. "I saw a small, short, chubby figure with green skin and pointed ears approaching secretly nearby. It was holding a rusty short knife and looked greedy and malicious. It's a goblin." Lin Xiao's pupils suddenly contracted. Without hesitation, his magic power burst out instantly. Under the knight's aura, he instinctively prepared himself, pushed off the ground, and quickly turned around. At the same time, he precisely grabbed the goblin's neck. He wanted to draw his sword and fight back, but his fingers found nothing. He remembered that his iron sword had broken yesterday. The goblin squeaked loudly as Lin Xiao squeezed it, its small limbs flailing wildly, but it couldn't break free from Lin Xiao's grip. Lin Xiao's eyes turned cold, and he increased the force in his hand. He had no mercy for such a sneaky and evil creature. "Don't kill it yet," a cold voice came. Calvia quickly approached, carrying a long cloth bag. She looked at the goblin, almost suffocating from Lin Xiao's hold, and flicked her fingers. A faint blue magic circle appeared instantly, with 4 runes flying out and precisely attaching to the goblin's limbs. The runes on its limbs glowed faintly, and the goblin's body stiffened immediately, unable to move, only making faint whimpering sounds. "Your Highness, why are you here?" Lin Xiao released his grip and looked at Calvia, surprised. "The sword I promised to find for you yesterday has arrived." Calvia shook the cloth bag and handed it to Lin Xiao. "I looked for you at the tent, but didn't see you. I heard from others that you came to the river." Lin Xiao took the bag, feeling its weight. He opened it and found a simple-looking longsword. The blade shimmered with a faint silver light, and the handle was black, wrapped with non-slip leather, fitting perfectly in his hand. "Thank you, Your Highness." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but wave the sword, and the wind howled. It was much more comfortable to use than his previous ordinary iron sword. Calvia responded softly, then looked at the sealed goblin with a serious expression. "There's a high chance there's a goblin nest behind this. After breakfast, go inform everyone. At noon, organize a cleanup team to wipe out their nest completely." "Understood." Lin Xiao nodded firmly, his grip tightening on the new sword. Generally, Lin Xiao, as a successor educated in socialism, does not advocate killing innocent people indiscriminately. For harmless monsters like slimes, or friendly and neutral races, he always follows the principle of, if you don't offend me, I won't harm you. However, this time, when facing goblins, he immediately decided to kill the moment they appeared, without any hesitation. All of this stems from the vile nature of the goblin race. After Karlvaya explained the knowledge about slimes, Lin Xiu specifically looked up the monster manual she brought, gaining a deeper understanding of goblins beyond what he saw in anime in his previous life. Goblins are a species without females, but they possess a disgusting racial trait, ignoring reproductive barriers. Just like pigs and dogs cannot crossbreed to produce offspring, goblins can reproduce with almost any female of other races, and their offspring are always goblins. This means they must rely on raiding and seizing females from other races to continue their kind, imprisoning them in dungeons as breeding tools, with extremely cruel methods. Among the victims Lin Xiu knows of are a red-haired mage, a purple-haired adventurer, a foreign warrior woman, and a yellow-haired churchwoman. Because of this, goblins are almost opposed by all races, and everyone wants to eliminate them, since no one wants their partners suddenly taken away by goblins. Just reading about this in books made Lin Xiu feel an uncontrollable anger rise in his heart. Now, seeing this goblin full of malice before him, he feels no pity at all. Such creatures are a disaster if kept alive, Lin Xiu said coldly as he kicked the sealed goblin. Karlvaya looked at the anger in his eyes and said nothing, clearly understanding the evil deeds of goblins. She turned around and said, "Let's go back to the camp for breakfast. After eating, inform everyone quickly. We move out at noon." "Okay," Lin Xiu replied, lifting the sealed goblin and following Karlvaya to the camp. "Don't worry," Calvia said calmly, with firm confidence. This kind of lowly race has a strong desire to survive. They know they will die if they don't return, so even if they only live a little longer by risking everything, they will choose to use the lives of thousands of their kind to cling to life for a while longer. Calvia looked at the faint blue mark on her palm. "Let's go." "The tracking magic I cast on it has stopped working, which means they are already within the nest." Soon, the team arrived at a hidden valley. The goblin's nest was tucked under a rocky cliff deep inside the valley. Its surface was covered with vines and moss, blending almost perfectly with the environment. Without the tracking guide, they wouldn't have noticed it even if they passed by. Like their kind, enemies of all races, they had a natural talent for hiding their home base. "Attack now," Calvia said. As soon as she finished speaking, a huge fireball appeared in her palm. Flames roared and radiated heat as she hurled it at the rock wall. Boom! An intense explosion erupted, rocks flying everywhere and dust filling the air. The nest was blown open, revealing the interior instantly. The rocky wall was hollowed out, with countless tunnels crisscrossing inside. In the outermost prison cells, various female creatures were packed tightly. Human girls, elves, dwarves, and even animals like pigs, cows, and sheep. They were chained up, their eyes full of fear and despair. In the cells, a few small girls, only about 7 or 8 years old, curled up in the corners, trembling. Seeing this, Lin Xiu felt a surge of anger burst from his heart, as if his chest was on fire. If they had arrived a moment later, what would have happened to these children? Lin Xiu dared not think about it. His magic power exploded instantly, and the golden knight aura spread out fiercely. His hand, holding a new sword, bulged with veins. "Kill them all," Lin Xiu shouted softly, like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing into the goblin horde. His new sword was incredibly sharp. With his magic power of over 56,000, cutting through goblins was as easy as slicing vegetables. Green blood splattered everywhere, and the goblins' screams echoed continuously. Lin Xiu was like an out-of-control meat grinder, charging through the goblin group. Wherever he went, goblins fell to the ground, with no one able to stop him. The other students in the team were also angered by what they saw and started fighting back. Hager Moat was equally eager to fight. His knightly swordsmanship was calm and fierce, each strike precisely hitting the goblin's vital points. He fought on one side, Lin Xiu on the other, becoming the main force in trapping the goblin. Calvia did not join the fight. Instead, she raised her hand and created walls of ice, completely blocking the prison from the outside battlefield. The ice walls were clear and strong, not only stopping the aftershocks of the battle, but also preventing a few goblins from rushing into the prison to attack and harm the trapped females. They built a safe barrier for them. She stood beside the ice wall, her eyes coldly watching the battlefield. Once a goblin broke through the defense, she would quickly pierce it with an ice spike she conjured. As the number of goblins sharply decreased, a sturdy figure rushed out from deep inside the nest. It was a brown goblin twice the size of a normal goblin, with rough skin like bark, holding a giant spiked club. Its eyes were fierce, and it emitted the aura of a second-tier monster, clearly the goblin leader. It roared loudly, raised its club, and with a gust of wind, swung it fiercely at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao's eye sharpened. Instead of retreating, he advanced, gripping his long sword tightly, ready to meet the attack. Clang! A deafening clash of metal sounded. The club struck the sword hard, but the sword sliced through the club like butter halfway through. Lin Xiao twisted his wrist, and then swung forcefully. Snap! The giant spiked club was broken in half, leaving only the half in the goblin leader's hand. The goblin leader froze for a moment, then became even angrier. It swung its massive fist toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao activated his knightly aura, catching the fist with one hand. Though the goblin leader's strength was great, it couldn't move him at all. He flipped its arm and then, with a powerful move, threw the goblin leader to the ground with a clean, over-the-shoulder throw. Bang! The ground shook. The goblin leader stiffened and couldn't get up immediately. A flash of disgust crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. He raised his sword and precisely cut off its reproductive. Aiming at the goblin leader's weakness, he said, "You like to raid females for breeding, right? I'll take away your tool first." A loud howl echoed. The goblin leader let out a piercing, desperate scream, a sound that tore through the air. However, Lin Xiao did not stop. He swung his long sword, creating afterimages, and each flash of sword light struck the goblin leader, making it feel the pain of countless cuts. Blood flowed continuously, and the goblin leader's screams gradually weakened until it finally stopped moving, bleeding to death in pain. Soon, only the last small goblin remained on the battlefield. It looked only half a meter tall, curled up in a corner, making crying sounds similar to a human baby, sounding very pitiful. Lin Xiao's face grew colder, with no trace of mercy in his eyes. He had read in books that goblin crying was a form of disguise, used to confuse soft-hearted enemies. If an opponent truly felt pity, this goblin would either try to escape or wait for a chance to attack secretly. Lin Xiao stepped forward, swung his sword, and cleanly pierced the small goblin's heart. The crying stopped instantly, and the battlefield returned to silence. Kavya waved her hand, removing the ice wall. The trapped females stepped out of their cells, their faces full of relief after surviving. A small girl, dressed in tattered clothes, clutching a beautifully wrapped candy, timidly approached Lin Xiao and stretched out her small hand. "Big brother, your candy." Lin Xiao was surprised for a moment, and then realized it was the candy he had accidentally dropped from his pocket during the fight. He knelt down, gently ruffling the girl's hair with his bloodless left hand, and smiled warmly. He took the candy and peeled off the wrapper. "Here you go." The girl put the candy in her mouth. The sweet taste spread across her tongue, and her eyes lit up instantly, like they were filled with stars. Lin Xiao pointed to a tall girl nearby, and said with a smile, "See that, big sister? Go find her. She'll take care of you and the others, and you'll have endless candies in the future." The girl nodded as if she understood, and together with a few other children, she headed toward Kavya. When they reached her side, she looked back and asked with a small face raised, "Big brother, what's your name?" "Me? I'm Lin Xiao, a knight," he replied, waving his hand with a warm smile. That sentence was like a seed planted in the girl's heart, making her secretly decide that she also wanted to become a brave knight like Lin Xiao, to protect herself and those around her. Calvia watched the scene, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. She teased, "How come I never noticed before that you're so good at comforting little girls?" "Haha. Your Highness, that's not true." Lin Xiao quickly changed the subject. "So, what should we do about these children and the other trapped people?" "Sigh. Since they've come to find me, of course I have to help," Calvia said with a hint of helplessness, but her tone was gentle. "I'll contact the palace and the messengers of the related races to send them back home. As for these children, I'll arrange for someone to take care of them first. Thank you so much, Your Highness. Lin Xiao exhaled in relief, showing a sincere smile. Calvia looked at him with a complex yet gentle expression. Sometimes I think you're not really a knight. You're smooth-talking, careless, and always causing trouble. But other times, I feel like you're a true knight, brave, just, and protective of the weak. Ha! Then I'll take that as Your Highness praising me. Lin Xiao smiled happily, his eyes crinkling. His sword, still stained with green blood, didn't dampen his confident spirit. While everyone was tidying up the battlefield and comforting the trapped, a few elves dressed in leaf-made clothes and with pointed ears gathered together, whispering among themselves. Their clear eyes and grateful expressions showed their appreciation. Soon, they approached Lin Xiao and Hagermare, stopping in front of them to bow slightly. The leading female elf raised her hand to her chest, reciting a mysterious yet beautiful spell. Her words flowed like a gentle stream in the forest. Lin Xiao felt a warm energy surround him. His body lightened instantly, as if every pore was opening, and even his magic became more lively. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Originally, this buff should have included Calvia too, but since she was a powerful archmage and a princess, she already had this buff. After the elves finished their greeting, they left with their rescued companions. As they departed, the camp returned to its relaxed, camping-like atmosphere. The students gathered in small groups, sharing snacks and talking about the recent battle, their laughter filling the air. Lin Xiao leaned against a big tree and casually tore open a bag of spicy beef jerky. He asked nonchalantly, "You know, goblins are so evil. Didn't anyone ever think about making them slaves forever? So they wouldn't cause trouble everywhere." Calvia sat beside him, flipping through a magic book. She looked up at his words with a teasing smile. Yes, some people did think about it, and actually tried it. She paused for a moment before continuing. Once, a genius in magic tools created a magic stone collar that could enslave monsters. If a goblin disobeyed its master, the collar would shock it with electricity. Many used these collars to force goblins to do hard work, digging mines and fixing roads during the day, and not letting them rest at night. And what happened then? Lin Xiao asked curiously, still munching on his jerky, his voice muffled. Calvia's lips curled into a playful smile. She spoke slowly. Well, one day, a pig in a family got pregnant and gave birth to a little goblin. All right, I get it, Lin Xiao said with a sigh. By the way, Calvia turned to him with a sly smile. You've been wanting to know if the person who transformed their magic into a single element succeeded, right? Lin Xiao's eyes lit up instantly. He threw away his snack wrapper and leaned in. Did the princess just say that? Yes, Calvia nodded calmly. He was electrocuted. Lin Xiao's face froze with anticipation. He swallowed nervously. Well, maybe I shouldn't try it. Safety first. No, maybe you can do it. Calvia suddenly smiled meaningfully, her icy blue eyes sparkling with mischief. I didn't tell you before because I thought you definitely couldn't succeed. But now, who knows? After all, elemental power also has its own consciousness. They drift freely in the air. If someone forcibly forces them into their body, they'll definitely resist and explode from inside, electrocute, burn, or crush the person. The way they die depends on which element you choose, because the inside of a human is very fragile. She paused again before continuing to explain, but now, with the elemental affinity buff from the elves, your internal environment is almost the same as the outside world. The elemental power won't reject you, so it can naturally merge inside you. So now I can choose an element to integrate into my body, and I won't need to chant to use magic? Lin Xiao's eyes widened with surprise. Well, Carvia elongated the sound, gently tapping her fingers on her knee. In theory, that's correct, Lin Xiao. What do you mean by in theory, that's correct? Lin Xiao's face suddenly fell. He now seriously suspects that the princess might have been influenced by him and is starting to become unreliable. Carvia rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao, speaking confidently, but my theory has never been wrong. Lin Xiao immediately took back his earlier thought that the princess was unreliable. She still seems quite dependable. Seeing how quickly he backed down, a soft, almost unnoticed smile appeared in Carvia's eyes. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on the two of them. Lin Xiao was pondering which element to choose, while Carvia reopened her magic book, pretending to read but not really focusing on it. She felt that, somehow, arguing and sharing knowledge with her young apprentice was more fun than just reading. Carvia closed her magic book just as she was about to enjoy a moment of peace. Suddenly, a head leaned over beside her. "Princess, what element do you think I should choose?" Carvia shifted to the side, avoiding Lin Xiu's warm breath, and patiently explained, "Choosing an element depends on your natural affinity. To keep the element power stable inside your body without it going out of control, you need at least 100% affinity, so it feels like your body and the outside world are the same." She lightly tapped her knee with her fingertips and continued, "Most humans have an upper limit of about 70% affinity. Elves are born with a natural affinity for elements, recorded to reach up to 100%, and even at the lower end, it's around 50%. Then, Princess, what's your affinity?" Lin Xiu immediately asked, leaning in closer and catching a faint scent of icy orchid. Carvia glanced at him, a hint of subtle pride in her tone. "I'm different. I'm a genius. My highest affinity for ice elements is 75%, and other attributes are generally around 50%. After receiving the blessing of the elves, all my elements are now at 100%. "Wow, all elements at 100%, Lin Xiu exclaimed in surprise. "Does that mean you can use any magic? If you want to set fire, then do so. If you want to freeze, then do that too." "That's the theory," Calvia nodded calmly and added, "but there are some special types of magic that don't follow this rule. Forbidden magic, dark magic, space-time magic, and summoning magic all don't care about affinity. Instead, they rely on knowledge, chanting skills, and understanding how magic works." Lin Xiu patted his thigh. "Then, Your Highness, you must be able to do it. After all, you read books all day." "Yes, I know a little." Calvia raised an eyebrow, looking at him with anticipation. A playful smile appeared on her face. "Want to see?" "Yes." Lin Xiu nodded eagerly, his head bobbing like a garlic clove, eyes shining with excitement, eager to see her magic. Calvia didn't hesitate. She stood up, made a hand sign, and began to chant a complex summoning spell. Her voice was deep and rhythmic. As she chanted, a huge six-pointed star magic circle suddenly appeared beneath her feet. Golden runes flowed within the circle, emitting a bright white light. Boom! The ground trembled violently. The land at the center of the magic circle cracked open, and a towering stone guardian, 8 meters tall, slowly emerged. It was made of tough stone, with muscular build, glowing red eyes, and holding a giant stone axe. Its deep voice sounded like thunder. "Listening to your call, I descend into the world." Lin Xiu stared in amazement, his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So cool." Calvia smiled faintly, raised her hand, and recited a dispelling spell. The stone guardian turned into tiny white lights and re-entered the magic circle. The circle gradually disappeared, and the ground returned to normal, as if the spectacular scene had been just an illusion. "All right, stop watching and get serious." Calvia handed Lin Xiu a transparent magic orb about the size of a fist. "Use this to test your element affinity. It will resonate with the surrounding elements and show you which element you are most compatible with." Lin Xiu took the magic orb eagerly and poured his magic power into it. The orb instantly glowed softly. First, a gentle breeze surrounded him, making his hair and clothes flutter lightly. Next, tiny water droplets appeared around him, sparkling in the sunlight. In the next second, flames suddenly burst out from the orb, and the temperature rose sharply. The flames were much more intense than the wind and water, creating a powerful display. "It seems to be the fire element?" Calvia crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. As soon as she finished speaking, the magic orb's light grew brighter. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky. The clear weather turned gloomy instantly, with lightning flashing through the clouds and thunder rumbling loudly. Then, a golden lightning bolt struck straight at Lin Xiu, but as it touched his body, it turned into a gentle current of electricity that flowed into the magic orb. He was unharmed. Lin Xiu was surprised himself. Feeling the resonance between his body and the lightning element, he felt a surge of strength all over. Calvia watched the impressive scene and couldn't help but say, "I didn't expect your affinity for the lightning element to be so high. It seems this is the element best suited for you." Lin Xiu stroked his chin, curious, and asked, "What was your test like back then, Your Highness? It must have been more spectacular, right?" Me? Calvia recalled calmly, as if talking about a small matter. It's nothing much, just froze the entire palace hall. That's nothing. Lin Xiao twitched his mouth. He didn't understand what Calvia meant by nothing, and how it differed from what ordinary people would consider. Only a princess like her could do such things. After feeling impressed, Lin Xiao suddenly sensed the ground beneath him shake violently, as if thousands of soldiers were approaching. From the distant forest, loud roars echoed one after another. A dark horde of magical beasts was rushing toward the camp, their hooves pounding loudly, dust flying everywhere, stirring the air into chaos. Calvia's face changed instantly. She stood up quickly, drove her large magic staff into the ground, and began chanting a complex ice magic spell. Then, a huge blue six-pointed star magic circle suddenly lit up beneath her feet. The star pattern in the center spun rapidly, releasing a piercing cold that made Lin Xiao shiver. The temperature around him dropped several degrees. In the middle of the magic circle, a brilliant blue light shot straight into the sky. The clear sky was quickly covered by thick, dark clouds. Soon after, dense hailstones fell from the clouds, like sharp ice cones, smashing fiercely into the horde of magical beasts. Puff! Puff! The sound of hail piercing through the bodies of the beasts echoed repeatedly. The lower-level magical beasts at the front fell one after another, blood staining the grass. The scene was both devastating and spectacular, like a natural disaster. Calvia's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. This magical beast forest hasn't experienced a beast tide in nearly 100 years. Why is there no warning this time? No sign at all. She knew that normal beast tides usually come with early warnings, like beast migrations, unusual weather, or low-level monsters becoming restless. These could all be predicted. But this time, the group of magical beasts felt as if they were being deliberately controlled, attacking all at once without any warning, catching everyone off guard. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from deep in the forest. The sound waves spread out like tangible force, snapping trees in half and knocking down large patches of grass. From the forest emerged a huge winged lion king, glowing with purple magic energy. It spread wide wings on its back, and a diamond-shaped purple crystal was embedded in its forehead. Its size was 3 stories tall, several times bigger than a normal lion. Its eyes were fierce, and it radiated the pressure of a 5th-level magical beast. The Lion King leapt high into the air. Its massive claws tore through the air, forcefully dispersing the dark clouds Calvia summoned. The hail stopped abruptly, and her large area magic was forcibly interrupted. 5th-level magical beast, Calvia said with a serious look. Although she was only at the 4th level, her magic power was nearly reaching the 5th level. Facing a 5th-level beast directly was not without hope. But the problem was, if she was held back by the winged Lion King, no one else could stop the rest of the beast tide. Most lower-level students were at the 1st level or below. Only Lin Xiao and Mo were at the 2nd level. Most students had already begun to retreat when she cast the hail, but a few hadn't had time to escape. Lin Xiao, go find Hager. Organize the remaining students to evacuate immediately, Calvia said quickly, raising her hand to summon several ice spears, which she shot at the winged Lion King. I'll hold it back. Got it. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate. He released his magic power, and his golden knight aura instantly spread out. Holding his sword, he charged into the remaining group of magical beasts. His sword swung, and the beasts fell one after another, as if cutting vegetables. Hager Imo also drew his sword, his eyes firm. He softly recited, "The brave lion eagle fights fearlessly to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden lion eagle shadow appeared behind him, spreading its wings majestically. Its presence was overwhelming. The fading illusion gradually turned into tiny golden particles, merging into Mo's body. His original black hair instantly turned bright gold, and a sharp, beast-like glint appeared in his eyes. His aura also surged dramatically. Lin Xiao shouted as he struck down a monster. He caught a glimpse of this scene out of the corner of his eye. What is this? Last time we fought, you held back. This is a blessing from our family's heritage, a special kind of blessing, Mo explained quickly while killing the monster. As for why I didn't use it last time we fought, because I never used this power against classmates, friends, or my homeland. Anyway, now's not the time to talk about that. We need to protect everyone and retreat. Lin Xiu suddenly understood and didn't ask more. The two of them, one on each side, formed a barrier, blocking the incoming monsters and creating a safe path for the remaining students to escape. The students, frightened and pale, ran toward the camp's exit. Under the protection of Lin Xiu and Mo, they quickly all retreated without anyone getting hurt. Seeing this, the winged lion king in the sky grew more anxious, its eyes flashing with worry and its brows furrowed deeply. It thought that this time, only an ordinary fourth-tier professor had come. Defeating the opponent should have been easy, but unexpectedly, the leader of the team was Carvia, a princess whose strength was nearly at the 5th tier. Although it had the advantage, it couldn't defeat her quickly, and if she wanted to retreat, it couldn't stop her. If she escaped, wouldn't this trip be wasted? A fierce look appeared in the winged Lion King's eyes. In the next moment, it abandoned its defenses, allowing Carvia's massive ice spear to pierce through its front right leg, purple blood gushing out. Seizing the opportunity, it opened its mouth wide and unleashed a purple laser beam, charged with all its magic power, shooting straight at Carvia. As a mage, Carvia's body was fragile. If she tried to withstand this full-force attack from a 5th-tier monster, she would surely be badly injured. Watch out, Lin Xiu's pupils shrank suddenly. Without hesitation, he immediately exchanged all 100 magic crystals remaining in his storage ring for energy. A powerful force surged into Lin Xiu's body. His aura skyrocketed instantly. He stomped his feet and leapt high like an arrow shot from a bow, rushing straight toward Carvia and standing in front of her. Get out of the way. You'll die. Calvia's face changed dramatically. She clearly understood the difference between the 3rd and 5th levels, and since the opponent had just broken through, it was impossible for her to block this attack. Don't worry, Your Highness, Lin Xiu said calmly, though inside he was desperately shouting to the system. System, save me. If you don't come out now, I'm doomed. Hurry up, he added. If I die, it won't be good for you either. The system had previously promised to combine 5 days of check-in opportunities into one, allowing him to acquire a skill. At first, the system planned to just give a basic skill to get by, but now it had to deliver something more powerful. Almost instinctively, Lin Xiu moved his mind, and in the next second, a semi-transparent golden shield appeared in front of him. It formed a circular protective barrier centered on him, radiating a strong defensive aura. Boom! A purple laser beam slammed into the shield with great force, causing a violent explosion. The bright light was so intense it was hard to see. Lin Xiu felt a huge force hit him. His whole body surged with energy, and everything went black as he lost consciousness. After some unknown time, Lin Xiu slowly woke up. He found himself lying in a dim cave, with the faint smell of earth and plants in the air. He propped himself up and turned his head. Not far away, he saw Calvia lying on a stone platform, her eyes closed, face pale, in a coma. Your Highness, Lin Xiu hurried over, gently shook her, but received no response. The system explained, is her magic sealed? Lin Xiu was stunned. Can the Lion King's attack seal magic? Why am I okay? The system replied. Lin Xiu looked at Calvia's pale face, feeling a wave of fear. Fortunately, he had just broken through in time, and the system had given him a skill. The consequences could have been terrible otherwise. Then he had another question. Why are we here? And where is this? Calvia's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her icy blue gaze flickered with clarity in the dim cave. She looked around, seeing the rough stone walls, scattered rocks, and the faint moonlight coming through the entrance. She quickly understood the situation. It seems we're lucky. We fell directly into a cave. Calvia sighed in relief, a tone of relief after surviving a close call. Fortunately, we didn't rush into a monster's lair or crash directly onto the face of a fierce beast. Your Highness, should we change our location? Lin Xiu leaned in, a bit worried. Since the enemy can use space magic to teleport us here, they might follow the trail and find us. It won't happen. Calvia shook her head. She sat up against the rock wall. After losing her magic, her face was still pale, but she remained calm. Space-time magic is very complicated for humans. Even a monster that can teleport is at its limit. It probably doesn't even know where it will send us, only the general direction. Otherwise, we would be in the monster's nest now, not in this safe mountain cave. Lin Xiao suddenly understood. He slapped his forehead. Of course, if it could control the teleportation precisely, it would just send them straight into a fifth-level monster's den. They would be doomed. At that moment, a gurgling sound broke the silence in the cave. Calvia's cheeks turned slightly red, and she looked down in embarrassment. After losing her magic, she was like an ordinary human. Normally, she relied on magic for energy, so she rarely ate. Now that her magic was gone, her hunger surged, and her stomach growled loudly. She instinctively reached for her storage ring, but her fingers only touched cold metal. Without magic, the ring was just an ordinary accessory and couldn't be opened. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed with a hint of helplessness. Suddenly, a hand appeared in front of her, holding a piece of well-wrapped spicy beef jerky. Lin Xiao's voice came softly. "Your Highness, why don't you eat some snacks to fill your stomach first? As for powerful weapons or rare treasures, Lin Xiao's storage ring might not have them, but when it came to snacks, food, and fun items, his ring was definitely full." Calvia looked up at him, took the jerky, and when her fingertips touched his palm, she felt a warm sensation. She tore open the package and chewed slowly. The spicy aroma of the jerky spread on her tongue, easing her hunger. "Thank you." Lin Xiao's eyes widened instantly, as if he had heard something unbelievable. "Your Highness, did you just say thank you?" "Huh? What's wrong?" Calvia raised her eyebrows, clenched the dried meat in her hand, and looked at him with a forced smile that didn't reach her eyes, a hint of threat flashing in her gaze. "Is it strange for me to say thank you? Do you think I'm the kind of person who accepts help from others and takes it for granted?" Her small fist gently clenched, still carrying a bit of intimidation despite having lost her magic. Lin Xiao looked at her proud, yet cute expression. His cheeks suddenly turned red. He quickly raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed twice, then turned his head aside, afraid to meet her eyes. "And no, it's nothing. I was just surprised to hear a princess say thank you for the first time." He secretly glanced at Calvia with his remaining eye, seeing her lower her head to eat the dried meat. Her long eyelashes cast faint shadows beneath her eyes, and he felt strangely that this princess seemed more real in that moment. Lin Xiao walked to the cave entrance and looked outside. The moon had risen halfway into the sky, and faint roars of magical beasts echoed through the forest. "Your Highness, when will we go back?" "Let's wait until dawn to leave," Calvia said, putting down the dried meat with a more serious tone. This was deep inside the beast forest, where many fourth-tier magical beasts roamed. If Calvia still had her magic, she wouldn't be afraid. With fifth-tier magic beasts, she would be invincible. But now, having lost her magic, she was just an ordinary girl. Encountering high-level beasts could have terrible consequences. "All right," Lin Xiao nodded. Time slowly passed. The two leaned against the rocky wall, sharing the snacks Lin Xiao brought. Without her magic support, Calvia's energy was much lower than before. After eating a few pieces of dried meat, she gradually grew sleepy. Her eyelids grew heavier, and before she knew it, she leaned against the wall and fell asleep. The night inside the cave was especially cold. Mountain winds blew in from the entrance, bringing a biting chill. Calvia didn't sleep peacefully. Her body trembled slightly, her brows furrowed as if she was having a bad dream. Hearing the noise, Lin Xiao quietly moved closer to see what was happening. But just as he approached, Calvia, still asleep, seemed to sense the heat's source. She instinctively reached out, grabbed his waist, buried her head in his embrace, and even nuzzled him, as if seeking a warm harbor. Her furrowed brows instantly relaxed, and her breathing became steady. Lin Xiao froze completely, as if under a spell, afraid to move at all. The tip of her nose carried a faint scent from Calvia's hair. In his arms, he felt her soft touch, clearly sensing her warm breath and steady heartbeat. He looked down at her close-up face, long eyelashes, a high nose, pink lips. Under the moonlight, they looked especially delicate and cute. Lin Xiao's cheeks instantly turned red. "Princess," he wanted to quietly move away, but Calvia held on too tightly, as if clutching a lifeline, making it impossible to break free. At that moment, Lin Xiao felt his blood rush uncontrollably in a certain direction. He was startled and quickly slapped his own head. "Oh, Lin Xiao, what are you thinking about?" His cheeks burned fiercely and his head buzzed. He finally suppressed the restlessness inside him. He looked at Calvia sleeping peacefully in his arms, sighed helplessly, gently adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, then carefully held her again, using his body heat to keep her warm. "Your Highness, you crawled into my arms yourself, so it's not my fault," he whispered, feeling her softness and warmth, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. "Lower system, shut up." Outside the cave, the roars of magical beasts gradually faded away. Moonlight shone through the entrance, illuminating the two figures embracing. Lin Xiu held Calvia, feeling her steady breathing. Gradually, he also grew sleepy. His eyelids grew heavier, and finally, he and the person in his arms fell into a peaceful dream together. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone through the cracks of the cave entrance, falling on the two sleeping figures. Lin Xiu blinked sleepily, the faint scent lingering at his nose. The soft, warm feeling in his arms made him instantly recall last night's scene, and his cheeks involuntarily flushed. At the same time, Calvia in his arms slowly woke up. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she opened her icy blue eyes. She was momentarily stunned, feeling the warmth in front of her and her arms wrapped around her waist. Suddenly, as if burned, she pushed Lin Xiu away sharply, stepping back several paces. She crossed her arms tightly, looked at him with a cautious expression, her face instantly turning bright red, even her ears tinged pink. You, how could I be in your arms?" Fortunately, Lin Xiu was well prepared. Calmly, he took out a small magic stone from his storage ring and cleared his throat. "Ahem, Your Highness the Princess, I didn't mean to take advantage of you. Last night, you held on to me by yourself, and I couldn't move away." He lightly tapped the magic stone, which immediately replayed the scene from last night. Under the moonlight, Calvia was sleeping restlessly, trembling. She suddenly reached out and hugged Lin Xiu, who was nearby, burying her face in his chest and rubbing against him, holding on tightly. No matter how lightly Lin Xiu tried to struggle, it was useless. Looking at the scene in the magic stone, Calvia's cheeks were so red they seemed to be bleeding. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. Finally, she angrily said, That's not okay. You must forget what happened yesterday. Princess, you're making things difficult for me." Lin Xiu put away the magic stone. "Memory isn't something you can just forget easily. I don't care." Calvia stared at Lin Xiu, her eyes carrying a hint of threat, but because her face was flushed, she looked more adorable and innocent. "Anyway, you have to forget." Seeing the usually cold and calm princess like this, Lin Xiu found it amusing. He decided not to tease her anymore and compromised. All right, I'll forget." "Can I forget now?" He stood up, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and asked, "Your Highness, should we set out now?" Calvia took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. She tidied her slightly messy dress and hair, restoring her usual aloof appearance. However, her cheeks still bore a faint blush, and she dared not look directly at Lin Xiu. "Let's go." The two of them walked out of the cave, one after the other. The morning forest air was fresh, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. Meanwhile, outside the beast forest, the search teams from the palace and the academy had already begun a large-scale search. At the palace, Caro rode a pure white unicorn, weaving through the forest while shouting loudly, "Sister, where are you? If you hear me, make a sound." Next to him, an elderly official with white hair and dressed in court attire couldn't help but advise, "Your Highness the Ninth Prince, I think shouting like that might be useless." "Oh, you old thing, are you trying to tell me what to do?" Carlos turned his head, speaking in a youthful, carefree tone. "If I can't find my older sister today, I'll have father bring you into the harem." Unexpectedly, the old minister blushed, scratched his head, and awkwardly said, That might not be good. I'm over 80 years old. You're blushing like a bubbling teapot. Hurry up and go find someone for me." Yes. I'll go right now." The old minister quickly agreed and turned to walk briskly into the woods. Carlos watched his back, twitching his mouth, and muttered silently, I must tell father later to send this confused old man to check the treasury. I don't want to wake up one day with an 80-year-old mother-in-law." At the same time, Carlos looked into the deep forest. "Sister, please be safe." Meanwhile, at the academy, Mel's was riding a huge magic beast, followed by several professors, searching methodically. Mel's held a magic tracker, which flickered with faint lights. These were magical marks on Calvia's storage ring. Calvia and Lin Xiao had been walking in the forest for nearly an hour. Without magic support, her physical condition was no different from that of an ordinary girl. At this moment, sweat was seeping from Calvia's forehead, her breathing grew rapid, her chest rose and fell slightly, and her cheeks flushed with a light red. "Your Highness, do you need help?" Lin Xiao slowed his pace, turned to look at her, noticing her furrowed brow and staggering steps, and couldn't help but speak. "No need," Calvia replied calmly, though her voice carried a barely noticeable pant. Lin Xiao understood that the princess was trying to act tough again. He stepped forward before she could react, and directly bent down to carry her horizontally. "Why? What are you doing?" Calvia exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck, her icy blue eyes full of shock and embarrassment. "Put me down. You're overstepping." Lin Xiao didn't respond to her words. Instead, he gently used his arm to pull her closer, making her lean more steadily. His tone was gentle but firm. "Your Highness, you can rely on me sometimes." He looked down at the person in his arms, his nose almost touching her forehead, a mischievous smile curling at his lips. "If you keep pushing yourself like this, what if you get tired and collapse in the forest and are discovered by magical beasts? I really don't want to fight the 5th-level magical beast anymore." Calvia was speechless after what he said, her cheeks turning even redder. She struggled a little, but Lin Xiao held her tightly, making her unable to move. She could clearly feel his warm chest and smell the faint scent of grass and sunshine on him. The feeling was completely different from before, making her heartbeat race. She had to turn her face away and dared not look into his eyes. Lin Xiao smiled silently. In his mind, he activated his 3rd-level night aura, which instantly spread out. He pushed off the ground and moved like a swift leopard through the forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The trees around them quickly receded, and the wind howled past their ears. "I'm just helping normally," Lin Xiao thought to himself. His gaze fell on Calvia's reddening ear tips, and he couldn't help but secretly smile. Staying in the forest all the time is dangerous. "I'm just trying to get out quickly and protect the princess." He ignored the system's teasing and looked down at Calvia in his arms. She was no longer struggling much, only holding his neck tightly with her hands. Her head was tilted to one side, her long eyelashes hiding her emotions. "Princess, if you're uncomfortable, just tell me," Lin Xiao said softly. Calvia responded with a soft, her voice barely audible, almost drowned out by the wind. She could clearly feel Lin Xiao's steady heartbeat and the strength in his arms. This feeling of being protected was strange yet wonderful. It made her tense heart gradually relax, even feeling a little safe. The sun was just right, and the forest breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and trees. Lin Xiao carried her through the woods swiftly, the golden night aura shielding them from insects and thorns, making their journey smooth. Lin Xiao's 3rd-level night aura was fully active as he carried Calvia through the forest at high speed. Soon, a series of loud shouts reached his ears. "Big sister, where are you?" The voice was very recognizable, its Corona's bright and lively voice. Lin Xiao followed the sound and quickly moved in that direction. Soon, he saw a white unicorn standing nearby, with a young man dressed in fancy clothes shouting loudly beside it. "Ah, I found you, older sister." When Carlo turned his head, his words suddenly caught in his throat. His eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. He rubbed his eyes hard, then stepped a little closer. What he was holding in his arms was none other than his usually aloof and cold older sister. Even more shocking was that Calvia's cheeks were noticeably red, and her eyes showed a bit of shyness. She no longer looked cold and distant. "Oh no, my sister is actually blushing?" Seeing this, Lin Xiao gently put Calvia down. As soon as her feet touched the ground, Calvia quickly straightened her skirt and tried to look serious, but inside she was already planning. She decided she must give her curious brother a good scolding later and make him forget everything he saw just now. Carlo was still stunned, repeatedly checking if he had seen correctly. He didn't notice the fierce look in his sister's eyes, and instead silently gave Lin Xiao a thumbs up. If Lin Xiao could make his sister show such an expression, he must be a genius. Lin Xiao recognized that he was Calvia's younger brother. He stepped forward and smiled, greeting, "Your Highness Carlo, everything is fine." Sorry to worry you. It's good that everything is fine. It's really good. Carlo recovered quickly, his tone becoming enthusiastic. His eyes toward Lin Xiao also carried a hint of respect. He secretly observed the atmosphere between them, already imagining. Judging by this situation, it's likely that Lin Xiao will be his future brother-in-law. After they regrouped, they quickly returned to the palace and the joint search team at the academy. When Calvia saw Mers, she immediately stepped forward to explain, "Dean, my magic was sealed by the winged Lion King. Please help me unseal it." "All right." Mers nodded, quickly forming a sealing spell with his fingertips. The spell turned into a gentle white light that flowed into Calvia's body. In the next second, Calvia clearly felt her magic, which had been restrained, start to circulate again. Her familiar power returned, and her face gradually looked normal. "Thank you, Dean," she sighed in relief. Her tone became serious. "Now, we can discuss this attack in detail." "Go ahead," Mers signaled her to continue. Several professors around also gathered around. "I felt from the start that this beast tide was unusual," Calvia said slowly. "There was no warning, as if someone planned it on purpose. Later, when the Skywing Lion King appeared, it confirmed my suspicion." Mels frowned. "Normally, this attack should have been led by the Skywing Lion King, but I can't understand why it would do this. You should remember that 500 years ago, the Victoria royal family signed a peace treaty with the Monster Forest, and both sides have lived peacefully since then. 500 years ago, Normanding City had only 4 5th-level experts, and there were exactly 4 5th-level monsters in the Monster Forest. Both sides were evenly matched. If they fought, they would both suffer, and the common people and low-level monsters would be the ones hurt. So, the royal family and the monster tribes signed a peace treaty. The main rule was, 5th level must not enter the other's territory, which kept a fragile but stable balance. Mels continued, "If they fought, it would only hurt both sides and bring no benefit." "Yes, I can't figure it out either," Calvia nodded. She paused, and then made a bold guess. "Unless they already have power beyond the 5th level. You're talking about the 6th level?" Mels's face suddenly looked serious. "That's impossible. Recently, I haven't sensed any monsters in the forest trying to break through to the 6th level. Energy fluctuations at that level wouldn't be hidden. That's what I find strange," Calvia said with a puzzled look. "Anyway, I will report this to the Emperor immediately. As for what to do next, let the royal family and monster tribes discuss it. Also, I need the dean to help me cancel my recent classes. I plan to use this time to try for a 6th level breakthrough." Everyone understood that if she succeeded, Normanding City's strength would rise to a new level. Right now, only her father, Dorn, the head of the Knight Association branch, the head of the Mage Association branch, and Dean Mels were 5th level experts in the city. Mels nodded. "All right, I will arrange everything. Focus on your breakthrough, and let me know if you need anything." Calvia responded with a nod, then turned to look at Lin Xiao, who was chatting happily with Carlo nearby. A trace of complex emotion flickered in her icy blue eyes. Deep in the beast forest, in the misty valley, there stands an ancient stone altar. The surface is covered with twisted runes forming a large magic circle. Right now, the runes' glow is dim and dull, like a dying person's breath. A white tiger, wrapped in lightning, steps through the fog. Thunder crackles around it, clearing the mist and creating a clear space. It looks at the Lion King with wings beside the altar and sneers openly. "Heard you failed? You couldn't even beat a 4th-tier human, yet you call yourself the strongest 5-tier beast of the plains." The Lion King's front right leg is wrapped in thick vines, bleeding purple blood. It glances at the white tiger and says calmly, "The person coming this time is Calvia." "Oh, that near 5-tier genius girl," a large black turtle, carrying a heavy shell covered in moss, slowly crawls over. Its voice is steady, like a stone. "No wonder you lost. It was a gamble. Whether we win or lose, it doesn't matter much." The plan goes on as usual. The white tiger narrows its eyes. The lightning around it lessens a bit. It doesn't ask further and turns to merge into the fog. The black turtle also slowly retreats into the shadows. The magic circle on the altar remains dull and faint. Meanwhile, Calvia reports the situation to Mers, then turns to Lin Xiao, who is still chatting with Carlo. "We're leaving. I'll take you to register at the Knights Guild." Lin Xiao is surprised for a moment. then remembers he is now a third-tier mage and needs to register. He quickly says goodbye to Carlo. I'll go with your sister now. We'll talk again next time. He thought someone like Rhine or another professor would take him, but unexpectedly, Calvia spoke up herself. The Knights Guild is located in the center of Normanding City. The building is grand and solemn, with a huge stone archway above engraved with the words, Fairness and Justice, in gold. In front of the entrance stand 4 knight statues, holding long swords and with determined gazes. The scale is no less impressive than the palace. Inside, the marble floor is smooth like a mirror, reflecting the colorful sunlight from the stained glass ceiling. The air smells faintly of sandalwood. A girl at the front desk wears a uniform and smiles warmly. Hello, may I ask? Calvia points to Lin Xiu beside her and says simply, register his identity. Okay, follow me. The girl quickly led the two through the hall and into a separate room. In the center of the room was a round testing platform, and a knight dressed in silver armor was waiting nearby. Please place your hand on the testing platform, the knight said in a steady, strong voice. Lin Xiu followed the instructions. The platform immediately glowed with a soft white light, scanning his entire body. After the light flickered for 3 seconds and went out, the knight took out a bronze medal from a drawer. The medal was engraved with a sword symbol and detailed runes around the edge. He held the medal with both hands and presented it to Lin Xiu, performing a proper knight's salute with a serious tone. May you always have a heart to protect the weak and uphold justice, and become a qualified knight. Yes, I will, Lin Xiu replied, feeling a bit excited. This was the first time he received an official symbol of his new identity in this world. They left the Knights Guild. Lin Xiu raised the medal above his head, looked at it in the sunlight, and asked curiously, was it that easy to get? I thought there would be some complicated tests about morality or fighting skills. The entrances to the Knights Guild and the Mages Guild are both protected by a mind-reading formation. Calvia explained casually as they walked. That formation can sense a person's inner malice. If someone is evil or has wicked thoughts, they can't enter the guild. Since you got in smoothly, it means you passed the first test. That at least shows you're not a bad person. Lin Xiu suddenly understood. He pinned the medal to his chest and touched it. By the way, Calvia suddenly said, tomorrow, come with me to a banquet. Lin Xiu was surprised for a moment, then remembered the birthday party of Calvia's third royal sister that he had heard about earlier. He quickly nodded. Okay, Your Highness. Do I need to prepare anything? No need. Just follow me, Calvia said as she kept walking forward. That evening, the banquet hall of Normanding Palace was brightly lit. The crystal chandeliers reflected dazzling light, and luxurious silk tapestries hung on the walls. The air was filled with the scent of champagne bubbles and sweet pastries. Nobles dressed in fine clothes gathered in small groups, talking gracefully. Their manners were elegant. Even the way they held their wine glasses was refined. The whole banquet hall was luxurious, but also a bit formal. Calvia wore a long, icy blue gown with delicate ice crystal patterns embroidered on the hem. Her long hair was styled in an elegant bun, revealing a slender neck. Her cool demeanor made her stand out among the crowd. She turned to look at Lin Xiu beside her. He was dressed in a black suit, well-fitted but slightly uncomfortable, like a small bird trapped in a fancy cage. There are snacks, cakes, and drinks on the table. Help yourself, Calvia said calmly. If anyone provokes you without reason, just mention my name. I need to handle something first. Be careful on your own. Lin Xiu twitched his mouth, but didn't argue, as he felt the same way. Your Highness, you go ahead. I can manage alone. Calvia nodded happily and turned to walk toward the platform where her father, Dorn, and some other royal elders were standing. Watching her figure disappear into the crowd, Lin Xiu finally relaxed and looked around. The table was full of fancy desserts, various fruits, and chilled drinks, making it very tempting. Most nobles around were just holding wine glasses and chatting, occasionally tasting a small piece of cake. No one was eating as eagerly as he was. Unable to resist the temptation of snacks, Lin Xiu hesitated for a moment before grabbing a chocolate cookie and quickly stuffing it into his mouth. The crispy texture and rich cocoa flavor made his eyes light up. Just as he was enjoying the treat, a familiar figure caught his eye. Lin Xiu blinked and walked over, patting the person on the shoulder. Hager Mel? What are you doing here? Hager Mel heard the familiar voice and instantly stiffened, feeling a dull ache in his head. He slowly turned around, looking at Lin Xiao chewing on a cookie with a complicated expression. This annoying guy, how did he end up at a royal banquet? Although he desperately wanted to leave, knightly manners prevented him from ignoring the greeting. Hager took a deep breath and replied stiffly, "The Hager family is one of the old noble families in Normanding City. Since it's the third princess's birthday banquet, I naturally had to come." "Oh, I see." Lin Xiao suddenly understood, ignoring Hager's cold attitude, and moved closer. "Want to try this cookie? It's really delicious." Hager looked at the cookie offered to him, his mouth twitching, but he didn't take it. On the other side, Carlo was much less cautious. He wore a bright yellow prince's outfit, but paid no attention to noble manners. He held a piece of strawberry cake in his left hand and a glass of juice in his right, eating happily. As the ninth prince of Victoria and having no interest in the throne, he didn't need to flatter the nobles. Usually, he did as he pleased, and no one dared to criticize him. Carvaya didn't go to see his third sister's birthday celebration. Instead, he went straight to the high platform and found Dorn. The emperor, dressed in a golden dragon robe, looked serious. When he saw his daughter approaching, his expression softened a little. "You've heard about the beast forest, right?" Carvaya asked directly. "Yes, Mel's already explained everything to me." Dorn nodded, looking serious. "The sudden breaking of the peace treaty by the Sky Wing Lion King is indeed strange. I won't waste time talking about that," Carvaya said firmly. "I want the ice orchid from the palace treasury." Dorn's eyes widened, surprised she would suddenly bring this up. "Are you planning to reach level 5? Isn't that too soon?" Although royal family ties are weak, Dorn cared more about his talented daughter. "No, I won't," Carvaya replied confidently. "All right." Dorn hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. "Later, I'll have someone deliver the ice orchid to your house." "Thanks," Carvaya responded, then casually looked down and froze for a moment, staring at a corner of the banquet hall. He saw Lin Xiao and Carlo leaning on each other, standing in front of the snack table, happily eating. Carlo held a piece of roasted meat in his left hand and draped his right arm over Lin Xiao's shoulder. He loudly said, "Hey, brother Xiao, who's who? If you see someone you don't like at this party, just tell me. I'll go and give him a good punch." That might not be so good," Lin Xiao mumbled with cake in his mouth. "What's wrong with that?" Carlo pounded his chest proudly. "If we fight them, they'll have to thank us." "Then I thank brother Carlo for his kindness." Lin Xiao smiled and raised his drink. "No problem. Cheers." "Cheers." The two clinked their glasses without caring about the spilled drinks. What was even more amusing was that one person called him Brother Xiao, and the other called him Brother Carlo. Carlo, believing Lin Xiao was his future brother-in-law, was happy to call him brother. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, thought the other was a prince, so he didn't mind being called brother by him. Meanwhile, Mo, who was forcibly pulled to their side, had a very serious look, with a piece of cake in his hand and a stiff face like stone. He said, "I understand the reason, but why do I have to join your silly games?" "Oh, Mo, you're wrong about that." Lin Xiao patted his shoulder and smiled brightly. "Aren't we friends? Who's your friend?" Mo immediately lost his temper, glaring at him with clenched teeth, but he didn't want to throw away the cake. On the high platform, Carvaya looked on silently. She adjusted her forehead and thought. One was her unruly younger brother, and the other was her mischievous little disciple. These two troublemakers together were just embarrassing. After hesitating for a while, Carvaya decided to wait a bit longer before going down to find them. In short, she, Carvaya, didn't care much about others' opinions, but as a princess of the royal family, she still cared about her dignity. The music at the banquet was still gentle and lively. Nobles' laughter and conversations filled the hall. Lin Xiao was about to go grab another chicken leg when a woman dressed in a light purple-made outfit stopped him. She said, "Sir Knight, our crown prince requests your presence." Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned. His fingers had just touched the tray when he froze. The crown prince? Why would the crown prince want to see him? He and this crown prince had never met before. The only time they saw each other was long ago at a court meeting in the palace, from afar. "Please lead the way." Lin Xiao suppressed his curiosity and followed the maid through the crowd. Since the other person had come to find him, he saw no reason to avoid it. Besides, he was now a third-level knight, so he had some confidence in protecting himself. The maid led him to a terrace outside the banquet hall. The night was deep, and silver moonlight shone on the white marble railing. A gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. The crown prince stood in the center of the terrace, dressed in a deep blue suit embroidered with a dark gold dragon pattern. His face resembled Carvia's, but he looked more serious and commanding, radiating the aura of someone in power. "May I ask what the crown prince wants with me?" Lin Xiao stepped forward, bowed slightly, and greeted him respectfully but not humbly. The crown prince turned around and looked at the bronze knight badge on Lin Xiao's chest. A determined light flashed in his eyes. "It's nothing serious. I just want to ask, Lin Xiao, knight, are you willing to join my side?" His voice was deep and strong, full of sincere confidence. Earlier, at the court meeting, he learned from Emperor Dongan that Lin Xiao was a talented genius. He had already wanted to recruit him then, but at that time, his father had already taken Lin Xiao in first. Later, Lin Xiao refused the emperor and chose to follow Calvia. Because he wanted to save his father's face, he didn't pursue it. As the eldest son, he had some political sense. When his father was rejected, he immediately went to recruit Lin Xiao himself. Wasn't that a slap in his father's face? Now, seeing the knight badge on Lin Xiao's chest, the crown prince's thoughts changed. Because someone registered with the Knight Association must have at least third-level strength. There are only 7 third-level knights in his circle of influence. As for top-tier forces above third level, none exist. Lin Xiao reached third level at such a young age. His future potential is limitless. Even now, this strength could be a key advantage in his fight for the throne. So this time, even if it might anger his father, he wanted to try. "No," Lin Xiao refused without hesitation, his tone firm. "A loyal subject does not serve 2 masters. I am already loyal to the princess." The crown prince seemed to have expected this and was not angry. Instead, he smiled and used a tempting tone. "What's so good about following Calvia? What can she give you?" He stepped forward, lowered his voice, and offered a heavy condition. "I am Victoria's crown prince, the future heir. As long as you follow me, I can promise you training resources, wealth, power, and status. I can even arrange a marriage between you and the princess once I become king, making you a royal consort and giving you supreme honor." This was the greatest sincerity he could offer. Lin Xiao's talent was worth him risking so much. When he heard marriage with the princess, Lin Xiao's mind involuntarily flashed with Calvia's image, but this feeling was quickly replaced by firm resolve. Lin Xiao looked directly at the crown prince, his tone carrying a hint of displeasure. "Forgive me for being blunt, Your Highness, but your words are an insult to a knight's dignity. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave now." Lin Xiao nodded slightly as a farewell, then turned and walked into the banquet hall without looking back, leaving the crown prince standing stiffly in place. After Lin Xiao left, a man dressed in a gray robe stepped out from the shadow of the balcony. He had a thin face and sharp eyes, clearly the crown prince's strategist. "How did it go, Your Highness?" The crown prince's face darkened, and his tone carried a hint of frustration. "Not successful. Even when I offered to arrange a marriage, he refused." The strategist frowned slightly, hesitating before speaking. "Lin Xiao is very talented. If he cannot be used by you, he might become a problem in the future." "It doesn't matter," the crown prince interrupted him, his eyes becoming firm again with a touch of pride. "Everything I do is guided by fate. Victoria's kingdom should belong to me. Even without his help, I am confident I will take the throne." The evening breeze brushed the balcony, moving the crown prince's robes. He looked toward the brightly lit banquet hall. As Lin Xiao turned to enter the hall, he bumped into Calvia walking toward him. "What does he want with you?" Calvia asked directly. "Nothing much. He just wanted to recruit me, offering some resources and status," Lin Xiao said casually. "But I didn't agree." "Oh." Calvia became interested. She suddenly stepped closer, a sly smile flashing in her icy blue eyes. Her nose almost touched Lin Xiao's cheek. "Is the reason you refused because of knightly loyalty, or because of me?" A warm breath brushed past his ear. Lin Xiao's composure broke instantly. His face turned bright red like a ripe apple. He stammered, unable to speak clearly, nervously clutching the hem of his clothes. He could see the tiny hairs on Calvia's long eyelashes, smell her fresh scent, and his heart pounded as if it wanted to jump out of his chest. After a few seconds, Lin Xiao gathered his courage, suddenly looked up with a determined gaze, and his voice unconsciously rose. Of course, it's because of the princess. Calvia's ears turned red in an instant. So quickly it seemed like a mistake. She hurriedly turned her head aside, raising her hand to cover her mouth, coughing lightly to hide her feelings. Her tone carried a hint of annoyance. I get it. Why did you have to shout so loudly? Lin Xiu's expression looked a bit uneasy, and he didn't reply. Let's go, Calvia said, stepping forward first. Her pace was slightly faster than usual, as if she wanted to hide something. Lin Xiu didn't ask where they were going, and simply followed her quietly. The carriage left the palace and finally stopped in front of a beautiful mansion, the princess's residence. It was Lin Xiu's second time there. He remembered that the last time he came, the princess had bought him out of the dungeon. Back then, he wasn't even qualified to be a guard. You'll stay with me tonight, Calvia said as she entered the gate, her tone firm and efficient. She always handled things quickly and decisively. Since there were no more classes at the academy, there was no need to waste time going back. Staying near the palace would save time and make it easier to get the eye socket. Besides, Lin Xiu was now her young apprentice and already a third-rank knight. It wouldn't be right to send him to the guards' quarters again. Lin Xiu had no objections. He wasn't foolish enough to say something like, I can go back to the academy. He only said politely, Is this really okay, Your Highness? A man and a woman staying under the same roof. That familiar line, and sure enough, a soft thud followed. Calvia lightly tapped his forehead with her finger. What are you thinking about? You'll sleep in the guest room next door. Oh, right. Got it. Lin Xiu rubbed his forehead, feeling a little disappointed inside. He couldn't help but think how nice it would be to hold the princess again, just like before. Night fell, and the guest room in the princess's residence was tidy and ready. After taking a bath, Calvia came out wearing a pale, moon-colored robe. Her long, damp hair rested on her shoulders as she walked to Lin Xiu's door and knocked. You can use the bath now. The water's still warm. With that, she turned and went back to her room. When Lin Xiu entered the bathroom, warm steam filled the air, carrying a faint, pleasant scent that made his face feel hot. He took off his formal clothes and looked around for a place to put them. In the corner, he noticed a rectangular wooden device with a blue magic stone set into it. Inside were neatly folded clothes, the princess's gown and other garments she had just changed out of. Is this a washing machine from another world? He murmured in surprise. Lin Xiu suddenly realized something, and his face turned bright red instantly. He quickly repeated in his mind, Don't look at inappropriate things, and hurriedly looked away. But an uncontrollable thought flashed through his mind. So the princess is wearing white. He shook his head hard to get rid of this embarrassing idea and quickly hung his clothes on the hook outside the device. He reminded himself to be more careful and not mix his clothes with the princess's. Then, Lin Xiu stepped into the bathtub. He looked at the flower petals on the edge of the tub for a few seconds, and a curious thought suddenly appeared. What does it feel like to take a bath with flower petals? And no one said men can't add flower petals to their baths, right? Driven by curiosity, he casually picked up some petals and threw them into his bath, then sat down. Warm water wrapped around his body, and the petals gently stuck to his skin, soft and smooth. Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned. Then he shrugged and said, It doesn't seem to make much difference. It's probably unnecessary. The hot water in the bathtub was just right, with a faint floral scent. The warmth over his shoulders made him feel relaxed all over. He leaned back on the soft cushion behind him, closed his eyes, and his thoughts drifted far away. When he first traveled to this world, he looked at the tall stone castles, the dungeons with iron bars, and occasionally saw trades. He kept thinking, why are the buildings still stuck in the Middle Ages? And there are slaves here. The level of technology must be very backward, right? At that time, he even prepared for primitive living, eating raw food, using fire for farming. But reality hit him hard. Here, not only is there magic, but also magical devices, advanced technology. For example, the hot water in the bathroom is heated continuously by a fire magic array embedded in the wall. The cold storage box he saw in the princess's mansion was just a simple application of ice magic. Even the walkie-talkie from Carvia works on magic crystal resonance, transmitting sound waves. In his previous world, refrigerators, electric kettles, and phones all have equivalents in this world, replaced by magical devices. The only thing missing is probably the internet, an instant communication and information sharing tool. Besides that, everything in this world fascinated him. Even garbage eating, soft slime that can serve as a trash can and isn't picky about food. When talking about slimes, Lin Xiu always feels like he's forgotten something. Now that he thinks about it, he remembers he once had a startup project where he kept a slime as a trash can. In the forest, there are all kinds of magical creatures. Some are fierce and bloodthirsty, while others have special powers. There are also dazzling spells. Although Lin Xiu himself doesn't know any, he still dreams about them. Sure enough, 486 was right. Other worlds are really amazing. Lin Xiu couldn't help but murmur to himself, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. But he also felt a little regretful inside. If only the system could be more helpful and occasionally give me a big prize, that would be perfect. Just after he finished talking, his system's sneaky notification sounded in his mind. Hee hee. Lin Xiu sneered, rolling his eyes. Do you really believe what you say? Just some lousy daily check-in. How is that supposed to help me? The system's voice sounded a bit flattering. Oh? That sounds interesting. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up, and he suddenly became energetic. Now, even if he forgets to check in later, the system can help keep track. Then, after saving up for 10 or 15 days, he could get a big reward all at once. Much better than just collecting small rewards every day. Lin Xiu soaked in warm water, feeling more relaxed, and his tiredness gradually disappeared. Finally, the system had done something useful. The next morning, Lin Xiu was awakened by the chirping of birds outside the window. He stretched lazily, rubbed his sleepy eyes, and walked out of the guest room. He was still wearing the comfortable pajamas from last night, his hair a bit messy, showing his sleepy, relaxed state. As soon as he stepped out, he bumped into a figure. Ah! A sharp scream broke the quiet of the princess's mansion. Alan was holding a tray, nearly dropping it on the ground. She widened her eyes, staring at the strange man suddenly appearing before her. Her lips trembled as she managed to say, Man. She was startled and took 3 steps back, as if she had seen a terrifying beast. Normally, the princess's mansion only has 3 rooms. One for the princess, one for herself, and a guest room reserved for the mischievous 9th prince, Caro. Besides Caro, no other men had ever appeared in the mansion. So how could one suddenly show up? Lin Xiu was startled by the loud scream, causing his ears to ring and his mouth to twitch as he muttered, Hey, Miss Allen, I know my sudden appearance here is a bit surprising, but you don't have to shout so loudly. When Allen heard Lin Xiu correctly call her name, she paused for a moment, then began to carefully observe the man in front of her. In that moment, she instantly recognized Lin Xiu. Isn't he the male companion she saw last time at the school gate, the one who was always around the princess? No wonder he appeared at the princess's residence. Allen's mind quickly imagined a big scene. The princess brought her beloved home for the night. No wonder she closed herself off early this morning. She must be. As she thought more, her face turned redder, and her gaze at Lin Xiu became more flirtatious. Lin Xiu didn't notice Allen's inner feelings and still asked innocently, By the way, where is the princess? I need to talk to her about something. Huh? Don't you know? Allen snapped out of her thoughts, looking at him with confusion. The princess left early this morning before dawn to meditate. Meditate? Lin Xiu was stunned, and his hopeful expression immediately fell. When will she come out? That's hard to say. Allen shook her head. The princess's meditation periods are never predictable. Sometimes 3 or 5 days, sometimes half a month, depending on her progress. All right, Lin Xiu sighed, feeling a little disappointed. He had planned to discuss with Carvia this morning about starting a business to turn slimes into pet trash bins, but now it seemed he would need to find someone else to cooperate with. He thought to himself that he only had ideas, and nothing concrete. No sales channels, no methods for tame or support funds, so he needed to find someone with resources to partner with. There were only a few suitable candidates, Hager Moore, Dean Mers, and Carlo. First, Hager Moore was out. His personality was strict and serious, and he would definitely look down on these tricky tricks, likely refusing outright. Next was Dean Mers. He would probably agree, but his scheming nature meant he would take a big cut of the profits, which didn't seem worth it. That left only Carlo. Lin Xiu made up his mind and turned to leave the mansion. Just as he left the princess's residence, he stopped a passing guard and asked cheerfully, Big brother, could you tell me where the ninth prince's house is? Can you show me the way? The guard looked at the young man in casual clothes with messy hair. He hesitated for a moment, then saw the knight badge on his chest and quickly pointed the way respectfully. Sir Knight, the ninth prince's residence is in Rose Lane in the east part of the city. Keep going straight until you see the largest red brick house. That's it. Thanks. Lin Xiu waved his hand and strode toward the east, already thinking about how to persuade Carlo to join his business plan. The gate of the ninth prince's residence was grand, with red doors decorated with gold studs. Guards in silver armor stood tall on either side. Lin Xiu approached the gate and bowed to the guard. Please inform your highness that Lin Xiu wishes to see him. Yes, please wait a moment. The guard recognized the knight badge on his chest and hurried inside without delay. Soon, hurried footsteps sounded from inside the house. Carlo, dressed in a loose brocade robe and smiling brightly, ran out and said, Brother Xiu, why are you here? Come in quickly. He warmly put his arm around Lin Xiu's shoulder and led him inside. The house was decorated luxuriously but casually, with a few wine jars and barbecue grills in the yard, showing that the owner loved lively gatherings. As soon as they sat down, Lin Xiu leaned in eagerly and whispered mysteriously, Buddy, I have a way to make money. Do you want to hear? Oh? A way to make money. Carlo raised an eyebrow, picked up a fruit from the table, and threw it to Lin Xiu. Sure, I can listen, but you have my sister's secondary card. Whatever you want to buy, you can just use that. Why do you need to earn money yourself? You know me too well. Lin Xiu caught the fruit, rubbed his hands together, and showed a sly smile. As a man, I should have some money I can control freely, right? I get it. I get it. Carlo patted his thigh, feeling the same way. When I was a kid, my sister kept all my pocket money. I had to beg her just to buy a toy. He didn't ask what the project was or whether it would make money. He just pounded his chest and promised, no problem. If you need any help, just say the word. Brother, I'll do whatever I can to help you. Okay, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. Let's go to the countryside first. On the way, I'll explain the detailed plan to you. The two of them got into a carriage. The driver waved the whip, and the carriage headed out of the city. Lin Xiu cleared his throat and shared his business plan. Do you remember the slime from the monster forest last time? The soft, small creature that can break down trash? Carlo nodded. Yes, I remember. Why? Can this thing make money? Absolutely. Lin Xiu became more excited. Think about it. Slimes look so cute, round and soft. Girls and kids will definitely like them. Plus, they have a big use. They can digest all kinds of garbage, whether it's food leftovers or old clothes. They break everything down completely and don't leave any bad smell. So, if you keep a slime at home, you won't need to clean anymore. It's like having a living trash can and cleaner, plus a cute pet. Two birds with one stone. Carlo's eyes shone brightly. Wow, that's a brilliant idea. How did your brain come up with this? You're a genius. Don't worry, just tell me what you need, and I'll arrange it. I need everything, Lin Xiu said with a smile, completely unreserved. The carriage left the city, and the fresh grass scent from the countryside filled the air. Carlo looked out the window, already planning how to price the slimes. He thought he could make a big profit and show his sister he wasn't useless. The carriage stopped on a wide grassy field outside the city. Lin Xiu and Carlo carried several bamboo cages, each holding a few light green slimes. The soft bodies of the slimes squirmed inside the cages, making gurgling sounds now and then. They placed the cages on the ground and looked at the round, plump slimes inside, exchanging glances. What should we do next? Carlo squatted down and poked the slime in the cage. We need to tame the slimes, Lin Xiu said, though he felt it sounded a bit unlikely. These slimes, being single-celled creatures without brains, probably don't understand the concept of master. They might just eat and run away, not recognizing people. Carlo scratched his head. Tame them? These things don't even have intelligence. Can they be tamed? Let's try. If there's a problem, we'll solve it. Lin Xiu patted his chest confidently, then suddenly looked downcast. Honestly, it's really hard to make low-level monsters like slimes obey their master. Do you have any ideas? Yes, I do. Carlo's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands. I know that wizards can use magic to control low-level monsters. Maybe we can ask a wizard to try? Good idea. Let's do that. Lin Xiu agreed immediately. Soon after, Carlo brought a second-level wizard dressed in a robe. The wizard listened to their request and frowned. There is magic to control low-level monsters, but basically, it's just temporary hypnosis. It forces them to follow commands by using magic power. He flicked his finger, summoning a faint purple magic. He cast it on a slime. The slime instantly stopped moving and sat quietly in the cage. See? It can make them obey for now, but only for 3 hours. After that, they forget everything and do whatever they want. Lin Xiao and Carlo looked at each other, both disappointed. They couldn't sell the slimes and have them escape after 3 hours, right? Forget it. This magic isn't useful, Lin Xiao said, waving his hand to dismiss the wizard. He looked at the slime moving again inside the cage and rubbed his temples. It seems we have to rely on old-fashioned methods, training by hand. Carlo clenched his teeth. Fine. It's just a few slimes. I'll hire a beast trainer. He was very quick to act. That same day, he hired several experienced beast trainers from the city. When the trainers saw they were to train slimes, they were stunned. One bearded trainer asked hesitantly, "Your Highness, are you sure you want to train these things? They only eat and stick to things. They can't do much else. I'll pay. So don't ask too many questions." Carlo waved a hand and threw a bag of gold coins. "As long as you can make them recognize a master and follow only the buyer in the future, I'll double your pay." Money talks, and the trainers agreed immediately. But after spending so much gold, training just a few slimes seemed wasteful. So, the two of them decided to build a slime farm to raise more. Carlo immediately ordered the guards to start building the farm and surrounded a section with wooden fences. Then, the two of them hurried to the Adventurers Guild and posted a strange task: capture live slimes. 5 copper coins each. Deliver to the outskirts slime farm. No limit on quantity. The receptionist at the guild looked at the task sheet with wide eyes. Capture slimes? And alive? These things can't be eaten, and they have no magic crystals. Why bother catching them? Who cares why? As long as there's money to be made. Once the news spread, the entire guild was in an uproar. Lower-level adventurers discussed it, finding the task strange but easy. Slimes have no fighting ability. Even ordinary people without skills could catch them with a net. At 5 copper coins each, saving up could bring in a good amount of money. So, a group of adventurers carried nets and cages, rushing into the small woods and muddy fields outside the city to catch slimes everywhere. In just half a day, the farm was filled with over 100 slimes. They came in various colors: light green, pale blue, soft yellow, and crowded together inside the fences. Their bubbling sounds filled the air, and sticky slime was everywhere. Lin Xiao and Carlo stood outside the fence, looking at the dense mass of slimes inside, feeling a bit nervous. The animal tamers had already started working. They used small sticks to guide the slimes, trying to make them remember the owner's scent. But the slimes either stuck to the tamer's hands or chewed on trash on the ground, ignoring all commands. Carlo looked at the chaotic scene and then at the ledger in his hand, swallowing nervously. How much gold did we spend? If we can't sell them, my sister will skin me alive. Don't worry, they'll sell. You have to trust me, Lin Xiao said confidently, patting his shoulder. As they talked, suddenly, a slime slipped out through a gap in the fence and slowly crawled toward Lin Xiao, sticking to his pants. Lin Xiao looked down, sighed helplessly, picked up the slime, and threw it back into the farm. The sun shone on the outskirts farm, where the bubbling sounds of slimes and the shouts of animal tamers echoed. A month passed quickly, and finally, news came from the princess's private chamber. A powerful ice magic surge suddenly rose into the sky, instantly sweeping through the entire mansion. The petals and fallen leaves in the courtyard froze into crystal ice, reflecting bright, sparkling light. Calvia, dressed in a moon-white long dress, walked slowly out of her meditation room. Her clear blue eyes showed calmness and authority after her breakthrough. Her whole presence was steady and strong. She had successfully advanced to the 5th level, becoming the youngest 5th-level mage in Norman City. Feeling refreshed after her breakthrough, she was about to enjoy her good mood when she received bad news that spoiled it all. Calvia entered the living room, where 2 figures stood trembling in place: Lin Xiao and Carlo. Calvia sat down, casually tapping her fingertips on the table. Her tone was calm, but carried a quiet pressure. After a while, Calvia's tone grew colder. A faint, mocking smile appeared on her face, and even her body temperature seemed to drop several degrees. Are you saying that you and this guy messed around and wasted 80,000 gold coins? Oh, sister, how can you say that? Carlo quickly defended himself, looking confident. That's called learning from failure. With this first lesson, we'll definitely make big money next time. Oh, you want a next time? Calvia's eyes suddenly sharpened, as if flames were about to shoot out. Carlo shivered under her fierce gaze and instinctively moved closer to Lin Xiao, whispering, Brother Xiao, say something. Lin Xiao, now in trouble himself, looked at Calvia's murderous stare and wished he could find a hole to hide in. But since his good brothers had come close, he couldn't just stand by. He had to force himself to speak. Actually, I think our younger brother. Just talking about him, and not about you, right? Before he finished, Calvia's eyes locked onto him instantly, her tone icy and sharp. Lin Xiao immediately shut his mouth, lowered his head, and dared not even breathe loudly. Seeing this, Carlo stepped forward bravely. Sister, you can't blame Brother Xiao. It was all my idea, and he's not involved. If you want to punish or scold, it's all on me. Oh, so you're quite loyal, huh? Calvia raised an eyebrow, her tone unreadable in emotion. Lin Xiao gently tugged at his brother's shoulder, feeling anxious inside. Brother, can't you see your older sister is about to explode with anger? The ice magic user behind her is practically steaming with fire. Do you have any sense of awareness? But Carlo was completely unaware and still feeling proud. Lin Xiao shook his head, thinking, this brother is hopeless. Very well. Calvia took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and gritted her teeth. Since you're so loyal, I will now write to the Emperor to stop all resources to your 9th prince's residence. Please, sister. Carlo's face turned pale instantly. He hurriedly grabbed Calvia's leg and begged desperately, I won't dare again. Calvia remained unmoved, turning to look at Lin Xiao with a cold tone. And you, from today on, your vice position is also revoked. Please, Your Highness. Lin Xiao panicked too, quickly grabbing her other leg. I won't dare anymore. Seeing these two lively troublemakers clutching her legs, Calvia's temples throbbed with anger. Her fists clenched with a cracking sound. Both of you, get out. As soon as she finished speaking, a powerful burst of ice magic erupted instantly, freezing the entire living room into an icy world. The tables, chairs, and floor were covered with thick ice. In the next second, 2 vivid ice sculptures were carried out by the guards. Alan hurried forward, offering a cup of warm water and carefully persuading her. Your Highness, please calm down. Getting upset isn't good for your health. Calvia took a sip of warm water, took a deep breath, and barely managed to calm her anger. Actually, Lin Xiao and Carlo's slime business plan had initially been successful for a few days. The first batch of tamed slimes, with their cute appearance, attracted many noble ladies and young masters to buy. But soon after, a wave of returns and bad reviews flooded in, and they couldn't sell anymore. The reason for the failure was simple. Although slimes recognized their owners, these single-celled creatures held grudges. If the owner slighted them even a little, they would follow behind, bumping their soft bodies against the heels, protesting with a gurgle gurgle, which was very annoying. The solution was to crush the slime, which would break down into goo. After a while, it would reassemble and become afraid of its owner. But you can't keep crushing them every time, can you? Not only was it troublesome, but after too many squeezes, the slime would tremble when it saw its owner, curling up in the corner and not daring to move. It lost its cute pet qualities and refused to digest trash anymore. Some timid slimes would even become depressed from being squeezed too often, staying curled up and immobile. Even more absurd, when slimes saw their peers being squeezed too many times, they would be so frightened that they would die from shock and turn into a sticky mess. Even after being reformed, they would become limp and useless. With so many flaws piling up, more and more people returned the product. The reputation was completely ruined. The remaining slimes were just piled up in the farm, and 80,000 gold coins were wasted. During this month, the city was also in chaos. The Adventurers Guild issued quests to kill or drive away low-level monsters inside the city. More and more low-level monsters lurked in, and Lin Xiao, as a knight, had caught a few on the road. However, at that time, he and Carlo were focused on the slime business and didn't pay much attention. Deep in the monster forest, the fog was thick like ink that wouldn't dissolve. Sunlight couldn't the layers of ancient trees, only casting scattered, broken patches of light on the ground. The air was filled with the damp smell of decayed leaves and a faint monster aura, making it hard to breathe. For huge rocks formed a circle. In the open space in the middle, for fifth-level monsters gathered, each radiating a terrifying pressure. The winged Lion King stood at the front. Its wound on the right front leg had healed, but a fierce scar remained. Its sharp eyes fixed on the ghost vine demon tree, and it said in a deep voice, "How about it? Have you figured out the internal structure of Normanding City?" Next to it, a large tree with a diameter of about 3 meters slowly swayed. A twisted ghost face appeared on its trunk. This was the ghost vine demon tree. Its lips moved, producing a hoarse sound like dry branches rubbing together. "We've figured it out. Now it's up to you, White Tiger." The white tiger was wrapped in lightning, with a proud look. It raised its chin and said, "Don't worry, leave it to me. But before we carry out the plan, are you sure what they gave us is useful?" The ghost face of the ghost vine demon tree suddenly stretched into a strange smile. Vines extended from its trunk, slowly forming a black six-pointed star sphere about a fist in size. The surface of the sphere shimmered with dark light, giving off an unsettling aura of taboo. The surrounding air seemed to be corroded, crackling with a sinister sound. Forbidden magic crystal from the abyss. The ghostly vine demon tree's voice carried a hint of temptation. Using it to break an old, neglected seal is no problem. The white tiger snorted coldly. Lightning crackled beneath his feet, and he transformed into a fleeting shadow, disappearing instantly into the dense forest, leaving only a cold remark, "Don't mess up." The sky-winged Lion King and the ghostly vine demon tree exchanged a glance. The former's eyes flashed with determination, while the latter's face twisted into an even stranger smile. Meanwhile, at the city outskirts, in the slime farm, Lin Xiu sat by the fence, holding a stick and poking the ground absent-mindedly. The slimes inside the fence still wriggled and made gurgling sounds, sticking to the bars, but he no longer found them interesting. He was still upset about losing 80,000 gold coins after a failed business venture, but he had calmed down and started to think. Looking at the mindless slimes, he suddenly understood something. If pet slimes could really make money, the natives of this world would have already done so. After all, the properties of slimes are obvious, and they know this better than anyone. You can mock ancient people's knowledge, but you can't mock their intelligence. Once he realized this, Lin Xiu gave up the idea of making money from unique creatures of this world. Most of his magic power came from converting magic crystals, which required gold coins to buy. Now, with the princess's secondary card suspended and the resources from the 9th prince's residence cut off, he was completely short of money. He clenched his fists and made a firm decision. He knew that if he asked Carvia for magic crystals to improve his strength, she would probably agree. But he couldn't get past his own pride. Spending the princess's money all the time made him feel uneasy. Besides, he was now a third-tier knight, capable and independent. He shouldn't always rely on others. Lin Xiu refused to be a freeloader. He also understood that the royal family, though seemingly wealthy, actually had huge expenses. They had to support officials, a large army, implement policies, and repair defenses. The money available for Carvia's use was actually not much. Even if he converted all that money into magic crystals, it wouldn't be enough for him to break through to the 4th or 5th tier, given the huge amount of magic power needed. "There's no way I can really drain the princess's secondary card, right?" Lin Xiu looked troubled. "That would be too shameless." Lin Xiu paced back and forth in the farm, his mind racing and about to explode. Suddenly, he had a bright idea. Yes, his biggest advantage is coming from modern times, having seen things that don't exist in this world. Since making money from local creatures isn't working, why not try something new and exciting, like using music and anime from his past life? His eyes lit up. He quickly called out to the system in his mind, "System, can you bring up the anime and music I watched and listened to before?" The system's voice was a bit casual, and as soon as he finished speaking, a familiar screen appeared in front of him. It was the interface of his old smartphone, with icons for WeChat, music apps, video apps, all the familiar ones, and it even kept his previous playback history. Lin Xiu excitedly swiped on the virtual screen. He opened the music app, and a familiar melody instantly played in his mind, almost bringing tears to his eyes. "System, give me a guitar," he asked eagerly. With music, he naturally needed an instrument to accompany him. The system's tone was a bit mischievous, and Lin Xiao's mouth twitched. With that random check-in system, who knew how long it would take to get a guitar? Maybe, based on the system's quirks, he'd wait a year or more and only get a toy guitar. He had no choice but to type guitar making method into the search bar. Instantly, a bunch of tutorial videos popped up, explaining everything from choosing wood to installing strings. He was thinking that making animations or comics would require drawing talent or magical device skills, which he probably didn't have. So he decided to start with music, buy a recording magic device, record some popular songs from his past life, and sell them for a good price. But just as he was planning this, reality hit him hard. Lin Xiao searched all his pockets and only found 3 heavy silver coins. This was leftover change from when he sold a slime last time. With that little money, he couldn't buy the precious wood or professional tools needed to make a guitar, let alone the cheapest disposable recording magic device, which cost 5 coins. His secondary card was frozen by Carvia, and Corona was in trouble herself. What could he do now? Lin Xiao clenched his teeth and came up with a humiliating idea. He would try to please the princess. He returned to the princess's residence. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he bumped into Carvia, who was out for a walk. She still wore a long, moon-white dress, and sunlight shone on her, outlining her gentle features. Calvia quickly focused her gaze on him and the hidden roses behind him. This guy was just stopped from using his card in the morning, and now he was carrying roses in the afternoon. It was obvious. Everyone could see his intentions. Calvia understood this, but she pretended to be confused and asked, "Why did you buy flowers?" Clearing his throat, Lin Xiao tried to act natural and looked to the side. "I just happened to meet a kid selling flowers alone on the street. It's not easy for them, so I bought one. And I heard girls like roses, so I thought I'd give you one to make you happy after you were upset this morning." The system's sarcastic comments sounded on time. Lin Xiao kept a gentle smile on his face, but was secretly annoyed at the system. "Shut up. This isn't freeloading. It's a strategic investment," Lin Xiao stubbornly said. Calvia held back her laughter, took the rose, and sniffed it lightly, the soft floral scent lingering in the air. She looked up at Lin Xiao and smiled faintly. "All right, I accept your apology." Seeing her take the flower, Lin Xiao felt relieved, but also a bit nervous. He stood there, fidgeting with his hands. Should I bring up the issue of the vice card? Would that seem too deliberate? Calvia watched his hesitant expression and found it amusing. She deliberately teased him. "I received the gift. Why aren't you leaving yet?" Lin Xiao's smile froze. He nodded and said, "Well, I'll go now." Just as Lin Xiao turned to leave and was thinking about other options, like going to the Knights Guild to accept a quest, Calvia's voice came from behind him. "I've reactivated that vice card for you." Lin Xiao suddenly turned around. "Really?" But Calvia's tone shifted, becoming serious. "But don't spend money recklessly on unreliable things again, or next time, it won't just be a card suspension." "Got it. Thank you, Your Highness. You're the best." Lin Xiao cheered excitedly, feeling a huge weight lift from his shoulders. He quickly bowed in thanks and turned to buy a recording magic device and materials to make a guitar. Watching him happily run away, Calvia looked down at the rose in her hand, and her smile deepened. She gently sniffed the flower's scent, then placed the rose in a nearby vase. Calvia watched Lin Xiao run off happily, then turned back to the study. She raised her hand to activate the crystal magic device on the desk, which was a record query terminal for her secondary card. Honestly, she was curious why he was in such a hurry to get money. What was he planning to buy? Meanwhile, Lin Xiao, holding his reactivated secondary card, headed straight to the city's lumber and musical instrument shops. Based on information from the system online, he chose the suitable poplar wood for making the guitar body and maple for the top, also buying some beeswax for polishing. Then he went to the instrument shop. The owner, hearing he wanted to order special guitar strings, looked puzzled. "Sir Knight, we have violin strings and lute strings, but the kind you're talking about, thicker, flexible, and with different tones, is quite rare." Since there were no other such instruments in this world, Lin Xiao had to describe the diameter, length, and other details himself for custom making. The owner thought for a while, then nodded. "All right, I'll have someone make them for you. You can pick them up this afternoon." After paying, Lin Xiu carried the wood back to the princess's residence. Calvia was sitting at a stone table in the courtyard reading a book. She looked up and saw the wood in his arms, put down her book, and asked, "What are you going to do with all this?" "Make a musical instrument," Lin Xiu said, setting down the wood. He found a flat stone table, took out a small knife he carried, and began carving the poplar wood. Oh, Calvia became interested. She put down her book and walked over to watch him clumsily but carefully cutting the wood. "If you want a musical instrument, why not just get it from the palace? That's different." "The instrument I want to make isn't in the palace." Lin Xiu smiled at her, sweat already forming on his forehead. "When it's finished, I'll play it for you, Your Highness." The palace band had almost every instrument, so if the instrument he mentioned wasn't in the palace, it must be a new type of instrument. She couldn't help but feel curious. "All right," Calvia said, crossing her arms and nodding. She stood quietly nearby, watching him work. Sunshine shone on Lin Xiu's focused side face, giving him an inexplicable look of seriousness. Lin Xiu followed the online blueprints, first sketching the guitar outline with a small knife, then gradually carving and polishing. The first guitar he made was crooked, and the curve of the body was wrong. When he tested the resonance, the sound was dull, like hitting a wooden board. He adjusted the proportions for the second time, but accidentally thinned the top panel too much. When pressed, it dented easily, making it unusable. "Ugh, is handmade work this hard?" Lin Xiu frowned, looking at the two pieces of scrap on the ground, feeling a bit frustrated. Then, Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. He drew his long sword from his waist, the blade still shining with a cold light. Calvia raised an eyebrow. "What are you going to do? Make an instrument with a sword?" "Just trying." Lin Xiu focused, activating his eagle-eye skill. The wood in front of him instantly turned transparent, with every grain clearly visible. Holding the sword handle, he gently rotated his wrist. The sword became a precise tool, cutting and polishing the wood accurately. The wind from the sword scattered wood shavings, but the guitar body remained unharmed. Calvia watched him carve the wood with the sword, her eyes showing slight surprise. She hadn't expected his swordsmanship to be so skilled. After half an hour, a sleek prototype of a guitar was finally finished. The body was a deep brown from red cedar, the top panel a light yellow from maple, with smooth, rounded edges that shone with a beeswax luster. Lin Xiu happily waited, feeling that the weight was just right, and the curve of the resonator was perfect. He activated his daily shielding system, then weighed the guitar prototype again. Done. Now only the strings are left. Lin Xiu put away his sword and wiped the sweat from his forehead. In the afternoon, Lin Xiu excitedly went to the music store to pick up the strings. The shop owner handed him a small box containing several custom strings, different in thickness but all shining with a faint silver glow. Lin Xiu paid the remaining balance. As he was about to leave, a familiar voice called out, "Brother Xiu." Carlo hurried over, panting. Seeing the box of strings in his hand, he stared in surprise. "Didn't your sister stop you from buying things? Where did you get the money? Did you secretly take on a commission?" "No, I just gave your sister a flower." She calmed down, so she reactivated Carlo, Lin Xiu said casually. "When did your older sister become so easy to please?" Then, Carlo suddenly snapped his fingers as if he remembered something, turned around quickly, and ran toward the nearby flower shop at a speed like the wind. "Brother Xiu, I'm leaving now." Lin Xiu wanted to stop him, but Carlo had already run far ahead. His hand reached out, but froze in midair. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Forget it, forget it. Fate is fate. Carlo's life is like this. It's not something we can interfere with. In the courtyard of the princess's residence, the sunlight was just right. Calvia sat at a stone table under a phoenix tree, holding a thick magic book, looking very focused. Not far away, on a stone platform, Lin Xiu was carefully tuning a guitar. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door of the princess's house was forcefully pushed open. Carlo, dressed in bright, flashy clothes, swaggered in with what he thought was a cool pose. He had one hand behind his back and was holding a bunch of bright yellow sunflowers, full of dew, matching his flamboyant style in a strange way. "Oh, my dearest older sister, would you accept the flowers I, your most loving brother, have prepared for you?" Carlo said with a long, exaggerated tone as he walked toward Calvia. Calvia didn't even lift her eyelids or look up. She simply spat out one word, Get out. That one word was clear and sharp, definitely from an older sister. Don't be so cold. Well, suddenly, a burst of cold air erupted around Calvia, freezing the surrounding air into frost. Before Carlo could even react, he was wrapped in a thick layer of ice, turning into a detailed ice sculpture. The guards, used to such scenes, calmly approached without showing any emotion. They lifted the ice sculpture and carried it out of the house silently. Lin Xiao watched nervously, not daring to breathe loudly. He secretly glanced at Calvia, who was still focused on her book. He had no choice but to lower his head and pretend to concentrate on tuning his guitar. The system's teasing voice sounded with a hint of schadenfreude. What's this about bronchitis? Lin Xiao thought to himself. Lin Xiao, will never be a wife-controlled man. I mean it. Meanwhile, Carlo, who was being carried out of the princess's house, was still looking through the cracks in the ice sculpture at the sunflower in his hand, full of confusion. No, that's not right. Brother Xiao's flowers always work, but when I give them, I get frozen into an ice sculpture? After the ice sculpture melted, Carlo shook off the water droplets on his body, stroked his chin in thought, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Yes, although my older sister wrote a letter asking the emperor to stop resources, ultimately, the resources are controlled by the emperor. I should go try to please him. Having figured this out, Carlo immediately ran to the flower shop, exchanged for a more elegant and grand pink carnation, carefully held it, and headed toward the palace. Inside the palace, Dong was dealing with reports when he heard the guard report that the 9th prince wanted to see him. He was momentarily stunned. This son, who has no interest in the throne and is always idling around, suddenly wants to come to the palace? But he is still his son, so he waved his hand and said, "Let him in." As soon as Carlo entered the main hall, he immediately switched to a flamboyant mode, knelt on one knee, raised the carnation, and said affectionately, "Oh, my dearest father, would you accept the flowers prepared by your most beloved family?" Dong looked at him with a twitching mouth, almost dropping his royal brush onto the reports. He really couldn't understand how he, the ruler of a country and the emperor of Victoria, ended up raising such a lively character. But seeing the hope in Carlo's eyes and considering their father-son bond, he had no choice but to reluctantly take the carnation and ask casually, "You came to see me just to give flowers?" Seeing this, Carlo immediately stood up, full of hope, and said happily, "Father, your wisdom. Since you accepted my flowers, then the resources from my family's estate." Dong immediately understood his purpose and felt both amused and helpless. This kid, but as the king, his face wouldn't allow him to accept benefits and then turn his back on them. So he kept a serious face and said, "All right, resource supply is back to normal. No more fancy tricks, just focus on managing the estate. Thank you, father. Long live the emperor. Long live forever and ever." Carlo happily turned around and ran out of the hall. Brother Xiao's method really works. As for why the older sister's method didn't work, it must be because Brother Xiao already used it once, and its effect expired. Meanwhile, in the princess's residence, Lin Xiao finally strung the guitar. He gently plucked the strings, and a clear, melodious tune flowed out, completely different from the sounds of instruments in this world. "Okay, it's done." Lin Xiao stood up holding his guitar. He gently plucked the strings, producing a clear, crisp sound like a mountain spring, echoing in the courtyard. "Oh, is this your new instrument?" Cabia stepped forward, looking at the oddly shaped instrument. The deep brown body was smooth and rounded, the maple top shining with a warm glow. 6 silver strings were neatly arranged, and the 12 small frets on the neck were clearly visible. It was definitely different from any instrument in this world. "Yes, it's called a guitar," Lin Xiao smiled and explained, pointing at the strings and neck. "It has 6 strings, numbered from top to bottom as 1 to 6. The small squares on the neck are called frets, and there are 12 of them. The first fret is at the top, the second is below it, and so on. Each fret, combined with different strings, produces different sounds." Cabia silently calculated in her mind. 6 strings, 12 frets, plus the open strings without pressing any fret, make at least 78 different notes. Just from this, the instrument is already quite qualified. She didn't expect this kid to actually invent something new. She raised an eyebrow, with a hint of anticipation in her tone. "Since it's ready, Won't you give us a demonstration? Sure, no problem. Lin Xiu sat down on a stone bench, placing the guitar steadily on his lap. His fingers lightly touched the strings. In his past life, he often played the guitar as a hobby. It was just a pastime, but after crossing over, he hadn't played for a long time. He wondered if he might be rusty. He looked down at the strings, thoughts racing through his mind, flashing through countless songs. Finally, his gaze settled on Kavya, and the song, How Lucky I Am, gradually appeared in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xiu's fingers slowly descended. The first note flowed out, gentle and clear, like spring breeze brushing over a lake, creating ripples. Then, a smooth melody spread through the courtyard, matching his gentle voice, meeting in a sea of billions, sharing the same understanding. How rare it is. Kavya's steps paused. She had originally listened out of curiosity, but when she heard this lyric, her mind involuntarily recalled their first encounter in the dungeon. Back then, Kavya had simply thought she was saving a stranger by chance, never expecting it to be the beginning of countless intersections afterward. I can't wait to explain how I feel, afraid of missing the chance to fall in love with you. The melody gradually grew warmer. Lin Xiu's voice carried a slight, almost unnoticed nervousness and sincerity, his eyes fixed tightly on Kavya. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, shining on his focused face, making the surrounding air feel gentle too. Kavya's heart fluttered softly. The recording of her confession in the garden was still hidden in her storage ring, and now this love song was even more straightforward, making her heart beat faster. But she kept her composure on the outside. How lucky to meet you at the most beautiful age, with no regrets or regrets. As the last note fell, the lingering sound stayed in the courtyard for a long time. Lin Xiu put down his guitar, his eyes bright as he looked at Kavya, waiting for her response, feeling both hopeful and nervous. Kavya was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled faintly, speaking casually. It's okay. Huh? Just okay? Lin Xiu's hopeful expression instantly fell, and his tone carried a hint of disappointment. Your Highness, your standards are a bit high. Be content. Kavya raised an eyebrow, her tone a little proud. Many people would love to get just an okay from me. Haha. Then I'll take it as a compliment from your Highness. Lin Xiu quickly stepped down the stairs, feeling most of his disappointment fade away. Yes, the song is really good. Kavya changed the subject, her gaze falling on the recording device beside him. So, what do you plan to do with this song? Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. He immediately picked up the recording device and waved it. Of course, mass-produce it, turn it into crystal music to sell on the market, and earn magic crystals. Suddenly, Lin Xiu seemed to remember something urgent. He dared not look directly at Kavya and quickly got up to leave the estate. Your Highness, I'll go record now. I'll come see you later. Lin Xiu hurriedly left the courtyard, feeling that the lyrics he just wrote were too straightforward. Not knowing Kavya's true feelings, he felt his heart race just by staying a second longer. After he left, Kavya looked at the recording device casually placed on the stone table, which had a small note attached that read, Collector's Edition Pro Max. She picked up the device, her fingertips brushing over its cool surface, and a deeper smile appeared on her lips. Meeting you without regrets or regrets. It's so cheesy, she muttered softly, activating her magic device with her fingertips. The familiar melody played again. Doesn't that girl like to be serenaded by a handsome and sincere young man? Kavya closed her eyes, letting the melody flow, her smile always gentle like sunlight. Then she carefully placed the recording magic device into her storage ring, together with the previous confession recording. She turned back to her desk, but no longer felt like reading. Lin Xiu carried his magic recording device and strolled slowly toward the publishing house. The afternoon sun shone through the sycamore leaves on both sides of the street, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The sounds of street vendors shouting and the wheels of passing carriages mixed together, creating the lively atmosphere unique to Norman City. Lin Xiu's fingertips brushed the cool magic device as he recalled the scene of playing and singing for Kavya earlier. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out unexpectedly in his mind. You don't know anything, Lin Xiu retorted irritably in his mind, though his steps slowed instinctively. I was just showing my talent, and the song happened to include those lines, understand? The system's tone became more annoying. As soon as the system spoke, It triggered deep memories from his past life. Back then, he had a good friend. He remembered a classroom still dimly lit, the spotlight on his guitar during the talent show. The boy held the neck of the guitar, but secretly glanced at the girl with a ponytail in the audience, singing a love song filled with hidden feelings. After evening study sessions, his good friend would pretend to pack up books or leave a couple of practice books unfinished on purpose. In short, using various excuses, they would linger until only the two of them remained in the classroom. Then his friend would casually ask if he wanted to walk together. Time passed, and the boy and girl went their separate ways. Later, he heard that his good friend had become a writer. His friend and the girl he liked had long lost contact, with no proper goodbye. But the feeling didn't last long. Suddenly, he reacted sharply, frowning deeply. Wait. System, how do you know so much? Did you hack into my friend's account? The system paused for a moment, then spoke in a serious and slightly nostalgic tone. What's with the likes or dislikes? Lin Xiu stubbornly replied, I haven't liked anyone. How would I know if I like someone? The system simply showed an expression of helplessness. Lin Xiu argued back, I may not know who my future wife is, but I can guarantee I won't be a strict husband. Is that a problem? Lin Xiu snorted and turned off the system's voice function. He looked up at the sign of the publishing house in front of him, took a deep breath, clenched his recording device tightly, and strode inside. P.S. This part isn't part of the main story, so everyone, if you like someone now, don't worry about whether they like you back. Just go confess. If you fail, share the pain with the author. If you succeed, the author congratulates you on a happy life together. The publisher's counter was made of heavy oak. On the wall hung several yellowed magic scrolls with rune-inscribed copyright registration rules. Behind the counter, there were a few crystal balls emitting faint blue light, used for storing information. A middle-aged clerk in a gray cloth uniform was busy fiddling with his magic device. When he heard footsteps, he didn't look up and asked in a dull voice, What business are you here for? Lin Xiu stepped forward, placed his recording device on the counter, and politely said, Hello. I'm here to register my music copyright and handle the publishing process. The clerk finally looked up, his eyelids drooping as he glanced at him. He picked up a feather pen and scribbled on sheepskin paper. Name, Lin Xiu. Gender, Lin Xiu's mouth twitched, unable to help but complain. Are you blind? The clerk wasn't annoyed. He looked at him again, then wrote, Male, on the paper, and extended his hand, tapping the counter with his fingertips. Show me your ID. Lin Xiu quickly took out his Knight Association ID. It was a bronze badge engraved with his name and knight emblem, with a simple anti-counterfeit magic circle attached. The clerk took the badge, leaned in to scan it with the crystal ball. After a brief flash of white light from the ball, he returned the badge. Very good. The copyright registration fee is 1 gold coin. You've paid it first. The clerk pointed to the nearby payment box and continued. Also, if you want to sell this music, are you planning to handle it yourself, or have our publishing house manage it? What's the difference? Lin Xiu took out a gold coin and put it into the box, asking. Handling it yourself means you record in bulk using the magic recording stone and find sellers to distribute it. We only handle the registration for you, the clerk explained slowly. If we manage it, we will take care of operations, promotion, and sales channels. Afterward, profits are split 30 to 70. With us taking 30% and you 70%, but you need to pay for the magic recording stones yourself, and the cost depends on how many you want to make. Lin Xiu thought for a moment. Since he had no channels and no energy for promotion, giving the task to the publisher seemed easier. Although they would take 30% of the profits, it was less hassle. He decisively nodded. Then have you manage it. Good, the clerk nodded. How many copies of the magic recording stones do you plan to make initially? Thinking of the lesson from the slime's failed business, losing 80,000 gold coins, and recalling Calvia's warning not to spend money recklessly, Lin Xiu decided to take out 1,000 gold coins and place them on the counter. Let's start with this to test the waters. You can decide how many stones to produce later. He wasn't sure if people from this world would accept the popular songs from his previous life. If the first batch of CDs flopped, at least he wouldn't lose too much. The clerk counted the coins, handed Lin Xiu a contract to sign, and then took his magic recording device to copy a backup of the master tape. Only then did he say, All set. The process should be completed in 3 days. We will also promote it afterward. Thank you for trusting our company. Lin Xiao nodded, checked the contract, signed his name, and then let out a sigh of relief. He turned and left the publisher. By then, the sky was darkening, and lanterns along the street flickered on one after another. A cool breeze blew gently. Carrying the receipt, Lin Xiao slowly made his way back to the princess's residence. 3 days later, early in the morning, several music stores in Normanding City opened their doors, and long lines quickly formed outside. The first batch of 1,000 magic recording stones was sold out in less than half a day, far exceeding Lin Xiao's expectations. After all, most music in this world is grand symphonies or elegant pure melodies. Popular songs with lyrics and delicate emotions are rare. When they appear, they feel fresh and unique, instantly capturing the hearts of listeners from different social classes. Lin Xiao arrived at the publisher as agreed. As soon as he entered, the clerk's attitude changed completely, and he hurried to greet him. "Knight Lin Xiao, you're here. Your song has been a huge hit. Here are your earnings for the past 3 days. Please take a look." The clerk handed over a heavy money pouch. Lin Xiao opened it and saw neatly stacked shiny gold coins. After calculations, subtracting the cost of recording magic stones and the publisher's 30% commission, he received a full 3,000 gold coins. His investment of 1,000 coins had tripled. Lin Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. Great, great. Lin Xiao weighed the pouch happily, then discussed with the clerk, "I plan to take 20% of this profit and reinvest it in copying more recording magic stones. I want to increase distribution to cover all the music and taverns in the city." The clerk immediately agreed. "No problem. We will arrange for more copies to be printed, ensuring your song spreads throughout Norman City. We hope you'll come back to work with us again." After finalizing the cooperation, Lin Xiao thought to himself that he couldn't keep running to the publisher every few days just to pick up money. That would be too troublesome. So he inquired and decided to get a bank card from the Federation Financial Association branch. This way, the publisher would transfer 50% of his monthly profits directly into the account, with the remaining 20% kept for expanding production. It would save trouble and help him plan his finances better. Magic transition effect. The Federation Financial Association branch looked very grand. 2 stone beasts engraved with coin rune symbols stood at the entrance. Inside, there were several counters with magic arrays embedded in them. Every detail showed a sense of strictness and high quality. Lin Xiao approached the counter and explained his purpose to the clerk. "Name?" the clerk asked without looking up. "Lin Xiao." "Gender?" Lin Xiao's face twitched slightly, but he answered patiently. "Male. Are you over 18? "Yes." "Good. Please press your hand on this magic array to register your identity." The clerk pointed to a 6-pointed star magic array in front of the counter. According to Lin Xiao's instructions, he placed his palm on the device. The magic circle immediately lit up with a gentle white glow, scanning him from top to bottom. Within a few seconds, the light went out, and the clerk nodded, saying, "Your identity registration is successful. Please write your contact address. Once the card is ready, we will deliver it to you." The clerk paused briefly and added, "By the way, you can choose the style of your financial card. There are basic card types, ring-shaped cards, and you can add storage space magic later. If you have special needs, you can also customize it, as long as the internal magic circle can scan properly. But there's a rule," the clerk reminded carefully, "very strange images are not supported for card creation." Every rule behind these regulations has a story worth exploring. So when Lin Xiao heard this, his mind immediately imagined the scene that led to this rule. It must have been someone making cards in all sorts of bizarre shapes, maybe even some with gross designs, like a shape resembling something unpleasant, and adding a foul-smell magic circle. Every time they handled business, they would hand over a smelly object at the counter. Thinking of that scene, Lin Xiao couldn't help but shiver and thought, "Wow, that's too crazy. I'll choose the ring style, just the basic version, no storage space needed," Lin Xiao decided, calming himself down. He announced his choice because rings are easy to carry and less likely to be lost, making them more practical than cards. The clerk quickly registered the information and handed Lin Xiao a receipt. "You will receive the card in 3 days. Once activated, you can start using it." 3 days later, on a morning when dew still clung to the leaves of the princess's courtyard trees, Lin Xiao, with messy hair, got out of bed. He heard the messenger outside the gate shouting, "Knight Lin Xiao, your mail." He shuffled over in slippers, still sleepy, and took the delicate wooden box handed to him. After thanking the messenger, he turned back into his room. He opened the box to find a silver ring lying inside. It was the financial ring from the Federation Financial Association. Lin Xiao brought the ring close to his finger. The ring immediately emitted a faint golden glow, scanning him from top to bottom. Then, runes flashed with a shimmer, followed by a mechanical prompt. Identity verified. Financial account activated. Holding the ordinary silver ring, Lin Xiao glanced at the storage ring with a small sapphire that Carvaya had given him earlier on his wrist. He couldn't help but furrow his brow. Wearing two rings on my hand feels not only heavy, but also a bit showy. I always feel something's off. What's bothering you? A cold voice suddenly sounded. Calvia was standing at the door. She wore a light blue uniform, her long hair loosely, looking lazy after practicing magic. She seemed to see through Lin Xiao's worries instantly. Bring the rings here. Oh, okay. Lin Xiao quickly handed over both rings, still curious about what she wanted to do. Calvia took the rings and pinched a small magic wand with her fingertips. The tip glowed faintly white. First, she lightly touched the blue sapphire ring she had given him. Two magic circles appeared on the surface of the ring. One was a warm, golden financial recognition circle, and the other was a silver-white, glowing storage space circle. The two magic circles slowly spun on the ring's surface without interfering with each other. Next, she lightly touched the silver ring. The six-pointed star rune inside the ring lit up. A golden financial magic circle floated out and hovered in the air. Calvia gently flicked her wrist, and the golden magic circle seemed to be pulled by a thread, smoothly embedding into the blue sapphire ring's surface. The three magic circles floated side by side. Then all three beams of light disappeared into the ring, restoring its original beautiful appearance. Done. Calvia threw the blue sapphire ring back to Lin Xiao and placed the silver ring on a nearby stone table. Now, this silver ring is just an ordinary ring. It has no use anymore. Lin Xiao examined the ring, turning it over and over. The blue sapphire on the surface still sparkled brightly, but he couldn't feel any change in the magic circles. Although he didn't understand how it worked, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Your Highness, you're amazing." Calvia raised her chin slightly, flicked a strand of hair behind her ear, and said with a hint of pride in her tone, "Don't forget, your princess isn't just a 5th-level great mage anymore. I'm also a genuine 4th-level magic instructor." "Wow, Your Highness." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up suddenly, as if he had an excellent idea. "Since you can move the magic circles directly, maybe you can also change the data inside the financial magic circle? If that were possible, wouldn't he have endless gold coins?" Bang! That was a good idea. Calvia curled her finger and gently tapped Lin Xiao's forehead. "What are you thinking about? The last person brave enough to do that was long ago taken away by your Knights Association and has not been released yet." She paused and patiently explained, "The Federal Financial Security System has 3 backup layers, and it works closely with the Knights Association. The core data of the financial magic array is directly connected to the association's monitoring system, guarded personally by senior knights from the headquarters. As long as the account data doesn't match the backups, the monitoring array will immediately send an alert. Within half an hour, knights will come to arrest you. Do you understand?" "Oh, I see." Lin Xiao nodded reluctantly, rubbing his forehead. "Does this mean that if I become the head of the Knights Association in the future, I can change data freely?" But then he shook his head again. "No, that can't be right. I am already the head, with power and status. Would I still lack some gold coins?" Calvia watched him frown and then grinned foolishly, unable to help but laugh softly. She reached out and tapped his forehead. "What are you thinking about? Hurry up and wash up. Later, come with me to the Mage Association." "Got it." Lin Xiao clenched his fist around a blue gemstone ring, feeling the storage space and financial account inside, happily like a silly fool. The Victoria branch of the Mage Association is located in the western district of Normanding City. The entire building is made of obsidian and crystal, with flowing magic runes carved all over the exterior walls. In the association hall, a crystal chandelier emits a gentle blue glow. Display cases around the room hold medals of past mages and ancient magical books. As Calvia entered the hall, A servant respectfully led her to the president's office. The door was made of thousand-year-old oak wood, embedded with a large aquamarine magic crystal. She pushed open the door to see a woman standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. She wore a violet mage robe, with long flowing hair, snow-white skin, and gentle features that showed the maturity of a woman. Yet, her body radiated the powerful magic of a fifth-level mage. This was President Paz. Unbelievable. Paz turned around, her gaze fixed on Calvia, her tone full of admiration. Your Highness, at such a young age, you are already at my level. Such talent is unmatched in the entire Victoria Empire. Calvia nodded slightly, her tone still calm, but it was hard to hide her confidence after reaching the fifth level. This is not an overstatement. Boss smiled as he walked to his desk, took out a medal from the drawer. The medal was a six-pointed star in icy blue, with small magic crystals embedded around the edges. Here, this is your fifth-level mage medal. The fifth-level medal was indeed special. Wearing it was a symbol of status and power. With this medal, even the Emperor of the Empire couldn't directly command a fifth-level Grand Mage. Boss handed the medal to Calvia, then changed the subject, a sly look in his eyes. Honestly, I won't be the president for many more years. In a few years, I plan to retreat to the mountains to study ancient magic. The princess is now at the fifth level too. Why not try running for my position? No, Calvia refused immediately, her tone firm and clear. You know I hate trouble. Boss looked at Lin Xiu beside her, a half-smile on his face, and pointed at him. If you're afraid of trouble, why does the princess always bring him along? Calvia was momentarily stunned, her mind flashing back to Lin Xiu's clumsy arrival in her office. At first, she found this young man quite annoying, but over time, she got used to having such a lively companion around. Without his noise, the place felt a bit lonely. She cleared her throat and said calmly, maybe I'm just used to it. Being used to something is a scary thing, Boss said with a meaningful smile, and didn't continue that topic. After chatting a few more words about recent Magic World news and tips on reaching the fifth level, Calvia and Lin Xiu said goodbye and left. As soon as they stepped out of the association's door, Lin Xiu let out a breath of relief. Just now in the office, two fifth-level Grand Mages were there, and as a third-level knight, Lin Xiu didn't dare even breathe heavily. Now that they were outside, he couldn't help but ask, by the way, is President Boss planning to retire? She still looks so young, only in her 30s, right? Why? Do you like her? Calvia paused, turned to look at him, her tone normal, but Lin Xiu sensed a hint of danger, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. No, I didn't mean that. Lin Xiu quickly waved his hand, shaking his head like a rattledrum. I'm just curious. I have no other intentions. Calvia glanced at him, then looked away and kept walking forward. Don't be fooled by her young appearance. She's actually 151 years old. When I first met her as a child, she looked like this. Now I'm almost 20, and she still looks the same. Oh, Lin Xiu's mouth formed an O shape. He didn't expect that the president was actually a 150-year-old old spirit. By the way, enough about her. Calvia suddenly changed the subject and looked at Lin Xiu. How did your last song do? The results were very good, so I plan to release 2 more new songs. Don't worry, Your Highness, I'll definitely save the first special edition of the new album just for you. Oh, Calvia's lips curled into a faint smile. I'll be looking forward to it. Thanks to the sudden popularity, Lin Xiu's name also rose quickly. Riding this wave of fame, he decided to release 2 more new songs. In the princess's guest room, he quietly opened the internet interface of the system. The familiar music app appeared. He swiped his finger across the screen, hesitating over which songs to choose. He initially wanted to pick Sunny Day, but then thought, since he just released Thanks for the Luck, choosing Sunny Day now might seem too deliberate. If Calvia thought he was trying to confess in a roundabout way, it could be awkward. So, he decided, let's go with Rice Aroma and Blue and White Porcelain as a transition. Lin Xiu made up his mind, mainly to avoid misunderstandings with the princess. Thinking I'm confessing, he chuckled softly, ignoring the system's teasing. He selected the 2 songs to loop. Once the familiar melodies took root in his mind, he took a deep breath, grabbed his guitar, and walked to the pre-prepared recording device. He shouted dramatically, Senior brothers, lend me your strength. Rice Aroma, blue and white porcelain, merge and elevate. Plucking the strings, he recorded Rice Aroma, with its rustic charm, and blue and white porcelain, with its elegant grace. Unlike the heartfelt Thanks for the Luck, these two songs were healing and warm, and refined and gentle, instantly broadening the audience's acceptance. Just like before, Lin Xiu sent the master tapes to the publisher. Within a few days, the two new songs filled every music store across the city. With the support of 3 songs, Lin Xiu's gold coin account kept increasing. When he checked the account at the association every day, the shining gold light from his ring was especially bright. Even the publishing office staff treated him with great respect, calling him Mr. Lin Xiu. His sales remained high for over 2 weeks. Lin Xiu even started thinking about releasing a new collection. But just as he was excitedly planning his future, sales suddenly plummeted, dropping to 0 in less than 3 days. He hurried to the publisher to ask why. The staff looked uncomfortable and lowered their voice, saying, "Mr. Lin Xiu, it's not that we don't want to sell your music. There's a new policy from above. It says this new style of music disrupts traditional music shops, and it's considered opportunistic and inappropriate. They are suppressing it, so we can't stock it anymore." Lin Xiu stood there in shock. If the policy didn't allow it, no matter how good his songs were, he couldn't sell them. He sadly left the publisher and sluggishly returned to the princess's residence, still trying to think of a way. Carvia was reading in the courtyard. When she saw him come in with a drooping head, she looked up and casually asked, "What's wrong? You look so tired." Lin Xiu sighed and explained everything about the falling sales and the policy suppression. At the end, he added with a grievance, "Everyone seems to like it. So why are they suddenly not allowing us to sell?" "Not allowed by the policy." Carvia frowned. Since she advanced to a 5th-level great mage, she had even stopped attending court meetings. When she was a 4th-level mage, she would at least send a note to the emperor saying she wouldn't go. Now that she and the emperor are both 5th-level powerful mages, with equal status, she can go or not go as she pleases. No one can stop her. She had no idea what new rules had been made in the court these days. She paused and looked at Lin Xiu. "Then tomorrow, you and I will go to the morning court." Hearing Carvia's words, Lin Xiu was stunned for a moment, then immediately reacted. "Yes, thank you, Your Highness." "Shut up," Lin Xiu thought angrily, but his cheeks secretly flushed. Although the system's explanation was a bit far-fetched, it was undeniable that with Carvia, a 5th-level great mage, backing him, he felt much more secure. The reason why Lin Xiu's new style of music was suddenly suppressed had actually been foreshadowed long ago. On the throne in Norman City, most officials are elderly men with white hair. They have followed traditional customs for many years, and their thoughts are deeply rooted. They naturally reject anything new or different. At first, Lin Xiu only released a song called "How Lucky." The officials privately frowned and discussed. "This tune is strange. It lacks the elegance music should have. And what is this about fearing missing the chance to love you? It's no different from public displays of affection during the day. It's just inappropriate." But when Rice Aroma and Blue and White Porcelain were released one after another, and these new style songs became popular everywhere, the old-fashioned officials couldn't stay calm anymore. They were especially upset to see these songs sell well, and even their own children secretly singing them. They thought it was just a way to attract attention, go against tradition, and corrupt the morals. This is simply nonsense. During a court meeting, a very old man slammed the table. Such improper tunes are now popular all over the city. Young people are learning to sing these frivolous songs. If this continues, who will focus on studying proper music? It's corrupting the youth. Exactly what the Lord said, another official quickly agreed. Yesterday, I went home and saw my son listening to that Blue and White Porcelain. I couldn't help but scold him, but he argued back, saying I don't understand art. This is disrespectful to elders. Their words hit many older officials' sore spots. Many had experienced similar things at home. Young family members listening to new music and boldly arguing with elders. The authority of parents, which used to be unquestioned, was being challenged. It was like in Lin Xiu's previous life. Parents didn't understand why young people loved certain games, and grandparents couldn't understand the popular music their children liked. It was a gap between generations. These powerful officials blamed Lin Xiu's music for causing this dissatisfaction. Soon, With the support of many senior officials, the royal court issued a policy to suppress the new music. Officially, it was to protect traditional music order, but in reality, it was to pause the new-style music. After all, in the court, most of the power belonged to these experienced elders. Young officials might have opinions, but they didn't dare speak out openly. The morning in the palace hall was solemn and grand. The floor was paved with white marble, shining brightly. Officials sat in order of rank on both sides. The sound of their robes rubbing against each other echoed clearly in the spacious hall. Deng sat calmly on the golden throne, his gaze sweeping over the officials below. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Calvius standing in the corner, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Since advancing to the 5th level, she had not entered the grand hall for court. Today, she had come voluntarily. Everyone, present your reports. If there is nothing else, the court is dismissed, Deng said quietly, withdrawing his gaze. As soon as he finished, a clear female voice broke the silence from the corner. Father, I have something to report. Calvius slowly stepped forward. Her icy blue dress brushed the ground, and the 5-level mage badge on her chest reflected bright light in the morning sun. The faint magic aura around her made nearby officials hold their breath unconsciously. Speak. Deng leaned on the armrest of his throne, watching her with interest. I believe the ban on new-style music should be lifted immediately, Calvius said straightforwardly, without any hesitation. Her words caused a ripple like a stone thrown into a calm lake. The Minister of Rights, who had recently proposed suppressing the music, suddenly stood up, his white beard trembling with anger. He pointed at Calvia and shouted, Nonsense! New-style music is corrupting and harmful. How can we lift the ban? Your Majesty, please reconsider. We must not let yesterday's decision fail. Before he finished, a powerful magic force descended suddenly, like an invisible giant hand pressing on his shoulder. The temperature in the hall dropped sharply, and even the air seemed to freeze. The minister's face turned red, and he couldn't speak or breathe easily. Cold sweat ran down his forehead. Are you questioning me? Calvia's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. The magic patterns on her badge shimmered slightly, making her magic aura even more oppressive. The minister trembled all over and dared not lift his head. Calvia's status was more than just a princess. She was a 5th-level mage certified by the Mage Association and a senior professor at the Academy. The 5 major powers on the continent, Federation of Royal Families, Mage Association, Knight Association, Adventurers Guild, and the Academy, were all connected to her in some way. If he dared to oppose her openly, he would offend 3 major forces. Plus, behind her was a young 3rd-level knight. In the future, he would likely achieve great success in the Knight Association, which might hold a grudge against him. The 4 of the 5 major powers have offended him. As a small minister of rights, how many heads can he possibly bear? Seeing the tense atmosphere in the court, Dong quickly raised his hand, releasing a gentle magical force to counteract Calvia's pressure and smooth things over. Everyone, calm down. Since there is disagreement over the new style of music, let's sit down and discuss it properly. Coincidentally, the creator of this new music is also here today. Dong thought this was just a small matter of music, not worth causing a rift between the royal family and the old officials. Putting Lin Xiu forward could both shift the blame and give everyone a way out. Calvia initially wanted to suppress all objections with a firm attitude. Because, after all, compared to financial and military issues, this was a minor matter unrelated to the country's core interests. To calm the situation, the emperor would likely lift the ban to prevent things from escalating further. But just as she was about to speak, Lin Xiu, the Minister of Revenue, stepped forward half a step, avoiding eye contact with Calvia, and stared intently at Lin Xiu hiding behind her. You, a 3rd-rank knight, hiding behind a woman. What kind of skill is that? If you have the courage, as His Majesty said, come out and argue with me properly. Offending Calvia was one thing, but underestimating a knight? If he could refute Lin Xiu logically, he could defend his stance and also prevent anyone from criticizing him later. Calvia's eyes turned cold. A shard of ice seemed to form at her fingertips, ready to strike. But her wrist was gently held back. She turned her head. Lin Xiu shook his head at her, his palm warm and steady, speaking calmly. It's okay. Let me handle this. P.S. The author didn't bother to look up what ministers in other worlds or Western countries are called, so he simply used our Minister of Rights. Lin Xiu released Calvia's hand and walked slowly into the hall, his gaze fixed on the Minister of Rights. His voice was clear and firm. You say my music is harmful and decadent, but do you have concrete evidence? The Minister of Rights was already holding back frustration. Seeing him finally stand up, he straightened his back and spoke confidently. Yes, of course I do. Ever since this new style of music spread, my young son, after school every day, would listen to it repeatedly, neglecting his studies. Isn't that wasting time and losing his ambition? What else could it be but a distraction and a sign of a frivolous mind? Ha! Lin Xiu let out a light laugh, his tone filled with obvious sarcasm. According to the Minister of War, listening to your cherished traditional pure music is for self-cultivation, while listening to my music is a waste of time. Forgive me for being blunt, but I have never seen someone as shameless and hypocritical as you. Moreover, this so-called waste of time and idling away hours is just your own biased judgment. You prefer traditional melodies, that's your hobby, and I never interfere. But why do you accuse my music of being harmful just because it doesn't align with your preferences? Lin Xiu paused, glancing at the group of senior officials in the hall, and added with a teasing tone, in my opinion, the way the Minister of War acts today is like a child in the marketplace arguing over apples. Truly laughable. Child arguing over apples. What's that? The Minister of Rights, already angry from Lin Xiu's blunt words, asked instinctively. Many others in the hall looked confused, and Carvia even withdrew her icy gaze, watching Lin Xiu with interest. Lin Xiu cleared his throat and loudly said, once upon a time, there were two young children who had not yet learned to think clearly. One loved apples, and the other loved pears. The child who loved apples would tell everyone that apples are crisp and sweet, the best taste in the world. The child who loved pears also proudly claimed that pears are sweet and juicy, far better than apples. Later, when the apple-loving child heard the other praising pears, he suddenly got angry, pounded his chest, and argued that pears were inferior, and only apples were the true flavor. Ladies and gentlemen, do you think this child is funny or not? The Minister of Rights' face alternated between red and white, his fingertips turning white from gripping so tightly, but he couldn't find words to reply. There's more to this story. Lin Xiu didn't plan to stop there. His tone grew sharper. Later, the apple-loving child found out that most neighbors preferred pears. He couldn't accept this reality and broke down crying on the spot. In his anger, he secretly ran outside the city and chopped down all the pear trees. As soon as he finished, the hall's suppressed laughter turned into quiet murmurs. The Minister of Rights' face turned into a palette of colors, green, white, and everything in between. His chest heaved violently, and his hand tremblingly pointed at Lin Xiu, finally managing to say one word. You. He clearly understood that Lin Xiu was comparing him to that unruly child who chopped down trees, mocking him for trying to suppress everyone's preferences based on his own narrow view, an act that was utterly ridiculous. Lin Xiu spread his hands and looked innocent. He said, what do I mean? I was just telling a child's story. I was simply remarking on how the young boy, seeing many people liking pears, got so angry he went and cut down their pear trees. Why is the official so angry? Could it be that he put himself in the boy's place? At this moment, Calvia stepped forward with a faint smile in her icy blue eyes. She said, if someone loves pears and then cuts down pear trees, isn't that just natural bad behavior? The Minister of Rights has worked hard for the empire and is a wise and experienced official. He wouldn't be like that naive boy who doesn't understand simple things like everyone has their own preferences. Though it sounded like she was defending him, every word was actually poking at the minister's sore spot. She was clearly linking him and the boy's foolish actions. Lin Xiu immediately stepped down the stairs and bowed to Calvia. He said, you are right, Your Highness. I was careless. The Minister of Rights is a mature and steady official. How could he be like that naive boy who doesn't understand basic truths? I was wrong. Please forgive me. Hearing this, the Minister of Rights felt his chest tighten, as if he had swallowed a piece of hot coal that he couldn't spit out or swallow down. If he argued back, he would admit he was just as foolish as the boy. But if he didn't, he could only hold in his frustration. After thinking for a moment, he could only grit his teeth and change the subject. He pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted, "Stop with your sweet talk. Your new music has lyrics that openly talk about love. Such shameless tunes will ruin the morals of the people. If this continues, young men and women will lose their sense of propriety." Ha! Lin Xiao looked surprised, as if he heard a huge joke. He raised an eyebrow and then looked slowly at the Minister of Right's exposed wrist. He said casually, "Just saying you like someone affects morals? According to your old-fashioned ideas, Minister, are you trying to me? You're talking nonsense." The Minister of Rights blushed instantly. He pointed at Lin Xiao, trembling, and even his white beard puffed up with anger. "I'm just stating facts," Lin Xiao said seriously. "Your old-fashioned ideas say that men and women should strictly follow proper conduct. They shouldn't even see each other easily, let alone show skin. But today, you not only showed your face, but also your entire wrist. According to your own logic, isn't that just trying to others?" The Minister of Right's face was so red it looked like it might bleed. He was speechless, unable to find a single word to refute. However, Lin Xiao seemed as if he hadn't seen enough. He suddenly changed his tone, appearing to realize something important. "Wait, that's not right. The Minister of Rights came to court today, probably not knowing I would be here, so he's most likely not here for me." Lin Xiao paused, then suddenly clapped his hands as if he had uncovered a big secret. He turned to bow deeply to Dongan on the throne, his voice loud enough for everyone in the hall to hear. "Oh, I understand now. Your Majesty, the Minister of Rights is trying to you." He pointed at the Minister of Rights with a serious expression. "Your Majesty, this man has bad intentions and a crooked mind. He's trying to the Emperor right here in the court. You must be very careful." Dongan, who was watching the scene with interest, suddenly felt a jolt in his chest. His expression twitched, almost losing his regal composure. He quickly pressed his forehead and raised his hand to calm himself, speaking with a helpless and amused tone. "Lin Iching, you're overthinking. This matter is not what you think." "Not what I think." Lin Xiao refused to give up. He raised his neck and asked again, "Your Majesty, it's better to believe it exists than not. You must not let your guard down. Be wary of this old man's treacherous heart." Dongan felt a pounding in his temples. He hurriedly waved his hand to stop him, afraid he might say something even more outrageous. All right, I understand. Lin Iching, stop mentioning the Minister of Rights trying to me. Let's end this here." The Minister of Rights was so angry from Lin Xiao's accusations that his blood surged. His lips trembled for a long time. Just as he was about to calm his temper and speak again, a sudden gust of wind blew into the hall. A figure, carrying a fierce aura, rushed in swiftly. Everyone saw a flash before their eyes. With a loud thud, the Minister of Rights felt a strong force hit his backside. He was uncontrollably propelled forward and fell heavily onto the cold white marble floor. "Old fool, why do you talk so much?" Carlo's voice was rough and mischievous. He rolled up his sleeves and started punching and kicking the fallen Minister of Rights. He aimed his fists at the man's buttocks and back, places that hurt but weren't deadly, showing the rough, street-smart attitude of a hooligan. The Minister of Rights grimaced in pain, clutching his head and curling up on the ground, feeling extremely frustrated inside. As a high-ranking official in the court, how could he have been treated so unfairly? He wanted to fight back, but the opponent was the 9th prince. Hitting a prince would insult the royal family and be a serious crime. If he didn't fight back, the fists kept pounding him, making him so sore that tears almost came out. So he could only shout for mercy. "Your Highness, 9th prince, please stop hitting me. I was wrong." But Carlo's fists didn't stop. He kicked the ministers and cursed, "Is the palace wind too strong, or are you deaf? Can't you hear what my brother is saying? You're always causing trouble instead of doing your duties. I really don't know what my father keeps you around for." Everyone in the hall was stunned. No one expected the 9th prince to suddenly come in and start hitting someone. They froze in place, afraid to breathe loudly. It was a rare event for a prince to attack a high official in public. No one dared to step in to stop him or speak out against him. Dongan sat on the throne, watching the chaos below. His forehead veins twitched with frustration. What was supposed to be a peaceful court meeting had turned into a debate, then into a fight. If it kept going, the royal family's reputation would be ruined. He quickly raised his hand and said firmly, "Enough. Carlo, stop. This is the end of it." Hearing his father's voice, Carlo finally stopped. He clapped his hands to dust off the dirt and kicked the minister one last time before stepping aside. Dongan rubbed his aching temples and looked at the embarrassed minister, whose clothes were wrinkled and disheveled. He made a quick decision. Since the Minister of Rites can't explain himself, and the previous ban was poorly thought out, from today onward, all restrictions on new music will be lifted. Let's put this matter behind us. No one is to mention it again. Dongan knew very well that if they kept arguing, it would delay the court's work and involve his children. Plus, the Minister of Rites was clearly in the right. Lin Xiu's arguments were spot on, and Carlo had beaten him badly. Lifting the ban was the quickest way to end the issue. Carlo immediately went over to Lin Xiu, lowered his voice, and looked a bit proud. Brother Xiu, why did you bother arguing with him? Just tell me. I could have beaten him so badly he wouldn't even recognize his own father. Lin Xiu looked at the dust still on his sleeve and then glanced at the Minister of Rites, who was still whining on the ground. He couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He had thought earlier that Carlo's joke at the banquet about hitting anyone you don't like was just a joke, but it turned out he was serious. After the court session ended, Carvia walked ahead at a steady pace. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Lin Xiu behind her and said casually, "Why did you stop me during the court meeting? I'm not afraid of that old guy." Clearly, she thought the debate between Lin Xiu and the Minister of Rites was just a waste of time. Lin Xiu scratched his head and followed behind Carvia, stepping on the spot she had just walked on. Sometimes I need to handle things myself. After all, I am a knight. I can't always hide behind the princess. Hearing this, Carvia glanced at him, her eyes catching his slightly awkward look. Suddenly, she remembered how he had argued fiercely in the court, and she couldn't help but smile softly. Her clear, bell-like laughter mixed with the evening breeze, sounding especially pleasant. "That's true, but I never realized before that you're so eloquent." "Haha, I know many things." Lin Xiu puffed out his chest proudly. "It's just that the princess doesn't pay attention to it usually." "Oh? Like what?" Carvia stopped and turned to look at him. The sunset's glow fell on her hair, giving it a warm golden edge. Caught off guard by her question, Lin Xiu's mind quickly flashed through the modern skills he knew. He pondered for a moment and tentatively said, "Maybe, telling stories." "Then you tell me one," Carvia said straightforwardly. She found a stone bench by the roadside, sat down, propped her elbows on her knees, and rested her chin, looking serious about listening. Lin Xiu cleared his throat and adopted the tone of a storyteller. "Ahem, once upon a time, there were two children. One liked to eat apples, and the other liked to." Before he finished, with a soft thud, Carvia's small fist lightly tapped his forehead. The force was gentle but carried a hint of annoyance. "Change the subject. No more talking about apples or pears. All right, all right." Lin Xiu rubbed his forehead, cleared his throat again, and spoke mysteriously. "Ahem, the story I'm about to tell you. Princess, you'll never guess the ending. Dare to bet?" "Oh? Go ahead and tell me." Carvia became interested, sat up straight, and looked at him with anticipation. "All right, listen carefully." Lin Xiu lowered his voice. "Once upon a time, there was a little girl called Little Red Riding Hood. Her mother asked her to carry a basket of baked bread to her grandmother's house in the forest. A big gray wolf found out about this. It went ahead to the grandmother's house, ate her, and then put on her clothes, lying in bed waiting for Little Red Riding Hood to arrive. Oh, and there was also a hunter living in the forest." Carvia didn't hesitate and blurted out. "So the ending is that Little Red Riding Hood arrives at her grandmother's house, notices something's wrong, gets scared by the wolf, and just then, a hunter passes by, saves her and her grandmother, and kills the wolf, right?" "Not at all." Lin Xiu immediately shook his head confidently. Carvia paused, slightly frowning. Lin Xiu held back a laugh and seriously continued. "When Little Red Riding Hood entered the house, she saw her grandmother lying in bed with sharp teeth and claws showing. Instead of being scared, she took out a voice changer and shouted, 'Armor up!' Then raised her arm and shouted at the wolf, 'You daring beast, how dare you impersonate my grandmother? Take this,' and then performed a powerful attack move." Carvia listened, stunned for a moment, then widened her eyes and pointed at him, speechless for a long time. Your story makes no sense at all." Lin Xiu nonchalantly spread his hands. "That's why I said the princess would never guess the ending." "You're cheating," Carvia said, her fingertips moving. A cold aura suddenly surged out, carrying tiny ice shards, rushing toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was prepared. He tilted his body aside just in time to dodge and shouted, "Princess, you can't get so angry and attack just because you didn't guess the ending. That's not proper." Calvia's face darkened. Her fingertips emitted even more cold air, forming ice spikes in her palm, which shot toward Lin Xiao one after another. But each time, they missed by a hair's breadth, narrowly avoided by Lin Xiao. However, Calvia was a 5th-level Great Mage, not to mention freezing a 3rd-level knight. Even turning an entire road into an ice cave would be easy for her. How could she fail to control a little Lin Xiao? Clearly, this 5th-level Great Mage never really intended to freeze her little knight from the start. Calvia sat on a wooden chair under a parasol tree, holding a high-level magic book. Her eyes kept drifting toward Lin Xiao, who was meditating on a stone platform nearby. She frowned slightly, almost unnoticed. Since the music ban was lifted, Lin Xiao's life had become more lively. He often went out to hang out with Carlo or stayed inside recording new songs. He rarely practiced seriously. It's important to note that Calvia's magic power had advanced rapidly, now reaching the level of a 5th-rank Grand Mage. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao was still stuck at the 3rd-rank Knight stage. If he continued like this, his strength would eventually fall behind their pace of progress together. "Why are you so lazy every day? When will you reach the 4th rank?" Calvia closed her book, her tone casual but her eyes serious. Lin Xiao, who was dozing on the stone platform, lazily looked up and waved his hand. "Oh, there's no rush to practice. Just go with the flow." Seeing his carefree attitude, Calvia suddenly stood up and walked over to him. She slightly bent down, bringing her face close to his. Her icy blue eyes were just inches away, making Lin Xiao's heart skip a beat. She was silent for a few seconds, then finally spoke as if she had made a decision. "All right, once you become a 4th-rank knight, I will agree to one thing." "Really?" Lin Xiao immediately perked up, almost without thinking. "Then, can the princess come with me to the summer festival in a month?" Calvia was stunned for a moment, memories of the summer festival flashing through her mind. It was a holiday held to commemorate Sage Balro sealing the Amber Dragon King. The city of Norman Ding would be decorated with lanterns, night markets would fill the streets, and there would be grand fireworks. It was the most lively day of the year. Seeing Lin Xiao's eager expression, Calvia was surprised inwardly. Could this kid really break through to the 4th rank in just a month? Although she wasn't sure where he got that confidence, if he could really do it, it would be a good thing. She nodded lightly and agreed decisively. All right. With her promise, Lin Xiao's days became very regular. During the day, he would find time to go to the tavern with Carlo to enjoy skewers or meet with the Night Association to discuss the movements of monsters in the city. When he had free time, he would visit the publishing house to release a couple of new songs. After earning a lot of money, he would exchange the coins for magic crystals and then convert them into his own magic power through the system. At night, he would sit on a mat in the courtyard, pretending to meditate with a cross-legged posture, adopting a cultivation stance. But in reality, he was just chatting with the system and dealing with Carvia. Anyway, his progress in cultivation depended entirely on recharging with magic crystals. His fake cultivation was just for show to the princess. While Lin Xiao was steadily leveling up, a strange and unbelievable event happened in the city. That evening, just after Lin Xiao collected coins from the publishing house, he saw a bright purple lightning bolt in the northwest sky. Immediately after, a deafening explosion sounded, causing the entire city to shake. Looking up, he saw thick smoke billowing from the direction of the Night Association. Purple-black lightning snakes twisted in the clouds. The pressure from a 5th-level monster was so strong that even from several miles away, he could clearly feel it. That is, Lin Xiao's face changed. Just as he was about to rush over, Carvia, who had arrived quickly, stopped him. When several 5th-level experts in the city arrived at the scene, the monster had already disappeared. Only a scene of destruction remained. The association's outer wall was scorched by lightning, leaving huge burn marks, and faint white tiger claw prints could still be seen on the ground. Later, Lin Xiao learned from Carvia that the attacker was a 5th-level monster from the monster forest, the lightning white tiger. It had somehow obtained the city's defense map, bypassed the protective barrier, and precisely attacked the Night Association. What was even more unsettling was that the president of the Victoria branch of the Knight Association, an experienced fifth-level knight, had completely vanished after the attack. No one saw him alive or dead. Special transition effect, bitter tea. In a space of absolute darkness, not a single light remained. Even the traces of stars and wind had been erased. Lun's pearl sword shimmered faintly with a silver aura of fighting energy, but it couldn't illuminate even what was 3 feet away. Damp, cold air mixed with a faint smell of scorched lightning, sticking to the cracks of his armor. This made the fifth-level knight stand straight, every muscle tense in alertness. He slowly raised his long sword, pointing the blade toward the faint outline of the white tiger ahead. The lightning white tiger's fur shimmered with faint purple electric sparks in the darkness. Its amber eyes shone brightly like ghostly flames as it calmly paced around him, claws skimming the void and producing faint, buzzing sounds. "Where is this? Why did you capture me here?" Pool's voice echoed in the sealed darkness, accompanied by the sound of metal armor rubbing. He could clearly feel that the magic field in this space was extremely chaotic. Even the elements of the world seemed cut off from outside. A hoarse beast language echoed through magic transmission, exploding in his mind with a teasing coldness. "Well, for the plan to go smoothly, it's better to keep you, a fifth-rank knight, away. Your knightly talents are just too troublesome." Plan? Pool's heart sank, a bad feeling tightening inside him instantly. Although he didn't know what the other side's scheme was aimed at, it was definitely not good. He had to escape this space quickly and prevent their plot from succeeding. "Since you mentioned knightly talents, let me show you." Pool took a deep breath, straightened his chest sharply, and the knight emblem on his armor glowed faintly. He raised his head and shouted with devout faith, "Great Gracious, I dedicate my honor to you." The prayer's voice vanished into the darkness without a trace. The glow on the emblem flickered briefly before completely extinguishing, with no response from the war god. Useless, the lightning white tiger's beast eyes flickered, purple electricity dancing at its claws. "This space is completely isolated from the outside. Your prayer can't reach out." Pool clenched his teeth secretly, thinking to himself that this was troublesome. He sheathed his heavy sword, and magic instantly covered his body. A silvery light formed a thin shield on his armor. Knights are different from mages. They don't have large-scale catastrophe-level magic. All their moves focus on strengthening themselves. So, among peers, in one-on-one fights, knights are generally stronger than other classes. Pool suddenly kicked off the ground and leapt up. His long sword, infused with sharp elemental power, slashed toward the tiger. The sword's edge tore through the darkness with a piercing screech, but the expected collision never happened. The lightning white tiger's figure was like a ghost, flashing past him with a residual purple electric glow. Only a scorching arc of electricity brushed past his armor, leaving a burnt scar on the metal. After Power landed, he quickly turned around and spread his senses, but he could only catch faint traces of the opponent moving in the darkness. The lightning white tiger never faced him directly. Instead, it hovered about a foot away, sometimes disturbing him with lightning, sometimes pretending to attack with its giant claws. It was clear that it wanted to hold him back. The dark space greatly limited his visibility. Every time he swung his sword, he missed, and his magic energy kept draining. He could feel that he had the upper hand in strength, but the opponent's tactic of just delaying without fighting made him feel frustrated and suffocated. "Cowardly rat, come out and fight me face to face," Power shouted angrily. He swung his long sword, creating a fan-shaped area of light. The silver glow briefly tore in the darkness, but the lightning white tiger had already retreated farther away. Its eyes showed more teasing. Power's breathing grew heavier, and his muscles under the armor ached from constant tension. He knew he couldn't be held back any longer. The plan outside the city could start at any moment. But this cursed dark space was like a cage, trapping him in place, with no hope of breaking free. Deep inside the rocky wall of the sealed land, a chilling cold had long taken hold. In the center of the ancient seal on the wall, a faint golden glow shimmered. The runes flickered, still carrying the magic aura of the great wizard Balro. Vines of the ghostly demon tree, like dark iron chains, tightly gripped the black six-pointed star sphere. The vines slowly pressed the sphere into the center of the seal, trembling slightly. Suddenly, thick, ink-like magic energy burst out from the black sphere, slithering like a poisonous snake into the rune patterns of the seal. The originally bright golden runes quickly turned gray-black, emitting a sizzling, corrosive sound. Cracks spread along the runes. In just a moment, the entire seal shattered with a loud bang, turning into countless light spots that vanished into the air. At the moment the seal broke, a thunderous dragon roar echoed through the sky. The rocky wall collapsed with a loud crash. Amid the billowing dust, a huge dragon covered in shiny black scales suddenly burst out. Its wings spread dozens of yards wide. With each flap, it whipped up a howling storm, swirling the surrounding debris into dust. Amber-colored vertical pupils swept across the space, carrying a lazy yet oppressive aura. I am finally free. This was the Amber Dragon King, long sealed away. The ghost vine enchanted tree was the first to step forward. Its vines drooped, and it spoke with a tone that was both urgent and respectful. Since Lord Dragon King has lifted the seal, please lead us to attack now. Huh? The Amber Dragon King's horns shook slightly, and a hint of surprise flashed in its vertical amber eyes. You're going to work right after coming out? As soon as those words were spoken, the surrounding air instantly grew quiet. It was like a prisoner who had been locked away for 100 years and finally gained freedom, only to be told they had to start working immediately before they could enjoy a moment of peace. Next to them, the sky-winged Lion King's mane fluttered in the wind. It exchanged glances with the black-armored turtle in the corner, both unsure of what to say next. The ghost vine enchanted tree's vines twitched, and it spoke with some difficulty. We don't want to rush the Lord into leading troops to attack the human city, but this opportunity is truly rare and precious. How so? The Amber Dragon King folded its wings and landed on a large rock. Its scales rubbed against the stone, making a dull sound. Recently, we received support from a necromancer who gave us a forbidden magic orb capable of breaking the seal. That's how we came up with this plan, the ghost vine enchanted tree explained, pointing to the black remains of a sphere on the ground. What plan? The Amber Dragon King raised an eyebrow. Its breath carried a faint sulfur smell, showing it still had some hope for this plan. First, we send low-level monsters outside the city to sneak into Normanding City and gather the defense map. Then, we have the White Lightning Tiger attack the Knights Guild, trapping their most troublesome 5th-rank knight, Lun's Pearl, in another dimension. Next, we break the seal and release you. With their strength weakened, you can lead us in a strong attack on Normanding City. The ghost vine enchanted tree explained clearly, gesturing with its vines as it described the steps. The Amber Dragon King narrowed its eyes. That's your plan? Is that all? Not entirely. The ghost vine enchanted tree's vines drooped, and its tone became a little guilty. We also planned to ambush the 4th-rank professor leading the Academy's team to cut off their backup forces, but we failed. Failed? The Amber Dragon King asked again, its tail sweeping impatiently across the ground. Yes, failed. The ghost vine enchanted tree's voice lowered. The sky-winged Lion King and the black-armored turtle nodded in agreement, looking like they had done their best. Amber Dragon King looked at the ghost vine demon tree with a, "Are you kidding me?" expression and examined it carefully. The faint glow on his dragon horn dimmed a bit. You all, just a few beasts, came up with such a plan? Yes, replied the ghost vine demon tree confidently. You know, our magical beasts are not very smart, so coming up with such a detailed plan is already impressive. It took Lightning White Tiger and Sky Wing Lion King 3 months, and they even lost some fur to finalize it. 3 months to come up with this? The Amber Dragon King rubbed his forehead, if dragons had 4 heads, silent for half a minute. Finally, he seemed to accept his fate and exhaled a heavy breath. All right, since those 5-star knights are still trapped, we will attack Normanding City at dawn tomorrow. Everyone, go down and inform all the magical beasts outside the city to gather. Don't miss the timing. The 3 beasts immediately relaxed and hurriedly left after receiving their orders. Meanwhile, deep inside the palace's study, Donger was reviewing official documents. In the center of the study, a crystal stone glowing with blue light was placed. This crystal could sense the seal in the beast forest. Suddenly, the crystal cracked with a sound, then shattered completely. A cold dragon's might mixed with black gas seeped out from the fragments. quickly filling the entire room. Donger suddenly stood up. The Golden Throne's teacup was unconsciously crushed in his hand, spilling tea and shards onto the floor. His face was as serious as iron. The memories of the Amber Dragon King's destruction flooded his mind instantly. This dragon's power, it's definitely not wrong. The seal is broken. Someone come. Donger's voice carried the authority of an emperor, piercing through the barrier of the study. 2 guards immediately entered, kneeling on one knee. Your Majesty, what are your orders? It's nothing. Calvia glanced at Lentian, then stored her magic wand into her ring. My father has some matters to attend to. I'll be back soon. Stay inside the mansion and don't run around. As she finished speaking, her figure had already disappeared out the door, her icy blue skirt fading into the night. Inside the palace's council hall, candles burned brightly, and a heavy atmosphere filled the air. When Calvia entered, she saw Donger sitting at the main seat. To his left stood Mers, the dean of the Royal Academy, and to his right was Victoria, the president of the Mage Association branch. The vice president of the Knight Association stood in the corner, looking tense, with his hand on his sword. The presence of 4 5th-level and 1 4th-level powerful beings intertwined, making it hard to breathe. Everyone, Donger spoke first, breaking the silence. His finger brushed over a shattered crystal on the table. Now that the Amber Dragon King's seal has been broken, and with the disappearance of the Knight Association's president, I am certain that before tomorrow, they will lead a monster army to attack Norman Ding City. Oh dear, Mers waved his crystal ball casually, sounding somewhat indifferent. This is quite the shocking news. Dean, Calvia's icy blue eyes swept over him. We're talking about serious matters. Please be more serious. Reluctantly, Mers put away his crystal ball and raised his hand in a surrender gesture. All right. Your Majesty, what are your plans? What do you need me to do? Donger looked around at everyone, his tone firm and resolute. I need you and Miss Pores to work together to support the highest-level defensive barrier around the city. The Amber Dragon King is a 6th-level beast. Its full-strength attack cannot be stopped by ordinary city defenses. As for the other 5-level monsters, I and Calvia will hold them back. Also, I have sent an urgent request for help to the Federation. If we can hold out for 3 days, reinforcements will arrive. Now, I ask you to immediately organize your mages and knights to defend in layers. Before this meeting, I have already mobilized the royal army to guard the city gates. Everyone responded in unison. The tense atmosphere in the hall remained. Everyone knew this battle was crucial for the city's survival. Half an hour later, a magic detection array outside Norman Ding City suddenly emitted a bright red light. The runes on the array flickered wildly, and the shouts of guards echoed throughout the city. A large number of monsters approaching. Over 10,000. On the city wall, the prepared mages immediately sprang into action, their magical lights exploding in the night. Fireballs fell like shooting stars, and ice spikes poured down like heavy rain. A dense barrage of magic struck the monsters outside the city. The cries of low-level monsters echoed one after another, and blood stained the ground beyond the walls. Yet, the monster army kept charging forward bravely. When they touched the pale blue barrier held up by Mers and Bors, they were forcefully pushed back, without even damaging the pattern on the barrier. Calvia and Dorn stood side by side at the top of the wall. Neither of them moved easily. They only gathered their magic inside, and kept a close eye on the monsters behind. As 2 of the strongest fighters, they reserved their magic to deal with 5th-level monsters and the Amber Dragon King. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras rose from the monster group. The winged Lion King flapped its golden wings, rushing straight at the barrier with a gust of wind. The black armor turtle curled into a ball, like a black meteor crashing toward the city defenses. It's coming, Calvia whispered. She sharply pressed her finger downward, and it suddenly split the ground. A huge ice spike, dozens of meters tall, burst out of the earth, carrying cold air as it aimed directly at the winged Lion King. Caught off guard, the Lion King's wings were grazed by the ice spike, which froze over quickly. It let out a wail and fell toward the ground. Dorn also raised his hand, gathering powerful earth magic in his palm. A blazing meteor appeared out of nowhere, smashing toward the black armor turtle with destructive force. The turtle quickly opened its shell to defend itself. A loud bang rang out, sparks flying from its shell. The impact of the meteor shook it so hard that it was pushed back repeatedly and couldn't get up for a long time. Both of them stayed inside the barrier, using its protection to unleash their magic freely. The winged Lion King and the black armor turtle were held back tightly, unable to approach the city walls even a step. If this continued, defeat was only a matter of time. But just then, in the center of the battlefield, a thin, withered figure suddenly rooted itself into the ground. The branches of the ghost vine demon tree spread out like a spider web across the ground. Dark green plant particles floated from the top of the vines and landed on the monsters below. Those monsters, already weakened, instantly turned red-eyed and roared, their fighting power multiplying. They crazily crashed into the barrier. However, the combined barrier of Mers and Bourse was much stronger than expected. Everything seemed to be going in a good direction. Many low-level monsters were defeated, the 2 fifth-level monsters were held back, and the barrier remained intact. The people on the city wall looked increasingly worried. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the monsters behind, and their hearts were pounding in their chests. The main figure in this battle, Amber Dragon King, had not appeared at all. Dragon roar, roar. Suddenly, a loud, somewhat playful yet terrifying dragon cry echoed through the night. Following that, a blazing stream of dragon fire, as hot as lava, tore through the sky, crashing down like a giant red snake onto the pale blue barrier. Buzz, the barrier trembled violently. Mel's dropped his crystal ball in shock, and both he and Bosi groaned softly, swaying slightly. Their faces turned pale, and the magic power holding the barrier almost collapsed. The dragon fire struck the barrier, causing its light to flicker. Cracks appeared all over the pale blue shield. Even 2 fifth-level magic users can't stop one attack from it. Donger cursed under his breath, no longer bothering to hold back the black-armored turtle. He suddenly increased his earth magic, pouring a huge amount of magic into the barrier. He looked at Carvia with a serious expression. "I understand without you telling me," Carvia said coldly, her icy blue eyes darkening. She immediately withdrew her ice magic from the winged Lion King and, with a flick of her delicate hand, added her sharp, blue water magic into the barrier. The 4 fifth-level Grand Mages poured their magic into the barrier at the same time. The fragile barrier barely held, and the pale blue glow reformed. But the aftershock of the red dragon fire still battered the shield, causing the wall to crumble and fall in dust with every tremor. Everyone knew that magic of level 4 and above could unleash disaster-level spells. If the barrier broke, Amber Dragon King's fire or the Winged Lion King's hurricane would be enough to level the entire Norman city, leading to a catastrophe where countless lives would be lost. Without Carvia and Donger holding back, the Winged Lion King shook the thin ice on its wings. With a powerful flap, it summoned a hurricane capable of overturning buildings, crashing into the barrier. The black-armored turtle curled into a giant ball, smashing repeatedly into the shield with the force of collapsing mountains and breaking stones. In the center of the battlefield, the ghost vine demon tree was still causing trouble. Its dark green plant particles spread like poisonous fog. The lower-level monsters were completely provoked, their eyes red as they roared and charged at the barrier one after another. The once solid barrier began to develop small cracks under multiple attacks. Small groups of magic wolves and magic bears slipped through the gaps and rushed toward the city walls. The scene on the wall quickly became chaotic. Knights formed a defensive line with swords and shields, while mages cast low to mid-level magic to clear out the intruders. Lin Xiao was mixed among the knights. His third-level magic aura covered his body. His sword sparkled with cold light, and each swing precisely cut down a rushing magic wolf. His armor was stained with the blood of monsters, but he still held his position at the edge of the wall. His eyes often glanced at the top of the barrier, watching the battle unfold. The sky was beginning to lighten with the first faint glow of dawn, breaking through the blood-red mist and shining on the battered battlefield. At this moment, the barrier's light had dimmed almost to invisibility. Cracks on the barrier grew larger, and the magical energy fluctuations became more chaotic, showing it was near its limit. "No, if this keeps up, we won't last 3 days, not even an hour." Carvia's voice was hoarse. She suddenly withdrew her magic, and the barrier's glow dimmed again. Hold on a little longer. Give me some time. As Carvia withdrew, Mels, Bors, and Dorn felt their pressure suddenly increase. Their faces turned even paler, but they clenched their teeth and increased their magic power, barely keeping the barrier's glow steady. Carvia moved to an open space on the wall. Her fingertips quickly sketched on the ground as she began chanting a complex spell. As she recited the spell, her icy blue magic surged wildly around her. The ground beneath her lit up with a huge six-pointed magic circle, edged with unique ice crystal runes from the far north. The light changed from dull to brilliant. In just a moment, the entire magic circle covered an area of dozens of meters. The cold air froze the surrounding atmosphere into ice shards. Half an hour of chanting drained her last strength. When she finished the final word, the magic circle suddenly burst into a blinding white light. A giant snow monster, 100 meters tall, emerged from the circle with a loud roar. It was covered in fluffy white fur, its mountain-like body blocking the sky. Its eyes were glowing white, and only its chest and cheeks revealed thick, ancient bronze-colored muscles. As soon as it landed, it let out a deafening roar that made the wall tremble slightly. Suddenly, it leapt forward sharply, and its huge hand precisely grabbed the Amber Dragon King's hind leg, pulling this level 6 magical beast down from the high sky. The ape demon snow monster turned over and rode on the back of the Amber Dragon King. Its fist, as big as a clay pot and whistling through the wind, struck the dragon's back hard, each hit causing the dragon's scales to with a sharp sound. The Amber Dragon King roared in pain, soaring into the sky and desperately twisting its body, trying to shake off the burden on its back. But the claws of the ape demon snow monster were firmly embedded in the gaps of its scales. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't loosen them. On the city wall, Calvia had used a lot of magic power to maintain the barrier earlier. Now, after summoning such a huge creature, her magic was almost depleted. She felt dizzy, her vision blackened, and her body swayed before she collapsed. However, in the next second, she fell into a warm, solid embrace. "Your Highness, take a rest." Lin Xiu's voice was gentle. He had already rushed to her side, one arm around her waist, the other supporting her back. The bloodstains on his armor brushed against her skirt, but it gave her a strong sense of safety. Calvia leaned into his embrace and weakly nodded. Her magic was nearly drained, and she had little strength left to lift her hand. She truly needed to rest and recover. No one knew that Calvia was naturally skilled in ice-type summoning magic, so summoning a typical level 5 beast usually didn't consume so much magic power. But the creature she summoned now, the ape demon snow monster, was one of the dominant species in the far north, known for its large size. Normal magical beasts grow bigger as their level increases. For example, a level 5 winged lion king is much smaller than a level 6 amber dragon king. However, the ape demon snow monster was an exception. Even as a juvenile, it was as large as a level 3 beast. When it matured into a level 5, its size could rival that of a level 6 or even level 7 beast. Because of this special trait, the ape demon snow monster's close combat ability was top tier among its peers. Although its overall strength was slightly weaker than the amber dragon king, in close combat, it could stand toe-to-toe with this level 6 dragon king. This was also why Calvia was willing to drain her magic to summon it, because only it could temporarily hold back the amber dragon king. Lin Xiu held Calvia's cool hand carefully and gently helped her walk toward the tent set up behind the city wall. When his palm touched her soft, delicate skin and his nose caught the faint, icy scent of her hair, he had no time to think about anything else. His only focus was to protect her from the chaos around them. After placing her on a soft bed inside the tent, Lin Xiu stood guard at the entrance, sword resting across his knees, his eyes alert as he carefully watched the surroundings, not leaving her side. Outside the tent, the sounds of fighting still echoed loudly, but inside, thanks to his protection, there was rare peace. "Actually, you don't need to stay here and watch over me," Calvia said softly, slowly regaining her strength as she looked at Lin Xiu's straight back. "That's not possible," Lin Xiu replied seriously, turning to look at her. "If anything happens to the princess, I would be very upset." "You." Calvia was momentarily stunned by his words. A faint flicker of emotion crossed her icy blue eyes. After a pause, she turned her face away and spoke awkwardly. Fine, do as you like. The cold inside the tent eased slightly. Calvia pinched a tiny shard of ice with her fingertips, confirming her magic power had recovered about 30%. She then supported herself on the soft bed and headed toward the city wall. The pressure from the barrier was so intense that she couldn't afford to rest any longer. Lin Xiu watched her figure disappear into the smoke and chaos, tightening his grip on his sword. He hurried toward the city wall. The streets along the way were filled with broken stones and bloodstains. Occasionally, he saw injured soldiers and mages helping each other retreat. The smell of blood and gunpowder mixed in the air, making it hard to breathe. Turning a corner, Lin Xiu suddenly saw a scene below the city wall. A knight was kneeling on the ground, his armor covered in cracks, the sword's edge battered, and his hand trembling slightly. Clearly, his magic had run out. But despite that, he looked at the monsters still attacking the barrier with no sign of fear. Instead, he slowly stood up, leaning his sword on the ground, and looked up at the sky. He began to chant an ancient, mysterious prayer. Great Gracious, I offer you my glory. His prayer was not loud, but it cut through the noise of the battlefield, carrying a near-sacrificial resolve. In the next moment, a golden light suddenly burst from the night. His aura skyrocketed visibly, increasing more than tenfold in an instant. His damaged armor was shaken loose by the overflowing magic energy, revealing a battered body covered in scars. Without hesitation, the knight charged into the group of monsters, wielding his sword. His rising fighting spirit made the blade shine with a bright golden light. Creatures that once needed teamwork to defeat were now easily cut down by him, as if slicing through vegetables. In an instant, they were all slaughtered. However, his figure seemed to become slightly transparent within the golden glow. System, what is that? Lin Xiu's voice grew tense, and he unconsciously tightened his grip on the sword handle. The system's mechanical voice, rare for its cold and objective tone, responded. So, the knight just now will die, right? Lin Xiu's throat felt tight as he watched the knight fighting fiercely among the monsters. His heart seemed to be clenched by something. Only now did he realize this was not a simple game he could walk away from at any time, but a real war that could swallow lives. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Why do you want to leave? Lin Xiu asked instinctively. Leave? His steps paused, and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Yes, given the current situation, leaving is the smartest choice. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be firewood to burn. Moreover, he had the system as a cheat device. As long as he found a safe place to hide, he could eventually become the strongest in the world. Then he could come back to avenge these people. Wouldn't that be safer? Lin Xiu was silent for a long time. Then finally, I won't leave. His voice was quiet but carried an undeniable firmness. His grip on the sword steadied. The system's tone was full of confusion. Lin Xiu looked up toward the city wall. The icy blue figure of Carvia was especially noticeable near the barrier. He smirked with a mix of self-mockery and determination. Funny thing, I never believed in fate. As he finished speaking, he no longer hesitated. He raised his sword and charged toward the city wall, quickly blending into the bloodied battle among the crowd. Above the sky, the Amber Dragon King suddenly twisted its massive body. No longer focused on shaking off the snow beast on its back, it used the momentum of its fall to forcefully smash its back into the ground. A deafening explosion sounded as the earth was struck, forming a huge crater dozens of yards wide. Rocks and dust shot into the air, creating a cloud of dust that blocked the sky. The ape demon snow monster was caught off guard and was shaken by a terrible impact, feeling as if its internal organs had shifted. The power of the giant hand that was gripping the dragon's tail suddenly disappeared, releasing its hold. Its huge body was forcefully thrown into the air and crashed heavily near the edge of the pit, its white fur covered in dirt and small stones. The Amber Dragon King, no longer restrained, finally broke free. It shook its sore hind legs and then suddenly flapped its wings, shooting up like a golden lightning bolt into the sky, gaining complete control of the air. Dragon roars, howl, howl, howl. 3 powerful roars echoed in succession. The red and gold dragon's breath formed 3 giant fire columns, carrying enough heat to melt steel, and shot precisely toward the snow monster on the ground. The snow monster hurriedly crossed its arms in front of its body for protection, but the intense heat of the dragon's breath still swept over it instantly. Its fluffy white fur was scorched by the flames, making sizzling sounds as it burned. Soon, black scorch marks appeared, and its skin was covered in tiny beads of sweat. Hot steam rose from its body, looking like a giant pot boiling over a fire. After the attack, the snow monster panted heavily, its chest rising and falling rapidly. It looked exhausted, as if it had just taken off. Its once bright white eyes were now tinged with tired bloodshot lines. It growled unwillingly, then suddenly bent its body and gathered strength in its legs, preparing to leap into the air toward the Amber Dragon King, aiming to pull the dragon back to the ground for close combat. After all, only by staying close could it make the dragon hesitate to use its breath and accidentally hurt itself. But the Amber Dragon King, having learned from previous experience, was already prepared. When it saw the snow monster rise, it spread its wings and lifted its body several zhang higher. Then, its breath rained down like a shower of fire, precisely blocking the snow monster's jump route. Every time the snow monster tried to leap, it was forced to land unsteadily by the scorching dragon's breath. Its large paws stomped deep holes in the ground, but it couldn't even touch a single scale of the Dragon King. The gap between the 5th and 6th levels was insurmountable. When riding on the dragon's back earlier, the snow monster could take advantage of close combat to make the Amber Dragon hesitate. But once it tried to create distance, its huge size became a sitting target, especially since the dragon could fly and was much faster. So, once the distance was increased, the snow monster could only be kited around, unable to do anything else. Its movements grew slower and slower, and its roar changed from sharp to hoarse. The flames on its body burned brighter, making it sway while standing. It seemed to be losing its fighting spirit. Finally, the Amber Dragon King seized the chance. It folded its wings and swooped down. In midair, it gathered a huge dragon breath, much thicker than before, carrying a destructive power, and struck hard at the snow monster's chest. Boom! When the dragon breath exploded, a blinding golden light swallowed the snow monster's body. The intense heat melted the rocks and dust on the ground into lava. After the smoke cleared, the huge body of the snow monster knelt heavily on the ground. The moment its knees hit the earth, the entire battlefield trembled 3 times. It let out a low, unwilling cry. Its large body began to turn into tiny white particles, drifting away with the wind. The summoning contract was completely broken. Its true form was forcibly sent back to the far north. The Amber Dragon King hovered in the air. It flicked its tail and looked down at the broken battlefield with its golden red eyes. Its pressure grew even stronger. Roar of the evil dragon, howl. Without stopping after defeating the snow monster, the Amber Dragon King unleashed its dragon breath again. It carried the terrifying power of a 6th-tier beast and struck the barrier like a giant fire pillar. The faint blue light shield, already shaky, trembled violently. Cracks spread like spiderwebs. The brightness of the shield dimmed almost to nothing. Mel's, Bosi, and Donger all spat out blood. Their magic was completely drained. They found it hard to stand. The pattern on the barrier started to inch by inch, as if it would break apart at any moment. Lin Xiu clenched his sword tightly. Looking at the barrier that could collapse at any second, he swallowed hard and asked softly, "System, do you think we still have a chance to win this battle?" The system's mechanical voice was unusually silent for a moment before replying. "Oh? How could you win?" Lin Xiu's eyes widened slightly, with a hint of hope in his tone. "You mean that self-sacrificing talent skill?" Lin Xiu's voice grew softer. His gaze swept over the panicked civilians hiding below the city wall and the faint figures of children in the distant refuge. "I understand," he said calmly, but his fingertips unconsciously clenched, causing pain in his palm. Lin Xiu didn't reply. Instead, he changed the subject and asked softly, "System, you know I'm a traveler, right? In our place, there is no such war. Everyone can live peacefully, and children can run and play in the sunlight without hiding in shelters and trembling." Lin Xiu's voice carried a hint of sadness as he thought of the children he recently rescued from the goblin nest. "Big brother, your candy," a young girl's innocent voice echoed in his mind. Lin Xiu took a deep breath. These are all sacrifices made by our ancestors, and their hard work has taught me an important lesson. Lin Xiu looked toward the shelter in the city, a firm yet gentle expression in his eyes, at least. We can't let the children be caught in the fire of war. Without hesitation, he suddenly leapt down from the city wall and headed toward the gap in the barrier. Calvia, standing on the wall, saw his action. Her icy blue eyes widened in panic for the first time, and her usually calm voice trembled with worry. Lin Xiu, what are you doing? He paused, looked up at her from the ground, and the bloodstains on his armor shone brightly in the morning light. He slightly curled his lips and spoke through the noise of the battlefield. Your Highness, you should know that knights have a special skill of sacrifice. No, I won't allow it. Calvia's voice suddenly rose sharply, with a hint of a trembling cry. You're just a third-tier knight. Even if your strength improves, how long can you last? You're sending yourself to death. Come back. Lin Xiu turned to her, offering a faint smile. There was apology and reluctance in his expression, but no regret. Sorry, Your Highness, I can't listen to you this time. After saying that, he resolutely turned around, stepped out of the shaky barrier, and pointed his sword at the suspended Amber Dragon King. His voice was quiet but carried a resolute power that shook the entire battlefield. Little Dragon King, how dare you challenge me? The Amber Dragon King looked down at the voice, and its golden-red eyes immediately locked onto the tiny figure outside the barrier. Its massive mouth curled into a disdainful sneer. Just a small knight, daring to boast before me? Watch as I crush you into dust. Lin Xiu suddenly raised his sword, his voice like a thunderclap. I am at the peak of the third tier. Who dares to kill me? Who can kill me? The dragon roared in defiance. The Amber Dragon King didn't pay any attention to his declaration. Its red golden breath, carrying intense heat that could burn the sky and boil the sea, shot like a falling star straight at Lin Xiu. The air around was twisted by the heat, and the ground instantly erupted with waves of hot air. Just as the dragon's breath was about to hit, Lin Xiu suddenly looked up, propped his sword on the ground, and began to chant an ancient, solemn prayer. Great Bracious, I dedicate my glory to you. As soon as the prayer finished, Lin Xiu's aura was no longer hidden. It was fully revealed. Ninth transformation. No. Peak of the 6th rank. The powerful aura of the 6th rank peak swept across the scene like a huge wave. The golden light almost pierced the sky. Lin Xiu's armor was shattered inch by the surging demonic energy, revealing his body underneath. The golden demonic energy around him condensed into a solid form, like an invisible giant sword piercing through the sky. The Amber Dragon King's breath stopped just half a foot in front of Lin Xiu, forced to halt by the overwhelming pressure of the 6th rank peak. The red golden flames roared fiercely but couldn't advance even a step. Its dragon eyes widened in disbelief and shock. The roar that was about to escape its mouth suddenly stopped. On the city wall, Carvia's hand froze midair, her icy blue eyes filled with complex emotions. Dunga and the other three supported the broken barrier, their originally pale faces now full of disbelief, bloodstains on their lips ignored. The Winged Lion King and the black-armored turtle, who were attacking the barrier, suddenly stopped. Their golden wings and heavy shell froze in place. The vine demon tree's branches also halted their spread, and green particles suspended in midair. On the battlefield, the roars of monsters, soldiers' shouts, and magic explosions all vanished in an instant as the aura of the 6th rank peak erupted. Both humans and monsters stared blankly at the figure bathed in golden light outside the barrier. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. Although the shock in their hearts had not yet faded, the Amber Dragon King was the first to flap its wings and suddenly soared into the sky. It had lived for hundreds of years and knew well the one-on-one combat ability of knights at the same level. A 6th rank knight's close combat was enough to make any monster tremble. It absolutely could not give the opponent a chance to get close. A teasing voice suddenly exploded overhead. Amber Dragon King felt a flash before his eyes as a golden figure suddenly teleported above him. Next, Lin Xiu's right leg, full of immense power, swung down like a giant axe, aiming straight at his head. With a sharp cracking sound, the Amber Dragon King's upper and lower jaws snapped shut suddenly, nearly biting his own teeth to pieces. His mind spun wildly, and under the crushing force, his massive body fell rapidly to the ground like a broken kite, smashing into a deep crater with flying debris. The Amber Dragon King, already at a disadvantage, struggled to lift his head. His golden-red dragon eyes fixed tightly on Lin Xiao, who was slowly descending, a hint of panic in his voice. "Why do you have to go this far? You should know that after using this sacrificial skill, you will surely die." Hearing this, Lin Xiao only sneered, full of disdain in his tone. "I don't bother explaining. You're not worth it." Flame attack. Golden magic energy surged around him. His fist, wrapped in flames caused by high-speed air friction, crashed directly toward the Amber Dragon King. The hot fist wind brushed past the dragon's scales, leaving a scorch mark on his body instantly. Before the Amber Dragon King could breathe, Lin Xiao drew his sword from his back. Golden aura covered the blade, transforming into a streak of golden light that relentlessly chased and attacked the Amber Dragon King. The Amber Dragon King fought back furiously. His golden-red breath spewed out in all directions, and his huge claws struck toward Lin Xiao with tearing force. His thick tail swung like a steel whip, but all these attacks were blocked by the magic energy shield surrounding Lin Xiao, which showed not a ripple. Lin Xiao called this move aura transformation. He could only dodge awkwardly. His dragon scales were constantly cut by the sword, blood staining large parts of his body, and his previous arrogance was gone. The system's mechanical voice, with urgent warning tones, sounded in Lin Xiao's mind. His eyes sharpened, and he immediately changed tactics. He targeted the moment when the Amber Dragon King froze in fear of the sword, kicked his dragon belly, and seized the opportunity while the dragon was in pain and unable to move. With both hands gripping his sword, he poured all his remaining magic power into it. In an instant, the long sword burst out with a dazzling golden light. Its blade grew to dozens of zhang long, and the golden sword energy almost tore apart the clouds. Even the elements between heaven and earth began to stir wildly. The Amber Dragon King felt the destructive pressure and finally panicked. "Wait, do we really have to go this far?" "Of course." Lin Xiao's voice was cold as ice. "Because you are a beast. What's wrong with being a beast? Are beasts supposed to die?" The Amber Dragon King roared in despair. "Nonsense. If you don't die, I die," Lin Xiao suddenly spoke calmly. "Although after this sword, I probably won't survive either." As he finished speaking, he suddenly exerted force with his wrist, swinging his sword horizontally. A huge golden sword shadow tore through the sky, carrying the power to split the heavens and the earth, and fiercely struck the Amber Dragon King, also hitting the ground. A deafening explosion echoed across the universe. The Amber Dragon King let out a piercing cry, and its massive body fell heavily to the ground. A deep wound, visible to the bone, pierced through its body. It was severely injured and collapsed, unable to move even a little. In the center of the battlefield, a bottomless canyon suddenly appeared. Rocks on both sides shattered completely, and even the distant mountains trembled. The once flat land was drastically changed by this sword, altering the terrain. Lin Xiao leaned on his sword, gazing at the canyon across the battlefield. He clenched his fist slightly, the golden light at his fingertips slowly fading. His tone carried a hint of amazement. "Although I knew that after reaching the 4th rank, I could have powers like a catastrophe level, this is too exaggerated." To actually change the terrain of nature, Lin Xiao dragged his heavy steps forward, gently kicking the huge body of the Amber Dragon King. The golden aura around him had mostly faded, and he was swaying slightly while standing. His voice was also a bit hoarse and weak. "Unbelievable that you're still alive? Are the dragon race's life forces this strong? No wonder that person back then could only seal you." He looked down at the sword in his hand. The previously swollen blade, pushed by demonic energy, had shrunk back to its original size. The blade was chipped, making it look short and dull. Even if he stabbed the entire sword into the Amber Dragon King's body, it would probably only scratch the surface, unable to cause a fatal wound. This thought made Lin Xiao sigh helplessly. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, remembering something he had forgotten for a long time. "System, check in now. I was thinking of saving the sign-in rewards for a few more days. Maybe I could get a top-quality item, which would give me more confidence to survive later on." He sarcastically smiled and looked at the setting sun in the sky, feeling helpless. I didn't expect plans to change so quickly. I had to open it now, or I might never get another chance. Lin Xiao paused, then muttered to the system, as if bargaining or comforting himself. Hey, this is the last time I'll sign in my life, so I should get something good this time, right? After all, I am the hero who saved a city. The rewards this time shouldn't be as poor as before. As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed at himself, a light, breathy laugh. That doesn't sound right. No hero should die, right? I don't think I'm following a bad script. Even with the system, maybe I'm not really the hero. Honestly, even if I'm about to die, I don't feel much fear. Lin Xiao leaned on his sword, his gaze wandering over the battlefield. His mind drifted back to before he crossed over. Maybe it was because of his personality before. He used to live day by day, happy or sad, never saving money, always eating what he wanted, buying what he liked. Whenever he felt guilty about spending money, he told himself, maybe I won't have tomorrow, so I'd better spend all I have now. He shook his heavy head and felt a bit more at peace. Maybe that's why, even now that I'm about to die, I don't feel so scared. Lin Xiao casually chatted with the system. Usually, the system would reply with a few words, but now it was very quiet, not even making its usual mechanical sound. The strange silence made him feel a strange emptiness inside. Suddenly, the system's alert sounded. Lin Xiao quickly looked up, surprised. Then he smiled knowingly. Huh? It opened a sealing spell? And it's a one-time use. He stared at the dying Amber Dragon King on the ground, and an idea suddenly popped into his mind. If that's the case, can I seal this dragon into my body? When I die, I can take it with me, and that way, I'll be rid of this trouble forever. He thought that since he had come this far, he should go all the way. He couldn't leave any chance for this evil dragon to turn the tables. All right, that's settled. As the voice fell, Lin Xiao's palm lit up with a complex six-pointed star pattern, and the super sealing spell was instantly activated. The Amber Dragon King sensed the danger and struggled fiercely, but it had no strength left to lift its tail, only letting out a desperate roar. Its huge body shrank visibly, eventually compressed into a black six-pointed star-shaped sphere the size of a fist. The sphere shook, then flew directly toward Lin Xiao and merged into his body. Soon, a faint golden magic circle appeared on the back of Lin Xiao's hand, firmly sealing the aura of the spell. After completing all this, Lin Xiao was completely exhausted. He leaned on his sword and sat on the ground, gazing at the sunset turning the sky orange. Half joking, half feeling sentimental, he sighed. My life has just been a bit of wind and frost. In the system's mechanical voice, a rare hint of a deep, low tone could be heard. Hearing this, Lin Xiao chuckled and cursed. It's all your fault, you broken system. Other hero systems give you whatever you want. Even if you die, you can still be saved. But with you, everything's impossible. Did you bribe the counselor when you graduated from system school? Lin Xiao's body gradually turned transparent, golden particles escaping from his limbs like star dust blown by the evening breeze, drifting slowly into the sky with the sunset's glow. His consciousness was becoming fuzzy, but a faint smile remained on his lips as he muttered, if I have any regrets, it's probably that I lived 2 lives and never had a chance to find a wife. The particles dispersed faster and faster, his vision blurred, but suddenly, the icy blue eyes of Calvia flashed in his mind. Her furious face as she hammered his head, her tired side profile when she used her magic to hold the barrier. He sighed softly again, his voice as faint as a wisp of smoke. If I could choose a wife, who would I pick? Well, the princess is pretty good, but in the end, I never even got a chance to confess to her. Such a pity. The last ray of golden light vanished into the sky, and Lin Xiao's figure completely disappeared from the battlefield, leaving no trace behind. Without the Amber Dragon King's suppression, the monster army instantly lost its backbone. The Winged Lion King and the Black Armor Tortoise saw the situation turning bad and fled first toward the monster forest. The Ghost Vine Demon Tree quickly retracted its branches and hurriedly retreated with the main force. The remaining low-level monsters were even more defeated, fleeing in disarray after being chased and attacked by soldiers and mages on the city walls. They disappeared into the dense forest with their tails between their legs. The battlefield outside Normandy City finally fell silent at this moment. Time passed quietly, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. The smoke of battle around Normandy City had long since dispersed. On the ruins, many temporary tents were set up, smoke from cooking fires rose gently, and faint sounds of craftsmen hammering stones could be heard. Prince Victoria personally took charge of the rebuilding command center in the city center. He organized teams to clear the battlefield, repair the walls, and allocated supplies to comfort the affected people. The once devastated city was gradually showing signs of recovery. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu's consciousness was floating in chaos. He heard several unfamiliar voices, faint and unclear, as if through a thick layer of clouds. Really, that guy actually asked me for power, a cheerful, slightly proud voice said, full of a sense of achievement. Are you sure? Precious? Another calm voice questioned with some doubt and surprise. Of course I am. The first voice raised in pitch, sounding triumphant. Now, who dares to complain that I only do my daily tasks and just watch those knights in the mortal realm? We've known for many days that you're the only one among the gods who's not serious, always staying in the faith stream of the mortal realm to watch those knights. The speaker paused, then added, but this time, you really did a great job. The chaotic consciousness suddenly regained clarity. Lin Xiu struggled to open his eyes. Blinding golden light made him squint instinctively. After a while, he finally saw his surroundings clearly. He was surrounded by endless clouds, with several figures cloaked in divine light standing around him. Their presence was vast and gentle, unlike anything in the mortal realm. Where is this? Lin Xiu propped himself up, feeling dazed. His mind was foggy, and his eyes showed confusion. Wasn't I already dead? Why am I still here? Oh, you're awake. The cheerful voice sounded again. A divine being dressed in golden armor, with gentle features, stepped forward and smiled, raising an eyebrow at him. Do you remember who I am? Lin Xiu frowned and looked at the other person. His mind was blank, no memories at all. He could only shake his head honestly, showing confusion. It seems he has lost his memory related to us, the nearby divine being whispered softly, with a tone of understanding. Brasis, dressed in golden armor and the symbol of knightly faith, gently patted Lin Xiu's shoulder. His palm radiated warm divine power, and his voice was full of hope. I believe you will remember, Alvarin Xiu. But for now, you shouldn't be here. After speaking, he lightly tapped Lin Xiu's forehead with his finger. Lin Xiu felt a gentle force wash over him, and suddenly everything went dark. When he opened his eyes again, the blinding golden light had disappeared. Instead, towering ancient trees stood around him, and a gentle forest breeze brushed his face, carrying the fresh scent of plants. Lin Xiu found himself lying on a soft pile of fallen leaves. He looked around in confusion, feeling cold all over. When he looked down, he froze instantly. He was completely, with no cloth to cover himself. His face turned red with embarrassment. He hurriedly grabbed a few large leaves nearby and clumsily wrapped them around his waist to hide himself, looking like a wild person just emerging from the primitive jungle. He steadied himself, looked toward the forest's edge, and began to walk cautiously, trying to find a way out of the woods. Lin Xiu couldn't clearly say what force protected his soul. All he knew was that when he opened his eyes again, not only had he survived, but the remaining sacrificial magic within him was still operating unconsciously, pushing his realm from the peak of the 3rd stage to the 4th stage. The 4th stage magic flowed through his meridians, making it easy to cut through vines and leap over deep ravines. Within half a day, Lin Xiu stepped out of the dense forest and onto a well-worn dirt road, smoothed by merchant carts. In the distance, a caravan with jingling camel bells was slowly approaching through the rising dust. His eyes lit up. He hurried forward, hoping to catch a ride back to Normandy City. But as he got closer, the caravan suddenly erupted with shouts. A wild man. I'm not a wild man. Lin Xiu quickly waved his hands, tugging at the loose leaves around his waist to explain. However, in the eyes of the portly merchant leader, the fat merchant, the fact that someone was and appeared in the wilderness could only mean one thing. This person must be gay. The wealthy merchant quickly hugged his arms and stepped back, his voice trembling. Sir, I am not interested in that kind of relationship. If you're really desperate, Once we reach the nearby city, I can find you two young boys. I won't deceive you. Lin Xiu's mouth twitched fiercely and his fists clenched tightly. He almost lost control and slapped him, but he held back and patiently told him about his fall from a cliff, a story he made up on the spot, and how his clothes were destroyed. The merchant was half convinced. Only when he sensed the four-star aura around Lin Xiu did he fully lower his guard and smile. I see. We are heading to Normanding City to buy supplies. If you don't mind, join our caravan. From here, it will take about 2 weeks to get there. Lin Xiu sighed in relief. He took a set of clothes from the merchant and followed the caravan on their journey home. On the road, he leaned against the camels, unaware that Normanding City had already prepared a grand funeral for him. 2 weeks later, the city gates of Normanding appeared in the distance. The city walls had been repaired to their original state. The cobblestone streets were swept clean, shops reopened, and vendors shouted their wares. At first glance, everything seemed the same as before the war, but a lingering sense of gloom still hung in the air. The people who died in the war would never return. Inside the city, the fallen soldiers and civilians had already been laid to rest. The pensions owed to them had been paid in full, and the monuments of honor had been erected. As for Lin Xiu, who had sealed the Amber Dragon King and torn apart the chasm, he was regarded as a hero by the people. A statue of him was placed in the city center, standing alongside the wise Bartholomew from 100 years ago. The statue depicted him holding a long sword, standing tall, admired by all the citizens. The canyon he once cut with his sword was named Lin Xiu Canyon, surrounded by a fence, and became a famous historical site. Children often listened to elders recount the epic battle that took place there. The new textbooks at the Magic Academy dedicated an entire page to Hero Lin Xiu, praising his sacrifice in every word. In the Grand Hall of the Magic Academy, Dean Mel stood on the stage and solemnly announced to the faculty and students, Student Lin Xiu, in this defense battle, single-handedly turned the tide and achieved great merit. He is hereby awarded the title of Honorary Professor for Life. The applause was thunderous, but no one knew that the hero they praised was actually on his way back to the city. Lin Xiu's funeral was very grand. Carlo, dressed in black, stood silently beside him. Ryan and others who had interacted with Lin Xiu, along with many civilians he had saved, gathered in a large crowd. However, only Carvia's figure was missing from the crowd. At this moment, she was in her office, flipping through a book with her fingertips, but she hadn't turned a page in a long time. Sunlight shone through the window, illuminating her snowy white hair. Was it just the death of a guard? In the past, I managed well without him, didn't I? But an inexplicable restlessness grew wildly inside her, like wild grass. She flipped the pages faster and faster until her grip made the pages crumple. Suddenly, she closed the book sharply. At that moment, footsteps sounded at the door. Alan, her maid. Alan was holding a recording stone she had never seen before. What's this? Carvia's voice was a little hoarse. Your Highness, this is a recording stone Lord Lin Xiu asked me to deliver to the publisher before the battle. It was supposed to be sent that day, but the monsters had already arrived. Can I listen to it? Of course. As Alan activated the stone, a familiar melody slowly played. Lin Xiu's humming of Sunny Day, which he had sung before, with no lyrics at that time. Then, a gentle voice filled the office, soft and slightly lazy, just like many times before in the princess's courtyard. Until the line, once upon a time, someone loved you very long, entered her ears. Carvia's strength suddenly drained away, and tears unexpectedly fell onto the pages, spreading into a water stain. She pressed her lips tightly, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably, muffled sobs escaping from her throat. The person I like, he has a pair of icy blue eyes. This sentence suddenly flashed in her mind, like a blade sharpened with ice, fiercely stabbing her heart. This normally cold and aloof fifth-level great mage, for the first time, tasted the pain of sadness. At some point, Carlo had appeared at the door, his hand raised in midair, his throat bobbing nervously. Older sister. The office door suddenly swung open. Hager, a tall figure, appeared in the doorway, and with a loud voice, announced, Lin Xiu is back. Carlo suddenly froze. Has anyone ever told you that you're really bad at comforting people? He thought that Mo might be trying to find a clumsy excuse because of how he and his sister looked, but when he saw Mo's honest, knightly eyes, Carlo's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He tentatively took a half-step forward. Are you telling the truth? I, as a knight, never lie, Mo replied calmly. While the two of them were still standing there, stunned and arguing, a figure shot out of the office like an arrow. At the city gate, Lin Xiu had just followed the caravan onto the main road outside the academy. When he looked up, he saw that familiar icy blue figure. Your Highness, Lin Xiu instinctively spoke, wanting to say something. But before he finished, a figure carrying a faint icy scent suddenly crashed into his arms. Calvia's face was buried in his shoulder. He could clearly feel the fabric of his clothes dampened by warm liquid, and her trembling back. The usually proud and cold fifth-level Grand Mage looked like a hurt child at this moment, but she didn't say a word. All the words Lin Xiu had wanted to say disappeared. He raised his hand carefully and gently embraced her again, his fingertips touching her cool hair. His voice was very soft. Your Highness, I am back. The timing of Lin Xiu's return was quite coincidental, just as the city was holding a memorial service for him. In the square at the center of Normanding City, white drapes covered the entire area. Melancholy music played softly, and the citizens wore white flowers, looking solemn. On the most prominent altar, there was a black and white portrait of Lin Xiu. In the picture, he stood tall, making him look like a heroic figure, even though he usually appeared carefree. Lin Xiu mingled with the crowd, staring at the portrait and sighing. It felt strange to see a black and white photo of himself at his own memorial. He nudged Carlo with his elbow. Since the atmosphere is already like this, how about I die a little to cheer everyone up? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiu was hit on the back of his head with a not-too-hard punch, carrying a familiar coolness of ice magic. He held his head and turned around, meeting Calvia's icy blue eyes. Don't say such unlucky things. Oh, okay. Lin Xiu immediately shrank back, obediently rubbing the back of his head, not daring to argue. The villagers and soldiers around saw this scene. At first, they were stunned for a moment, then burst into loud exclamations. Oh no, he's come back to life. Lin Xiu's eyelids twitched a few times. He then had to explain that he was not dead. With the testimony of a few witnesses nearby, everyone accepted this fact. The hero was alive. This news was more exciting than any other. The solemn memorial service instantly turned into a celebration. The plain white drapes were hurriedly taken down, and the morning music was replaced with festive tunes. The memorial service was so absurdly ended. Soon, Lin Xiu was invited into the dean's office at the Magic Academy. Donger, Mers, and Calvia were there, clearly wanting to find out how he had come back to life. Lin Xiu didn't dare mention his encounter with the gods like Blasis. He thought that story was too unbelievable. If he told it, he might get into big trouble. So he only said vaguely, I felt my consciousness fade, then a mysterious force protected me. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in the forest, and I somehow advanced to the 4th rank. Mers heard this and immediately placed his hand on Lin Xiu's shoulder. A faint purple magic power entered his body. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and stroked his chin, pondering. I sensed a very pure will of protection. Wait, Donger frowned. Are you sure you used the right word? It's will, not magic power? Your Majesty, I am the Dean of the Magic Academy. I wouldn't mistake that. Mers rolled his eyes confidently. Donger thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. In that case, it's very clear. It was probably your act of sacrificing yourself to defend the city during the battle that caught the attention of the god Arthur, who represents protection. It was his will that protected you. Everyone agreed with this explanation, and Lin Xiu nodded along. After discussing these things, Lin Xiu followed Calvia back to her office. As soon as he closed the door, he leaned close to Calvia, speaking with a hint of anticipation. Princess, now that I'm a 4th rank mage, about that promise to go to the summer festival with me. Calvia was organizing a magic scroll on the desk. Hearing this, she paused, turned her head to look at him, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. Her tone was clear and firm. Don't worry. Calvia, never break my promises. There are 3 days left until the annual summer festival in Normand City. Lin Xiu had just been awarded the title of honorary professor at the Magic Academy, not even a day ago. He didn't have time to prepare a special lounge for professors before Mels, who was guarding the door, caught him. The old dean wore his signature scheming smile, patted his shoulder, and spoke in a very kind tone. Well, well, since Comrade Lin Xiu is now an honorary professor, it's time to do your duty and teach the students. Huh? I just got back, and now I have to start working? Lin Xiu immediately looked downcast, like a worker forced to stay late, his wails almost shaking the office roof. At this moment, the Amber Dragon King sealed inside him twitched its dragon eyes when it heard this, thinking how familiar these lines sounded. Sure enough, whether human or beast, no one likes to work. When will our central China finally achieve a 7-day rest week? Mel's didn't really make things difficult for him. He leisurely waved the crystal ball in his hand and teased, "Don't worry. I'm not a heartless capitalist. I plan to let you start working after the summer festival ends. And you wouldn't want your princess to find out that you're just collecting the academy salary but not doing your job as a professor, right? Such behavior could really hurt a girl's good impression of you." As soon as he said this, Lin Xiu instantly felt how familiar those words sounded. Weren't they something he had said to the other person before? Turns out, the old dean held a grudge. But since he brought up the princess, what could he do? He could only accept his fate. Well, mainly because he loved working and felt it was his duty to nurture the country's future, not because he wanted to impress the princess or anything. 30 minutes later, in the office of the 7th princess's residence, Lin Xiu finished pouring cat food for Lu Ruyun, who was lying by the window, then slumped listlessly on Carvia's desk, absent-mindedly playing with Lu Ruyun's tail tip, his eyes full of resistance to going to work. Lu Ruyun, annoyed by the teasing, flicked her tail and jumped back onto the soft cushion beside Carvia, curling into a fluffy ball. "What's wrong?" Looking so listless, Carvia said without looking up, still scribbling on a magic scroll. Lin Xiuchang sighed and told her everything about Miles asking him to arrange the teaching task. At the end, he looked a bit aggrieved and leaned close to her. "Your Highness, you know I was a poor student myself. I don't have much knowledge to teach others. Maybe I should withdraw my title as honorary professor to avoid misleading others. There's always something to learn." Calvia paused her writing, looked at Lin, then patted the chair beside her with a faint smile in her icy blue eyes. "Come here, I'll teach you." Lin's ears instantly felt a bit hot. He cleared his throat and pretended to be calm. Well, that might not be a bad idea." He moved to sit on the chair next to Calvia, so close they could feel each other's breath. Lin even smelled a faint cool scent from Calvia's hair and clothes, mixed with the ink of magic scrolls, lingering at his nose, making his heart beat faster for no reason. Calvia's gaze casually swept over Lin's reddening ears, a sly smile flickering in her eyes. She quietly placed her cool fingertips on his pulse. Lin felt her small hand on his wrist, and his heartbeat suddenly sped up a little more. The clear thumping came through his pulse, much faster than usual. Then, Calvia leaned slightly forward, released his hand, and gently lifted his chin with her other hand, forcing him to look into her eyes. Her icy blue eyes held a teasing, gentle light, and her tone was lazily indifferent. "My little disciple, why is your heart beating so fast?" Lin's face instantly turned red like a glowing iron, spreading from his ears to his neck. His breathing became hurried, and he avoided eye contact with Calvia. Seeing his embarrassed look, the teasing smile in Calvia's eyes couldn't be hidden anymore. She slightly raised her lips, showing a gentle, faint smile, and her tone softened. "All right, I won't tease you anymore." She reached out and gently tousled Lin's hair naturally. "Tell me, after you sealed the Amber Dragon King inside your body, did you notice any unusual changes? After all, this was the first time someone had sealed a magical beast inside themselves. Usually, sealing involved setting up a magic circle to suppress it, so no one had tried this method before." Calvia was a little worried. When Lin Xiu heard this, the redness on his face slightly faded. He deliberately played hard to get. "It's a secret you'll see for yourself soon, Your Highness." Calvia helplessly shook her head and didn't ask further. She picked up the magic scroll again and patiently began to tutor Lin Xiu. Outside, the sun gradually set, and the magic lamp on the desk quietly lit up. Lu Rian curled up nearby, dozing off and occasionally snoring softly. The air was filled with the calming scent of ink and coolness, creating a peaceful atmosphere. Although Lin Xiu was still somewhat of a poor student, he rarely calmed down to listen carefully. Sometimes, he would get distracted and catch a glimpse of Calvia's serious side profile, causing his heartbeat to race uncontrollably. By the time the tutoring ended, it was almost dusk. The two of them walked side by side to the academy's training ground. The open space was paved with smooth blue stones. In the distance, a few students practiced magic, and upon seeing Calvia and Lin Xiao, they looked over curiously. "Watch carefully, Your Highness," Lin Xiao said, standing in the center of the training ground. He stretched his arms and looked eager. "Next, I will show you my new skill." He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and his consciousness slowly sank into the sealed space inside his body. It was a dull, grayish, chaotic land. The Amber Dragon King was tightly bound in the center by a six-pointed star magic circle. Its golden red eyes were full of resentment and anger. When it saw Lin Xiao's consciousness projection, it immediately roared. "Despicable human! What do you want to do again? Don't be so impatient, just borrow some power." Lin Xiao's consciousness smiled. Before the Amber Dragon King could resist, he reached out and forcibly absorbed a pure strand of magic from it. "How dare you steal my power?" The Amber Dragon King struggled wildly inside the sealed space. The magic circle remained unmoving, and it could only watch helplessly as its magic was taken away by Lin Xiao. Its furious roars echoed in the space. In reality, Lin Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. His pupils, which were originally black, instantly turned into brilliant gold. His aura surged dramatically. The white knight's coat he wore gradually darkened, as if soaked in ink. Dark red dragon patterns appeared on the fabric, spreading from his shoulders to the cuffs, flickering like living creatures. A powerful magic energy burst out from his body, stirring up dust on the ground and making the surrounding air feel hot. "This is..." Calvia's eyes flashed with surprise. She instinctively took a half-step back, feeling the completely different aura on Lin Xiao. "I call this move Dragon Transformation, Lin Xiao said, slightly turning his neck, with a faint cracking sound from his bones. His tone carried a bit of pride. "In this form, my physical strength and magic power are greatly increased, and I can directly control the fire element." He paused, scratching his head in confusion. "But it's strange. Amber Dragon King's fiery flames are a mix of fire and earth elements. Yet after transforming, I can only use the fire element. I can't use fire or earth separately." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao clenched his sword tightly. With a thought, flames instantly burst out from the blade. The golden red fire flickered like a living creature, making his golden pupils shine even brighter. He swung his wrist, and the sword drew a beautiful arc in the air, leaving a long trail of flames behind. Next, Lin Xiao suddenly swung two more swords. Two intense flames shot out, smashing into a training target far away with loud booms. "Besides mastering another element, I can also use a dragon's innate skill, Dragon Might," Lin Xiao said, turning his head to look at a chubby slime passing by slowly. He immediately locked onto the target. His golden pupils slightly narrowed, and an invisible pressure radiated from him, directly covering the slime. In the next second, the slime seemed to be pressed by a pause button, its body stiffening suddenly. Then, with a plop, the slime collapsed onto the ground, turning into a sticky puddle of liquid. It trembled and had no strength to move. It's hard not to think that Lin Xiao was taking revenge for the slime's failed business venture. Lin Xiao withdrew his dragon might, raising an eyebrow proudly. The transformation gradually ended. His black trench coat turned back to white, and his golden pupils reverted to black. Only a faint aura of fire elements still lingered around him. "So, Your Highness, what do you think of my new skill?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, looking confident. "That guy is already inside my body. As the owner, I should charge him rent. Isn't that just right?" As soon as he finished speaking, a loud dragon roar exploded from the sealed space inside his body. The Amber Dragon King was furious, its scales standing on end. Its huge body violently collided with the magic circle. This is just too terrible. It's like forcing someone to eat dirt and then charging them for it. You shameless human. No matter how it struggled, the sealing magic circle remained unmoving. It could only watch helplessly as Lin Xiao took its magic as rent. The entire dragon looked like a helpless husband, the Amber Dragon King, watching his wife, his magic, being used freely by others. Amber Dragon King. Wow. This is impressive. Lin Xiao ignored the roar from the dragon inside him. He turned to Carvaya, eyes full of anticipation. By the way, Your Highness, last time you said you would help me change all my magic to lightning elements. When can we start? Right now? Carvaya said, placing her hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder. Her cool fingertips felt familiar. Next, I will guide lightning elements into your body, merging with your magic. The process might be a bit painful, so bear with it. As soon as she finished speaking, the air around them crackled with sparks. Blue and white arcs of electricity gathered in Carvia's palm, like lively spirits jumping around. Guided by her magic, they slowly flowed into Lin Xiao's body. The moment these arcs entered him, they transformed into dazzling golden lightning. These golden bolts traveled along his meridians, bringing a tingling, itchy sensation. There was no pain, only a feeling of blood boiling inside him. This feeling, Lin Xiao couldn't help squinting. He could clearly sense a wild but controlled power inside him, sharper than his original magic. This is amazing. Carvaya paused her magic transfer, took a cloth, and covered Lin Xiao's mouth. Please don't make strange noises. Once the transfer was complete, Lin Xiao couldn't wait to try his new power. The two immediately headed toward the outskirts of the monster beast forest. As soon as they stepped into the woods, Lin Xiao jumped onto an open space and raised his hand forward. I come with the wind and storm, bringing the wrath of the gods. Thunderclap. At the moment the voice fell, countless golden lightning bolts like dragons emerging from the sea suddenly struck down. Large flashes of lightning hit the forest ahead, accompanied by deafening thunder. The trees cracked and burned in response. The once lush forest was instantly flattened, leaving only blackened soil and smoldering branches. The power of a level 4 disaster-grade skill was fully displayed. Calvius stood nearby, looking at the chaos before him. He rubbed his forehead and said with a helpless tone, "Do you really have to say such dramatic lines? Seeing you all chant when casting magic makes me feel like I should say something too. Otherwise, it doesn't seem impressive enough," Lin Xiao said with a grin, then tightened his grip on his long sword and focused his mind. Golden lightning instantly attached to the sword's blade. Unlike the fiery sword before, this lightning crackled with a mesmerizing sound. The blade shimmered with a cold glow in the electric light, and when swung, it tore through the air with a sharp sound. Lin Xiao was satisfied. He swung the sword again, feeling the power of the lightning flow through the blade. The strength was indeed strong. He wiped the blade with his hand, and the golden lightning disappeared instantly. Instead, fiery red flames wrapped around the sword, burning fiercely and radiating intense heat. A quick wipe, and the flames faded. Lightning reappeared, switching back and forth between fire and lightning on the sword, smoothly and without delay. Fire sword, lightning sword, cutting happily. I don't have a long-lasting 8-second cooldown on my sword. So what's wrong with cutting a few more times? Lin Xiao said stubbornly, though he paused and frowned. But there is indeed a problem now. Currently, his sword could only hold one element at a time. To attach both fire and lightning simultaneously, he needed to solve the problem of these elements conflicting with each other. This required long-term practice and precise control of magic power. Although the cooldown on the sword isn't an issue, only using one element in battle is quite troublesome. Lin Xiao rubbed his chin, suddenly thinking of an idea. Maybe he should buy another sword? Try dual wielding? Instead of spending a lot of time studying element fusion and output control, it might be easier to just get two swords, one dedicated to fire, the other to lightning. During battle, wielding both could be more convenient. Once Lin Xiao decided on the dual sword approach, he turned and headed straight to the most famous blacksmith shop in Normanding City. Now, he is both a hero who saved the city and an honorary professor at the Magic Academy. When the NPC shopkeeper saw him come in, he immediately smiled warmly and personally brought out a shiny, cold-looking steel longsword from the back room. Lin Xiao took the new sword, waited a few times, and saw that its cold gleam reflected in the sunlight. The weight was just right for his strength. He paid quickly, strapped the new sword on his back, and carried his old sword on the other side. As he stepped out of the weapon shop, a mechanical voice suddenly rang in his mind. Lin Xiao paused. "You, a cheap iron rooster, actually give me a free gift? This must be some kind of trick." "Yes. Why not take it if it's free? Lin Xiu agreed without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient-looking sword appeared out of nowhere at his waist. The scabbard was carved with intricate gold patterns, faintly glowing and radiating a gentle holy aura. Now, Lin Xiu had 2 swords on his back and one at his waist, making him look like a walking weapon rack. He looked down at the holy sword at his waist and couldn't help but complain. If you had this good stuff, why didn't you take it out earlier? I spent hundreds of gold coins buying a new sword. Isn't that a waste of money? Oh, what do you mean? Lin Xiu reached out to pull the sword, but no matter how hard he tried, the holy sword seemed to be embedded in the scabbard and wouldn't move. His face turned red as he tried several more times. Still, nothing changed. He rolled his eyes and said, "So, you just gave me a decoration?" The system's voice sounded a bit guilty. Lin Xiu thought, "So, this holy sword is just an ornament most of the time and only useful in critical moments?" But since it was a free gift, he decided to check its attributes. He activated the attribute panel of the holy sword. After reading the description, his eyes widened in shock. This holy sword's basic stats far exceeded those of an ordinary sword. Even more unbelievable were the 4 buffs it came with. Buff 1, Sage's Protection, grants 1 resurrection chance. Upon death, instantly revives with full health and resets all statuses. Buff 2, Judgment of the Holy Sword, locks onto a target. Every strike hits 100% of the time. Buff 3, Sword of Demonic Breaking, can directly cut through elemental magic, severing elemental energies in the air. Buff 4, Sharpness of the Sword, ignores physical defenses. Lin Xiu froze in place for 3 seconds, then suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, "Wait. System, when you say refresh all statuses, does that include the buff Sage's Protection? Wow, that's so sneaky." Lin Xiu almost jumped with excitement. Some might say that Sage's Protection only gives 1 extra life, so just kill him again, right? If you think that way, you're wrong. Because after Lin Xiu revives and refreshes all statuses, the Sage's Protection buff will also refresh along with the revival. So, when you finally manage to defeat this level 4 knight, the next challenge is facing Lin Xiu in Dragon Transformation mode. If you somehow win against Lin Xiu in this state, then you'll face Lin Xiu wielding 2 swords with lightning and fire elements, enhanced by the Dragon Transformation. In this state, with the boost from lightning and dragon powers, Lin Xiu's strength is actually at level 5. If you beat Lin Xiu in this form, then the next opponent is the Holy Sword Knight, who can infinitely revive and slice through your defenses with precise strikes, ignoring elemental resistance. And if you somehow pull out something even more sinister than the Holy Sword, defeat him, Lin Xiu can activate his innate talent skill, sacrifice himself, and evolve into an even stronger Holy Sword Knight. Pro Max Lin Xiu was overjoyed about the bug that gave him the Holy Sword, but suddenly his mind froze. There's no free lunch in the world. This annoying system usually keeps tight control over rewards, even for sign-ins. Today, it suddenly generously gave him the Holy Sword, which definitely means there's a catch. He twitched his mouth, glancing at the air again to confirm. "System, are you sure this Holy Sword is given to me for free? No cost at all?" The system's mechanical voice sounded a bit guilty and slow, as if afraid he might change his mind. "Exactly." Lin Xiu rolled his eyes, already expecting this. "Tell me, what do you want me to do?" "That's it." Lin Xiu was surprised but then relaxed, rubbing his chin and smiling. "Just defeating 12 enemies? That's not hard. With the Holy Sword's bug abilities, unlimited revival, and ignoring magic resistance, he's confident, even if there are more than 12 enemies. He thought, surely the 12 enemies he'll face in the future won't all be more sinister than the Holy Sword, right? Lin Xiu completely ignored its roar, shook his head to clear his mind, and turned to walk toward Calvia's office, still thinking about today's tutoring session. The next 3 days, Lin Xiu's life was very regular. During the day, Calvia would hold a magic scroll to teach him theory, explaining everything carefully. Sometimes she would tap his head to remind him not to get distracted. At night, Lin Xiu practiced dual swordsmanship on the training ground. His S-level sword talent helped him improve quickly. His unfamiliar dual sword moves soon became smooth, with lightning and fire elements switching back and forth on the swords. 3 days passed quickly, and the annual summer festival finally arrived. That morning, Lin Xiu specially wore a black trench coat he had prepared long ago. It was simple and stylish. For the date, he didn't bring his two swords on his back, only placing the holy sword in his storage space as a last safety measure. When he reached the princess's mansion gate, he saw a familiar figure standing on the steps. Today, Calvia was not wearing her usual formal clothes, but a light blue, sheer long dress. The hem was embroidered with tiny silver patterns, shimmering like starlight as she moved. Her signature long white hair was carefully tied into two fluffy ponytails with light blue ribbons. Her usually icy and cold appearance was softened, showing more youthful liveliness. Even the coldness in her eyes and brows seemed gentler. Lin Xiu stood there, stunned. He had never seen Calvia like this, no longer cold and stern, but dressed in a flowing dress that made her skin look snowy, and her ponytails added a charming cuteness. Sunlight reflected in her icy blue eyes, like shards of ice and starlight, making Lin Xiu's heart skip a beat. He unconsciously held his breath. Calvia noticed his gaze. She gently brushed her hair aside with a natural and elegant movement. Her tone was still calm, but carried a subtle softness. "What's wrong? You've been staring at me." This question was like a cold splash of water, pulling Lin Xiu back from his daze. His cheeks warmed slightly. He quickly looked away and awkwardly said, "And nothing. I just think. You look really nice today." Calvia's eyes flashed with a faint smile. She looked at him, sizing him up, then nodded. "You look good too." A simple compliment made Lin Xiu's lips curl into a slight smile. Calvia took 2 steps forward, stood beside him, and asked with a side glance, "So, where should we go first?" The street was already lively, decorated with all kinds of ornaments hanging on the shops. Vendors shouted to sell their goods, children laughed and played, and the air was filled with the scents of baked bread, fruit wine, and fresh flowers. The festival atmosphere grew more intense. Lin Xiu looked at the girl beside him and then at the busy street scene. His excitement instantly soared. P.S. Yesterday, my update was the first to reach over 100 likes. I was very touched. Your encouragement and praise motivate me to keep writing. The Normanding city during the summer festival sounded with a grand horn, and the parade slowly approached. King Donger wore a golden royal robe and sat on a beautifully decorated carriage, looking stern and dignified. Behind him, several princes and princesses followed. Some rode in carriages, others on fine horses. They wore elegant clothes and waved to the crowd, who cheered and clapped happily. In the sky, Lin Xiu spread a pair of golden-red dragon wings. The scales shimmered brightly in the sunlight, and the wings flapped, creating gusts of wind. These wings were made using part of the power of the Amber Dragon King. Lin Xiu was just curious, wanting to see the parade from above. Next to him, Calvia was surrounded by a faint blue glow. She floated alongside him using magic, her light blue skirt fluttering in the wind. Humans, inside the sealed space within the Amber Dragon King, the dragon's eyes bulged with anger, roaring wildly. "My power is so great, and you use it to cut in line to watch the parade? How low can you go? I am a 6th-ranked Dragon King." Lin Xiu ignored the angry roar and glanced at the parade below. His eyes swept over the princes and princesses. Then suddenly he noticed a blind spot. He turned to Calvia and asked, "Your Highness, since the princes and princesses are in the parade, why did you come out here?" Lin Xiu didn't understand the summer festival's process, so when he asked Calvia to come out, he had no idea there was such a part of the event. Calvia turned her head to look at him. Her icy blue eyes showed no emotion. "Do you really have to be so clueless about manners and say such disruptive things during our date?" Lin Xiu immediately closed his mouth obediently. The system's mechanical voice sounded at the right moment. Lin Xiu felt a warm feeling inside. He secretly glanced at Calvia beside him. She was focused on the crowd below, her side profile gentle. He couldn't help but smile. Then Lin Xiu clasped his hands together and silently prayed for a maid. "Poor Alan, amen." Lin Xiu looked around in the air for a while, scanning the parade from start to finish. Once the excitement faded, he lost interest. Suddenly, he took out a magic stone and waved it at Calvia. "Your Highness, look here." Calvia turned her head at the sound. Just as she looked into the camera, she heard a soft click. The next second, a clear projection photo appeared from the magic stone. In the picture, Lin Xiu was very close, making a perfect scissors sign with his hand, smiling happily. Behind him, Calvia looked calm, her icy blue eyes staring straight at the camera. Further back, the parade and cheering citizens created a lively background, making both of them stand out. Since you're here, you have to take a photo to remember it, Lin Xiu said happily, casually putting the magic stone back into his pocket. Soon, the parade reached the central square. King Donger stepped onto a temporary high platform and began to give a speech. Lin Xiu listened with a curious mind, but found it boring. Overall, it was just 4 words, all nonsense. It was very similar to the speeches school leaders gave in his past life. The only difference was that King Donger, a 5th-level king, clearly had a much better memory than his school leaders. He spoke without notes, smoothly and endlessly, unlike school leaders who had to look down at their speeches after every few words. Lin Xiu yawned repeatedly, but still habitually took out his magic stone, ready to take another photo. This time, Calvia seemed prepared. The moment he pressed the shutter, her icy blue eyes slightly curved, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. It was like snow melting, brief but perfectly captured by the magic stone. Lin Xiu thought, "Your Highness, you're so sneaky." Even the reaction flash was caught. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alan was lying on the princess's desk, tears in his eyes. "Your Highness the Princess, where are you? When will you come back? I really can't handle these social events. P.S. Readers' eager updates and kind reviews motivate me to keep writing. Thanks for your support." After watching the celebration parade, the lively street scene didn't slow down at all. Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled as he pulled Carvia into the busy food stalls in the alley. Since the opening ceremony was over, of course, the next step was shopping. And the essence of shopping is, of course, buying and tasting. This is delicious. Lin Xiu chewed on a fruit, holding a freshly bought takoyaki, then turned to look eagerly at the princess. Carvia was used to his excited look and patiently stepped forward, handing coins to the vendor. "Thank you, Your Highness the Princess." Lin Xiu smiled happily, took the takoyaki, and ran to the next stall. The next part of the walk became a routine. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up as he picked out snacks, eagerly looking at Carvia. She paid for the treats, and he happily enjoyed them. Halfway through the street, Lin Xiu suddenly stopped, tapped Carvia's shoulder, and said with surprise, "Your Highness, look over there." "What's that?" Carvia looked in the direction he pointed and saw a stall with round watermelons. The most eye-catching was a giant watermelon in the center. That watermelon was about 2 meters in diameter, looking like a big green sphere. Its dark green stripes were clear, and it shone with a moist glow in the sunlight. "Watermelon," Carvia said calmly, showing no particular interest. "I know it's a watermelon." Lin Xiu excitedly pulled her forward. "But Your Highness, have you ever seen a 2-meter watermelon?" "So?" Carvia raised an eyebrow, probably guessing his thoughts. "I want that watermelon." Lin Xiu's eyes sparkled like stars. He grabbed Carvia's hand and rushed to the watermelon stall, asking the vendor eagerly, "Boss, is this watermelon ripe?" The boss was a big man with a thick beard. Hearing this, he patted his chest confidently and said cheerfully, "Nonsense. I, Old Li, have been selling watermelons here for 10 years. Do you think I can't sell you a fresh one?" "Oh, then how much for this big watermelon?" Lin Xiu pointed at the giant watermelon in the middle, rubbing his hands eagerly, looking determined to get it. The boss waved his hand. "Oh, you mean this? It's not for sale. Today is the summer festival, and there's a kids' talent show. This watermelon is the main prize for first place, given to the best-performing children." "All right, since it's a prize for the event, there's nothing I can do." Calvia tugged at Lin Xiu's sleeve. Lin Xiu's excitement immediately faded, replaced by deep regret. He stared at the huge watermelon with focused eyes. "But I really want that big watermelon. Look how big it is. Why do you have to have this watermelon?" Calvia looked at him with confusion. Even a regular watermelon can quench thirst, so she didn't understand Lin Xiu's obsession with the giant one. "Because it's 2 meters tall," Lin Xiu answered confidently. Calvia looked at him for a moment, then asked slowly, "Is the watermelon more important, or am I?" "Of course, the watermelon." Lin Xiu started to speak, but when he saw Calvia's half-smile, he quickly changed his words, speaking sincerely. "Of course, the princess is more important. How can a watermelon compare to you?" "Then let's go." Since it's not for sale, be good and listen, okay? Calvia raised her hand, gently patting his head in a soothing manner. The cool touch of her fingertips made Lin Xiu's heart skip a beat. Lin Xiu's cheeks warmed slightly, feeling a bit shy. He's already so old, yet still being patted on the head, not counting the dueling arena. But seeing Calvia's gentle eyes, he could only nod and follow her as they turned to leave. However, he walked very slowly, glancing back every few steps at the giant watermelon, his eyes full of reluctance. Calvia looked at him like this and finally sighed helplessly. She stopped walking. Forget it, I'll talk to the organizers and see if they can exchange the prize for something else, so they can give you this watermelon. You're the best, princess. Lin Xiu instantly revived, gratefully grabbing her hand quickly. Calvia went to talk to the organizer, while Lin Xiu waited by the watermelon stall. He occasionally moved closer to a watermelon, gently tapped it, and listened to the dull sound inside. After half an hour, Calvia returned, shaking her head helplessly. No, the prize list was decided long ago, and we can't change it. If you really want it, you'll have to find another way. Lin Xiu frowned and thought hard for a long time. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as if a light bulb turned on above his head. Since it's a contest prize, why don't we enter the competition? If we win first place, the watermelon will be ours. No, Calvia immediately refused without hesitation, then added, that's too childish. Maybe it's a bit childish for you, Your Highness, but for me, an 18-year-old kid, it's just right. Lin Xiu put on an innocent look. Calvia stared at him for a while. Seeing his cheeks flush and his sincere eyes, she finally relented. All right, but be careful. Don't worry, Your Highness. I'll be careful and try to win first place. Lin Xiu promised confidently. He turned around and happily ran to the boss, asking, Excuse me, where do I sign up for the kids' talent show? I want to participate. The boss was surprised and looked at the tall young man in front of him. He couldn't help but ask, Young man, do you want to join the kids' show too? Yes. Lin Xiu nodded eagerly. I just turned 18, so I'm technically a big kid now. Tell me where to sign up. I want to win that big watermelon. The boss pointed to the stage nearby. There's a registration booth next to that stage. Lin Xiu thanked the boss, waved to Calvia, and eagerly ran toward the registration booth, his back full of excitement. Calvia stood still, watching his figure, shaking her head helplessly. Lin Xiu, full of thoughts about the giant watermelon, hurried to the registration booth. He spoke to the staff. Hello, I want to sign up for the kids' talent show. The staff looked at him with the same surprised expression as the boss. Sir, this is a kids' show, and the age limit is under 12. Lin Xiu confidently patted his chest. No problem, I'm 12 this year. Are you sure? You don't look like it. Yes, I'm only 12 years old in a few months. I don't remember the exact number of months, 72 months. Is there a problem? The staff thought for a moment, considering that the other person might be developing very quickly, which could explain why they appeared this way. So, they still registered the person and filled out a form for them. Please check your age at home and tell us exactly how many months old you are, then just register it. The registration forms were quickly collected and sent to the palace's review officer. The officer was an elderly man with white hair, wearing reading glasses. He picked up the latest report and immediately saw the age listed for Lin Xiu. 12 years and 72 months. He suddenly fell into deep thought. 72 months equals 6 years. Adding that to 12 years makes 18 years old. Clearly, an adult has sneaked into the children's performance. But as he looked further, he saw the official seal of the princess's residence in the corner of the form, bright red and very eye-catching. The officer's eyes flickered as he remembered Princess Carla of the 7th Princess. She was a 5th-level great mage, someone even the king respected. The seal of the princess's residence on the form indicated a connection to the 7th princess. He pondered for a while, then shook his head and put the form into the approved pile. Forget it. The form says 12 years old, just a few extra months. It's not a big deal. It's better to avoid trouble over such a small matter and not offend the 7th princess. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Xiu had just left the registration point when the system's mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Don't worry, everything is under control. Lin Xiu smugly raised his eyebrows and stroked his chin. I secretly stamped the princess's seal on that registration form. The system was full of admiration in its tone. Of course, Lin Xiu proudly lifted his chin. You really thought I was that naive? Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. He was about to step forward to claim the knight role when a staff member stopped him. Little friend, there aren't many roles left. Only the dragon is remaining. Ah? A dragon? Lin Xiu frowned, looking resistant. I don't want to play the dragon. Isn't this play about sealing the Amber Dragon King? The real dragon is right here, so I should be the knight. He was referring to himself. He had personally sealed the Amber Dragon King before, so playing the knight was natural for him. How could he be the villainous dragon? But the other children didn't agree. A small boy with pigtails crossed his arms and said in a cute voice, "You're talking nonsense. The knight is a hero and should be played by the bravest person. I am the bravest. Me too. Yesterday, I even touched a baby monster." Another boy chimed in. A group of kids surrounded Lin Xiu, arguing loudly. Who was Lin Xiu? He was an adult, and dealing with these kids was easy for him. He cleared his throat and said seriously, "Do you know? When sealing the dragon, the knight had to use a sword and magic. Do you know how to do that? And I saw the knight myself, even heard what he said. Can you do that?" As he spoke, he mimicked swinging a sword, making the kids' eyes widen in amazement. But the kids, still young and immature, couldn't find a good reason to argue back. They angrily said, "Well, you can't play the role. You look too old." "Yes, that's right, you look too old." They even said I was old? Lin Xiu's head stiffened, but he didn't want to really fight the kids. That would be rude. So, they argued back and forth. Lin Xiu argued alone, making the kids feel too embarrassed to speak. A staff member nearby couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and said helplessly, "Sir, please don't bully the children. Several kids have already signed up for the knight role. Please let them have it." "Who said I was bullying?" Lin Xiu said loudly, puffing out his chest. "Who isn't a kid? I'm only 12 years and 72 months old, just a little older than them. And I truly believe the real dragon is right here, so I should be the knight." The management staff raised an eyebrow and looked at him with a half-smile. "As far as I know, the knight who sealed the Amber Dragon King is about 18 years old, and he's an honorary professor at the Royal Magic Academy. He doesn't look like a 12-year-old at all." Hearing this, Lin Xiu froze instantly. Yes, how did he forget about that? If he admits he is that knight, his cover for sneaking into the kid's performance will be completely blown. But if he denies it, his reason for pretending to be a knight won't hold up, and his plan will fall apart. Lin Xiu ignored what the system said. He opened his mouth but couldn't say a word for a long time, his expression changing constantly. The management staff saw his reaction and held back a smile as he advised, "Playing the role of the evil dragon is pretty good. You won't have to compete with others. Just think of it as experiencing the villain role." Looking at the proud expressions of the little kids around him, and thinking of that 2-meter-tall watermelon, he finally, reluctantly agreed. "Fine, I'll play the evil dragon." He secretly cursed to himself. "Humph, so what if I play the evil dragon? I still have a real dragon sealed inside me. When I release it, I'll scare all you little kids to death." Thus, Lin Xiu was taken by the staff to the props area and changed into a dragon costume. He wore a black-scaled coat with exaggerated cloth wings on his back and a round, chubby dragon head mask on his head, with 2 holes for the eyes, barely allowing him to see outside. Once dressed, Lin Xiu looked like a giant black fur ball, making the little kids nearby giggle secretly. He clenched his fists. "Laugh all you want, because soon, you'll be the ones laughing." Meanwhile, in the audience at the front of the stage, the seats were already full. King Donger sat in the very front row, in the center. Next to him were Mels, dressed in a loose robe, and several royal nobles. Calvia sat beside Donger, her icy blue eyes occasionally glancing toward the backstage area, her expression calm. Donger turned to her and asked, "You said yesterday that you'd be busy with a friend today and couldn't attend these formal ceremonies. Why are you here now?" Calvia picked up the chilled juice on the table and took a gentle sip. His eyes stayed focused on the backstage area as he said with a helpless tone, "There's nothing I can do. Some fool insisted on joining the kids' performance, so I have to stay here and watch." Suddenly, the stage lights focused sharply, and the background music switched to intense drum beats. The murmurs from the audience gradually quieted, and everyone's eyes turned to the center of the stage. Lin Xiu was dressed in a round, silly dragon costume. The dragon mask covered most of his face, leaving only his eyes visible, making him look like a moving black fluff ball. Some people seemed to wear masks, but in fact, they had dropped their disguises. Bullying kids is really shameful, but if I wear a hood, no one will recognize Lin Xiu. As the play started, the young actors performed seriously according to the script. Little boys dressed as knights held wooden swords and surrounded Lin Xiu, pretending to attack him while reciting childish lines. Evil dragon, leave Norman City quickly. Little girls in princess dresses waved colorful ribbons, acting as magicians and chanting silly spells. Since Lin Xiu was wearing a mask, no one knew who he was. So he decided to have some fun. When the little knights posed as if casting a sealing spell and shouted, "Seal," Lin Xiu was supposed to stay still and fall to the ground. But he suddenly moved, dodging their sealing attack, then spread his arms, pushing over one of the little knights dressed as a knight. Oh no! The pushed knight fell onto the soft mat on stage, stunned. He clearly didn't expect the evil dragon to break the script. Lin Xiu took advantage of the moment, twisting his round body like a dragon's tail, knocking down 2 more rushing knights. Finally, he lightly stepped on a small knight in a red cape, making him unable to move. "Let me go? Please let me go." The small knight struggled, his face red with effort, voice childish but firm. "You evil dragon, I am a brave knight of justice and light." Lin Xiu couldn't help but laugh wildly. His laughter came through the mask, full of teasing and mischief. He bent down and leaned close, whispering into the other's ear in a slightly dramatic, slightly humiliating tone. "Why am I so weak? Is it because my hatred isn't strong enough?" Hearing this, the little knight seemed to be ignited like a barrel of explosive, shouting loudly, "I am not weak." But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Lin Xiu's foot and could only hum in frustration. Seeing this, Lin Xiu's smile inside his costume grew even more sinister. "If you want to kill me, then hate me, despise me, and live your ugly life." In the audience, Calvia watched the dragon on stage, who was bullying the children in a strange way, with a furrowed brow. What an idiot! Mers, sitting nearby, watched with interest. He leaned over to Calvia and tried not to laugh as he asked, "I heard the one playing the dragon is your apprentice." "Not officially." Calvia replied simply. "Not officially." Mers was surprised and asked further. "Keep talking, and you'll be next." Calvia shot him a cold look. Mers immediately shut up and continued watching the show. Actually, Calvia had expected Lin Xiu might cause trouble this time, so she came prepared to clean up the mess. Seeing the story was going off the rails, she quickly gathered a faint blue magic from her fingertips. In the next second, the narrator's voice suddenly rang out, clear and loud, overpowering the chaos on stage. "The dragon's power is very strong. The knights and mages of Norman Ding City fought bravely, but their stubborn resistance moved the heavens. As a result, the heavens bestowed a holy sword upon the knights." As soon as the voice finished, a faint glow flashed, and a beautifully decorated prop holy sword appeared out of nowhere in front of the little knight under Lin Xiu's foot. It was the one Calvia had conjured with her space magic. At the same time, a gentle force pushed Lin Xiu aside. His mind also received a cold message from Calvia. "If you dare to add your own drama again, you won't be returning to the princess's palace tonight." Lin Xiu's heart tightened. He quickly stopped his playful antics and obediently stood in the center of the stage, adopting a villainous, stubborn dragon resisting. Since the princess had spoken, he decided not to argue with the little brat. The little knight in the red cape looked momentarily stunned, then quickly reacted. He grabbed the prop holy sword from the ground, and the anger from being stepped on for so long suddenly turned into excitement. He raised the holy sword, pointed at Lin Xiu, and shouted loudly, "Now I can see your defeat." After saying that, he swung the sword toward Lin Xiu as if to attack. Lin Xiu cooperated by falling backward, pretending to be hit by the sword, and let out an exaggerated, ouch sound. Then he lay still on the stage. The evil dragon is defeated. The little knights cheered, gathering around with happy smiles. The audience below also clapped and cheered loudly. The narrator's voice sounded again. "Justice will always defeat evil, and Norman City has regained peace." The play ended successfully. Lin Xiu got up from the ground, took off the dragon head mask, and wiped his face, pretending to wipe away non-existent sweat. As soon as Lin Xiu took off the dragon mask, He eagerly pushed through the young actors group. He grabbed Carvia's wrist and asked excitedly with bright eyes, "Your Highness, where is my big watermelon?" Carvia's calm face suddenly broke and a vein popped on her forehead. Since she saw the 2-meter-tall watermelon at the watermelon stand, this kid hadn't stopped talking about it. He kept mentioning it while walking, during rehearsals, and probably even thought about it during the dragon performance. What magic does this broken watermelon have? It's more important than me. No, I mean, more important than I am. She clenched her fists quietly, nails almost digging into her palms. Finally, she forced herself to suppress her urge to complain and spoke as calmly as possible. "Why are you in such a hurry? The judges need to score and tally the results first. After that, the prizes will be sent to the winners." "Oh, okay." Lin Xiu immediately relaxed, patting his chest and smiling proudly. Clearly, this overly confident knight had no idea what humility meant. He was already convinced he would win first prize. Seeing his determined and foolish look, Carvia couldn't help but feel annoyed and added without mercy, "You really don't need to spend the whole afternoon acting in this play. The boss said the watermelon isn't for sale, but after the performance, you can talk to the winner directly and buy it with some gold coins." Lin Xiu's smile suddenly froze, as if struck by lightning, and he stood there stunned for a moment without reacting. Calvia's words seemed to make some sense. He suddenly patted his thigh, feeling a jolt in his heart. So he had wasted most of the day on a date, fooling around on stage with a bunch of kids, and it turned out that it could have been fixed with just a little money? Thinking about missing the precious time alone with Calvia, Lin Xiu felt a sharp pain like being pricked by needles. He finally managed to get the princess out for a date, and it was all delayed by a big watermelon. Lin Xiu no longer cared about the watermelon. He grabbed Calvia's hand and rushed outside. "Come on, princess, we still have time now. Let's go explore some more. We can't waste the remaining time." Calvia was pulled off balance. Seeing his hurried manner, she helplessly shook her head, but still quickened her steps with his pull. When they left the palace theater, the sunset had already dipped below the horizon. The orange glow dyed half the sky red. A crescent moon quietly hung in the deep blue sky, and stars began to twinkle sparsely. Lin Xiu walked while thinking. This morning he watched the parade. In the afternoon he watched a play, and he had tried most of the food and drinks. Tonight, he planned to visit the night market and buy some fun things. He led Calvia confidently to the busiest entertainment street in Normanding City. The street was brightly lit, with magical lanterns hanging all along. Vendors shouted their wares, and the lively atmosphere of a summer festival filled the air. On both sides of the street, shops displayed all kinds of new and interesting items. There were comic books featuring magical creatures, adventure story novels, magical recording devices that stored images, and crystal-powered arcade games. Truly a paradise for travelers from another world. Calvia usually handled affairs at the princess's residence or trained and taught at the Magic Academy. She had never been to such a place before. Seeing the dazzling array of new and strange objects, her icy blue eyes also flickered with curiosity. Lin Xiu headed straight to the comic shop he visited last time. The store was having a summer festival sale, with a sign at the door offering, "Buy 3, get 2 free." He confidently found the continuation of the adventure comic he hadn't finished reading before. He took 3 books at once and was about to pay when the shop owner immediately recognized him. "Hey, aren't you the young man who looked at books here for a long time the other day, but didn't buy anything?" Calvia looked at Lin Xiu with a puzzled expression. She remembered that during their last outing, Lin Xiu was holding several comic books. So why did the shop owner say he didn't buy them? Before Lin Xiu could explain, the owner happily added, "Don't worry. The 2 books you hesitated over last time, The User of Time Stop Magic and the one humiliated by the class beauty and awakening hypnosis magic, I've kept for you." As he spoke, he took out 2 comic books with somewhat exaggerated covers from under the counter and handed them to Lin Xiu. He lowered his voice and said, "Young man, since you saved Norman City, I'll give you these 2 at half price. A little reward for a hero." Lin Xiu's face instantly stiffened, and his heart sank. He thought, this isn't good. Calvia's gaze had already fallen on the covers of those 2 comics. She slightly furrowed her brows, stepped forward, reached out her hand, and said calmly, "What are these books?" "Let me see." Lin Xiu panicked inside, trying to the books back, muttering, "It's nothing. Just ordinary adventure comics. Nothing special." But he was a step too slow. Calvia had already taken the comics, opened the front page expressionlessly. From just hearing the titles, she felt these books were definitely not very proper. Within seconds, her expression changed. She closed the book, looked up, and gazed at Lin Xiao with a very complicated look. In her eyes, there was a mix of disdain, contempt, teasing, and a hint of helplessness that was hard to describe. "Are you still reading this kind of stuff?" Calvia's tone was calm, without any obvious emotion, but her look made Lin Xiao wish he could find a hole to hide in. Total embarrassment. Too embarrassing. Lin Xiao's face turned bright red, spreading from his ears down to his neck. Even the tips of his ears felt hot. He stared at the shop owner with a look full of accusations, as if saying, "Are you doing this on purpose?" And cursed him in his heart 100 times. "Why did you have to speak up? Why did you take out these 2 books? Can't you see I have a princess next to me?" The boss didn't expect Lin Xiao to be followed by such a cool and intimidating girl. He quickly looked away awkwardly, whistled, and pretended he hadn't seen anything. Calvia took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling as she seemed to struggle with her thoughts. Lin Xiao had just turned 18, a lively and curious age. It's normal for someone his age to have fantasies about these things. Since she was a few years older and his teacher, she couldn't criticize him directly. She needed to guide him carefully. Finally, Calvia exhaled slowly, looked at the boss, and said calmly, "Since he likes it, just wrap up these 5 books together." Lin Xiao and the boss both froze in surprise. After leaving the comic shop, Calvia carried the wrapped books and spoke earnestly to Lin Xiao, who was almost burying his face in his chest. "Although I understand that young people at 18 are curious about these things, you're not allowed to buy such items again. This is a one-time exception." Lin Xiao felt very wronged. It was the boss who took the initiative to buy it. He never planned to buy anything himself, let alone have Calvia pay. He silently cursed the boss in his mind, but could only blush and nod, too shy to argue. Calvia continued to advise him, "But I still think you should avoid reading these kinds of books, and do fewer of those things. You're only 18, at a key age for growing and training. Doing too much of that isn't good for your health. It can affect your magic progress and development." Lin Xiao's face turned as red as a cooked shrimp, and his ears buzzed. He felt like Calvia's words sounded just like his mom's lectures. He was secretly annoyed. This story didn't make sense. Normally, when a girl finds such a book, she would be curious, open it, blush, and be too shy to speak. Why was it him being lectured by Calvia, like a parent teaching a child? Lin Xiao wanted to cry but could only lower his head, enduring Calvia's endless advice, with only one thought in his mind. "I just want this embarrassing scene to end." Because of the recent embarrassing incident, Lin Xiao looked very downcast the whole time. He had lost the energy he had earlier during the day when he was busy running around. He just obediently followed beside Calvia. The 2 of them slowly walked along the entertainment street. The evening breeze carried the scent of summer festival fireworks, making people feel warm inside. Before they knew it, they arrived at Mirror Moon Lake outside the city. The lake was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the crescent moon and sparse stars in the night sky. The magical lanterns along the shore cast a warm yellow glow on the water. In the middle of the lake floated a huge stone tub. Its surface was carved with images of griffins, unicorns, and flying dragons. The carvings looked old-fashioned and shimmered faintly in the night. On the dock across the lake, a few wooden boats were moored, and many boats on the water moved slowly. Sometimes, people stuck their heads out of the boats and threw shiny stones into the central stone tub. When the stones hit the water, they created ripples that looked especially bright under the moonlight. "Since we've come this far, do you want to go take a look?" Calvia stopped and turned to Lin Xiao, her icy blue eyes softening in the night. "Yes, let's go see," Lin Xiao nodded. The gloom from the embarrassing incident earlier was somewhat eased by the peaceful night view. They rented a small wooden boat. The boatman gently pushed the bamboo pole, and the boat slowly drifted away from the shore toward the center of the lake. The paddle made a gentle splashing sound as it moved through the water, blending with the distant chirping of insects. It was very relaxing. "By the way, what was that shiny stone they threw?" Lin Xiao looked at another person tossing a stone nearby and asked curiously. "That's a wishing stone," Calvia replied, taking out 3 clear, sparkling stones from her storage bag and holding them out to him. Every summer festival, people come here to make wishes. It's said that as long as you throw a wishing stone into the central tub, your wish will come true. The stones in her fingertips glowed faintly, making her nails look even whiter. What do you think? Want to try? I heard it's very effective. Sure, I'll give it a try. Lin Xiao took the wishing stone, weighed it in his hand, but didn't take it too seriously. After all, he was a time traveler with a system and a holy sword. He didn't need to rely on wishes to make his dreams come true. But looking at Calvia's eyes, he still stood up, leaned out over the boat's edge, aimed at the central tub, and with a quick wrist movement, threw the stone out. As a fourth-level knight, his strength and accuracy far surpass ordinary people. The stone drew a beautiful arc in the air, and with a thud, it landed precisely into the stone jar. Since it went in, now you can close your eyes and make a wish, Calvia said softly, with a gentle smile in the night. Although Lin Xiao thought that wishes probably wouldn't come true, he obediently closed his eyes. Earlier, because he was too embarrassed to buy more things, his stomach was a bit hungry now. So he silently thought, let's have some octopus balls. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a steaming box of octopus balls on the small table in front of him. The smell of seaweed flakes and salad dressing was very tempting, just as he had imagined. Lin Xiao was a little surprised. He turned to look at Calvia, who was standing with her hands behind her back, a faint smile on her lips, and seemed to be holding something in her hand. Then, Lin Xiao seemed to guess something. He picked up the second wish stone, aimed again, and threw it into the jar. It hit perfectly again. This time, he closed his eyes and thought, since I have food now, I might as well wish for some entertainment items I didn't buy earlier. When he opened his eyes, a few more game crystals appeared on the small table. Both of his first two wishes had come true. Lin Xiao's excitement gradually overshadowed his embarrassment from earlier. For his third wish, he dared to be bolder. He clenched the last wish stone, took a deep breath, and threw it forcefully into the jar. As the stone landed steadily, he closed his eyes and silently wished. If only the princess could give me a hug. This wish was a bit too bold for two people who hadn't declared their relationship, so he felt a little regretful after making it. He thought it was impossible to come true and even prepared to be surprised by something else when he opened his eyes. But just before he fully opened his eyes, he suddenly felt a soft embrace holding him. A faint cool scent lingered at his nose, and cool fingers gently rested on his back, carrying a comforting strength. Lin Xiao's body instantly stiffened, and his cheeks turned bright red. His heart pounded so fast it felt like it might jump out of his chest. He could clearly feel the other person's body temperature, her gentle breathing. His mind went blank. After a while, he finally found his voice, trembling slightly. "Why? Because you're easy to understand." Calvia's voice echoed in his ears, carrying a hint of a smile. He was simple-minded, and his thoughts showed plainly on his face. She didn't finish her second sentence, only gently patted his back. Lin Xiao's heart was filled with waves of surprise. He originally thought that the surprises from his first two wishes were because the princess was very clever and guessed what he prepared. But this hug, he truly was just casually making a wish with the mindset of impossible to achieve, not expecting anything to happen. At that moment, suddenly, there was a loud bang in the sky. Bright fireworks exploded, breaking the quiet of the night. Colorful fireworks burst in the sky, red, yellow, blue, purple, like stars falling from the sky, illuminating the lake's surface as bright as daytime. Lin Xiao froze in Calvia's arms, looking up at the fireworks. The glow reflected on his reddened cheeks. He murmured, "So beautiful." "Yes, it is quite beautiful." Calvia's voice sounded in his ear, calm but with a tenderness he hadn't even noticed herself. The small boat rocked gently. The weather grew cooler. Insects flew around. The night deepened. It turned out that even the night could produce rice grains, hanging at the tips of eyelashes. It turned out our breaths could also hang in the air, measuring the unspoken wavelength of our hearts. But how many wandering stars must be gathered to light up the secret crush we walk toward? P.S. I checked the data yesterday, and the number of updates exceeded 300, so today I added more to celebrate the milestone, writing over 6,000 words. Now, about the first volume, it's almost finished. Mainly, It involves fighting the Dragon King and giving the protagonist some kind of special ability. When Lin Xiao returned to his room at the princess's residence, it was already late at night. He washed up and lay on the bed, tossing and turning but unable to sleep. His mind replayed scenes from Mirror Moon Lake like a movie. Calvia's soft embrace, her gentle voice, the reddening cheeks under fireworks, and that faint cool scent lingering in his nose. Unforgettable. He reached out and touched his face, still feeling the warmth from that moment. His heartbeat unexpectedly quickened again. It's just a hug. Why make such a fuss? Lin Xiao patted his head, trying to calm himself down, but the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Finally, he took out the 2 silly comics the comic shop owner had given him from his storage bag, muttering, "Forget it. I'll just read these to distract myself. Maybe I'll get sleepy while reading." He lay on the bed, opening the comics under the dim light of the bedside magic lamp. As he read, he became more interested in the story. When he saw the protagonist flying and then using time magic to repeatedly reset his body to before takeoff, he couldn't help but whisper, "Wow. So time-stop magic can be used like this. Learn something new." The system's sarcastic comment sounded right on time. Lin Xiao was instantly choked, rolling his eyes. "Can you not always bring up the worst? I'm just reading comics to relax. What's the big deal?" The system's tone was full of disdain. Well, effort can wait until next lifetime." Lin Xiao flipped to the next page. In the comic, the main character was using time magic to rewind his body repeatedly, beating his opponent so badly that the opponent was lying on the ground twitching. "And you, useless system, have the nerve to criticize me? I haven't seen you give me anything useful either. We're pretty much on the same level, so stop looking down on me. Just a person and a system bickering like this." Lin Xiao watched the exciting story in the comic, and with the system's teasing, his obsession with the hug gradually faded. Before he knew it, fatigue took over, and Lin Xiao fell into a deep sleep. The next day, the summer festival officially ended, and Norman City gradually returned to its usual calm. As agreed, Lin Xiao, as an honorary professor at the Magic Academy, was supposed to start his duties. So early in the morning, he was called to the Academy's meeting room by Carvia. The meeting room was full of core faculty members. Mer sat at the main seat, looking serious and no longer smiling playfully as before. Carvia sat beside him, her icy blue eyes sweeping across the room with a commanding presence. Lin Xiao found a seat and sat down, thinking to himself, "Wow, what's going on? Is something big happening?" While he was lost in thought, Mers raised his hand and waved, causing a transparent magic stone to float in the center of the room. Then, a recorded image was projected. The recording shows that the scene takes place the day after the Amber Dragon King was sealed, during a busy time of rebuilding after the disaster. The scene is in the director's office. Mel's is wearing a loose robe, looking tired. Suddenly, a person in a black cloak rushes in, startling Mel's and making his eyes widen in surprise and disbelief. He asks, "Why are you here?" The cloaked person wears a hood, hiding their face, only revealing part of their chin. "You should know why I've come, junior brother," the cloaked person says. Mel's takes a deep breath, his face turning serious. "I knew the Amber Dragon King couldn't have been broken open so easily. It turns out you're behind this." He clenches his fists. "Go away. I will never give you what you want." "Maybe you will," the cloaked person says with a light laugh. Suddenly, a complex purple magic circle appears under their feet, shining brightly and covering the entire office. Mel's face changes. He tries to use magic to fight back, but finds his magic frozen, unable to work. His magic is sealed. Next, the cloaked person teleports in front of Mel's, moving so fast he leaves only a shadow. Without hesitation, he punches Mel's hard in the stomach. Mel's groans, his face turning pale. His body softens, and he falls unconscious. "Junior brother, you should rest now," the cloaked person whispers. Then, they start searching the office. They check the bookshelves, drawers, and hidden compartments. It's as if they know exactly where everything is. Soon, they find an old wooden box hidden in a secret compartment. The box is covered with strange sealing symbols and faintly emits a dark aura. They grip the box tightly and turn to leave, saying, "I will prove to the teacher that I am right." The recording stops here. The magic stone's glow gradually fades. In the conference room, everything is silent. Everyone looks at each other with shock and seriousness. Lin Xiao breaks the silence first. He looks at Mel's and says with a blank face, "So, the director means that the other person broke into the office the day after the Amber Dragon King was ravaged, and you're only now holding this meeting, right?" Mel's looks a little embarrassed. He sticks out his tongue, tilts his head, and gently taps his forehead. "Oh well. Hey, what are you doing?" Lin Xiao slammed the table and stood up. "You're over 80 years old. Stop pretending to be cute." Mel stopped acting cute and became serious again, speaking in a heavy tone as if weighed down by a huge stone. All right. Don't get so excited. The reason I'm only telling you now is because I lost my memory of that day too. After thinking about it more, I realized something was wrong. Yesterday, I used magic to review a recording and remembered everything." Mel's continued. "Basically, that's what happened. Now we need to find him quickly, so we need someone to investigate. So, who is willing to take on this task?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao simply thought for a moment and raised his hand. His idea was simple. If he had a task, he wouldn't have to teach the students. Just kidding. Letting a poor student like him teach a group of students who know more magic than he does. That would be embarrassing. Better to take on an investigation and run away. He could avoid class and go out to have fun. Investigate. Lin Xiao raised his hand with a sincere smile. Me. I'm super brave. Great. Long live Knight Lin Xiao. I'm glad you're so energetic. I'll entrust this important task to you." Mel's patted the table, and his face quickly returned to his usual relaxed expression. "Today's main purpose is just to inform you. The detailed instructions will be sent to you later in a task manual." All right. Meeting adjourned. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. No more classes. Who wouldn't be happy? He followed the other teachers out of the meeting room. Just as he was about to sneak back to the princess's residence to pack, Mel's called him. "Lin Xiao, stay a moment. Come to my office." "Got it." Lin Xiao followed Mel's into the dean's office. The office was the same as before, with shelves full of magic books and some unknown green plants on the windowsill. The air was filled with the scent of ink and faint magic potions. Mel sat behind his desk, poured himself a cup of hot tea, and sighed. "Since you've taken on this task, there are some things I need to tell you. The man in the black robe that day was my senior brother, Rainster." "Wait a minute." Lin Xiao raised his hand to stop him before he could finish speaking. Mel's raised an eyebrow. Lin Xiao rummaged through his storage bag for a while and surprisingly pulled out a box of neatly packaged popcorn. He tore open the bag, grabbed a handful, and stuffed it into his mouth, mumbling, "All right, director, you can continue." Mel's. He stared at the popcorn in Lin Xiao's hand, twitching the corner of his mouth, secretly feeling relieved. Fortunately, this kid didn't pull out a soda, or the serious atmosphere of the memory would have been ruined. The next second, Lin Xiao took out a cup of soda again. Mel's. He took a sip of hot tea to calm himself and continued. "Rainster and I were born in a small village in the city of Glan, in the kingdom of Victoria. We've been different since we were young. While other children played with mud, he could ignite fire out of thin air, and I could make plants grow quickly with my mind. Yes, we awaken magical talents that most people can't even imagine. Later, the villagers pooled their money and sent us to the Federation's top school, the Tsangnan Magic Academy, one of the 5 major human powers." Mel's looked into the distance with a hint of nostalgia. "We both had outstanding talents and were soon accepted by the dean as his direct disciples. The dean was old and wanted to choose an heir among us. In the end, the dean chose me." Mel's tone grew serious. "But I always knew that Rainster was much more talented than I was, whether in magic understanding or combat skills." The scene shifted back to the Tsangnan Magic Academy, in the dean's office. Rainster's magic surged wildly around him, his eyes full of disbelief and anger as he stared fiercely at the old dean. "Why? Teacher, what am I lacking compared to Mel's?" The old dean sat in his chair, looking serious, shaking his head. "Rainster, it's not that you're not good enough, but that your heart is too dark." Since that day, a seed was planted in Rainster's heart. Mel's voice carried a hint of regret. Until one day, the teacher and I discovered that he was secretly researching necromancy magic, exploring forbidden powers from the abyss. The scene shifted to the Academy's forbidden magic library. The old dean looked at the scattered scrolls and experiment records of necromancy with pain and anger. grabbing Rienster's arm tightly. Why do you want to study this? Teacher, you're too old-fashioned. But you know, forbidden magic is uncontrollable, the old dean said, trembling with anger. Many magicians in history have touched forbidden magic and were swallowed by its power, becoming puppets of monsters. What if I can control it? What if I can use forbidden magic for humans? Reinstein's voice carried a hint of madness. Teacher, you're just afraid of change, afraid I will break the rules you hold so tightly. You. The old dean pointed at him, speechless for a moment, then sighed deeply. In the name of a 7th-level Grand Mage and Dean of Tsangnan Magic Academy, I declare that you are expelled from the Academy and stripped of your human status. From now on, you and I are no longer master and disciple. Thus, the senior brother was expelled from the Academy and branded as a forbidden magic user, losing his citizenship. Mel's picked up his teacup and took a sip, but the warmth of the tea couldn't warm his cold tone. Later, I went to see the teacher, hoping he might show mercy. At that time, the old dean sat by the window, gazing at the distant sky. His hair seemed to have turned whiter overnight. He sighed and said to Mels, I know what you're going to say. You think I was too cruel, right? But you also know your senior brother's personality. Once he sets his mind on something, not even 10 oxen can pull him back. But, teacher, Mels said, his eyes red with worry, if forbidden magic can be used by my senior brother, why can't he be allowed? He just wants to prove himself, to walk a different path. Because he can control it, that's why he can't be allowed. The old dean suddenly became excited, slapping the table. I can allow him. You can allow him. But the various schools and major powers cannot accept him. Kolanist is a genius, but he chose to master necromancy. This is not just a mistake, it is a rebellion. Kings may allow their people to make mistakes, but they never allow their rule to be overturned. Senior brother, if you truly can freely use necromancy and have mastered forbidden knowledge, then you have broken the authority of all current cultivation systems. They are not afraid of the forbidden magic itself, but of someone proving that the forbidden path can work. They fear their status will be shaken. Mel sighed. Unfortunately, senior brother back then didn't understand the teacher's good intentions. He only felt excluded and abandoned. Since then, I have never heard from him again, Mel said with deep regret. After graduation, to repay my hometown for raising me, I returned to Victoria and became the dean of this magic school. Years have passed in the blink of an eye. I thought he was long gone or hiding somewhere, not coming out anymore. But I never expected. He would risk everything to prove himself right, even releasing the Amber Dragon King to seize the key to the abyss. The office fell silent. Only the sound of Lin Xiu crunching popcorn was clear. Lin Xiu put down the popcorn box, stroked his chin, and looked thoughtful. So, Reinist is actually a talented person who was pushed aside, now trying to make a big splash to prove himself? Mels nodded, serious. His obsession is too deep. If he uses the abyss key to open a portal, the consequences could be disastrous. Lin Xiu patted his chest. Don't worry, Dean. I will definitely get the key back for you, and see what kind of person Reinist really is. After all, someone who can make your old senior brother, who's been registered for decades, so famous, must be extraordinary. Mels, thank you. And, could you please stop calling me old Dean? I'm only 80 years old. 80 years old isn't old. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. Mel's face darkened. What does that matter? My teacher is over 500 years old now. Then Mels waved his hand, clearly not wanting to argue about titles. All right. I've told you everything about the mission. Hurry up and go. Remember to retrieve the key early. Got it. Lin Xiu pocketed the empty popcorn box and slipped out of the dean's office. After leaving, Lin Xiu went straight to Calvia's office, opened the door, and walked in. At this moment, Calvia had just finished a magic theory class. She changed into a light white shirt, revealing her slender, fair wrists. She looked less serious than in class and more relaxed. You're back? What did the dean say to you before you left? Calvia poured a glass of warm water and handed it to him, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Oh, old Deng told me some information about the mission. Lin Xiu took the glass and took a sip. He made a little sound and said, basically, the black-robed person who took the abyss key is a talented mage who was pushed out of the academy. Now he wants to make a big splash to prove himself. Suddenly, Lin Xiu paused, and his eyes became a bit strange. He had a strange feeling, like he was on a quest in a different world, looking for an NPC. Thinking this, Mel's way of giving out quests and providing information automatically made him imagine a red exclamation mark over his head. Lin Xiao shook his head, pushing away this silly thought. He then repeated Mel's story exactly as he remembered, from Reinstar's special talent to being expelled from the guild, and now trying to steal the Abyss Key. Calvia listened carefully, her brow slightly furrowed. Indeed, obsession can lead people astray. So, how do you plan to investigate? I plan to visit his hometown first, that place called Gulen City. Lin Xiao put down his water. Maybe I can find some clues, like traces he left behind. All right, be careful on your way, Calvia nodded. Don't worry, Your Highness. I have the protagonist's aura blessing. I won't die. Lin Xiao patted his chest confidently. That afternoon, Lin Xiao bought a ticket at the inn for a carriage to Gulen City. The ticket clearly showed the schedule. Norman Ding, 12:43, Gulen City, next day 8:12. After getting the ticket, Lin Xiao gave himself a short break. He played some games at the princess's residence, then had a comfortable sleep. The next day, he boarded the carriage to Gulen City on time. However, he couldn't help but complain about the world's transportation methods. Even though there were magical devices that could replace furniture from his previous world, magic stones that stored single-player games, and even substitutes for projection and recording devices, transportation still relied on primitive methods like carriages and ox carts. A journey that only took 3 hours by high-speed train in my previous life now takes nearly 20 hours here. But it's not too bad because I bought a luxury ticket, so the inside of the carriage is quite comfortable, with a soft wool carpet and a cozy bed. During the trip, I mostly ate and slept, occasionally arguing with the system, so it wasn't too boring. Sunlight streams into the carriage, indicating that it is now 8 a.m. the next day. The carriage arrives on time at the Grand City Inn. I wake up on the soft bed, rub my sleepy eyes, stretch lazily, yawn, and step out of the carriage. The early morning in Grand City feels a bit cool, and the air is filled with the scent of earth and grass. Looking at the old-fashioned city gate in front of me, I can't help but complain inside. Sometimes I really think the technology in this world is way off. In my previous life, furniture here could be replaced with magical devices, and entertainment was almost as advanced as back home. Why is transportation still so old-fashioned? Suddenly, the system's mechanical voice sounds. I almost choke on my words, feeling a bit embarrassed. Who can't find their way? I just think riding in a carriage is more comfortable. I'm not lying. I can understand maps and can tell the route and distance from point A to point B, but once I see the complex streets and unmarked intersections in real life, I become instantly lost. In my previous life, I played Minecraft and couldn't find my position on the map, so I still don't know where I am on the map now. That mystery still haunts me. Can you blame me? I stubbornly reply, kicking a small stone at my feet. If only the map could show my avatar's position in real time like in a game. While complaining, I look up at the streets of Grand City. Inside the city gate, people are bustling. The streets are lined with old stone buildings, shop signs flutter in the wind, and the sounds of merchants calling out fill the air, full of life. So Lin Xiao quickly ran to the snack stall, packed a serving of roasted potato balls and 2 pieces of jam bread, and casually bought a cup of chilled sour plum drink. As he walked, he mumbled vaguely. The taste isn't bad, a bit more spicy than Norman Ding's roasted potato balls. Next time, I'll bring the princess to try it. After eating and drinking, he patted the knight badge in his pocket, remembered his purpose for this trip, and turned toward the local Knights Association. As one of the biggest forces in the city, the Knights Association might have clues about Rhine's past or rumors about the black-robed man. But just a few steps after walking, he suddenly heard hurried shouts behind him, filled with panic. Catch the thief! Catch the thief! Lin Xiao paused, turned his head, and saw a boy about 13 or 14 years old, wearing faded coarse cloth clothes, clutching a bulging cloth bag tightly. He was running wildly through the crowd like a slippery eel. The boy kept glancing back at a chubby woman chasing after him. His steps quickened, clearly very familiar with the terrain here. He skillfully slipped into a narrow alley, turning left and right, sometimes stepping on the stones of the wall to jump onto a low wall, sometimes squeezing through gaps between 2 houses. After a few jumps, he left the chubby woman far behind. Breathless, he stopped in a quiet alley, looked back at the empty street entrance, confirmed no one was chasing him, and a proud smile appeared on his face. He patted the cloth bag in his hand. But just as he turned his head, he saw Lin Xiu leaning against the wall, holding half a piece of jam bread, waving at him casually. "Wow, you're pretty fast," Lin Xiu said lightly. The boy froze all over, instinctively bent his waist, tightly protected the cloth bag with both hands, and looked at Lin Xiu with a wary expression, ready to run at any moment. But when he saw the knight badge pinned to Lin Xiu's chest, his tense body suddenly relaxed. His suspicion turned into a bit of resignation, and he quietly lowered his hands that were clutching the bag. Resisting was useless. With the speed and strength of a knight, even just a newly registered knight, he, a small thief, couldn't fight back. Lin Xiu finished the last bite of bread, wiped his hands, and looked at him with interest. "You seem pretty calm. Looks like you're a habitual thief." Generally, when a thief sees a knight, their first reaction is to run away. The knight, however, simply gave up resistance and didn't chase after him. It seems the thief has been caught more than once before. The boy pursed his lips and said nothing, his face turning bright red, clearly feeling guilty. "All right," Lin Xiu said slowly, "you're still young. If you return the stolen money now, I won't take you to the Knights Association for detention. How about that?" The boy clenched his teeth, looked down, and was silent for a while. Finally, as if making a difficult decision, he sighed and said, "Okay, I understand." He followed Lin Xiu out of the alley, returned the money from the cloth bag to the fat woman who was still looking around, and handed it back intact. The fat woman took the money, thanked Lin Xiu, then shot a sharp look at the boy before turning and walking away. Watching her figure disappear into the crowd, Lin Xiu turned to the boy and asked curiously, "You're so young. Why did you steal money? Are you having family problems?" "None of your business," the boy said stiffly, turning his head away with a bit of resistance. "Oh, so you're a problem child." Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, interested. He reached into his storage bag and started rummaging around. "Let me see. I think I have a book about dealing with problem children." After searching for a while, he finally pulled out a small booklet with quotes from life mentors on the cover. He flipped to a page, cleared his throat, and began reading seriously to the boy. "There is no such thing as living necessarily having meaning. But if you keep living, you might find interesting things, just like you found that flower, or I found you." The boy looked confused. His forehead veins throbbed as he stared at Lin Xiu with a puzzled expression. What nonsense is he talking about? Living? Flowers? Meaning? Does any of this have anything to do with him stealing money? Lin Xiu finished reading, saw no reaction from the boy, who looked like he was in a daze, and muttered to himself, "Strange. Uncle Snake's quotes don't seem to work either. Did I read it wrong?" He flipped through a few more pages, found another quote, cleared his throat again, and his tone grew serious. "All right, let's try again. Do you have a reason to keep living? Become my tool." The boy's eyes grew stranger, and he instinctively took a few steps back, wary as he looked at Lin Xiu, as if he were seeing a madman. You're really not someone who escaped from a crazy house or a church and stole a knight's badge, are you?" At first, he thought the other was a proper knight, and that returning the money would be enough to get away. But now, it seemed this knight. No, maybe the other person wasn't even a knight at all, might have a problem with their mind. And, can I still trust the promise not to arrest me? Lin Xiu was suddenly choked, and his collection of quotes fell to the ground with a loud slap, his face darkening. He just wanted to act cool and help the troubled boy, but now he was being mistaken for a madman. He picked up the booklet and put it back into his storage bag, giving up on the indirect approach. He spoke directly. "Why do you think that about me? I am a proper knight. Just ignore those strange words I said earlier." Lin Xiu paused, observing the boy's quick movements and familiarity with the terrain. He started a plan, "But I am new here and unfamiliar with Grand City. I really need a guide. How about it? Interested in being my guide? I'll pay you 5 silver coins a day, enough for you to buy plenty of food." This boy could move freely through the streets, easily losing any pursuers. His knowledge of Grand City was far beyond ordinary, and judging by his simple clothes and the fact that he risked stealing money, he was clearly short of money. Having him as a guide would solve his own problem of being a stranger here, help him learn about Reinstat, and also give the boy a legitimate way to earn money. It was a perfect win-win. The boy was stunned, clearly not expecting Lin Xiao to make such a proposal. His eyes were full of doubt. Are you really going to hire me as a guide? Just because I know this place? Of course not. I swear on my honor, Lin Xiao said confidently. I am a distinguished professor at the Royal Magic Academy, an official knight certified by the Knight Association, and a very respectable person. The boy looked at him for a long time, then finally seemed to make a decision and nodded. Okay, I agree. My name is Tom. Where do you want to go first? Is there any unusual place nearby? Unusual place? Tom thought for a moment. Yes, there is one place. After hearing what the other person said, Lin Xiao followed him along the winding path outside the city. The closer they got to the forest, the cooler the air became. The lively sounds of people gradually faded away, replaced by the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional chirping of unknown insects. Tom walked ahead, gradually slowing down, his eyes alert. He kept looking back and reminding, we're almost there. It's in the mountain hollow ahead. Lin Xiao looked in the direction he pointed and saw a ruined site not far ahead. The broken walls were covered with withered vines, scattered stones lay on the ground, and weeds grew up to half a person high in the corners. Only one building in the center still kept its shape, and most striking was the black throne standing firm in the middle of the ruins. The throne was made of an unknown black stone, with faint carvings on its surface, weathered by time but still standing steadily, giving off an inexplicable sense of authority. Next to the throne was a knight dressed in silver armor. The armor shimmered in the sunset glow, with some worn edges but still shining brightly. Inside the armor, there was no flesh, only a rolling black shadow, and a pair of eyes burning with white flames flickering inside the helmet. That's him, Tom whispered, hiding behind Lin Xiao. He pointed at the knight. This knight has been here for 10 years. He never moves or attacks anyone. He just guards that throne. Lin Xiao squinted and observed the figure carefully. He subtly gathered a strand of magic power at his fingertips, level 5, with a necromancer attribute, definitely a necromancer knight. Strangely, this undead knight showed no malice. He sat quietly beside the throne, like a loyal guard. Lin Xiao became interested, moved closer, waved his arm in front of the undead knight, and walked around him twice. Eventually, he even reached out and poked the other. But the undead knight still showed no reaction, not even blinking his white flames for eyes, and kept his original stance. Lin Xiao muttered to himself, not attacking? Then let's try getting closer to the throne. He cautiously took a step forward. When he was about 10 meters from the throne, the undead knight suddenly reacted. The white flames inside his helmet suddenly flared up, and his silver armor made clattering sounds. Shadows flickered wildly inside the armor, and the knight adopted a defensive posture, clearly warning him not to get any closer. Seeing this, Lin Xiao immediately stepped back. The flames on the knight gradually calmed down and returned to their previous state. Hey, he's pretty principled, Lin Xiao said with some excitement, starting to jump back and forth. He took a step forward, and the undead knight instantly bristled, flames flaring up again. When he stepped back, the knight quieted down. He moved forward again, bristled, stepped back, then quieted again. Tom watched from behind, twitching his mouth, and a question appeared in his mind again. Is this really an official knight certified by the Knights Association? What's the point of messing around like this? Lin Xiao thought to himself. After playing for a while and feeling bored, he stopped joking and started to analyze seriously. This undead knight has a 5th level strength, but is guarding the throne without attacking people. That's a bit strange. Also, considering the age of this ruins, it doesn't match with Reinstar's age. Could it be something created after Reinstar returned? He then tried to release a hint of dragon might. The flames on the undead knight flickered briefly, but he still showed no intention of attacking. Instead, he kept his eyes fixed on the throne, as if guarding something important. It seems his only goal is the throne. As long as I don't touch the throne, I should be safe, Lin Xiao mused, stroking his chin. But a 5th level undead knight here? The Knights Association in Grand City shouldn't be unaware, yet they haven't cleared it. Maybe they can't defeat it, or there's some other reason. However, it's unlikely they can't defeat it, since he shows no attack intent. That means they probably have enough time to call for help from higher-level knights groups. Forget it, guessing here won't help. Let's go back first, Lin Xiao said, turning to Tom. Let's go? We'll continue investigating tomorrow. This place can't be understood easily right now. Tom was relieved and quickly nodded, walking briskly behind Lin Xiao into the city. He kept glancing back at the ruins along the way. When they reached the city, it was already dark. Brothers, I can hardly go on. Recently, I found a lot of fake people. Writing books often gets negative reviews, which I understand because everyone has different tastes. But the reasons for the bad reviews are really strange. Some say my writing is poor or the plot is bad. I accept that, since people like different things. But what's with the review that says there's no daily life? I already marked it with a single female lead. So isn't it obvious it's more about romance and daily life? It's like labeling someone as a gentleman. Then someone says it's not marked as a man. Also, I think I haven't missed the main story. The most ridiculous review? Someone said the main character's name, Lin Xiao, sounds bad, so they gave a bad review. What can I do about that? Haha, I give up. I really have no way to fix this. I declare humanity a total failure. I'll be honest, please forgive me. Mini scene. Poer, trapped in a dark space. Hey, is anyone there? Say something. Has Norman City really held out? As soon as the words left his mouth, Tom's stomach let out a loud growl. Tom's face instantly turned bright red, and he wished he could hide somewhere, lowering his head in embarrassment. Lin Xiao held back his laughter and said nothing, just watching him with a half-smile. After a moment, he patted the table and called the waiter. 2 more servings of beef and 2 servings of grilled sausages, one of which to go. Then he turned to Tom and said, when you're full, you should eat enough. Since you're with me, Lin Xiao, I won't let you go hungry. He then shook his bulging money pouch, the sound of coins clinking clear and pleasant. Don't worry, I have plenty of money. As long as you don't waste it, eat as much as you want. Tom looked up, moving his lips but unable to speak at first. After a moment, he managed to say a muffled thank you, his voice tinged with a barely noticeable choke. Lin Xiao, hearing the thank you, immediately asked with a teasing tone, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. However, no matter how much Lin Xiao tried to ask again, the other person kept silent about what had just happened, and his previous doubts resurfaced. Is this terrible guy really a knight? When the waiter handed over the packed food, Tom carefully tucked it into his coat, as if holding a treasure. Lin Xiao paid the bill and patted his shoulder. Next, I plan to go to the local Knights Guild to handle some matters. It's about time your tour guide duties start, right? Tom quickly nodded but suddenly hesitated, fiddling with his sleeve and whispering, can I take you there a little later? I want to go home first. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, showing some interest. Sure. Anyway, that undead knight was just waiting there. He couldn't run away. Going now or later made no difference to Lin Xiao. He followed Tom to the edge of the city. The environment grew more dilapidated as they walked. The once smooth stone-paved road turned into a bumpy gravel path, and the tidy brick houses became old wooden shacks. Finally, Tom stopped in front of a small, low wooden house, took out a key, and opened the creaking door. Inside, the room was dimly lit, with only a small window letting in faint daylight. The air carried a faint smell of wheat bran. A simple wooden table sat in the middle of the room, and a young girl, about 7 or 8 years old, was sitting at the table. She was wearing a worn-out, faded rough cloth dress, holding a basic magic course book with curled corners and a yellowed cover. She read very carefully, not noticing when someone entered. Big brother, you're back. Only when Tom approached did the little girl lift her head, revealing a delicate face and bright black eyes like shiny obsidian. When she saw the package in Tom's arms, her eyes lit up instantly. Yes, Toes, eat quickly. I brought you beef and grilled sausage. Tom placed the food on the table, speaking in a gentle tone I had never heard before. He carefully unwrapped the paper, handing the grilled sausage and beef to his sister. Toes took a small piece of sausage, eating it little by little, with a happy smile on her face. Tom watched her happily, then seemed to remember something. He took 5 silver coins from his pocket, weighed them in his palm, and waved them at Toes, feeling a bit proud. Tada! Toes, look, we can pay this month's rent now. But as soon as Toes saw the coins, her smile disappeared. Her eyebrows furrowed tightly. She put down her food and pulled on Tom's sleeve, her voice full of worry. Big brother, where did you get so much money? Did you steal again? Don't worry, I really didn't steal this time. Tom quickly waved his hands, blushing with anxiety. I was acting as a guide for this gentleman, and this is my reward. Truly, he didn't mention the night profession because he thought the other person's behavior didn't seem like it. Really? Toes looked doubtful, then turned her gaze to Lin Xiao standing at the door, her eyes showing a mix of caution and curiosity. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, this person behind me can vouch for me. Tom hurriedly pushed Lin Xiao forward. Lin Xiao had been watching this scene quietly. He stepped forward, offering a gentle smile to Toes, and waved the knight badge in his hand. Little sister, don't worry. Your brother isn't lying. These 5 silver coins are his rightful pay. He's a reliable guide. Toes looked at the badge, then at Lin Xiao's sincere eyes, and finally at her worried brother. She finally relaxed, a smile returning to her face. She bowed to Lin Xiao. Thank you, sir. Lin Xiao responded with a gentle smile. Then, Tom waved to his sister Tosi. Tosi, be good. Big brother is going out for a bit. I'll be back soon. Finish your food and keep reading. Don't be lazy. Tosi leaned on the doorframe and nodded. Big brother, stay safe. Got it. Tom ruffled her hair, then turned and followed Lin Xiao out of the small wooden house. The door creaked shut, cutting off the faint light inside and the little warmth that remained. Outside, the wind carried the smell of dirt and dry grass, making the cheeks feel cool. Lin Xiao kicked a small stone by the roadside and teased. Oh, you're leaving so soon? Not going to spend a little more time with your precious sister? I'm not in a rush. Anyway, the undead knight just stood there, unable to move, so he wasn't in a hurry. Tom looked toward the wooden house, a faint smile on his face. No, I want to finish my errands quickly so I can go home sooner. I don't feel comfortable leaving Tosi alone. All right, then let's go, Lin Xiao shrugged. The two walked along the uneven stone path toward the city. There weren't many people around, only a few stray dogs rummaging through trash cans. Bored, Lin Xiao started chatting casually with Tom, asking about the local customs and specialties. Tom, acting as a guide, patiently answered all his questions. After about 15 minutes, Lin Xiao changed the subject, pretending to be casual. By the way, Tom, can you tell me the story of you and your sister? You're so young, but life seems so hard for you. Tom's steps paused. His hand, hanging by his side, clenched the hem of his clothes unconsciously. He was silent for a few seconds before looking up at Lin Xiao, his eyes showing a mix of emotions. Do you really want to hear? Yeah. If it's inconvenient, just forget it. I was just asking, Lin Xiao said casually, with no pressure. It's not really inconvenient. Tom sighed softly, his gaze drifting into the distance, as if lost in memory. Anyway, everyone in the Knights Guild knows about this. You're going to the Knights Guild, right? Sooner or later, you'll find out. Lin Xiao became interested and moved a little closer. Tom's voice slowly began to tell the story, unfolding the long-buried past. Originally, Tosi and I weren't orphans. We had parents. Tom's eyes softened, as if he was returning to a few years ago. Back then, our family lived in the common area on the west side of the city. The house wasn't big, but it was warm and cozy. My father was a laborer who earned money by doing physical work. My mother stayed at home, doing sewing to help with the family expenses. Life wasn't rich, but it was okay. At that time, I helped my mother chop firewood, feed the chickens, or went with my father to do manual labor in the city center after school. Tom smiled nostalgically. Toss was only 5 then, very cute and delicate. Later, when Toss was 6, she suddenly lit the firewood out of nowhere. His tone was proud. My parents were stunned. They called a mage from the Mage Association to check, and it was confirmed that my sister had the talent to become a mage. After learning about Toss' magical talent, my parents decided they would make sure she could go to school. Suddenly, Tom's tone became heavy. But when Toss was 8, my parents went outside the city and were attacked by magical beasts. They never came back. His words made the air around them feel heavy and still. Tom's shoulders trembled slightly, and his voice was choked with emotion. Later, the Knights Association found their bodies and took away what was left of them. Lin Xiao didn't speak. He just patted Tom on the shoulder, signaling him not to force himself. Tom took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and continued. After my parents died, everything in the house fell apart. To survive, I had to go to the city to work. But Victoria's law forbids child labor, so when I looked for work in the city, employers either refused me outright because I was underage or offered very low wages. Then I argued with them, and they said if I didn't like the low pay, I shouldn't work there. They asked, "Is there anywhere else that wants you besides here?" Poor Tom, young and already experiencing the oppression of capitalists. If it's just to survive, saving every penny and eating plain bread can get by, Tom said with a hint of bitterness. But Toss needs to go to school. The Magic Academy's tuition, textbooks, magic reagents, all cost money. Plus, rent. That small wage isn't enough to even buy a meal. Once, the landlord came to demand rent, saying if we didn't pay again, they would kick us out. Tuasi looked at me and whispered, "Brother, I don't want to learn magic anymore. Let's find a cheap place to live, and I will help you with chores." Tuamu's eyes filled with tears. I immediately scolded her. She has such talent. How could I let her give up? There's nothing I could do. To make money, I had to start stealing and sneaking around. Tuamu lowered his head. I mainly targeted wealthy families. Most of their valuables were stored in magic devices, so they didn't carry much cash. But for us, it was a lot. Once, I stole a noble's purse with 3 gold coins inside. That was enough to pay our rent for 3 months and buy Tuasi some new magic supplies. Every time I stole something, I was nervous, afraid of getting caught. Sometimes I was caught. If a knight caught me, it was okay. They would make me return the stolen items, lock me up for a few days, and give me some lessons. After a while, everyone in the Knights Guild knew about me. If the owner caught me, it would be a serious beating, and I couldn't escape. Usually, after that beating, I wouldn't be able to get out of bed for days, and it was almost like being in detention. When Tuasi found out I was stealing, she cried and begged me to stop, saying she would rather drop out of school. Tuamu said with a hint of self-mockery. What could I do? I just smiled and told her, "Silly girl, don't worry. I earn this money honestly. Study hard, and when you become a mage, I'll be counting on you to take care of us." He sighed deeply. Sigh? But now, I've gotten used to it. Linshio looked at this boy, who was only a teenager but was carrying the whole family on his shoulders. He felt a mix of emotions. Have you ever asked the Heart of Waterdrop organization for help? Linshio remembered seeing Dong at the council meeting. Sometimes, he cared a lot about the royal image. Although he wasn't a legendary emperor, Linshio had previously refused him face-to-face without retaliation. Plus, that day during the city defense, just from those 2 things, he seemed like a wise ruler. So, after the law banned child labor, the king, Dong, had ordered the creation of an official charity organization to help children without parents get at least enough food to survive. Tom seemed to hear a very funny joke and sarcastically smiled. I go there every month. The staff in neat uniforms always sit comfortably in soft chairs, drinking sweet juice, and say they are still processing. Please wait patiently. He pointed his finger and counted carefully. This has been half a year. I filled out 3 approval forms, and I haven't seen a single coin or even a small amount of money. At this point, Tom's voice suddenly rose with a hint of sadness and anger. Later, I stole something and was caught by the Knights Association. I was sent for a few days of education. When I asked for help again, they just threw my application back at me. Why? They said the aid money is for good kids who follow the rules, for the future of our country. Kids like you, who steal and cheat, are like Victoria's manure and don't deserve it. Even if you grow up, it's just to revenge society. Linshio suddenly stopped walking, his casual expression disappeared, and a cold look appeared in his eyes. Tom was startled by his sudden action. He took 2 steps forward before stopping, tilting his head in confusion. Why are you stopping? The Knights Association is just ahead. Are you not going? No, Linshio said firmly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I want to check out that so-called Waterdrop heart first, to see what kind of love method it really is. Hearing this, Tom immediately looked at him with a resentful expression, as if thinking, you must be crazy. What's wrong? Linshio looked at him strangely, raising an eyebrow. What kind of look is that? The Waterdrop heart is in the opposite direction of the Knights Association. Tom's voice was full of resentment. He pointed behind him. We've been walking for almost 2/4 of an hour. Why are you just now saying you want to go there? Oh, don't worry about so many details. Linshio waved his hand confidently. And it's not entirely my fault. Who told you not to tell me yourself? If you had told me earlier that the Waterdrop heart was on the other side, I would have made a decision sooner. Tom was speechless from his retort. He opened his mouth, but finally sighed heavily, resigned, turned around, and walked in the opposite direction. You really are something. Let's go. Hopefully, this time will go smoothly. The setting sun heated the cobblestone street. Lin Xiu followed Tom into a street paved with marble. Unlike the old wooden house on the outskirts of the city, the buildings here are all made of carved stone walls. The entrance even has a gold-plated flower pot, and the air is filled with expensive incense. The words, love and help, seem out of place. Here it is. Tom pointed to the building with a sign that read, Water Drop Love Organization. Lin Xiu didn't speak. As soon as he pushed the door open, a blast of cold air mixed with the sweet smell of fruit juice hit him. Inside, thick wool carpets muffled footsteps. The staff behind the reception wore uniforms embroidered with silver thread, sitting with their legs crossed, holding crystal glasses, slowly drinking juice. When they saw Lin Xiu and Tom enter, the staff didn't lift their eyes until they noticed the 4-tier knight badge on Lin Xiu's chest. Suddenly, they sat up straight, almost dropping their cups. Sir Knight, how can I help you? The staff asked politely, putting on a formal smile, but their eyes showed a hint of nervousness. 4-tier knight. The head of our local knight association is only 4-tier. This person probably isn't from the capital, but there haven't been any recent policies about cracking down on corruption. Lin Xiu didn't want to waste time. He turned slightly and pushed Tom forward, straightforwardly asking, why isn't this child receiving aid? The staff's gaze briefly lingered on Tom. Recognizing him as the thief who had been running around for half a year for approval, they felt more confident, but still spoke cautiously. Sir Knight, it's like this. This young boy has a record of theft. According to our organization's rules, those with criminal records are not eligible for aid. Rules? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow. He took a few steps forward, the strong knightly pressure making the staff instinctively shrink back. But I remember that Victoria's laws don't say that orphans who have done bad things can't receive aid. But the law doesn't explicitly say thieves can't get aid either. The staff hurriedly defended, trying to sound calm. We follow the rules, and we can't break the organization's regulations. Huh? Lin Xiu sneered. Article 37, Paragraph 2 of Victoria's law clearly states, any minor who has lost their parents, regardless of the reason, shall enjoy basic living security and necessary assistance. Those two words, regardless. Do you not understand? Or are you choosing to ignore it? Lin Xiu took a step forward and said, could it be that your small organization's rules are more powerful than national laws and can challenge royal authority? The staff member was speechless, sweating on his forehead, and unconsciously tapped his fingers on the table. We overlooked this. We will apply for assistance for the young man right away, but it takes time for approval. Please be patient, Your Honor. Approval time? Lin Xiu sneered. How long? Half a year? Or until this child starves and his sister drops out of school? It depends on the situation. When the organization has enough funds, the approval will be processed naturally, the staff member said, avoiding eye contact and looking nervous. Funds? Lin Xiu was amused and raised his voice. Tell me, with the special relief funds allocated by the Treasury each year, plus donations from the public, you can't gather a single copper coin in half a year, not to mention that the Treasury allocates money annually for those in need. And even just Lin Xiu's knight colleagues, when passing by, often donate some money with compassion. Over time, how could there be not a single coin? Lin Xiu continued to press. I want to see your financial reports. Bring them out now. The staff's face changed, and he quickly waved his hands. Sorry, Your Honor, you don't have the authority to access our financial reports. To investigate, you need a legal order issued by the government. Although the Knight Association is a law enforcement agency, requesting financial reports from other organizations usually requires official documents signed by the royal family, the king, or higher authorities. That's why they feel confident. Seeing his smug attitude, Lin Xiu was amused and then raised his hand, taking out a gold-embossed badge from his storage ring. The badge's front bore the image of a phoenix with wings spread, edged with tiny rubies. It was clearly a rare and valuable item. Seeing this badge is like seeing the 7th princess herself, Lin Xiu said, placing the badge on the table. Now, I order you to produce your financial reports immediately. The 7th princess's badge? The staff was so frightened, he almost fell off his chair, his face turning pale as paper. He never expected that this seemingly ordinary level 4 knight would have a connection to the 7th princess's residence. He was completely panicked now and no longer dared to delay. He quickly turned around and ran into the backstage area. Soon after, he came out holding a thick stack of ledgers, reluctantly handing them over. Lin Xiao took the ledgers, casually flipped through them, and his face grew darker with each page. Eventually, the atmosphere around him seemed to freeze. When he saw the salary details on one page, he suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily, "You, a small staff member of this organization, earn 50,000 gold coins a month." His shout made the crystal glasses on the table shake. Tom also leaned over to look and immediately widened his eyes, his mouth opening as if to fit an egg. He had worked hard to steal a noble's purse once, barely enough to cover half a year's rent. But these people's monthly salaries were an astronomical figure he couldn't even imagine. 50,000 gold coins equal 500,000 silver coins, which is 5 million copper coins. Converted to Lin Xiao's previous life's purchasing power, that's roughly 5 million yuan. A staff member at a small rescue organization earning this much a month? That's higher than the salary of a senior executive at his former company. But the staff member still looked confident and even forced out a somewhat flattering smile. "Sir Knight, this is all paid according to proper procedures." "Yes, the amount might seem a little unreasonable, but we are just following the rules." He was right. All their salary payments followed official procedures. Even if caught, they would only be accused of paying an unreasonable salary, which might result in a fine or a warning. There would be no serious punishment. Lin Xiao looked at their fake smiles and overly cooperative faces, feeling a surge of anger rising to his head. He slowly drew a sword from his back. The cold gleam of the long sword slicing through the luxurious, incense-filled air of the organization with a sharp swish. Blood splattered onto the gilded plaque, creating a stark contrast with the golden characters of Water Drop Heart. Holding the still bloodied hilt, Lin Xiao's eyes were cold and emotionless. His voice was firm and clear. "You have betrayed the trust of the nation and let down the people's faith." The severed head rolled onto the wool carpet. The eyes, still full of flattery before death, now stared wide open, reflecting Lin Xiao's resolute profile. The staff around them were terrified, some trembling and sitting on the ground, others turning to run but frozen in place by the overwhelming pressure of the four-star knight's aura emanating from Lin Xiao. Breathing became difficult for everyone. Lin Xiao picked up the financial report that had fallen to the ground, his fingertips gliding over the dense list of names and sky-high salaries. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. "Perfect. All the names are on this list. No need for me to find each one individually." Before he finished speaking, he raised his sword again. Screams, pleas for mercy, and the sound of objects breaking filled the air. The once luxurious aid organization instantly turned into a scene of chaos. Lin Xiao moved quickly and decisively, without any hesitation. He had no mercy for these parasites who stole from the people's hard-earned money and lived in luxury. Tom stood at the door, initially shocked, then gritting his teeth and holding his breath. Watching those who had once mocked and humiliated him fall one by one, his eyes turned red, and a strange sense of satisfaction filled his heart. Lin Xiao carefully folded the list, then walked over to Tom and handed him his four-star knight badge. The badge still carried the warmth of his palm. The emblem on the obsidian shimmered coldly in the blood-stained scene. "Take this badge to the Knights Association and ask them to send a team here." Tom took the badge, his fingertips touching the cold metal. Suddenly, he felt a heavy sense of trust in his heart. He nodded firmly. "Okay, I will do that." Then he turned and ran swiftly toward the Knights Association, his steps much lighter than before. This time, in his hand was a symbol of hope. When the Knights Association arrived, the Water Drop Love organization was in ruins. Lin Xiao pointed at the bodies on the ground, his tone calm but commanding authority. "These people embezzled aid funds and enriched themselves. They are now under arrest." He handed over the payroll list. "Now, take this list to their homes and confiscate all the property they took from the organization. Not a single coin should be left." "Yes," the knights responded in unison. Seeing the mess and the bloodstains on Lin Xiao, no one dared to ask more questions. After all, if a four-star knight personally took action to slaughter them, these people must be truly deserving of death. Lin Xiao watched the knights leave, then turned to Tom, who was rushing back. He ordered, Tom, go to the slums and make a list of all the truly poor and needy people. Include their situations. The more details, the better. Tom hesitated, surprised that Lin Xiao was giving him such an important task. He looked down at the badge in his hand, then at Lin Xiao's firm eyes, and replied seriously, I'll go right away. He knew very well that he grew up in the slums. He understood who was genuinely in trouble and who was just pretending to be. Lin Xiao trusted him, so he was entrusted with this task. He absolutely couldn't mess it up. After Tom left, a teasing voice came from the door. Well, I know a fellow knight has arrived, which might cause some trouble for the local order, but I didn't expect your commotion to be so big. Lin Xiao turned to see a middle-aged man in a dark blue knight uniform walking in. He also wore a 4th-rank knight medal on his chest, with a playful smile on his face. It was Gray, the head of the local Knight Association branch. So, you're here to question me? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, his sword still dripping blood. Of course not. Gray waved his hand and stepped beside him. He glanced at the corpse on the ground, a faint look of dislike flashing in his eyes. Although I am the branch head and a 4th-rank knight like you, I don't have the authority to question you. No authority? Lin Xiao smiled, teasing him. I remember there's a rule. If a peer or lower-rank knight questions a higher rank, they can challenge to a duel. If you win, I have to grant you a request. Then you can question me. You, kid, really don't understand social manners, do you? You're deliberately giving me a hard time. Gray sighed helplessly, but his tone was much more relaxed. Challenging to a duel is my right, but I don't need to fight over some pests. Honestly, I've been annoyed by these guys for a long time. But because the organization is directly under the royal family, I haven't had a good reason to act. I didn't expect you to beat me to it. Since you're here, perfect timing. Lin Xiao sheathed his sword. Come with me to the Knight Association. There are some things to handle. Gray shrugged. Happy to join you. Two people walk side by side toward the Knights Association. On the way, Gray can't help but ask, how do you plan to handle the confiscated property? And those who need help? Simple, Lin Xiao replies calmly. All the property will be used as aid funds, distributed to those who truly need it according to a list. As for the Heart of Water Drop organization, a cold light flashes in Lin Xiao's eyes. The parasites are cleaned out. From now on, the Knights Association will take over temporarily, at least to prevent aid funds from flowing into private pockets. Gray's eyes brighten. That's a good idea. You trust me so much. Are you sure I won't embezzle? Lin Xiao looks directly into Gray's eyes and affirms, you won't, unless you're willing to betray your belief in fair law enforcement, compassion for the weak, and the courage to sacrifice. Gray sighs after hearing this. You're really good at controlling me. When they arrive at the Knights Association, Lin Xiao sits at the main seat in the president's office. He takes the confiscation list from the knights and casually places it aside. He looks at Gray. By the way, there's one more thing. I went outside the city to the forest earlier. There's a ghostly knight there. Can you have your subordinates prepare a detailed report for me? The more detailed, the better. Ghostly knight. Gray's face suddenly becomes serious. Why are you suddenly interested in this? Honestly, I came here to investigate some matters, Lin Xiao says briefly, without elaborating, just mentioning that he is investigating something. 3 days pass quickly. Torm, as expected, brings a detailed list. Lin Xiao sits in the office, going through it one by one. There's a lumberjack who lost both legs in a monster attack, now living by begging. There's a woman whose husband died on a mission, raising 4 children alone, earning only a few coins a day by sewing clothes. There's an orphan who lost both parents and is now homeless, and an elderly, weak person with no one to care for them. With each item, Lin Xiao's expression grows more serious. These people should have been helped by the Heart of Water Drop organization, but their aid funds were wasted by those parasites, spent on fruit juice, macarons, and exorbitant salaries. Bring all the confiscated property here, Lin Xiao says coldly, closing the list. Distributed according to the list. Especially the tuition and living expenses for Tuasi. Set them aside separately to ensure she can go to school peacefully. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao suddenly felt that giving Tom and his family a little extra might seem unfair. Forget it. Let's just split the money equally among each household. As for Tom and his family, since his sister TOS has magical talent, he decided she could go to the academy to learn magic later. Surely, our great Dean Mells wouldn't mind these small matters. Hmm. Lin Xiao nodded to himself, and so the decision was made happily. Meanwhile, Mel's was drinking coffee when he suddenly sneezed inexplicably. Yes, the knights immediately sprang into action. At that moment, Gray entered holding a report. Knight Commander Lin Xiao, the report on the undead knight you requested is here. Gray handed a thick report to Lin Xiao, his face serious but with a hint of helplessness. Take a look yourself. The origins of this undead knight are quite old. Lin Xiao took the report, his fingers brushing over the yellowed paper. The handwriting was neat but had an old feel, clearly from many years ago. He read carefully, his brow gradually furrowing. The report clearly states that this undead knight was revived in the ruins of the forest 45 years ago. At that time, the association detected the aura and sent someone to investigate, Gray added. That was a 5th-rank undead knight, with such heavy death energy that it could crush a 3rd-rank knight. He spread his hands. Such a powerful force outside is definitely unstable, so at first we considered eliminating him. But a 5th-rank combatant is beyond what we small 4th-rank knights can handle. So, to eliminate him, we would need to ask the Knight Commander Pure from the capital to come here, or alert the Federation's 6th-rank president. But neither of them can be easily summoned. Lin Xiao looked up at Gray, who continued, after over half a year of observation, we found that this undead knight only stays near the broken throne in the ruins. As long as no one approaches the throne, he remains like a statue, not even lifting his eyelids. Over the years, he hasn't harmed anyone. Gray shrugged, speaking practically. The association decided there's no need to waste military strength on a guardian undead that doesn't attack. So, we just issued a notice for the public to stay away from that ruin. 45 years ago, Lin Xiao's fingertip paused on those words, and he suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. He rubbed his chin and, rarely, focused carefully on the details. The timing was just too coincidental. Old Melson is now over 80 years old. 45 years ago, he would have been about 35. At 22, Old Melson entered the Tsangnan Magic Academy at the same time as Reinstein. Both were taken as disciples by the old dean and studied together for 10 years. 10 years later, Reinstein left the academy because of disagreements with the dean's ideas. He entered at 22 and left after 10 years, so both were exactly 32 when they parted ways. From 32 to 35 is just 3 years. This means Reinstein left the academy not long before the undead knight suddenly reappeared in Reinstein's hometown. Lin Xiao tapped the table, his eyes growing brighter. This was definitely not a coincidence. Reinstein is a talented mage. After leaving the academy, his whereabouts became unknown. The appearance of the undead knight coincides closely with his departure. If they are not related, Lin Xiao wouldn't believe it. I'll go to Black Wind Forest, Lin Xiao said firmly, with a sharp look in his eyes. Tom, who had just finished delivering the rescue list, quickly stepped forward. Sir Knight, that undead knight is a 5th rank. Do you want me to go with you? I know the way through Black Wind Forest. Lin Xiao shot him a glance and raised an eyebrow. You? Going would only slow me down. Stay at home and look after your sister. He patted Tom on the shoulder and turned to leave, walking briskly but with determination. The air in Black Wind Forest carried a damp, decayed smell. Sunlight filtered through the thick canopy, casting mottled shadows on the ruins strewn with broken stones. The undead knight sat beside a ruined stone throne. His armor was scarred but still gleamed with a cold metallic shine. A faint aura of death surrounded him, like a thin black mist blending into the ruins around him. Lin Xiao stood about 3 steps away, alert, scanning the area. Although he had already confirmed that as long as he didn't touch the throne, the undead knight was like an unpowered statue, he still instinctively activated his magic, ready to respond to any sudden danger. After all, it was a level 5 undead. What if my chosen one's body triggered some hidden event? Lin Xiao quietly thought to himself and tiptoed closer. First, he gently poked the undead knight's chest armor with his finger. With a soft thud, the armor was hard and cold, feeling like touching ancient ice. Hey, buddy, say something? Lin Xiao tentatively called out, his voice echoing in the empty ruins. Are you out of power or on standby? The undead knight remained completely still. Not even the white flames under the helmet flickered, as if Lin Xiao's words and touch were just air. So cold and aloof. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, feeling a rebellious streak inside him. Seeing no reaction, he grew bolder and lifted the knight's helmet visor. Inside was dark, with a vague black shadow writhing, but it was hard to see clearly. Then, Lin Xiao reached his hand inside. The moment his fingertips touched the black shadow, he felt light, as if touching cotton candy or passing through a thin mist. He sensed he was touching something, but couldn't grasp any solid object. Very strange. So, does this armor actually have a body or not? Lin Xiao frowned, rummaging inside as if searching for a treasure. It can't be just an empty shell, right? Seeing that the undead knight still didn't respond, Lin Xiao was genuinely impressed. His action was no different from sticking his hand into someone's mouth and stirring around. Any creature with a temper would have reacted, even if not going berserk. Fine, you can endure. Let's see how long you can hold out. Lin Xiao became interested. He withdrew his hand, rubbed his fingers, then activated his magic to cover his palm, preventing burns from the undead flames. He bent down, aimed at the eye sockets of the knight's helmet, and suddenly poked inside. The moment his fingertips touched the two burning white flames, the temperature was much higher than expected, like stabbing into glowing red charcoal. Ugh, that's hot. Lin Xiao quickly pulled back his hand, still feeling the burning pain. He shook his hand and looked at the flames, which continued to burn steadily without any change. After several provocations with no response, Lin Xiao was completely out of ideas. He stared into the eye sockets of the undead knight, then suddenly had an idea. He took out 2 skewers of grilled meat from his storage ring. "Since you're not talking, I won't be polite anymore," Lin Xiao said with a grin. He directly stabbed the 2 skewers into the undead knight's eye sockets with a loud. The white flames wrapped around the skewers, sizzling and releasing oil, and the tempting aroma quickly filled the ruins. What should have been a dark, serious scene now looked very funny. The 5th-level undead knight sat on a broken throne, surrounded by ruins. It was supposed to be an epic dungeon scene, but the 2 sizzling skewers in its eye sockets completely ruined the picture. Lin Xiao sat on a nearby stone, turning the skewers now and then, humming a silly tune. After half an hour, the skewers were golden and crispy, oil dripping onto the armor with a sizzling sound. Lin Xiao picked up one skewer and took big bites. The meat was tender and juicy, with a faint smoky flavor. He finished one skewer quickly, then grabbed another, eating it all up. After a moment, he let out a burp and patted his stomach. Looking at the still motionless undead knight with empty skewers in its eye sockets, Lin Xiao sincerely gave a thumbs up. "All right, I'll give you credit. You're really tough." No reaction at all. "You're like a true ninja turtle." He had hoped to use this extreme method to force the other to speak and ask about Rainstar, but the undead knight was as unresponsive as a cold stone. Lin Xiao was at a loss. "System, help," Lin Xiao called inwardly. "Do you have any tools that can make this metal block talk to me?" The system's reply was still full of disdain. "Ugh," as expected, a low-level system. "Useless," Lin Xiao sighed, sounding annoyed. He pouted and ignored the system. He walked up to the undead knight, pulled out the empty skewer from its eye socket, and casually tossed it on the ground. He circled around the knight twice, muttering, "What's your deal? What's your connection to Rainstar? You suddenly appeared 45 years ago, sitting on that broken throne without moving. Did Rainstar leave you some treasure? Or are you Rainstar himself in disguise?" "No, he's a mage," he muttered to himself while reaching out to feel the armor of the undead knight, trying to find any mechanism or clue. His fingers brushed over the patterns on the armor, but still received no response. The wind in Black Wind Forest swept through the ruins, carrying a mournful sound. The undead knight remained sitting there, like an unchanging sculpture. Only the white flames in his eye sockets flickered faintly in the dim light, as if silently mocking Lin Xiao's futile efforts. Lin Xiao circled the undead knight for the 3rd time. His fingertips still felt the coldness of the armor and the heat of the flames. He reviewed all the tricks he could think of. Could it really require force? But if he fought directly? Even if he drew his second sword to activate the dragon transformation, the half-hour experience card for level 5 wouldn't last long enough. As for drawing the holy sword, he couldn't even pull it out now. What about clever tactics? He had already poked the enemy's eyes with a skewer, but the opponent still felt like cold, unyielding metal. impervious to oil and salt. Looks like this task is beyond what I can handle alone, Lin Xiu muttered, giving up on trying to play hero. Looks like I have to call for backup. Lin Xiu didn't dare delay. He turned around and rushed out of the forest back to the city. He changed to a fast horse and traveled day and night toward the capital, Norman City. After a day and night of bumpy riding, he finally arrived at the imperial city, surrounded by a magic barrier, in Carvia's private office. As soon as he pushed open the door, he saw that familiar figure sitting at the windowside desk. Carvia was dressed in a moon-white robe. Her long, snowy hair flowed down her shoulders like a waterfall, making her icy blue eyes look like a lake beneath polar ice. She held a feather pen between her fingers and was reading an ancient magic book with her other hand. The pages glowed faintly with blue light, indicating it was a high-level magic text Lin Xiu couldn't understand. Hearing the noise, she didn't look up. Her icy blue eyes remained on the pages as she spoke coldly. "What do you want?" Lin Xiu grinned and leaned over the desk, propping his arms on it, getting closer. "Hey, Your Highness, I need a favor." Carvia finally looked up. Her icy blue eyes swept over Lin Xiu with a hint of scrutiny. "Tell me, what's the matter this time?" Lin Xiu quickly stopped joking and told her everything about the 5-level undead knight in the Black Wind Forest, how it was related to Reinster's timeline, and all the methods he had tried, including his optimized version, that failed to make the other person speak. After hearing this, Calvia's lips curled into a faint smile. A hint of teasing flickered in her icy blue eyes, like the first glimmer of light when snow begins to melt. "Oh, you want me to help?" She deliberately paused, stretching out her tone, and looked at Lin Xiu with a desperate expression. Her smile grew even more playful. "You want me to help? Just ask me." "Huh?" Lin Xiu was stunned, eyes wide open. Is this still the same aloof, reserved 7th princess he knew? But thinking about the 5-level undead knight and Reinster's clues, which only needed this last step, Lin Xiu clenched his teeth. In the end, his cheeks turned red as he lowered his head and begged, "Please, Your Highness, I beg you." As the saying goes, men like to act cute, and women's spirits tend to float. Calvia nodded with satisfaction. "All right, let's go." The two walked out of the office side by side. On the way, Lin Xiu couldn't help but mutter softly, full of resentment, "Your Highness, you're too unreasonable today." Calvia paused, slowly turned her head, and her icy blue eyes narrowed slightly. Her tone was calm, but carried an invisible pressure. "Huh? What did you say?" Lin Xiu shivered in fear, quickly changing his tone and putting on a flattering smile. "And no, I didn't say anything. I was just saying that Your Highness is beautiful and intelligent, a true pride of the Victoria Empire. That's more like it," Calvia replied happily, turning her head back with a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Her steps became lighter. No one knew that since the last battle with the Amber Dragon King, the moment Lin Xiu sacrificed himself, although he was resurrected in the end, or perhaps he never truly died, that moment of life and death separation made Calvia realize for the first time. This always joking, carefree knight had already taken an irreplaceable place in her heart. She even went so far as to secretly visit the maid, Alan, borrowing a few romance novels. At that time, Alan looked at her princess, who was usually cold and indifferent to love, and was so shocked that her eyes nearly popped out. "Your Highness? Didn't you say those were boring things? Why do you suddenly want to read this? Could it be that the princess has someone she likes?" Calvia gently touched the cover of a novel, fell silent for a few seconds, then softly nodded. "Maybe she does, but it's not certain yet." "Oh my goodness!" Alan almost jumped with excitement, circling around Calvia twice, puzzled. "But why? From what I remember, the princess has always been cold and distant to everyone. How could she suddenly like someone?" Calvia looked out the window at the moonlight, a gentle glint in her icy blue eyes. She sighed softly, her voice quiet like a whisper. "Maybe. He's been staying by my side, making noise and fussing, and I got used to it. Sometimes when he's not around, I feel a bit uncomfortable, always staying by her side." Alan's mind suddenly flashed with a figure, and he stared wide-eyed, blurting out, "Huh? Are you talking about that male attendant who's always with you?" "Huh? Male attendant?" Calvia frowned, confusion in her icy eyes. She tapped Alan's forehead. "What strange things are you imagining now?" Alan covered his forehead and stuck out his tongue. After Calvia finished reading a questionable love story borrowed from Alan, she realized she liked him, despite her strong and cold personality. Her approach was completely different from Lin Xiao, who was cautious and secretly in love. As a proud and commanding princess, she decided to take the initiative, which led to today's scene. Lin Xiao and Calvia had arrived at Blackwind Forest. Now they stood side by side, staring directly at the dark figure in the ruins. Calvia's icy blue eyes narrowed slightly. Why does his helmet have grease and chili powder on it? Lin Xiao's cheeks warmed as he hurriedly waved his hands. Haha, well, that's not important. Princess, let's focus on the main task first. Calvia didn't ask further. Her icy eyes locked onto the undead knight again, a faint cold aura surrounding her. What do you plan to do next? Princess, please don't attack yet. Lin Xiao clenched his fists, a spark of eagerness in his eyes. I want to test my strength first. Since his promotion, Lin Xiao hasn't tested his strength much, and he wants to see how much difference there is between his current level 4 and the opponent's level 5. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xiao decisively drew his sword. The blade shimmered and hummed with golden lightning. Then, a thick lightning serpent roared and crackled as it headed toward the stone throne. This strike looked casual, but it contained most of his magic power at level 4. The lightning serpent traced a bright arc in the air, full of power. At this moment, the undead knight, who had been still, finally reacted. He suddenly jumped up from the throne, moving as fast as a shadow. His undead sword, sheathed at his waist, instantly drew out. The black sword emitted a chilling cold, as if it could freeze the air. With a sharp, the undead knight swung his sword in a wide arc. The powerful lightning was cut apart, scattering sparks and creating small pits on the ground. Finally decided to move, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and a happy smile appeared on his face. He pushed off the ground and shot toward the undead knight like an arrow. His long sword cut through the air, aiming straight at the knight's neck. The undead knight didn't dodge or block. He swung his sword to meet the attack. Clang! When the two swords clashed, the sharp metal collision sounded painfully loud. Lin Xiao felt a huge force hit his sword, like being rammed by a wild beast. His arm went numb, and he was thrown backward uncontrollably, landing with a thud on the grass beside Carvia, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lin Xiao steadied himself, rubbed his numb arm, and grinned. The gap between level 4 and level 5 is really big. Then he turned to look at Carvia. Princess, do you think you have a good chance of winning against him? Carvia crossed her arms, her calm blue eyes watching the undead knight from a distance. Her tone was cool. Winning easily? Not sure, but beating him comfortably? No problem. As a level 5 ice mage, she mainly focused on ice magic but also knew a few special spells. She was confident she could handle an undead knight. That's good to hear. Lin Xiao immediately felt relieved. A proud smile appeared on his face as he casually drew his second sword from his back. As he drew his second sword, black dragon patterns suddenly spread from the seal on his wrist and covered his entire body. The original trench coat was dyed completely black by the dragon patterns, and his eyes turned into bright golden pupils. Lin Xiao's strength was instantly raised to level 5. He held two swords. In his left hand, a sword blazing with fierce fire. In his right, a sword flashing with wild lightning. Being able to force me to draw my second sword, you are already worthy of pride, Lin Xiao said softly. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and charged forward with a cross slash. Before the undead knight could react, he felt two sharp sword energies rushing toward him. Shoo! Two sword marks crossed on his chest armor, forming a cross. One sparkled with arcs of electricity, the other showed scorched marks. This powerful strike caused the undead knight to stiffen, making him unable to move for a moment. Hee hee, I got the first move. Everyone knew that the essence of dual-wielding swords was to get the first strike and then attack endlessly. So, Lin Xiao's attack speed increased, and his two swords moved like two streaks of light, slashing one after another on the undead knight's armor. The sound of metal clashing rang non-stop, with flames and lightning energy constantly eroding each other's armor. Under Lin Xiao's relentless combo, the undead knight finally found a gap. His long sword swung down from above, carrying a strong aura of death, aiming at Lin Xiu's head. But Lin Xiu's eagle-eye talent could detect any subtle signs, and his golden pupils after transforming into a dragon slowed the opponent's movements by several times. Dodging this attack was not difficult. He immediately raised his two swords, crossing them to block above his head. Clang! The undead knight's sword struck heavily at the crossing point of the two swords. The force made Lin Xiu's knees bend slightly, and the ground beneath his feet sank. But he was prepared. His hands were covered with magic energy, which strengthened him. He suddenly exerted force. With a loud bang, the undead knight's sword was forcefully bounced away, and he staggered backward. Seeing himself at a disadvantage, the undead knight immediately began chanting a complex, obscure spell. His voice was hoarse and deep, like coming from the depths of. Next, a dark purple magic circle rose beneath his feet. The pattern was intricate and strange, faintly emanating a strong aura of death. The ground around him began to shake violently. Lin Xiu's heart sank. The next moment, countless skeletons crawled out from the dirt around the magic circle. Their eyes burned with ghostly blue flames. Some held rusty staffs, others wore tattered knight armor, and they roared as they charged at Lin Xiu. At the four corners of the magic circle, four elite monsters resembling small horned undead knights emerged. One held a shield, another carried a longbow, one wielded a staff, and another had a priest's staff. Clearly, they were different types of combat units. Wow, have I already brought the boss to the second phase? Lin Xiu muttered, then quickly decided to clear out the weaker enemies first. Thunderstrike. With his shout, golden lightning instantly filled the area within 100 meters. Lightning bolts like small, furious tornadoes moved slowly across the ground, attacking the skeleton minions indiscriminately. After a crackling sound, the skeleton minions were shattered into pieces, bones scattered everywhere. But to Lin Xiu's frustration, after being struck apart, these skeletons began to slowly reassemble. The broken bones moved and connected again, quickly restoring themselves into full skeletons that continued to rush toward him. No way? Immortal? So sinister, Lin Xiu exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, a cold voice sounded. Absolute Zero. Carvia stepped forward, a cold glint flashing in her icy blue eyes. The temperature around her suddenly dropped sharply. The surrounding trees and water droplets instantly froze into ice. Even the moisture in the air turned into tiny ice particles. The skeleton minions were directly frozen into ice sculptures. With a cracking sound, the ice shattered into powder and dispersed into the air, making reassembly impossible. Even the four elite monsters and the undead knights slowed down under this extreme cold. Watching this scene, Lin Xiu couldn't help but say, "Your Highness, impressive. Now, leave it to me." Lin Xiu secretly thought this was bad, but suddenly caught a glimpse with the corner of his eye of an elite monster behind him holding a priest's staff. The staff tip was glowing with a faint green light. Then, healing energy began to pour continuously into the undead knight's armor. The damage caused earlier by the cross slash was slowly healing. At the same time, distant elite archers rained arrows, and the mage elite kept casting fireballs, forcing Lin Xiu to dodge repeatedly. Enough is enough. Lin Xiu shouted angrily, and his golden knight aura suddenly exploded outward. Thick magic surged like a wave, snapping nearby trees and causing rocks to fly. In an instant, a semi-transparent golden shield formed, blocking all arrows and fireballs outside. First rule of team dungeons: as long as the healer survives, the boss won't die. So, when fighting in groups, always prioritize killing the healer first. Lin Xiu's gaze locked tightly on the priest elite. He gathered strength under his feet, ready to charge at the priest, but suddenly a shadow struck down. The undead knight's giant sword, filled with chilling death energy, swung straight at his face. Lin Xiu hurriedly jumped back. The sword narrowly missed his nose, slicing into the ground and kicking up a patch of frozen earth. The death energy spread along the ground, causing even the grass to wither instantly. This shield monster was sticking close to the healer like a shadow, and the boss was also blocking him at close range. How was he supposed to fight like this? Sure enough, soloing dungeon bosses was too difficult. So, Lin Xiu had no choice but to circle around the battlefield, quickly scanning the situation with his golden eyes. The shield elite monster stayed close to the priest, while archers and fireball monsters harassed from afar. The undead knight was responsible for frontal pressure. The situation was tricky, but not hopeless. Suddenly, Lin Xiao had an idea. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He suddenly used a teleportation skill, appearing instantly among the 4 elite monsters with powerful burst of energy. Let me show you the ultimate magic I've practiced for a long time. In the next second, a crooked, makeshift magic circle appeared beneath his feet. The runes were uneven, and the magic flow was choppy, like a fragile, crumbling structure ready to fall apart. Everyone who knew Lin Xiao knew he had zero talent for magic. The only spell he could barely cast was basic illumination. With his talent, at this moment, instead of stopping the magic from exploding upon seeing the unstable magic circle, Lin Xiao crazily poured his 5th-tier, dragon-enhanced magic into it. Let it explode. The twisted magic circle suddenly shone brightly with golden magic power. The runes began to flicker violently, and in the next moment, boom! A deafening explosion shattered the magic circle, which then burst apart in a blast wave like a nuclear explosion. The 4 elite monsters at the center of the blast were torn to pieces by the fierce magic before they could even scream. Dark purple death energy quickly dissipated. The undead knight was also thrown back by the shockwave, crashing heavily onto the stone throne. The ground was blown up into a huge, deep hole, with rocks and dirt flying everywhere. At the center of the explosion, Lin Xiao relied on his dragon transformation, protected by the amber dragon scales on his coat and the double blessing of his knight aura. He was completely unharmed. Only his hair was a bit messy from the blast wind. At the moment the 4 elite monsters were killed, for faint black wisps floated from their bodies, like snakes, quickly slipping into Lin Xiao's mind. Lin Xiao felt a dizzy spell in his head, and the scene of the battlefield twisted and faded away instantly. The next second, he blinked and found himself in an endless sea of flowers. Blue hyacinths swayed in the breeze, and the air was filled with a sweet fragrance. Warm sunlight shone on him, a stark contrast to the gloomy black wind forest. In the middle of the flower field stood a white stone pavilion, inside which sat a man in white. He had long white hair, a handsome face that looked almost enchanting, a lazy smile on his lips, and he held a steaming cup of coffee, relaxing as if enjoying an afternoon tea. Lin Xiao immediately became alert. His golden pupils flickered with caution as he clenched his twin swords. "Who are you? Why am I here?" The man in white gently took a sip of coffee, then looked up at him with deep, playful eyes. "Who am I? Huh? Haven't you been looking for me all along?" A shock ran through Lin Xiao's heart. Combining the clues from before, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. "Are you Reinstein?" "Correct." Reinstein put down his coffee cup and clapped his hands, but there was no hint of reward in his tone. "Too bad. No reward for you. P.S. Brothers, this book has entered the top 25 on the new book charts." The author is very happy and excited. "So, for the next 2 days, including today, I will focus on writing except for eating and sleeping. I'll write as much as I can." Reinstein rested his elbow on the cold stone surface, speaking casually as if joking. "Don't worry, you're just a consciousness entering here." "Huh?" Lin Xiao's golden eyes widened instantly. He instinctively touched his body, feeling real and solid, but then remembered his main body was still in the black wind forest. His mood sank. "That makes me even more nervous." From what he understood, that meant his main body was still there, like being logged out, standing in front of the undead knight. If so, he'd definitely be cut down. "Oh, don't worry." Reinstein waved his hand and took a sip of coffee, still speaking slowly. "The mind and soul are very strange things. They exist in a space between reality and illusion, like a long dream. So even if you stay here for 100 years, only 1 second will pass outside." He raised an eyebrow at Lin Xiao, a sly look in his eyes. "So, can we have a nice chat now?" "All right." Lin Xiao looked down, feeling a bit down. Since he couldn't leave as a consciousness, he couldn't tell if Reinstein was telling the truth. But Calvia was a 5th-level ice mage, so protecting his main body while logged out shouldn't be hard. He took a deep breath, calmed his nerves, and his eyes sharpened as he focused on the main question. "If we're just talking, then I have a question. Why did you release the Amber Dragon King?" Reinstein heard this, put down his coffee cup, and lightly tapped the stone table with his fingers, making a crisp sound. First, I need to correct you. I only provided the tool for those monsters to release the Amber Dragon King. I didn't do it myself. Tool? Lin Xiao frowned, a quick image flashing in his mind. Like selling a knife to a customer, and then the customer uses it to commit a crime. Isn't that not my responsibility? Exactly, Reinstein nodded with a smile, a hint of approval in his eyes. That's a philosophical question. Philosophy? Hey, this is going off topic. How did it suddenly turn into philosophy? Lin Xiao stepped forward, demanding, don't change the subject. Tell me, why did you give those monsters the tool to release the Amber Dragon King? Reinstadt's smile faded slightly, and his eyes became deep, as if hiding an endless starry sky. Because I need to obtain the key to the abyss to explore more powerful and unknown knowledge. But do you know how many people died in that battle? Lin Xiao suddenly raised his voice. I'm very sorry for those lost souls, Reinstadt said calmly, without any emotion. But I won't stop my pursuit of knowledge because of that. He looked up at Lin Xiao with a firm gaze. Seeking the truth sometimes requires sacrifice. Lin Xiao wanted to ask more, but Reinstadt raised his hand to stop him. All right, I've answered 3 of your questions. Now it's my turn to ask. Huh? Lin Xiao was stunned, not expecting the other to play like this. He blinked in confusion. Reinstadt leaned slightly forward, his eyes sharp as if examining a rare treasure. What do you think about forbidden magic? Forbidden magic? Lin Xiao stroked his chin, thought for a few seconds, and honestly said, what can I think? Power itself isn't good or bad. It depends on who uses it. To protect or to destroy. All depends on one thought. Oh, is that so? Reinstadt's eyes lit up, and a meaningful smile appeared on his face. That's an interesting answer, different from what I imagined. Lin Xiao didn't forget his original intention. Taking advantage of Reinstadt's good mood, he immediately asked again, don't just talk about my opinion. You taking the Abyss Key isn't just about exploring knowledge. You definitely have other goals. And what about that undead knight outside? What's your connection to him? Your first question. Reinstadt stretched out the tone. Yes, you're right. I want to master higher-level knowledge, explore more unknowns, and then prove to the world that I am right. As for the second question, he turned the topic, his gaze drifting into the distance. That goes back to 45 years ago, when I first mastered forbidden magic. Reinstadt sighed softly, with a hint of nostalgia. People are like travelers who haven't seen their hometown in a long time, always wanting to come back. So, back then, I returned to my hometown and was walking in the Black Wind Forest when I suddenly found a broken suit of armor. Inside that armor was a very strong will, like it was sleeping or shouting. Reinstein took out a dark purple magic stone from his pocket. A faint glow shimmered on its surface. So I wondered, can I awaken this willpower? Although my undead magic wasn't very skilled back then, the opponent's will was too strong. Surprisingly, the magic worked. He shook the magic stone and smiled proudly. As the one who revived him, I got to see part of his memories. Want to take a look? Maybe you'll find some clues you're looking for. Lin Xiao stared at the magic stone, hesitating. He didn't know what was inside and wasn't sure if Reinstein was joking. But thinking about the connection between the undead knight and Reinstein and the secret of the Abyss Key, he couldn't resist feeling excited. What if there really was important information inside? Missing it would be a shame. Lin Xiao clenched his teeth and looked determined. Fine, I'll look. The purple magic stone suddenly emitted a gentle glow. The bright sky over the flower sea darkened quickly, as if a black curtain was drawn over it. In the next moment, countless light spots gathered into a large projection, floating in the air, so clear it felt real. In the scene, a young man in silver-white knight armor wandered aimlessly through the flower sea. His armor was dusted with dirt. His sharp eyes looked hollow and empty, like a puppet with its soul taken away. Every step he took was slow and confused. Isn't this the flower sea from earlier? Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. The projection showed the knight walking a few steps before being stopped by 2 court guards. One of them frowned and said impatiently, Hey kid, this is the royal garden. No trespassing. The knight stiffened, as if waking up. He quickly lowered his head, voice hoarse and humble. Sorry, I didn't know. I will leave now. He turned to leave when a gentle yet commanding voice suddenly sounded. Stop. The scene shifted. A young man riding a white horse approached slowly. He wore a delicate golden crown and a luxurious robe embroidered with griffin patterns. His handsome face was kind, but his eyes carried a natural kingly aura. It was the Crown Prince Lazarev from back then. The Crown Prince held the horse's reins and looked into the hollow eyes of the knight. He softly asked, "Why are you here alone? You don't seem like a palace guard or a noble child." The knight looked up at the Crown Prince, a flicker of panic in his eyes, then quickly looked confused again. I don't know where to go." The Crown Prince was silent for a moment, showing a hint of kindness in his eyes. Then he spoke firmly, "Since you don't know where to go, follow me from now on." He reached out his hand, his voice gentle but strong. "I will give you a home, a new belief. Protect Lazarev, protect this land." The knight was stunned. The emptiness in his eyes finally brightened with a small spark of hope. Then he knelt on one knee. "I swear by my knightly oath, I will follow His Highness to the end of my life." Off-screen, Reinstein leaned against a stone pavilion pillar. "Look, it's easy to fool knights like you who have lost their faith. Just a few words, and they're convinced." Lin Xiu's mouth twitched. The projection continued, time passing quickly. In the scene, the knight followed the Crown Prince, growing from a young, inexperienced guard into a capable knight commander. They fought side by side, patrolled the territory together, and shared heartfelt conversations in the royal garden. Their relationship grew closer, and they became the best of friends. One evening, the two stood at the highest point of the garden, watching the distant smoke rise. The Crown Prince suddenly spoke, his tone serious. "The brave leader has gathered most of the armies from the major kingdoms. Tomorrow, we will launch a full attack on the Demon King. As the Crown Prince of Lazarev, I must go." The knight clenched his sword tightly, his eyes firm. "Where you go?" "I go." "No." The Crown Prince shook his head and patted his shoulder. "I need you to stay here. Guard the garden, guard my throne." He took out a small crown-shaped badge and handed it to the knight. "When I return, I will be crowned king. Then you will be one of Lazarev's founding heroes." The knight took the badge, holding it tightly in his hand, his eyes reddening. "Rest assured, Your Highness, I will defend the throne to the end, waiting for your victorious return." "But when will you come back?" The Crown Prince smiled. "Maybe next spring, when the flowers bloom again in this sea of blossoms, I will return." However, after this battle, there was a long wait. In the projection, the knight stayed by the throne day after day, from spring to summer, from autumn to winter. The sea of flowers bloomed and withered again and again, but he never saw the prince's figure. Sometimes, he would overhear passing travelers talking. "Did you hear? The hero has driven the Demon King and those monsters back to the abyss. The war is over." "Yes, I heard. But it's a pity. Why didn't the hero wipe them out completely instead of sealing them away?" "Who knows? Maybe the hero was merciful. Anyway, they're sealed in the abyss, so they can't cause trouble anymore." The knight stood beside the throne, listening to these news. A flicker of hope appeared in his hollow eyes, but it was soon replaced by doubt. The war is over. Why hasn't the prince returned? Could it be? Could he have fallen in battle? Years later, another message arrived. Lazarev had moved the capital, and a new king had been crowned. How could this happen? The knight slumped beside the throne, his eyes once again empty. "My lord, have you forgotten me? Or have you never intended to come back?" Although this news was a heavy to the knight, he still kept his vow, guarding the empty throne. From black hair to white, from strength to aging, until he was exhausted and collapsed beside the throne. The projection gradually faded, and the sky cleared again. The wind in the sea of flowers blew softly, carrying a faint sadness. Reinster put away the magic stone, speaking with a hint of helplessness. "What comes next is what I told you before. When I returned to my hometown, I found his armor in the Black Wind Forest. The residual wool inside the armor was so strong that even after all this time, it hadn't faded." Reinster looked a little regretful. "At that time, I had just learned necromancy magic and was eager to try. I thought I might fail because I wasn't skilled enough, but surprisingly, his will forcibly held the magic and succeeded. After reviving him, I thought he would follow my commands, since I gave him a second life." Reinster shrugged with a bit of sarcasm. "But this guy was like a piece of wood. He did nothing but guard the throne. I told him his country was long gone and the prince was dead, but he acted like he didn't hear a thing. Later, I realized that his feelings were not hatred but a strange obsession. Reinstein sighed. Usually, knights have strong faith, but if that faith collapses, the knight falls into darkness and becomes an immortal spirit. But he was different. He only had one obsession, guarding the throne. He spread his hands. I was too young back then and didn't understand dark magic well enough, which is why I created this half-finished product. After hearing this, Lin Xiu felt a mix of emotions and finally made a decision. By the way, how do I leave this place? Lin Xiu walked around the stone pavilion twice. Reinstein leaned against a pillar. It's simple. Since it's a virtual space created by your mind, like a dream, just sleep and you'll wake up. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, uncertain, and closed his eyes. The next moment, he suddenly opened them, sounding annoyed. No, you're standing right next to me, so I can't sleep. Don't worry. I can help you, Reinstein said, waving a coffee pot. He poured a dark brown liquid into a cup and pushed it toward Lin Xiu. Here, have some coffee. Drink it, and you'll fall asleep instantly. Are you calling me stupid? Lin Xiu crossed his arms. Not at all. Reinstein looked innocent. He tapped the coffee cup with his finger. My coffee is different. It's handmade, no additives. Just one sip relaxes your nerves and helps you sleep peacefully. Heh. Lin Xiu gave two cold laughs, suspicion clear in his eyes. Sighing, Reinstein pretended to be helpless. I learned how to make this coffee from my junior brother, Mel's. Lin Xiu's pupils shrank suddenly. He immediately remembered the coffee made by the 80-something dean of the Magic Academy. That coffee was so bitter it could make your soul leave your body, so astringent it numbed your tongue. One sip cleared your mind. 2 sips made you fly away instantly. If it was the dean's level of coffee, it really could make you fall asleep instantly, but only from passing out. Lin Xiu was torn inside. On one side, wary of Reinstein. On the other, eager to leave the virtual space. In the end, he clenched his teeth and picked up the coffee cup. Fine, I'll trust you this once. Lin Xiu took a deep drink, and the moment the coffee entered his mouth, an indescribable taste hit his senses fiercely. It was more intense than Dean Mears's coffee, with bitter, astringent, sour, and numbing flavors exploding on his tongue, like swallowing a concentrated herbal medicine mixed with rust, with a strong aftertaste that reached his nose. Ugh! Cough, cough, cough. Lin Xiu clutched his throat and coughed violently. The next moment, everything went black, and he collapsed to the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. In his last moment of unconsciousness, only one thought crossed his mind. This skill is even better than the dean's. Reinstadt, you scoundrel. Reinstadt looked at Lin Xiu, who was unconscious on the ground, and a smug smile appeared on his face. He muttered softly, my junior brother's skill really works. I just wonder if he'll hold a grudge when he wakes up. As he spoke, he instinctively took a sip of coffee himself. Then, in the next second, he also collapsed to the ground, twitching and foaming at the mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu suddenly opened his eyes. A trace of dizziness still lingered in his pupils, and the familiar sounds of birds and wind from the Black Wind Forest reached his ears. He shook his heavy head and found himself still standing beside the deep crater after the explosion. His dragon transformation was not yet undone, and the dust on his dragon scale cloak hadn't moved. Obviously, only a second had passed outside. Phew! He exhaled deeply, then couldn't help but shiver. The lingering taste of that coffee's poison still coated his tongue, and his stomach churned violently. How could someone brew coffee that's even worse than the dean's? He shook his head, pushing away the terrible taste memory, and his gaze locked again on the undead knight not far away. The knight still maintained the pose after being blown away by the explosion, half kneeling on the ground. The frost on his black armor hadn't fully melted, and the deathly aura was still thick and chaotic. Lin Xiu took a deep breath, retracted the twin swords from his back into their sheaths, and then grabbed the hilt of the holy sword at his waist, which he had never unsheathed before. This was his trump card, rarely used, because he couldn't even draw it, only summoned when facing a true enemy or in special situations. Holy sword, help me. Lin Xiu silently prayed, his eyes becoming extremely determined. As if hearing his call, the holy sword emitted a faint hum. Without any resistance, he drew it out directly. Ka! A clear and majestic sword cry echoed through the Black Wind Forest, like a divine melody. At the moment the holy sword was drawn, a dazzling golden light shot into the sky, illuminating the entire forest. Within 100 miles, all the magic and elemental energies were being wildly absorbed by the holy sword like a tidal wave. Lin Xiu held the holy sword, and the golden glow flowed along his arm, matching the golden eyes transformed from a dragon. He stepped steadily toward the undead knight, each step firm and confident. His voice was loud and solemn. Knight Commander of the 4th rank, Lin Xiu, in the name of the knight, I challenge you to a duel. These familiar words and the solemn ceremony seemed to touch the softest part of the undead knight's heart. He, who had always been as stiff as wood, finally responded. He slowly stood up, leaning his undead sword on the ground with a dull thud. He slowly raised his undead sword, pointing the tip at Lin Xiu. Its rusty, creaking sound carried the weight of years and determination. I, Lazarev, the chief knight of the royal cavalry, accept your challenge. The battle was about to begin. Lin Xiu, wielding the holy sword, the golden light flickering on the blade, suddenly charged forward with great speed. Although the cavalry was undead, he still retained the skill of a top royal knight. His undead sword swept forward with a chilling death aura, slicing through the air with a sharp, cutting wind. Clang, clang, clang. In just a few seconds, the two had exchanged dozens of moves, metal clashing loudly like popcorn popping. Using his speed and strength after dragon transformation, Lin Xiu kept the holy sword's light clashing with the undead sword's deathly aura, sparks flying everywhere. Cavalry's moves were steady and skillful, each strike full of overwhelming power. But he gradually realized that the golden sword in front of him was too strange. No matter how he dodged or blocked, the sword tip always seemed to lock onto his weakness, as if it could predict all his moves in advance. And the most frustrating part was that it ignored his defenses. Its outer armor seemed useless, even a bit of a hindrance, making it heavy and slow. Suddenly, a sharp glint appeared in Lin Xiu's eyes. The holy sword burst into a blinding golden light, activating its full 100% accuracy ability. It ignored cavalry's block and directly struck the undead sword. A crisp breaking sound rang out as the dark undead sword was forcibly split in half by the holy sword. The deathly aura at the break instantly dissipated. Cavalet was still unaware when Lin Xiu suddenly moved forward. The tip of his holy sword was steady against Cavalet's neck armor, glowing with a fiery golden light that burned the surrounding death energy. You lost, Lin Xiu said calmly but with firm authority. According to the ancient rules of knight duels, the loser must agree to fulfill one request from the winner. Cavalet froze in place. The white flames beneath his armor flickered slightly. He did not argue, but waited silently. Lin Xiu took a deep breath and looked at the broken stone throne nearby. He spoke seriously. As the winner of this duel, I ask you to forget those old vows. Before he finished, Lin Xiu suddenly swung his holy sword and shouted, Sword Saint Storm. It looked like a gentle swing, but it created an enormous, wild whirlwind. Golden wind blades intertwined into a net, sweeping across the ruins like a powerful storm. The broken stone pillars shattered, and the debris was lifted into the air. The stone throne that Cavalet had guarded for decades was shattered in the storm, turning to dust. When the whirlwind stopped, the ruins were flattened, leaving only dust slowly falling from the sky. Lin Xiu looked at Cavalet. Lazarev has fallen, and those vows are now just history. No matter what the truth was back then, continuing to guard this empty throne is meaningless. Cavalet slowly turned his head and looked at the empty space where the throne once was. The white flames beneath his dark armor flickered uncertainly. Decades of guarding, endless waiting, and forgotten pain, all mixed together. Was it relief or acceptance? He was silent for a long time, so long that Lin Xiu thought he wouldn't respond. Cavalet, you will carry out what you have been asked. His hoarse voice fell, and his body began to turn transparent, like snow melting away, gradually transforming into tiny glowing particles. The fallen knight of darkness, born of hatred or driven by obsession, came Carvia's cold voice from beside him. She stepped closer, her icy blue eyes watching Cavalet fade away. Once obsession is broken, the soul loses its support and truly returns to nothingness. So, do you regret it? Lin Xiu shook his head, sheathing his sword. The dragon-like patterns on his body slowly faded, and his pupils returned to normal. Your Highness, I, Lin Xiao, have never known the word regret in my life. He was already a dead body. There was no need to imprison his soul again over an unfulfilled promise. Cavalot's body became more transparent. He looked at Lin Xiao, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he only managed 2 words. Thank you. You're welcome. It's what I should do as a knight. By the way, do you have anything else to say? Like a last wish or something else? Cavalot thought for a moment, seeming to have nothing more to say. But after a few seconds, he spoke again. Well, I think sticking barbecue in someone's eye isn't very polite. After saying this, his body turned into tiny pale purple flower seeds, drifting with the wind toward the ruins that had been flattened, as if saying a final goodbye. Lin Xiao. Calvia's gaze immediately shifted to Lin Xiao, with clear understanding in her icy blue eyes. No wonder she had noticed grease and chili powder on the other's helmet before. Lin Xiao's cheeks warmed. He quickly waved his hand to dismiss it, trying to act casual, while secretly taking a few steps back, afraid Calvia would ask for details. P.S. Brothers, today I wrote 11,000 words. I'm exhausted and can't keep going. After defeating the boss, it's time for the boss to drop equipment. Cavalot's body, after turning into flower seeds and dispersing, left behind a small silver crystal about the size of a fist. It looked like frozen moonlight, with a faint glow swirling on its surface, his remaining undead heart. What is this? Lin Xiao bent down to pick it up. As soon as his fingertips touched the crystal, he felt a strong life force inside, very different from the deathly aura of the undead. This is the undead heart, Calvia said calmly as she approached, her icy blue eyes fixed on the crystal. It's the core material that keeps undead creatures alive and undying. The vitality inside is very strong. Very strong vitality. Lin Xiao stroked the undead heart, feeling its delicate texture with his fingertips. He didn't put the crystal into his storage ring. Instead, he squatted down, used his holy sword to dig a shallow hole in the ground, and carefully buried the undead heart inside, then gently smoothed the soil over it. Calvia raised an eyebrow. This was rare high-level material, valuable for both potion-making and enchanting. Lin Xiao didn't answer directly. Instead, he looked at the ruins, which had been leveled, leaving only soft soil. He smiled gently and said, Your Highness, next spring, this place will surely be full of flowers, right? Calvia paused, a hint of understanding flashing in her icy blue eyes. She nodded softly, with a subtle, gentle tone. Yes, it will. Then, I invite you, Your Highness, to come see the flowers. Lin Xiao turned around, hands behind his back, grinning playfully, but with a serious look in his eyes. Well, Calvia stretched her words out. It depends on how you perform. Haha. So, Your Highness, how do you think I've been doing lately? Lin Xiao immediately jumped in, rubbing his hands, trying to flatter her. Lately, Calvia glanced at him sideways, a faint smile on her lips. Not too bad. They walked side by side out of the black wind forest. The sunlight filtered through the trees, warm and cozy. As they chatted, their conversation drifted naturally to the huge explosion during the fight earlier. So what was that big explosion about? Calvia's icy blue eyes showed curiosity. Though she could guess from Lin Xiao's crooked magic circle and awkward chanting, she still held on to a bit of hope. Ah, you mean that. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Your Highness, didn't you already guess? Lighting spell? Calvia's tone was uncertain, as if doubting herself. Exactly. As expected of you. Your Highness, so clever. Lin Xiao immediately gave a thumbs up, looking proud. Calvia was silent for a few seconds. Then she took a deep breath and said slowly, In the future, don't say I taught you magic when you go out. Why not? Lin Xiao looked innocent. Because, in the academic world, I pose no threat to you. Calvia's voice was calm but filled with disdain. But in the education field, you could ruin my reputation. Ah, that. Lin Xiao was speechless for a moment. He quickly changed the subject. By the way, Your Highness, I found a child with incredible magical talent when I came here. Let's bring her back to the Magic Academy to train her. The carriage rolled over the cobblestone street, bringing Lin Xiao and Calvia to a small wooden house deep in the slums. As soon as the door was pushed open, A strong smell of meat hit their noses. Tom and TOS were sitting around a small table, which had a steaming dish of stew and 2 plain bread buns. The siblings were eating happily. TOS saw Lin Xiao and brightened up, forgetting about the bread in his hand. "Oh, you're here to eat," Lin Xiao said with a smile as he entered, glancing at the stew. It seemed the aid money was finally put to good use. "Night, sir." Tom quickly put down his chopsticks and stood up. "What brings you here? Want to join us? I just bought some game meat today, and I've been cooking it for a long time." "No, it's okay. I've already eaten." Lin Xiao waved his hand and got straight to the point. "I came mainly to ask if you're willing to take your sister to the Magic Academy." "Huh?" Tom was stunned, eyes full of disbelief. "The Magic Academy? But we don't have tuition money," and TOS. Don't worry about the tuition," Lin Xiao interrupted firmly. "I just want to know if you're willing. I'll handle the money." Hearing this, Tom's eyes suddenly turned red. He looked at his confused sister beside him, then at Lin Xiao, and suddenly knelt on one knee, clasping his hands in front of him, voice trembling with emotion. "I will never forget your kindness. If you don't mind, I'd like to call you adoptive father." Lin Xiao's mouth twitched, almost choking on his own saliva. He quickly helped Tom up. "I appreciate your gratitude, but calling me adoptive father isn't necessary." "Huh? Why?" Tom looked confused. "Because." Lin Xiao cleared his throat and spoke seriously. The 2 most famous adoptive fathers in history were both stabbed to death by their own big sons with a halberd. Calvia stood at the door, her icy blue eyes full of doubt. As a professor at the Magic Academy, she had read many books but had never heard of any famous adoptive father being killed with a halberd. Tom nodded as if he understood, though he didn't quite grasp what a halberd was. Still, he obediently gave up on the idea of calling Lin Xiao his adoptive father. Without delay, they packed their simple belongings, then, along with Lin Xiao and Calvia, boarded the carriage heading toward the capital, Normanding City. When the carriage arrived at the magic school, the setting sun cast a golden glow on the school's clock. In Dean Merz's office, Merz sat behind his desk, holding a feather pen and reviewing documents. Unlike Lin Xiao's complicated start when he first enrolled, Tom and TOS, though orphans, had official Victorian IDs. With Lin Xiao and Calvia's guarantees, their enrollment went very smoothly. Merz picked up the official seal, about to stamp the documents, when Lin Xiao's eyes suddenly caught sight of a cup on the corner of the desk. There was a freshly brewed cup of coffee, steaming with a rich brown liquid, giving off a familiar smell. His eyes lit up, and an idea formed in his mind. "Dean, are we almost done with the paperwork?" Lin Xiao asked with a smile, pointing to the coffee. "I remember the school's tradition. New students have to drink the dean's coffee to officially start school, right?" Merz paused his stamping, looked up at Lin Xiao, and a sly smile appeared in his eyes. He slowly put down the seal and nodded. "Yes, that's indeed a tradition." Calvia wanted to stop him, knowing how strong Merz's coffee was, but seeing his playful expression and Lin Xiao's mischievous smile, she swallowed her words and stayed silent. TOS was curious about the coffee. At Lin Xiao's signal, she picked up the cup and took a sip. In the next moment, a bitter, astringent, numbing taste hit her head, making her eyes widen. Her face turned red and almost spit out the coffee. Tom quickly stepped forward, concerned. "How is it? TOS, is it good?" TOS heard her brother and forced the coffee down, then immediately straightened her expression, giving Tom a thumbs up and saying seriously, "Yes, brother. It's good. You should try some too." Hearing his cute sister's words, Tom believed her completely and hurriedly took a big sip of the coffee. The next second, his face froze, his features scrunched up as if he had swallowed something bitter, and his eyes showed disbelief. He made muffled sounds, unable to speak. "Ha ha." Lin Xiao couldn't hold back anymore and burst into laughter. "How is it? The dean's coffee not bad, right?" Calvia sighed helplessly beside them, rubbing her forehead. After completing the enrollment procedures, Lin Xiao and Tom left the dean's office. Lin Xiao patted Tom on the shoulder and said, "Go to the knight training office and find a knight commander named Ryan. He was my swordsmanship teacher before and is very skilled. Follow him to practice swordsmanship and ask him if you have any questions." Tom quickly nodded, wiped the coffee stain from his mouth, and headed toward the training office. When he found Ryan, the knight commander was leaning on the corridor railing, watching students train on the field. "Excuse me, are you Knight Commander Ryan?" Tom asked carefully, showing respect. "Yes, I am." Ryan turned his head, looked him over kindly. Senior Lin Xiu said I should come to you to practice swordsmanship," Tom explained quickly. Ryan remembered the student who often slacked off, smiled slightly, and pointed to the students training on the field. "No problem. You can join them. From now on, you are in Class 3. During training, Tom looked at his classmates and asked curiously, "Knight Commander Ryan, I heard that Senior Lin Xiu learned swordsmanship from you. Is that true?" Hearing this, Ryan's mind flashed back to Lin Xiu's younger days. Every time free training was announced, this kid would secretly climb trees, either sleeping or slacking off. Despite having top talent, he loved to waste time. Ryan's mouth twitched, and he replied vaguely, "Something like that? What do you mean something like that?" Tom asked, confused. Ryan glanced at him and slowly said 2 words, more or less. Tom. Meanwhile, after saying goodbye to his siblings, Lin Xiu headed straight to the history teacher, Wendell's office. When Lin Xiu pushed open the history office door, he hesitated slightly, touching the door frame with his fingertips. Sunlight streamed through the blinds onto shelves of ancient books. The air carried a faint ink smell and the old scent of paper. Wendell was sitting behind his desk, organizing files. He held a feather pen between his fingers, with a gentle, perfect smile on his face. His calm movements and warm presence made him look like a reassuring scholar. Well, Lin Xiu started to speak, but hesitated. His eyes drifted around nervously. When Erdy looked up with gentle eyes, showing no hurry at all, he put down his feather pen and spoke softly, like a spring breeze brushing over a page. "My name is Erdy." "Oh, Teacher Erdy." Lin Xiu immediately relaxed and hurried forward, scratching his head with a smile. Sorry. I just couldn't remember your name earlier. Please don't mind." "No problem." Erdy smiled and pointed to the chair opposite. "Sit down. What would you like to look up?" "I'd like to ask you to help me find information about a kingdom called Lazarev," Lin Xiu said seriously after sitting down, putting away his playful attitude and adding details he had seen. Erdy nodded without asking more. He turned toward the bookshelf behind him. He skillfully pulled out a few old books with yellowed covers and also took some handwritten notes about ancient countries from a drawer. He flipped through the pages quickly with focused, sharp eyes. Sunlight fell on his hair, creating a soft glow. Lin Xiu sat nearby. 30 minutes passed quickly. When Erdy finally closed the last ancient book and handed a stack of organized materials to Lin Xiu, still speaking gently. "After reviewing these, I found that there are 3 records of Lazarev in history. 2 are small noble vassal states established later, but the earliest Lazarev kingdom matches the timeline you described." He paused and added, "This Lazarev was an ancient country before the Federation was founded. Its territory was small, and it didn't have much influence. Historical records are few. If I weren't an expert in history, I probably wouldn't have found this." He pointed to the materials. "This period matches the time when heroes first descended into this world and saved the continent. You can read the details yourself. There are scattered records about heroes, the demon army, and Lazarev." Lin Xiu took the materials, touching the rough paper with his fingertips, and began to read carefully. The words gradually pieced together a long-forgotten history. It was a chaotic time before the Federation was established. The continent was ruled by 12 demon gods and demons from the abyss, causing great suffering. Humans could only hide in small settlements, struggling to survive. To survive, different human tribes united and activated an ancient summoning magic circle, calling heroes from another world. The hero who arrived first held a holy sword, was gifted, and had unmatched strength. Under the brave leader's guidance, humans formed an alliance and fought a long, hard battle against the demon army. After many years, they finally sealed away the demon god and the demon king back into the abyss, regaining control of the continent. Lazarev was one of many small kingdoms that supported the alliance at that time. Although their contribution was small, they also made many sacrifices. Records clearly state that Lazarev's eldest prince voluntarily joined the brave alliance and fought in the final battle to seal the demon king, ultimately sacrificing his life heroically. After the war, Lazarev's second prince became king, moved the capital to rebuild, and brought the remains of his brother from the battlefield to a new royal tomb. That new location of Lazarev is now known as the country of Agoria. However, after searching through all the records, Lin Xiu couldn't find any information about Cavalit. It makes sense. An ordinary knight from a small kingdom, in the grand history of heroes saving the world and demons retreating, is just a tiny speck of dust and naturally not worth recording. Lin Xiu closed the documents, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his eyes deep in thought. Thank you, Teacher Wendy. These materials are a big help. Lin Xiu stood up, bowing sincerely to Wendy. I'm glad I could help you. Wendy smiled and lowered his head to organize his files. If you need more information later, feel free to come find me. Lin Xiu nodded, took the documents, and turned to leave the office with firm steps. Next stop, the country of Agoria. Lin Xiu was packing his luggage at the table. His holy sword, barbecue spices, and spare cloak from the storage ring were all thrown into his suitcase. Just as he finished packing the history books into his backpack, suddenly, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door, followed by the heavy clanking of Royal Guard's armor. Knight Commander Lin Xiu, Your Majesty requests your presence. Please come with me to the palace immediately. The guard's voice was serious and formal, carrying an undeniable authority. Huh? What does Dungar want with me? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, but didn't think much. He patted his clothes and followed the guard out. As they reached the cobblestone road outside the palace, he saw a familiar figure. Pol was dressed in the deep blue uniform of the Knights Association, with a 5-rank knight medal shining in the sunlight, walking leisurely toward the palace gates. President Pol. What a coincidence. After advancing to the 4th level, Lin Xiu inevitably came into contact with the association president, so they were somewhat familiar with each other. He quickly caught up and patted the other person's shoulder. Did Dongan also call you? Since the president was summoned, does that mean the king is going to award me a medal? Pol glanced at him with a twitch of his mouth. No medal, but a bunch of impeachment notices. He sighed with a hint of helplessness. You killed all the members of the Waterdrop Love organization without warning. Now, those idle officials are collectively accusing you. If nothing unexpected happens, your princess will also come to the court. Huh? Lin Xiu widened his eyes, then sneered. Accuse me? Do they think their positions are too secure? No way. You killed too harshly. Pol shrugged. According to proper procedures, you should have first found evidence, reported to the court, and gone through judicial processes. But you just cut straight through, with no warning or chance to prepare. Now, everyone in the court is scared, worried they might be labeled as troublemakers and be executed overnight. He paused, then said more casually, But don't worry, I'm here to speak for you. I'm a 5th-level knight, plus Princess Calvia's 5th-level magic. Even if Dongan is the king, he can't do much to you. Basically, it's just a formality. He complained, I really don't understand those officials. They don't do serious work, only focus on useless formalities. At this moment, in the grand hall of the palace, King Dongan sat on his throne, frowning with a headache. He had just learned the truth about the Waterdrop Love organization from his daughter Calvia. Corruption was widespread, and people were lining their pockets. Lin Xiu's actions were bold, but they were truly for the people's good. However, the problem was that Lin Xiu's way of handling things was completely out of line. He wiped out the entire organization without reporting or judging, acting solely on his own judgment. This made all the officials in the court panic. They submitted petitions demanding punishment for Lin Xiu, claiming it was to uphold the dignity of the law, but in reality, they were afraid they might suffer the same fate someday. Although Dongan was the king of the Victoria Empire and held great power, he couldn't act unilaterally in the face of collective pressure from the officials. After all, the law was the foundation of the country. Lin Xiu's actions seemed to show contempt for the law. If he wasn't punished severely, everyone might follow his example, and the court's order would fall apart. But he also knew that Lin Xiu was not wrong. Plus, with Calvia and Pure, both at the 5th level of strength, he didn't dare to really do anything to Lin Xiu. Your Majesty, Lin Xiu has been brought in, the guard's voice came. Dunga looked up and saw Lin Xiu walking into the main hall, finding his place and standing properly, followed closely by Calvia and Pure. Calvia's eyes were cold, and a faint chill radiated from her. Pure crossed his arms and looked indifferent, with a bright 5th level medal on his chest. Dunga's heart skipped a beat. He was also at the 5th level, But now with two fifth-level experts supporting Lin Xiao, his strength was clearly inferior. How could he punish him? Your Majesty, before Lin Xiao could speak, several officials hurriedly stepped forward. The head of the Ministry of Revenue pointed at Lin Xiao and shouted angrily, "This person abuses power, disrespects the law, and destroys an organization at will. If we don't punish him severely, where is the law? How can the people feel safe?" Dunga cleared his throat and spoke slowly. The law of the land." His gaze drifted. "That is the foundation written by the founding emperor himself, the cornerstone for the country's stability and social order. I have always remembered this and dare not slack off." Your Majesty, the head of the Ministry of Revenue was anxious. "Are you listening to us? We are talking about Lin Xiao. He disrespects the law and kills people." Lin Xiao." Dunga suddenly clapped his hands as if he understood, smiling. "Of course I know. Lin Xiao is a hero who saved Normanding City. When he fought the Amber Dragon King, he risked everything. We should all learn from his brave sacrifice." Your Majesty, the head of the Ministry of Revenue almost cried, pointing at Lin Xiao with a tearful voice. "Please don't pretend to be ignorant. We're talking about Lin Xiao destroying the Water Drop Love organization. He killed so many people. Even if they were guilty, they should be judged by the court, not executed by him alone." "Oh, the Water Drop Love organization." Dunga touched his chin seriously. "I really understand now. The Heart Drop organization was specially established by me to help orphans, disabled people, and the poor. The original intention was for everyone in need to feel the warmth of the empire." Officials. All right. Does anyone else have something to report? Donger sat on the throne, took a sip of tea, and spoke slowly, showing no concern for the anxious officials. Your Majesty, the matter of Lin Xiao is not yet settled. The Minister of Finance was so anxious he stomped his feet, his voice trembling. He disrespects the law and takes justice into his own hands. He must be punished severely. Lin Xiao? Donger put down his tea, looking surprised. Didn't I just say something about him? Your Majesty, what did you just say? The Minister of Finance almost cried, and the officials echoed him, all looking desperate for him to stop pretending. Lin Xiao. Donger cleared his throat and repeated his previous words exactly. He is a hero who saved Normanding City, willing to sacrifice himself and eliminate threats for the people. This spirit is worth learning from. Officials. They watched the king repeat the same two sentences over and over, feeling helpless and ready to cry. This isn't a debate in the court. It's more like a never-ending loop of the same arguments. Continuing to argue would just be pointless. The old ministers exchanged glances and had to accept it. Seeing the officials silent, Donger smoothly changed the subject. Since there's nothing else, I think Lin Xiao, though well-meaning, acted a bit too aggressively. Let's fine him 500 gold coins as a warning. 500 gold coins? Lin Xiao almost laughed out loud. He had recently sold 2 hit songs to a publisher, earning thousands of gold coins in royalties. Plus, the serialized comic script, The Knight and the Princess's Silly Daily Life, brought him enough monthly income to support a normal person's entire lifetime. This fine was practically nothing to him. I obey the order, Lin Xiao respectfully nodded. Dismiss the court. Donger clapped his hands on the throne armrest and quickly ended the farce, fearing the officials would continue to argue. Outside the palace, Calvia looked at the backpack on Lin Xiao's shoulder, a hint of curiosity in her icy blue eyes. Are you going far away? Yes, I plan to visit Agoria. Lin Xiao shook his backpack, which was heavy with historical documents. I want to find some clues about Lazarev and also check out the royal tomb. Calvia was silent for a few seconds before pulling out a light blue magic stone from his pocket and holding it out to him. Hold on to this. What is it? Lin Xiao took the magic stone, feeling its cool surface with his fingertips. It was engraved with tiny runes. It's a communicator. The one I have is paired with it, Calvia said calmly, but with a hint of concern. Agoria is a country ruled by orcs, so the situation is complicated. If anything happens, crush it. I can sense its location. Thanks, Your Highness, Lin Xiao said, tucking the magic stone into his chest. He felt a strange warmth in his heart. The princess really cares about me. After getting into a carriage heading to Agoria, they traveled for 3 days over rough roads until they finally reached the outskirts of the city. As soon as they got off, Lin Xiao was surprised by what he saw. The streets were full of orcs with animal ears and tails. There were cat-eared girls carrying baskets of vegetables, wolf-eared men hauling goods, and fox-eared vendors shouting their wares. Wow, there are so many orcs here. This is my first time seeing such creatures in this world, Lin Xiu thought, his eyes flickering over the furry ears. At that moment, a disdainful snort came from inside the sealed space within him. The Amber Dragon King's voice was full of contempt. Huh. Every time I see these mixed blood creatures, I can really feel how hypocritical and disgusting you humans are. Oh, so there's a story behind this. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, curious. But no matter how he asked, the Amber Dragon King didn't reply again, as if his earlier words were just a casual complaint. Annoyed, Lin Xiu cursed silently. Old Dragon King, if you keep teasing me like this, one day someone will investigate you thoroughly. But despite his complaints, Lin Xiu didn't bother to get close to the cold shoulder. He shifted his attention to the street. At the vendors' stalls, there were all kinds of accessories with animal ears and fluffy tails. They were colorful, well-made, especially a pair of white cat ears with pink fur on top, looking soft and cute. If I give these to the princess, Lin Xiu suddenly imagined a scene. The princess with icy blue eyes, wearing a pair of snowy white cat ears, looking at him expressionlessly. He chuckled to himself. Lin Xiu couldn't help but smile and thought to himself, since I'm here, I might as well treat it like a trip and bring back some local specialties for everyone. So, Lin Xiu wandered around the city, bought a pair of cat ear hair accessories, some special dried meat made by beast men, and a few miscellaneous items he didn't really understand. Time passed quickly while shopping. At noon, Lin Xiu rubbed his stomach, looked around the street, decided to get something to eat, and was soon attracted by a restaurant with a sign that read, Meow Star Little Inn. Not for any particular reason, just because the restaurant's entrance was decorated with two cat-ear girls dressed as maids, their tails swaying gently, and their smiles were so sweet they could make anyone melt. Let's go with this one, Lin Xiu said, about to walk in. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded from the system. System, I told you before, didn't I? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, still walking forward. Lin Xiu, never believe in fate. The system sent back a speechless expression and stopped trying to persuade him. As soon as Lin Xiu stepped into the restaurant, the two cat-ear maids approached him, their voices sweet enough to melt ice. Welcome, sir. What would you like to order? Lin Xiu found a seat by the window, picked up the menu, and pointed randomly. This roasted beast meat, this vegetable salad, and this fruit pudding. Just as he was ordering, the magic stone in his arms suddenly glowed with a faint blue light, and Calvia's cold voice came through. Hey, have you arrived in Agoria? Yes, I have. Your Highness, what do you need? Lin Xiu replied casually, rubbing the magic stone with his fingertips. Oh, can't I just look for you if I need something? Calvia's tone carried a teasing hint. Of course. If your Highness misses me, just call any time, Lin Xiu said with a playful smile. At this moment, the cat-ear maid beside him leaned down, her sweet voice close to his ear. Sir, is this all? Would you like to add something else? Calvia, hearing the voice from the other end of the magic stone, asked with some confusion, what's going on? Isn't it already noon? I found a restaurant to eat at and was just ordering, Lin Xiu quickly explained, then addressed the waiter. Yes, that's all. Oh, okay, Calvia replied without much thought. Eating at a restaurant was quite normal, until... All right, since your total has reached 32 silver coins, you can enjoy our special service, the system announced. Upon hearing this voice, the magic stone immediately fell silent. After a few seconds, Calvia's angry voice exploded. Lin Xiu, you're doomed. With a cracking sound, the light from the magic stone dimmed instantly, and the communication was forcibly cut off. The system's mischievous voice rang out. Lin Xiu. He suddenly panicked, his mind flashing with Calvia's furious expression. His icy blue eyes turned cold, radiating a chilling aura. He might even freeze him with a absolute zero if he wasn't careful. But then he thought again and felt justified. Wait a minute. I haven't done anything wrong to her. She's not my girlfriend, so why should she control where I eat? Yes, that's right, just like that. After a quick self-brainwash, Lin Xiu quickly threw his fear aside, even adopting a reckless attitude. Anyway, going back was certain death, so he might as well ask what this special service really was. If it was something inappropriate, he would refuse outright. If it was a proper service, he might as well enjoy it. What exactly is this special service you mentioned? Lin Xiu looked up at the maid, his eyes filled with curiosity and a fearless attitude. The cat-eared maid smiled even sweeter. It's our shop's special shoulder and neck massage, sir. After a long journey, a massage will make you feel much better. Lin Xiu sighed in relief. Good, it's a proper massage, not some weird stuff. He nodded. All right, let's do it. After dinner and enjoying a perfectly timed shoulder and neck massage, Lin Xiu stretched lazily, walked out of the restaurant, feeling completely refreshed. All right, the fun time is over. Now it's time for serious business. He took a crumpled map from his backpack, spread it open in his palm, and pretended to be serious. The system's sarcastic comments hit the mark perfectly. Lin Xiu looked at the dense runes and winding routes on the map, and his smile froze instantly. He silently stuffed the map back into his backpack, then decided to find a guide. Sigh. If you care too much about others' opinions, your words will become a tangled net that traps your progress. Those negative reviews say this is bad, or that is not good, but constantly changing things makes you lose track of what you're actually writing. Also, if you do make changes, most readers who like the current story won't be responsible for those adjustments. Lin Xiu was wandering the streets holding a confusing map. He had just stopped a passing wolf-eared orc to ask for directions when suddenly, the system's sneaky voice rang in his mind. Huh? Is there a problem? Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow, looking confident. Just a normal massage. Do I really have to cry and refuse? The system, always eager to cause trouble, chimed in. Hey, shut up. Lin Xiu snapped, getting annoyed. Is this the time for love and romance? We're here to find clues. Can you tell the difference between what's important and what's not? After saying that, Lin Xiu silently thought, disable system, and his mind finally became clear. He forced himself to stay calm and continued searching for a guide on the street. After all, not understanding the map was like being blind. He couldn't just wander around aimlessly based on feelings. His efforts paid off. At a tavern on the street corner, he found a middle-aged orc with a shiny bald head. The orc wore a wooden sign that read, Professional Guide, Knowledge of Ancient and Modern. Hello, I'm Guide Big Bald. The orc grinned, showing two sharp fangs. His tone was very friendly. May I ask where you want to go, sir? Lin Xiu took out the map and pointed to the general direction. I want to go there. Big Bald took the map, looked at it for a moment, then took the 10 gold coins Lin Xiu handed over. His eyes lit up instantly. No problem. Follow me, sir. That place is a bit far, so we'll need to change 2 carriages. Following Big Bald, they traveled for most of the day, changing twice on bumpy beast-drawn wagons. Finally, Lin Xiu arrived at a small town in the middle of the Agoria Kingdom. Not far outside the town was a mountain-built cemetery, with rows of tombstones and evergreen pines, looking solemn and respectful. This is it, sir. Big Bald pointed to the cemetery. This is the oldest cemetery in Agoria. It's said to be the burial site of nobles from the previous dynasty. Lin Xiu thanked Big Bald and walked into the cemetery alone. He followed the stone-paved path, his fingertips brushing over the symbols on the tombstones. Unfortunately, these tombstones are only a few hundred years old, far from the ancient period when the Lazarev kingdom existed. Did I find the wrong place? Lin Xiu frowned and walked around the cemetery 3 times. He didn't see even a shadow of an ancient royal tomb. He couldn't help but complain inwardly. Wendy's information shouldn't be wrong, right? Just as he was about to take out his magic stone contact Carvia to ask if Wendy had any other clues, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a green-skinned head flashing in the bushes. Goblin? Lin Xiu's eyes sharpened. Knowing how goblins behave, if he saw one here, it meant their lair was nearby. Goblins are creatures everyone wants to eliminate. He silently followed behind, using the cover of pine and cypress trees. He trailed the small green goblin to a cave on the back mountain of the cemetery. The entrance was hidden by vines. He could faintly hear goblin screams and the dragging of chains inside. Wow, they actually built their nest here. Lin Xiu's mind moved. He drew his long sword carefully and sneaked into the cave. The deeper he went, the wider it became. At the end, he found an open underground space. There were neatly arranged giant stone coffins, and the stone walls were carved with blurry ancient runes. Clearly, This was the buried Lazarev royal tomb. The goblins, too lazy to dig their own caves, had simply occupied this tomb. They used the stone coffins as storage chests and turned the tomb rooms into prisons, holding a dozen trembling orc villagers and a few human merchants. A cold glint appeared in Lin Xiu's eyes. Normally, he could clear the place instantly with a powerful disaster-level lightning or fire magic. But seeing the prisoners confined in the corner, he decided not to use large-scale magic. He clenched his sword tightly and moved like a ghost, rushing out. With a clang, he struck down a goblin guard holding a prisoner. The sudden attack threw the goblins into chaos. They raised their rusty swords and charged forward. But these goblins were too weak. Even the strongest goblin priest was only 3rd level, and his dark magic couldn't even break Lin Xiu's knightly aura. Lin Xiu descended like a god, dominating the scene. He swept his sword across, decapitating a group of goblins. Then, with a quick turn, he took out another sword and defeated a goblin shaman attempting a sneak attack. In less than half an incense stick's time, the goblins in the cave were almost completely slaughtered. Green blood spilled everywhere, and a strong, foul smell filled the air. Lin Xiu put away his sword and unlocked the chains of the prisoners. "Are you all right? I'll take you back to the city." The prisoners quickly thanked him, still shaken. Lin Xiu escorted them back to the small town, handed them over to the local orc guards, and then hurried back to the underground royal tomb. Standing in the empty tomb, Lin Xiu looked at the many stone coffins and felt confused. He didn't recognize the ancient writing on the walls and didn't know which coffin belonged to Prince Lazarev. Can't think too much. Open them one by one. He rolled up his sleeves and started checking each coffin. Most of the coffins only contained decayed bones, rusty weapons, and some jewelry or ancient jade pendants, but nothing useful. Finally, he opened the innermost large coffin. Inside, there was a skeleton dressed in tattered royal armor and a small wooden plaque wrapped in amber. Amber preserves things perfectly for thousands of years. The plaque was about the size of a palm, covered with dense, ancient writing. It looked like a carefully kept letter. Finally found something useful. Lin Xiu's eyes lit up. He held the amber letter and looked at it repeatedly, but the writing was twisted and strange, like ghostly symbols. He didn't recognize any of it. Ugh, still can't read it. I should have learned some ancient writing from Wendell back then. Just as he was getting frustrated, the blocked system suddenly appeared. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Lin Xiu almost threw the amber letter in anger. The system's voice sounded innocent, yet a bit teasing. Lin Xiu, In the end, the system translated the entire letter word by word. Lin Xiu looked at the translation, and his expression grew more complicated. From the letter, he confirmed that this was indeed Prince Lazarev's tomb, and the amber letter was an apology from the prince to Cavalet. The front of the letter was simple. The handwriting was hurried but neat. Cavalet, my dear friend. I failed to return as promised, and I feel very guilty. The war is not over, and my time is short. You don't need to hold the throne anymore, nor wait for my return. Forget the oath, and live well. On the back, there was an additional line of writing, filled with urgency. I am badly injured and fear I cannot hold on until reinforcements arrive. If anyone finds this letter, please deliver it to Lazarev's chief knight, Cavalet. Once the task is done, the kingdom of Lazarev will reward you greatly. Lin Xiu looked at the letter, feeling a mix of emotions. The crown prince clearly didn't know that after his death, Lazarev moved its capital, nor did he know that he kept his vow until he was exhausted and was finally resurrected by Rainstad as a ghostly knight. Years ago, the crown prince died in battle, and his body was hastily buried. During the first burial, due to the chaos of war, no one noticed the letter hidden inside his armor. Later, the second prince moved the capital and brought the brothers' remains back to the new royal tomb. Perhaps because too much time had passed, or because the crown prince had already been buried once, the process was simpler, and no one found the letter. This late apology could never reach Cavalet, and that loyal knight, who kept his vow, never knew that the person he waited for had never forgotten him, even as he faded away. Ah, what a sad story, Lin Xiu murmured, gently touching the amber postcard and carefully storing it in his ring. After obtaining the key item, Lin Xiu immediately changed 3 carriages and traveled for 2 days through bumpy roads before finally arriving in Garland City, Victoria. The ruins, once razed to the ground by the Sword Saint Storm, were now peaceful again. The soil was soft and fertile, with new grass and plants sprouting. On the small hill where the heart of the undead was buried, a few flowers had begun to bloom. Pale purple buds, dew-covered, swayed gently in the breeze, full of life. "Now I finally understand what happened back then," Lin Xiu said, kneeling down and gently placing the amber postcard wrapped with a wooden token in the middle of the flowers. "This is a letter from your lord to you. It was late, but it was delivered in the end. I can't do much, but this is what I can manage." He stood up and turned to leave. "Since your lord's letter has been delivered, I need to go find my lord now." The wind from the black wind forest blew past, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees. Strangely, a fully bloomed purple violet floated against the wind, drifting lightly past his shoulder. Its petals brushed his fingertips, leaving a faint fragrance. Lin Xiu raised an eyebrow and reached out to catch a violet flower. The petals were soft and delicate. "Is this for me? Thank you very much." Just as he tucked the violet into his chest, a sudden system notification sounded. Lin Xiu was momentarily stunned, then he grinned. Back at the Magic Academy, Lin Xiu headed straight to Carvia's office. He pushed open the door and saw her sitting behind her desk, grading magic papers. Her long, white hair draped over her shoulders, and her icy blue eyes were focused on the paper, not even looking up. "Your Highness, I'm back," Lin Xiu said happily as he stepped forward, placing his backpack on the desk, sounding a bit proud. But Carvia seemed not to hear him. She kept grading her papers, the pen scratching on the paper, not giving him a glance. Your Highness?" Lin Xiu moved closer and waved his hand in front of her eyes. No matter how he called her, Carvia acted as if she didn't hear, busy with her work as if he was just air. "Your Highness, please don't ignore me." Lin Xiu became anxious. He leaned on the desk, looking at her pitifully. "At least tell me why you're ignoring me." "Oh, isn't that Lin the Great Knight Commander?" Carvia finally looked up, her icy blue eyes filled with teasing and coldness. "What? Enjoying special services in Argoria, and now you're willing to come back?" Lin Xiu's face instantly stiffened. His heart skipped a beat. He thought, "Oh no, this doesn't look good." He hurriedly waved his hands to explain. "Your Highness, it's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. Please listen to my explanation." He quickly added details about his experience in Argoria, exaggerating a bit. He talked about shopping in the Orc City, struggling to read the map and finding a guide, fighting goblins in the underground royal tomb, finding the amber postcard, but he deliberately left out the part about the massage service at the cat-eared maid restaurant, saying he just had a quick meal and then left. Carvia listened quietly with her icy blue eyes, not interrupting him. When he finished, she slowly spoke. "All right, I'll believe you this time." "Phew," Lin Xiu sighed in relief, then suddenly grinned again. He leaned closer, pretending to be casual, but his tone was a bit playful and probing. "But, Your Highness, why are you angry over such a small thing? Are you jealous?" Hearing this, Carvia's lips curled into a playful smile. "Wanna know? Then come over and squat down." Without thinking, Lin Xiu immediately knelt obediently, looked up at her with curiosity in his eyes. Carvia slowly raised her hand, gently pinched his chin, applying a little force to make him lean closer. She leaned down, her red lips almost touching his ear, exhaling softly with a charming tone. "What if I said yes? What would the brave knight do then?" Her warm breath brushed past his ear, carrying a faint fragrance. Lin Xiu suddenly felt like he was struck by lightning. His mind went blank, and his head buzzed. His cheeks turned bright red, spreading from his ears to his neck. His pupils lost focus, and his mind was empty, except for, "She's jealous," she admitted it. "What should we do next?" These comments flooded the screen wildly, and even faint white smoke seemed to rise above his head. Seeing his reaction, Carvia couldn't help but smile softly. She straightened up, her icy blue eyes filled with teasing and disdain, as if saying, "Is that all?" She reached out and flicked his forehead gently, not too hard or soft. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tell me, what did you gain from this trip?" "Huh? Oh, gains." Lin Xiu suddenly snapped out of it, quickly shook his head to shake off the pink bubbles in his mind, and straightened up seriously. Well, first, I learned about an ancient hidden history, and then, he paused, a smug smile curling on his lips, and lowered his voice. A summon from the abyss, the undead. Listen to my call. In the next second, the office floor began to tremble slightly. Countless skeletons crawled out, quickly forming into a dozen skeleton soldiers, along with a few bone claws and floating ghosts nearby. Their eyes were hollow, but they obeyed Lin Xiu's commands. This was the active skill granted by the blessing of the undead knight buff. Also, there's this passive skill, the protection of the undead knight. Lin Xiu patted his chest proudly. Now I can resist magic from undead of level 5 or below, and elemental magic of level 4 or below. Calvia looked at the skeleton soldiers in the office, her brow slightly furrowed. She casually waved her hand, casting an ice spell that froze the skeletons into ice sculptures, then waved again to turn them into dust and make them disappear. It's good to have gains, but summoning these things in my office. Are you trying to turn me into an ice lolly? Don't, Your Highness. Lin Xiu hurriedly waved his hands. I just wanted to show you my new skill. Calvia rolled her eyes at him, but a faint smile flickered in her icy blue eyes. Lin Xiu caught Calvia's eye and quickly chuckled, trying to cover up. Hey, Your Highness, I actually went to Argoria this time, and I brought you a gift. Oh, a gift? Calvia raised an eyebrow, curiosity flashing in her blue eyes. Yeah, here it is. Lin Xiu took out a delicate velvet box from his storage ring. When he opened it, a silver-white bracelet lay inside. The chain was made of thin silver links, with a small, diamond-shaped, transparent gem in the middle. When light passed through, it shimmered with a faint icy blue glow, matching Calvia's eyes perfectly. In the end, Lin Xiu didn't dare to bring out the soft, cat-ear-shaped accessories. He thought giving those might be rude, and it definitely wasn't because he was afraid of the princess's cold attitude. Calvia extended her hand, and Lin Xiu helped her put on the bracelet. The cool silver chain contrasted beautifully with her snow-white skin. The small gem gently swayed, looking very delicate. She looked at her wrist, a faint, almost unnoticeable smile on her lips, her eyes showing a bit of satisfaction. Is it pretty? Very pretty. Of course it's pretty. Lin Xiu eagerly praised, his eyes shining. Anything my princess wears looks good. Oh, Calvia suddenly leaned forward, a familiar teasing glint in her icy blue eyes. Is it me that looks good, or is it the jewelry? Here we go again. Lin Xiu froze instantly, his cheeks flushing red from ear to cheek, even his neck turning pink. In just half a day, this cold princess had teased him twice. As a lifelong, he really couldn't handle it anymore. His mind went blank, and he stammered, What? Since I've given you your gift, I need to go give gifts to others too. He spoke quickly, stepping back nervously, worried she might say something else that would make him freeze up. His steps were so hurried, he almost bumped into the chair behind him. I'll go now, Your Highness. Talk to you later. Leaving this sentence behind, he almost ran away in a hurry, his figure quickly disappearing at the office door, forgetting to close it. Calvia watched his hurried, retreating figure and couldn't help but cover her mouth to laugh softly, looking especially charming. Ah, he's running away. The office still carried the scent of Lin Xiu. Calvia gently brushed her fingertips over the diamond-shaped gem, a smile lingering on her lips. This bracelet really suits her taste. Meanwhile, Lin Xiu reached the end of the corridor, leaning against the wall and gasping for breath, his face flushed like a ripe apple. He pressed his fists against the wall, encouraging himself inwardly. What's wrong with the princess today? Why does she keep teasing me? No, I can't let this go on. Lin Xiu, you'll be completely controlled if you're not careful. Next time she dares to tease me, I should be a bit more assertive. Press her against the wall and show her who's boss. Lin Xiu patted his cheeks, his eyes becoming firm. Yes, that's right. I, Lin Xiu, will never be a pushover. I must stand tall. After giving himself a mental boost, he took a deep breath to steady his heartbeat, then turned and headed toward the classroom. Sigh. First, I'll deliver the gifts, then think about how to respond to the princess. The first person Lin Xiu found was Tors and Tom. At this moment, the siblings were practicing under the shade of a tree near the training ground. Tors was trying to gather a small fireball, while Tom swung a plain iron sword, sweat soaking his forehead. Tom, look what I brought back. Lin Xiao said with a smile as he approached. He took a magic book with a beast hide cover from his storage ring and handed it to Tors. Tors, I found this at the magic shop in Agoria. It's a special book on elemental concentration techniques. It should be useful for you. The cover of the magic book was made from some kind of beast hide, embroidered with ancient magic runes in silver thread. It felt rough, but thick. Tors's eyes lit up instantly. She took the magic book carefully, flipping through it with excitement, her eyes full of joy. Thank you, Senior Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at her and said, no need to thank me. He originally wanted to give a magic book to the princess too, since she loved reading so much. But thinking about her bookshelf almost reaching the ceiling in her office, she probably had already read this one. So, a bracelet was a better choice. Tom, this is for you. He took out a long sword and handed it to Tom. Tom took the sword, feeling how heavy it was. He tried swinging it, and the sword cut through the air with a loud whoosh. It was much easier to handle than his previous iron sword. He immediately blushed with excitement and said, thank you, Senior Lin Xiao. I'm glad you like it. Practice your sword skills well, and try to break through to the second level soon, Lin Xiao said, patting his shoulder with a smile before turning to leave. Next, Lin Xiao headed straight to the history office. He pushed open the door and saw Verdi still sitting behind his desk, organizing ancient books. Sunlight shone on his gentle face, giving him a warm, kind look. Is Teacher Verdi here? Lin Xiao asked, carrying a heavy cloth bag. Yes, I am here. Verdi looked up and saw him. A gentle smile appeared on his face. Have you returned from Agoria? Yes. Lin Xiao stepped inside and placed the bag on the table. I brought you a small gift this time. Take a look and see if you like it. Lin Xiao opened the bag, and a variety of items immediately appeared. Ancient bronze jewelry engraved with old symbols, small clay figurines, worn stone tablets, and a few old brooches decorated with colorful gemstones. He had found these items in a stone coffin at the goblin nest. They looked very old, and he thought Verdi would like them. So he packed them all together and brought them back. Verdi's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly put down his ancient books and carefully examined a bronze ornament. These are relics from the ancient Lazarev kingdom. They are very precious. However, he soon noticed that the artifacts still had dirt and a faint musty smell, indicating they had just been dug out of the ground. Verdi looked up at Lin Xiao with a hint of doubt in his eyes. While I do need these items, Lin Xiao Knight Commander, are you sure you didn't dig them up illegally? How could you say that? Lin Xiao immediately argued seriously, making up a story. I found these after clearing a dungeon. They're rewards from the treasure chest. He was secretly thinking. The royal tomb is underground, so the dungeon is underground too. Goblins are small monsters guarding treasure chests, and coffins are treasure chests. The relics are the rewards inside the chests. So, it all makes sense. The system's sarcastic comments echoed clearly in his mind. So, what's the problem? In this world, tomb raiding is not illegal. At most, it might feel a bit morally wrong, but I, Lin Xiao, have always had a very flexible sense of morality. I thought to myself and chose to ignore the system's complaints. When Erdi watched Lin Xiao act so serious and didn't doubt him further, he just held the stone tablet and thought quietly, which underground city would have such valuable ancient artifacts? If I get the chance someday, I might hire some adventurers to explore it. You should know, exploring underground cities is what the Adventurers Guild loves most. Thank you so much, Commander Lin Xiao, when Erdi said carefully as he stored the artifact, looking very grateful. This will help my research a lot. No need to thank me, Lin Xiao waved his hand. If you discover anything new, just let me know. After saying that, he turned and left the office. Lin Xiao whistled as he turned into the night training building. Soon, he found Hager Mel in the weapons area. Mel, I'm here, Lin Xiao called out from afar. Hager Mel froze suddenly. He slowly turned around, his forehead veins bulging, and clenched his fists. What do you want? And he gritted his teeth. Don't call me that strange nickname. Come on, don't be so angry, Lin Xiao grinned and approached. He took a small red pouch from his storage ring, containing a gold-engraved love token. I went on a trip and brought you a gift. Here, this is for you. Hager Mel took the pouch and opened it. Seeing the love token engraved with perfect match, his expression was complicated. Why are you giving me this? Just because you always look so unfriendly, Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. I'm worried you might not find a girlfriend someday. Hagermel was silent for a moment. Thanks, but your worry is unnecessary. There are quite a few girls at school who have confessed to me. Oh, really? Lin Xiao pretended to be surprised, then changed the subject and added, but you're still single. Hagermel. He stared at Lin Xiao, his mouth twitching. He wanted to say something, but was speechless. Watching Mona's speechless and embarrassed expression, Lin Xiao finally couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing, almost doubling over. Huh? I won't tease you anymore. Here's your gift. I hope you find someone soon. Without waiting for Mona to reply, he turned and hurried away, heading straight to the ninth prince's residence. Next target, Carlo. Meanwhile, in the headmaster's office at the Magic Academy, Mers was leaning on the windowsill, watching Lin Xiao's retreating figure. He muttered to himself, this brat goes on a trip and brings back gifts for everyone, but forgets his old headmaster? Mers looked resentful, then suddenly filled Lin Xiao's class schedule with more lessons, as an act of silent protest. Elsewhere, Rainstar was lying on the grass, only opening his eyes slowly in the afternoon. His head still felt a bit dizzy, and his mouth carried the lingering taste of strong coffee. He pushed himself up from the ground, rubbed his aching temples, when a hoarse voice came from nearby. It was a person in a black robe, with the hood covering most of his face, only revealing a pale chin, just an ordinary 4th-level knight. Even if he has a special skill that temporarily reaches 5th level, it probably doesn't affect the plan much, right? That's not the same. Rainstar shook his head. His long white hair was tousled by the wind, and his eyes looked serious. I've never seen a knight who sacrifices himself for Bracious and still comes back alive. And, the black-robed man asked. And the sword he holds makes me feel threatened. Rainstar's voice grew serious. How is that possible? The black-robed man was incredulous. You're a necromancer with void magic. Few on the entire continent can threaten you. That's why I need to test him, Rainstar said with a faint smile. I must find out his full strength. But you should know, there are only 5 5th-level experts in the Kingdom of Victoria, the black-robed man said worriedly. How many 5th-level fighters do you need to force out his full power? Ordinary 5th-level experts won't be enough. Rainstar stood up and looked toward the Victoria Empire, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Living people are hard to find, but dead ones might work too.